who is the cause of all causes and who is the Lord of all lords, who is the origin and beginning of everything else, exists in his own form as he is. 2. Secondly, the same Svayam Rupa Krishna projects himself, out of his own supreme prerogative and inconceivable potency, into manifold bodies, called Tathakatmarupa Krishna or Svayam Praksa or self-manifest, i.e. many bodies simultaneously manifest, each form identical with the original form of Svayam Rupa Krishna, as was done at the time of the Rasa dance, one body in between each two goips of a congregation of hundreds of gopis, or at the time of marriage of 16,108 queens of Dvaraka. 3. Thirdly, Vaibhava or the many avataras or divine descents of the Svayam Rupa Krishna, such as, the 3 Purusha avataras, 3 Guna avataras, 4 Yuga avataras, 25 Lila avataras. 14. Manvantara avataras, innumerable Satyasas avataras and Bhavavasavatas, etc. 4. Fourthly, the same Svayam Rupa Krishna as Antaryami or the indwelling Lord of every individual soul. 5. Fifthly, Arka or the Vigraha or figure of the Lord taking his own initiative to be manifest before the fallen and self-forgetful souls through the medium or Acharya or spiritual masters or a freed great saint. The Arka Vigraha apparently looks like an idol, Buddhi is essentially the fifth form of the Supreme Divinity, graciously manifest in this world out of his infinite miri and inconceivable power for the fallen people who are too much given to gross earthly phenomena. The categorical difference between the worship of the Arka Vigraha of Vishnu and idol worship must be clearly understood by one who takes to the way of preliminary practices of pure bhakti. Apparently two similar looking objects need not be identical. A glowworm and a spark are not same, though they appear to be so to an ignorant child. In the same manner the Arka Vigraha of Lord Vishnu worshipped in a temple is absolutely different from idolatry. 166 Text 167, 42 Avatrikadarsanam Yathaskanda, Koteo Brahmahadyanam Agami Dagama Kotayadahadid Lokam Drina Visnos Dratrakam Muksam 167 Translation, 42, witnessing offerings in the form of waving of lighted lamps before the Vishnu Vigraha. It is mentioned in the Skanda Puranam that the very fact of seeing the face of the Vigraha of Lord Vishnu glowing with the light of the lamp which is waved before the Lord at the time of wave offering of lights, etc. reduces to ashes all sins committed, sins so heinous as taking the lives of millions of brahmanas and millions of incestuous acts. 167 Commentary, Sir Jiva comments that here wave offering refers to all the various Arka Vigrahas of the Godhead. 167 Text 168, Yudasavadarsanam Yatha Bhavajyatar, Radistam Yaniksant Kodikinapai Kesavam Devatanam Ganasarv Bhavanti Svapakate H 168 Translation, witnessing celebrations of the events of the life of the Lord. It is said in the Bhavajyaparanam that not for speak of others, even if a Kandala, who lives on dog's flesh, sees Lord Kesava on the chariot on the occasion of his celebrations out of simple curiosity, he attains the status of the associate companion of the gods. 168 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami and Sri Cakravarti hold that here of the gods means of the Parsadas of Lord Vishnu. 168 Text 169, Adi Sabdana Pujadarsanam Yatha Agni, Pujavtant Pujyamanam Va Yapasaid Bhaktato Havan Sradhyaya Modamanastu So Pi Yogafalam Labiat 169 Translation. The word Adi in the text also includes witnessing worship. We have it in the Agni Puranam one also who sees cheerfully and with a firm faith and devotion. The ceremony of the worship of Lord Hari or the Lord being worshipped attains all the fruits of the act of worship as according to the declarations of the Pancaratra. 169 Text 170, 43 Athas Sravanam Sravanan Andimt Karitagundindam Srutat Bhaves 170 I Translation, 43, Sravana or listening or oral receiving. Sravana or listening is defined as touch of the ears by the Lord's name, or by the events of his life, his qualities, it. 170 Text 171, Tatra and Masravanam Yathik Druid, Sahist Ra Sarpadasta and Stasestakabasajam Krishnati Vaisnavam Manaram Srutva Muddo Bhavan Nara 171 Translation, oral reception of the Lord's name, It is mentioned in the Garuda Puranam that a person who is fatally smitten by the serpent-like worldly concerns and is beyond any hope of survival has the only sure life-giving infallible remedy, viz. listening to the Vaisnava mystic syllables Krishna. L/1 text 1/2, Kantras Ravanam, Yathkatirth 112 Tasman Mahan Mukarite Madhubhi Karatrapalphia Cepheus Arata Partad Sravanati Tayepabanti Avitraphayo Enrapajayo Hakarias 10 Naspri Ganti Aganya Tried Bayakokamaho 172 2 Translation, listening to the events of the life of the Lord. In the Purth canto of the Bhagavatam the great sage Narada tells King Prasanavari, O king, in the assembly of the Bhagavatas or holy saints who have realized themselves and attained freedom, the richest nectar which is the very essence of Lord Krishna flows from the mouths of such saints like streams in all directions. Those who are thirsty for such nectar and drink it inardently with the goblet of open ears, are never touched by hunger, thirst, fear, miseries or infatuation. 172 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that nectar of discourse on Lord Hari from the mouths of great saints means that the nectar of the character of the Lord apparently sounds like words in the mouth of satans, but the fact is that such nectar is expressive of itself accepting the mouth of saint as a medium, in it is itself self-luminous. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti however explains it in the sense that discourse on Lord Hari manifests itself by making the saints themselves garrulous. Such is the nature of Harikatha. 1/2 text 1/3, Gunstavanam, Yathadvadas 113 Yastidamad Glokagubnavdad Sangyate Bekviima Mangalignat Tam Evanit Yadakrawid Abhekvea Akrafai Malda Bhaktim Abhepsam Danad 1/3. Translation, listening to the Lord's qualities. In the 12th canto of the Bhagavatam great Sukadeva Goswami addressing King Parikshita says, King, the fortunate person who desires unalloyed bhakti to the feet of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna should constantly and daily listen to the singing of the eulogies of the Lord of highest fame, which destroys all calamities. 173 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami commenting on the above verse, says, here singing in praise of Uttamisloka, Krishna, includes all Avataras and Bhagavatas, i.e. eternal associates of the Lord or God-realized saints. A devotee should daily and constantly cherish the eager interest in listening to the discourses on the Supreme Lord, and the supreme effect of such listening is highest or Uttama Bhakti in Sri Krishna, son of Nanda. 173 text 174, Atha tat kripaksanam, Yathadasame 114 tat te nakamdas susamakviam deo bhajana evetmakratavippkam hridvak vaparbhur vidadhan namas te jevita yomutipad sa diabak 174 2 Translation, 44, observing the grace of the Lord. In the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, Brahma while engaged in the praise of Lord Sri Krishna addresses him as follows, whosoever while going through with detachment his self-earned happiness and the suffering of life contemplates all his joys and sufferings as a gift of thy infinite mercy or compassion to creatures, and so contemplating does obeisances to thee in mind, body, and speech, qualifies for association with thee, who art the bestower of mutti or liberation. 174 Commentary, here Sri Jiva Goswami observes that in the text two different acts of devotion have been stated, viz. Gazing at or looking upon one's joys and sorrows as the grace of the merciful Lord, and at the same time doing obeisances in mind, body, and speech. Though they are different acts, the meaning is that they bear the same fruit, i.e. bhakti. In the text Muttipada, mutti means the ninth object, pada means asraya or the source and support of this ninth padartha, who is Lord Sri Krishna the 10th object. Translators note, the term padartha in its ordinary meaning signifies what a pada or name refers to or means. In other words, padartha means nameable, and therefore the padarthas in the plural will mean ultimate nameable. Nameable is regarded in Indian philosophy as equivalent of knowable. For example, padartha is defined as padartha pramativasaya, supta padartha. Therefore the ultimate nameables are the same as the ultimate knowables or the ultimate objects of knowables. There are various classi of the padarthas in the different schools of Indian philosophy. The Vaisasikas, for example, are suptapadarthavadins, recognizing as they do only 7 kinds of ultimate objects. The Nayakas are Sodasapadarthabadans, recognizing 16 different kinds of knowables. The Karbhakamamamsakas, the Prabhakaras recognize 8 different kinds of objects, while in Samkhya the different kinds of objects are as many as 25 padarthas. Here the padarthas are in reference to the tattva-jnana or knowledge of the truth that is involved in the realization of mutti or liberation. The text refers here to Bhagavatam Canto I, Chapter 10, and Slokas 1 and 2, where the attainment of mutti or liberation, the 9th object, it regarded as presupposing the knowledge of 8 other objects as preparatory thereto, viz. 1. Sarga or creation, 2. Visarga or dissolution, 3. Sthana or the place of each creation in the system of the created objects, 4. Posana or nourishment or spiritual food, which is the Lord's kindness and mercy to the creatures, 5. Manvantara or the different forms of spiritual practices followed by the great sages like Manu in the different cycles in accordance with the Lord's wishes, 6. Uti, which means the urges or drives that characterize the creatures that God creates, 7. Isanakatha, or delineation of the character and deeds of the various avatars of Lord Vishnu, i.e. his manifestations, and of the devotees known for their devotion to the Lord, 8. Narayat restriction of creation when the Lord withdraws his eyes from the created world and closing them remains absorbed in the mystical sleep of yoga. At that time the creatures with their sense organs completely inactivated go to sleep, merged in the person of the Lord. 9. Mutti is liberation of the jiva or the finite self by destruction of the nescience which makes him turn away from the Lord and thus become entangled in the toils of earthly life and bringing him back to the realm of the Lord by making him turn Godwards. The asraya or source and support of this 9th padartha mutti is the Tenipadartha, which is the Lord himself. Commenting on the above verse, Sri Visvanatha Kakaravarti observes that one attains the Lord only by means of bhakti, discarding all other methods of religious practices. And in answer to the question, what forth of bhakti and its practice can make one eligible for the attainment of the Lord? The reply is given in the particular slokas of the Bhagavatam. Further in reply, Brahma said that economic and other earthly values are not the real purpose of religion. In the words of Sri Rupa Goswami in Canto I, Chapter 2, Sloka 9, it is stated that heavenly pleasures are only automatic secondary ends of bhakti, and sufferings are inevitable results of not following the path of true religion. A beginner of the practices of bhakti should remain content with the thoughts that his enjoyments and sufferings are the fruits of his own actions and should be endured with submission and patience as blessings of the Lord himself. A devotee thinks that as the father's endearment or chastisements are all for the benefit of the child, so also the Lord alone knows best which is good and which is harmful for his devotees. My Lord knows what is good for me, and one do not know what is truly good for me, so thinks a genuine devotee. In the 4th canto, chapter 20, sloka 31, King Prithu addressing Lord Sri Krishna says, Lord, as a father looks after the good of his children, so mayest thou look after me for my real good. Thus thinking, he who smilingly endures all the pleasures and pains of life equally as the Lord's blessings and surrenders to him with all his mind, body, and speech, becomes eligible for serving the Lord, which is the supreme purpose of life, and concurrently also attains the secondary result of liberation or mutti. As the right of a son to the properties of his father is derived from the very fact of his being his father's son, so also bhakti is the natural cause of one's being blessed by the Lord by offering him his services. In the 10th canto, chapter 8 sloka 107 of the Bhagavatam, in their prayers to the Lord the Srutas said, Lord, a life becomes worth a while if it be devoted to thy services, or else what good is there in inhaling and exhaling like a bellows, blowing machine, of a blacksmith. 174 Text 1/5, Athasamrtiyatha Katham Gumanas Sambandhas Muatirosayate 1275 IL Translation, 45, Remembrance, association of the mind with the Lord by whatsoever way is called remembrance. 1/5 Text 1/6, Yathavasantapurdni smite Sakalakalad Najabn Hamyata Jade Puyasaniam Ajant Nityan Brajami Saranam Havan 176 Translation, it is said in the Vinu Puranam, may I take refuge in that unborn, ever-existent, and eternal Lord Hari, whose remembrance makes man entitled to all kinds of bliss. 176 Text 177, Yatha ca padmitadnik bradni ca yan and mas marad marindam sadhya nas yati papao names tasmai cid atmana 177 2 Translation, we have it again in the Padma Puranam, I make my obeisances to that all-conscious Supreme Person, whose remembrance in life and in death immediately destroys all sins of men. 177 Commentary, commenting on the above verse, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the excellence of the remembrance of the Lord at the last moment of death has been described in Sloka 10 of the 8th chapter of the Gita. Addressing Sri Arjuna, Lord Sri Krishna says, one who at the time of death unperturbed fixes his prana, life breath, in between the eyebrows and recalls my memory, who am the Supreme Person, is blessed with devotion to me in the next world. 177 Text 178, Athad Hidnam Rupa Gunakridsavadasis Chasintanam 178 L Translation, Meditation, proper and intense contemplation of the beauty, form, qualities, sports, pastimes, and services of the Supreme Godhead is called dhyanam or meditation or communion with the Lord. 178 Text 179, Tatra Rupadhyanam Yatha Narasi and Bhagavak Karanad Vandvadhydnam with Vandvamintam Papino Pi Persanganaviatam Suatam Param 179 IL Translation, Meditation on the Lord's Beauties. It is mentioned in the Nrsimhapuranam that meditation of the 2 feet of the Supreme Person of the Godhead normalizes all opposites, such as heat and cold, enjoyments and sufferings, etc. If a sinner even casually meditates on the Lord, the scriptures assert such contemplation to be the source of the highest bliss. 179 Commentary, Sri Mukunda Dasa observes that if a sinful person, i.e. one who cherishes evil thoughts, perchance gains any little favorable association with the meditation of the Lord, that itself becomes a source of his attaining bhakti, which is the only way to God realization. 179 Text 180, Gunadhyanari, Yatha Visnudharmyakurbvanti Sada Bhakti 4 Gunanusmaranath Hari Proxinakalazast Pravazanti Hari Padam 180 Translation, Meditation on the Lord's Qualities. It is said in the Visnudharma that those who always meditate on the qualities of Lord Hari with a devotional heart are freed from the bondage of all sins, and enter into the realm of Hari. 180 Text 181, Kittadhyanam Yatha Padmi Sarvamadhurya Sarani Sarvad Buddhamidni Cadhydyan Hairs Kavat Rani Lalatani Vimusayat 181 IL Translation, Meditation on the Lord's Sports and Pastimes. It is said in the Padma Puranam that man can easily swim across the ocean of the world should he meditate on the inordinately sweet, preternaturally wonderful, and supremely mind-fascinating pastimes of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. 181 Text 182, Savadhyanari Yatha Parayantir Manasanapakarina Parikarya Harrier Sada Pir Van Manasagamuri Tarn Saksat Pradapidire 182 Translation, Meditation unto the Lord. Elsewhere in the Puranam it has been stated that some devotees have attained Lord Hari in person, who is beyond all mundane expressions and mental grasp in imagination, by constantly serving the Lord with mind create ingredients of service. Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that there is an anecdote in the Brahmavaivarta Puranam about the glories and importance of mental service. A Brahmana once lived in Pradasthanapura. Though very poor, he had composure of his mind even in adverse circumstances, believing that man must suffer or enjoy the consequences of his own karma. This simple-minded Brahmana once heard in an assemblage of superior Brahmanas that one can follow Vaisnava religion even with one's inner thinking. Thereafter he started practicing this method. The poor Brahmana started taking bath daily in the Godavari river, and after finishing his daily ablutions as are prescribed for a Brahmana used to take his seat in a lonely place, and composing his mind by controlling his breath mentally used to install the Sri Murti of Lord Hari, Narayana, in his heart, and mentally thinking himself as wearing sacred clothes and in mind tightly fastening his skirt used to prostrate himself before the deity, and after mentally fetching water of the Ganga and the Yamuna in golden and silver pitchers, mentally thought of bathing the Lord and should mentally offer him most delicious food and other ingredients of worship, offer garlands etc. and complete waving of lamps, incense, water in conch shell, fan, etc. and finish such daily mental worship by blowing the conch, all mentally of course. All this he would do as would be done by a great and opulent king, and was very happy. After a long span of time of such mental worship of the Lord, the poor Brahmana one day prepared paisa with fine rice cow's milk and sugar candy, in his mind, and poured it in a garden plate, and before he would offer same to the Lord he wanted to examine how hot it was, and thus thinking he dipped his finger into the hot paisa and he felt his finger burnt and the consequent burning pain. He thought the paisa had become unholy and that it could not any more be offered to the Lord. With this painful thought, his meditation was broken, and the Brahmana saw that his physical finger was actually swollen and he felt pain. At this Lord Narayana in Vaikuntha smiled. Sri Lakshmi was surprised as to why the Lord smiled. And when asked, Lord Narayana sent his celestial car and brought the devoted Brahmana to Vaikuntha and told Sri Lakshmi all about him, and blessed him with an eternal seat by the side of the Lord himself. 182 Text 183, Atha Dajiam Karm Drapanam Tajya Kinkaryam Api Sarveda 183 Translation, 47, Next, servanthood, offering of all activities or karma to the Lord, and serving the Lord in all possible ways, as a servant does, is called Dajya or servanthood. 183 Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami observes that mentioning here of offering one's activities or karma, karma arpana, means servantship alone. Dedication of karma may also refer to actions, which are same as are also offered by others, while kinkarya means one's personal services rendered to the Lord. The feeling of considering oneself as a persona attendant on the Lord is kinkarya or servanthood. It has been stated in the Itihasa Samakya, one who has the feeling am an attendant of Lord Vasudeva as a result of one's spiritual practices for thousands of births, becomes competent to save mankind. In the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 81, Sloka 36 Sri Sridhama Vipra says, May I cherish forever and at every birth feelings of intimate friendship, Saurharda, companionship, Sakya, friendly attitude, Maitri, and servantship, Dajya, for Sri Krishna, the Lord of Dvaraka. Here Dajya refers, says Sridhara Swami, to servanthood. Servanthood consists in rendering services to the Lord, it is waiting upon or attendance on the Lord and worshipping Him. Therefore there is hardly any difference between offering of activities or karma, karma arpana, and attendance on the Lord, kinkarya, and rendering services to Him. Sri Mukunda Dasa, Goswami explains offering of all actions or karma as dedication of one's normal and natural activities, such as eating, etc., and also offering of the various features and ingredients of worship, and kinkarya as one's being engaged in the service of the Lord with the inner feeling of considering oneself as an attendant of the Lord. Translator's note, the slokas that follow require some preliminary explanation without which the meaning may not be clear to the reader. Just as the Parabhasika word bhava has been used by the god Ayas in two aspects, first as the beginning of Prema Bhakti, Bhava Bhakti, and again as the culmination of Prema through the states of Sneha, Mana, Pranaya, Raga, and Uraga, to Bhava and Mahabhava, see introduction, so also the Parabhasika word Dajya both in the sense of a form of sadhana bhakti and also as a form of the primary sthāyi bhava or permanent attitude as Dajyaratai. The word Dajya as it appears in the succeeding slokas is used in the sense of sadhana bhakti, le. As preparatory practice, which is matured into bhava bhakti. Thus Dajya as sadhana bhakti means some deeds of service to the Lord as becomes a servant devoted to the Master. Sri Rupa Goswami however mentions here Sridhara Swami's use of Dajya sadhana bhakti as being of two varieties, though Sri Rupa Goswami himself does not agree with Sridhara Swami in this respect. According to Sridhara Swami, Dajya sadhana bhakti may be either in the form of offering one's activities of everyday life, barring, of course, those that are considered as unclean, to the Lord, or as reciting the name of the Lord, repeating the mantrams or revealed syllables or meditating on the qualities of the Lord or the life's events of the Lord. Sri Rupa Goswami holds, however, that Dajya sadhana bhakti does not consist in offering the daily activities or even the duties one has to perform because of one's station in life to the Lord. Dajya sadhana bhakti would not be bhakti, pure and unadulterated, if it were mixed up with karma. Therefore Dajya sadhana bhakti means those special acts of Vaisnavas, such as, repeating the mantras, chanting the name of the Lord, meditating on the events of the life of the Lord, which constitute sadhana bhakti as Dajya. Dajya as service means serving the Lord in these specific forms. 183 Text 184, Tatra Dhyamyatha Skanda Tasmin Samarpatam Karma Svabhavakam Apts Vair Bhav Bait Gavado Dharmas Tat Karma Kimit Kripitam 184 Translation, so the Adya, i.e. the first of the two forms of Dajya, viz. dedication or offering of one's actions, it is said in the Skanda Puranam that when offering of man's daily normal activities, such as eating etc., to the Lord is reckoned as Bhagavadadharma, there is hardly any need to add that services to the Lord at the time of worship must be Bhagavadadharma, i.e. religion in relation to the Lord. 18 plus commentary, Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami says that Bhagavadadharma in the text here means that service as a way to the attainment of the Lord is dharma, and tat karma means telling beads, meditation, etc. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that if dedication of man's daily normal activities to the Lord were Bhagavadadharma, what wonder is there at singing and listening to the praise and glories of the Lord for his delight should be called Bhagavadadharma. 184 Text 185, Karma Svabhavakam Bhadram Japad Hyanarkandi Ca Idadam Dvividham Krisn Vaisnavar Dajyam Arpatam 185 Translation, if both normal good activities or karma and also telling of beads, meditation, worship, etc. at the time of worship of the deity in the temple, be offered to Sri Krishna by Vaisnavas, then it is called Dajya. 185 Commentary, Stijiva Goswami comments that here in the text the desired Dajya is of two kinds, viz. First, the desirable actions as prescribed for the four classes of Varna, one born with the qualities and activities as according to one's actions in previous life as Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra, and the four stations of life or ashrama, according to one's temperament, natural inclinations, and fitness or competency relative to one's stage of life as Brahmachari, Grastha, Vanaprastha and Sannyasi or Yatai, but such karma of the four varmas and four ashramas must be excluded which are unacceptable according to the prohibitions of the scriptures, for offering to the Lord, and secondly, karma here includes telling of beads, inaudible muttering of the revealed syllables and the name of the Lord, meditation, arcana, or worship in the temple etc. If these two forms of normal karma and telling beads, meditation etc. is offered to Sri Krishna by a Vaisnava, then it is called Dajya. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out, however, that here normal actions mean eating, sleeping, which are natural and good actions of individual Vaisnava, but normal actions which are unwholesome, such as cleansing of teeth or washing one's feet or going to the privy, etc. must be excluded from desirable daily natural actions of an individual Vaisnava to be offered to the Lord and must not be called Dajya. But the daily prescribed and prohibited karmas are indeed not wholesome, because in the first canto of the Bhagavatam, in chapter 5, sloka 12, sage Narada addressing Sri Vyasadeva says, when restraining one's senses, practices that bear liberation or moksha as fruit, or every unqualified knowledge do not appear in all their beauties if they be devoid of devotion to Lord Vishnu and if they be not offered to him, how can karmas or actions done with the object of reaping fruits therefrom, followed by enjoyments or sufferings, or karmas which are prohibited be wholesome if they be not dedicated for the Lord for his acceptance? How can such karma of worldly-minded and godless person purify the dirt of his heart? Again in the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam in chapter 20, sloka 26, Lord Sri Krishna tells Uddhava, the scriptures have laid down the injunctions and prohibitions for enjoyments and sufferings of the people of the 4 Vamas and 4 Ashramas in order gradually to turn them astray from their natural attachment for earthly values of life, that is to say, the very tendency towards an attachment to worldliness and pleasures is the impurity of the heart. But such normal inclination of an individual cannot suddenly be stopped. Hence this one should do and this one should not do. Such prescriptions and prohibitions of the scriptures are meant slowly to curb the tendency for worldliness and gradually to bring one round the path of detachment and make one turn to God. Therefore, if the daily duties of life were offered to God, then such karma can be said to be sattvika karma, but not dajya sadhana bhakti. In the Bhagavatam Canto 11, Chapter 25, Sloka 23, Lord Krishna tells Uddhava, O Uddhava, if one in one station of life offers one's daily obligatory and optional karma to me without hankering after any fruit therefrom, then such karma is sattvika karma. It is rajas karma if it be offered to me with the object of attaining fruits, while it is tamasa karma which is performed with malicious motives and not offered to me. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami further points out that by honest and rigid performance of one's daily karma as prescribed in accordance with one's varna and ashrama and offering them to the Lord, one can attain only knowledge about the Lord, but not bhakti. In support of this statement, Sri Mukunda Dasa further quotes from the Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 20, Sloka 21, where Lord Krishna addressing Uddhava says, in this world one who follows the duties of varna and ashrama according to the prescriptions of the scriptures and who is sinless and pure-hearted attains unmixed knowledge, and it is only by an inexplicable fortune that one can gain bhakti in me. Offering of inaudible muttering of the mantras or revealed syllables and chanting the name of the Lord and of meditation or worship is dajya. In the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam in Chapter 5 and Sloka 23, in reply to the question of King Hiranyakasipu what is highest education, Prince Prahlada said, Father, consider it to be the highest form of education to surrender oneself completely with body and mind to Lord Vishnu for following one or all the 9 forms of bhakti, viz. 1. Listening to, 2. Singing, 3. Meditating upon the name, form, beauty, qualities, pastimes of Lord Vishnu, Krishna, 4. Service to his feet, 5. His worship, 6. Praying hymns, 7. Attendance on him or dajya, 8. Establishing friendly feeling for him, and 9. Self-dedication. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that their normal karma should be understood as karmas in relation to the varnas and ashramas, and that such karmas should be wholesome and not undesirable, such as washing of hands after going to the privy, and mediation, worship, inaudible chanting of the revealed syllables, etc. is also karma. When both these forms of karma are offered by a Vaisnavas to Lord Vishnu, then only they are termed dajya. 185 Text 186, Patridus radasya kathitis valpakarmadhikan tatadarpatam hara dajyam iti ikaisid ud triate 186 Translation, one whose faith in the Lord is rather mild is also partially eligible for such karma, and if such a one offers his karma to Lord Hari, it is also called dajya by some. 186 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the author Sri Rupa Goswami has subsequently shown that though inaudible chanting, meditation, worship, etc. cannot be said to be dajya if they are not offered to the Lord, yet they are accepted as elements or angas of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti. But the fourfold natural karma cannot be said to be angas of unalloyed bhakti. Therefore it is not the author's own view. But some people hold the view that offering of karma of those who cherish mild faith in the Lord is also called dajya. In the same manner, arpatam in the text of Sloka 186 means offering itself. But in the Bhagavatam, in the words of Prince Prahlada, as stated above, according to Sridhara Swamna's comment, the 9 forms of bhakti if offered to Lord Vishnu are to be accepted as the highest form of education. Therefore, he makes a difference between offering of karma arpanam and dajya or service rendered to the Lord. Sri Mukunda Dasa comments that the expression by some in the text refers to Sridhara Swami and others, who call offering of karma to the Lord by those who have mild faith in the Lord as Dajya. Sri Visvanatha points out that Sri Rupa Goswami hereafter has established meditation on the Lord, telling beads and chanting of the Lord's name, worship, etc. as pure bhakti even if they be not offered to the Lord. But the aforesaid karma of varna and ashrama cannot be pure bhakti even if they were offered to God. So, to call such offering of karma of varna and ashrama as bhakti is not the viewer of the author Sri Rupa Goswami, for he has already defined pure bhakti as untouched by karma, mana, yoga, etc. In the text, mild faith means not having firm faith in the belief that it is only by following the way of pure bhakti everything else is fully attained. 186 Text 187, Dvishi Yamyatha Naradi Tha Yajya Herardzai Karmand Manasagiya Nikolasi Ap Avast Sujay Fivanmata Saosai 8 187 Translation, the second of the two forms of Dajya, it is said in the Naradiya Puranam that one who cherishes the desire to serve and whose effort are all engaged in the service of Lord Hari with body, mind, and speech, is a liberated person under all circumstances even while living in this world, and such a one escape future births. 187 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami comments that one's attempts for the service of Lord Hari means one's desire to serve the Lord with the idea I am my Lord's servant. The author Sri Rupa Goswami here asserts his own view on the subject. Sri Mukunda Dasa however explains efforts for the service of Lord Hari as serving Lord Hari with body, mind, and speech with the feeling L belong to my Lord. For example, in the 9th canto of the Bhagavatam, chapter 4, sloka 18-20, Sri Sukadeva Goswami addressing King Parikshita says, King Ambarisa engaged his mind in the mediation of the lotus-like beautiful feet of Lord Sri Krishna, his words in singing the glories of the Lord, his ears in listening to the events of the divine life of the Lord, his pair of eyes in seeing the temple of Lord Mukunda, his skin in touching the sacred body of pure devotees of the Lord, his nose in smelling the sacred and sweet scent of the tulasi and sandal offered at the feet of the Lord, his tongue in tasting the fount offered to the Lord, his pair of foot in traveling on pilgrimage to the places associated with the Lord, his head in bowing before the Lord's feet, and all his desires in the service of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. King Ambarisa did not employ his senses for sense pleasures. 187 Text 188, Atha Sakyam Visvtso Mitra Vrita Ca Sakyam Dvividham Tridam 188 Translation, 48, next is Sakyam or friendship, the wise have called Sakyam, companionship or friendship, of two kinds, based on faith and temperament of friendly feelings. 188 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami here points out that of the two kinds of sakyam or friendliness, i.e. one based on faith and the other based on one's normal and innate disposition for the Lord as a friend, the first view belongs to others and the second is the author's own view. The word mitra means friend in all its bearing. For example, in the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, chapter 14, sloka 32, Brahma while offering his hymns in praise of Lord Sri Krishna stays, how fortunate is Nanda and other Brajavasis! What a fortune! The all-blissful, eternal and the absolute Brahman is their friend. In the text the friendly affection by term parament means the natural feeling for the Lord, as when one says L am thy friend. 188 Text 189, Tatra Dhyamyatha Mahabharat Pradajan Tava Govinda Nami Bhakya Pranajyati Iti Samsmi Itya Sanismi Itya Pran Samdradmi Aham 189 Translation, first, i.e. Sakyam by faith in the Mahabharata, Sri Draupadi addressing Lord Sri Krishna says, O Lord Govinda! It is thy promise that thy devotees shall not completely be ruined, and this remembering again and again one hold my life. 189 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the faith of Sri Draupadi expressed in the words thy promise, O Govinda, has been cited here as an example of Sakyam based on faith in Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti. But later on it will be shown that Sri Draupadi is one amongst the eternal associates of the Lord in Prema Bhakti, i.e. this feeling of Sri Draupadi is an Anubhava, one that follows in the wake of Vibhava, of Prema Bhakti, and does not belong to Sadhana Bhakti. but it is not wholly impossible that on rare occasions even prima bhaktas act like sadhana bhaktas. It is for this reason that Sri Draupadi's words have been cited here as an example of sadhana bhakta's particular anga or element, Sakhya. Such examples can be found in the Bhagavatam, also, e.g. Canto 11, Chapter 2, Sloka 55. While describing the signs of a superior devotee, sage Sri Havi addressing King Nimai says, he is a superior devotee whose heart the Supreme Lord Hari with his feet bound by the silken tie of pranaya, see Introduction, Section 12, cannot leave the Lord, the very utterance of whose name even inadvertently, destroys all sins. Here the action of binding the feet of the Lord within the heart with the tie of pranaya is a special aspect of prema, as an anubhava of the Lord's associates. Even this action of the highest, prima bhakta has been cited by sage Havi as an example of a spiritual act in the state of sadhana. In the preliminary stage of spiritual practices, Sri Mukunda Das Goswami observes that in the above quotation of the words of Sri Draupadi as an example of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti, it is understood that in such citations only the relevant applicable portions should be accepted as an example, and not necessarily the whole of the verse quoted. In this way, quotations have been cited in this book in some places. For example, while explaining the signs of the sprouting of Bhava Bhakti, the words of the Siddha Bhakta King Parikshita have been cited. In the first canto, chapter 19, sloka 15 of the Bhagavatam, the dying King Parikshita, addressing the assembled Munis and Arsas said, O Brahmanas! May you all and Devi Ganga know this cursed self, whose mind is now fixed in the Supreme Lord Krishna, as one who has taken shelter in you. Let the witchcraft or Maya sent by the Brahmana boy or the serpent bite me with ease and without fear, one do not desire to oppose it in any way whatsoever. May you only sing uninterruptedly the glories of Lord Venu so that I may hear them. Here the Siddha Bhakta, one who has already attained the highest stage of bhakti, King Parikshita is cited as an example of a devotee in whom only Bhava Bhakti is sprouting. 189 Text 190, Tatha Akada Ca 115 Tibhavina Vibhavahite Pyakio Hasam Ritir Ajit Atmasurdabhir Vimragyat N Akalati Bhagavad Padravidanel Lavanimafird Ham Apaya Sa Vafagavagrayat 11901. Translation, further example of Sakhya based on faith as an anga or element of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti is quoted from the Bhagavatam, where addressing King Nimai, the sage Sri Havi says, one who does not deviate even for the twinkling of an eye from the constant remembrance of the divine feet of the Supreme Lord Sri Hari, who is unattainable by the uncontrolled gods of heaven who aspire after attainment of the kingdom of heaven, is a great Vaisnava. 190 Translators note, it is stated that friendly affection, Sakhya, and complete self-surrender, Atmanivdana, the two forms of angas or features of bhakti, are extremely rare. Only in some devotees of exceptional merit they are sometimes observed. They, in fact, are the characteristics of the accomplished devotees of the eternal order, i.e. associates and attendants of the Lord in the divine realm. Therefore their mention as angas of sadhana bhakti, then is, bhakti to be realized or accomplished by practice, will appear to be not quite appropriate in the present context. If they are mentioned however here, it is because in very rare cases the belief that matures into friendly affection, Sakhya, and complete self-surrender, Atmanivdana, may arson be observed in advanced devotees in this earth. 190 Text 191, Sradhan Prajya Tad Baki Ayat Hiktitva Hituda Angatvamasya Visvasavisa Asiya to resave 19% Translation, Sraddha or faith is a necessary conditional of eligibility for the worship of the Lord, and this faith is an aspect, anga, of the belief in the supreme and absolute reality of Lord Kesava, Krishna. 191 Commentary, Sri Jiva, observes, though the two terms Sraddha and Visvasa are ordinarily regarded as synonyms, yet one may describe the primary stage as one of Sraddha or faith, and the subsequent stage as one of Visvasa or belief, in the reality of the object of faith. And thus a distinction may be drawn between the two, though usually they are treated as synonyms. Translators note, the difference between Sraddha and Visvasa is the same as the difference between a determinable and a determinate. This may be explained by an illustration. Color is a determinable, and its determinants are red, blue, black, white, green, etc. Thus the determinable color becomes determinate as red or blue color. In the same way, Sraddha is the primary stage, a stage of faith in general. It becomes specific as Visvasa or belief in Kesava as the Lord and the Supreme Reality. 191 Text 192, Dvishi Yamyatha Agastyasamitayam Parikarya Paral Kesit Prasdasusiya Sarate Mayamyus Yant Eva Tam Drastam Vyava Harchua Ca Bandhyavad 192 L. Translation. Secondly, friendly feelings. It is said in the Agastya Samhita that there are certain devotees who look upon the deity with an intense attachment as of a friend, such as one feels towards a man in this world, and this with the object of rendering personal services, and behaving with the deity like a friend, as an attendant friend does, sleeps inside the temple. 192 Text 193, Ragnugden Gatajyasyad Vidhamarganapek Sanat Margadvayanakatna Sadhide Sakya Ratirmata 193 Translation, as Sakya, as an Anga of Vaidh1 Sadhana Bhakti, such as is described in the previous verse, is not bound by the rules and regulations of Vaidhi Bhakti. The friendly feelings for the deity even in the temple truly becomes an Anga of Raganuga Bhakti. Therefore Sakyabhakti in both the paths of Vaidhi and Raganuga Bhakti is Sakyabhakti as a process of sadhana or spiritual practice, and has Sakyarati as its fruit, i.e. Sakyabhakti in the stage of sadhana ripens into Sakyarati as the fruit of sadhana. 193 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami points out that though the quotation here should have come under the heading of Raganuga Bhakti, yet it should also be accepted as a part of Vaidhi Bhakti as well. That is the contention of the author. 193 Translators note, in the text Sakyarati in both the two paths of Vaidhi and Raganuga refers to the fact that though Sakya or intimate friendly feelings for the Lord is independent of the regulations of the scriptures and is in most cases aroused out of intense longing for serving the Lord in the way the eternal associates of the Lord, such as his friends, his parents or the gopis in Braja serve him, is essentially an Anga of Raganuga Bhakti. Yet it is not absolutely uncommon that at times some devotees in the stage of their spiritual practices, while still in bondage, develop this intimate friendly feeling for the deity in the temple, which is the essential aspect of Vaidhi Bhakti, and Sakyarati, which is the fruit of Sakya Bhakti, grows out of it. 4. It has been described by Sri Rupa Goswami that Raganuga Bhakti is possible for an individual being when an intense longing is aroused in the heart of a sadhaka by his or her listening to the rapturous ways in which the Ragatmikas, i.e. the CO manifestations of the Supreme Lord out of his inconceivable prerogative as Sri Radha and Gopis in Madhurarati, as Nanda Yasoda in Vatsalyarati, Sridama, Sudama, Suvala, Madhumangala in Sakyarati, and Citrika, Patrika in Dajurati, serve the Lord. Ragatmikas must not be confounded with the Raganugas. No individual finite soul or jiva even at the highest stage of its spiritual attainment can become a Ragatmika, nor can such an individual Atma attain Ragatmika Bhakti. It is only in subordination to the Ragatmikas who are the Lord's eternal associates, such as is mentioned before, and with an intense longing for following in the wake of the ways and feelings of the Ragatmikas that an individual jiva in bondage can attain Sakya Bhakti, which finally develops into Sakyarati as Raganuga Bhakti. Sadha Bhakti is both Vaidhi and Raganuga. In Vaidhi Bhakti, everything is dictated by the injunctions and prohibitions of the scriptures, whereas in Raganuga Bhakti the dominant factor is not directions of the scriptures but an intense longing and taste for serving the Lord in the way the CO eternal associates of the Lord, who are called Ragatmikas, serve the Lord lovingly. The essential characteristic of Raganuga Bhakti is, therefore, not to be guided by the scriptures. But because at times it has been found that some sadhaka in their preliminary stages of spiritual practices gradually develop a longing for serving the Lord, even in the stage of bondage, as in the stage of worshipping the deity in the temple, in the wake of the ways and feelings of the eternal associates in the eternal order, Sri Rupa Goswami has mentioned Sakya as an Anga of Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, though truly it is an Anga of Raganuga Sadhana Bhakti. 193 Text 194, Athad Manavedanam, Yatha Ekadas 116 Martya Yata Tyakta Samasta Karma Nivditam Tavasi Kurfi Itami Tatam Retat Vaprat Ipad Yamdana Matmabut Yaya Ca Kalpate Vi 194 Translation, 49, Next, Self-Dedication. In the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam, Lord Sri Krishna tells Sri Uddhava, when man dissociates himself from all karma or gives up all karma and completely dedicates his self to me, then desire to give him the highest good and eternal life, and he crosses the door of death and attains a body similar to mine. 194 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that when an individual dedicates one's Atma or self to the Lord, naturally the Paramatma, i.e. Lord, takes control of him as a kinsman does for one's own kin. In such a stage of self-dedication to the Lord, one gives up all forms of daily earthly duties, i.e. duties that are incumbent on one as arising out of one's station in life. In such a stage the Lord himself desires to give him the highest good, i.e. Bhakti, and he conquers death, i.e. becomes immortal, and attains Sarsi Makti, i.e. majesties equal to the Lord. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami says that one who has attained to the stage of complete self-dedication, Atmanavedana, has simultaneously also abstained from all wrongdoing, i.e. actions or karmas contrary to or showing neglect of the Vedic prescriptions, and also must have given up all earthly responsibilities to one's wife and children, etc. He has thereby conquered death and attained all the divine qualities of a pure devotee. 194 Text 195, Arthad Vidatma Sabdasya Panditir Upapayat Devya Hanias Padam Kaisa Diha Kaishya Mamat Vabak 195 Translation, the wise has said that the self, in self-dedication, is of two kinds. Some say that dedication of one's egoism is Atmanivdana, and others say that dedication of one's bodily attachments and of such that is related to the bhakti is self-dedication. 195 Text 196, Tatradahi, Yatha Yam and Karyastatre Vapuradiso tu Pi Va Gunato Sani Yatha Tathavidatadayam Tavapada Padmeo Rahamad Yiva Maya Samarpada 196 Translation, of these two, dedication of one's egoism or misidentification of the pure self with the physical body, it has been said in the hymns of Sri Yamunacharya, O Lord, dedicate myself completely to thee, even though the self may be now engaged either in the physical body as a human being or be in heaven in the form of a god owing to some good actions, or in whatever condition it may now be, such an I offer this very day at thy lotus feet. 196 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami says that according to the various theories, whatever may be this T in its essential nature, to dedicate oneself, whether misconceiving oneself either as a man or as a god or anything else, one's egoism, this very day to the feet of the Lord is self-dedication. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes, O Lord, because of my past actions and qualities, if one am born as a bird or beast or man or god in heaven, in such births in whatever conditions I be, whether in sound health or as physically mutilated, this my perverted over to thee this very day. Translators note, the different theories about this self vary. Some hold the physical body as the self, others call the senses as the self, or the mind the self, or intelligence the self, or the reflected Brahman as intelligence the self. Some hold it to be a separated part of Brahman, and others call this self an intelligent Atma. All these different conceptions about the self shall come under Atmanivdana or dedication of one's or egoism. 196 Text 197, Dihu, Yatha Bhaktaviv Ksintanku Ridin Na Rox Dyer Vikvatasia Yatha Pasata Thrupayan Harada Ham Virametasia Rax Anat 197 LL Translation. Secondly, dedication of body. It has been stated in the Bhaktivivka that just as one has not to worry about the protection and watching of an animal which has been disposed of, so also one ceases to think about how one would be looked after once an individual has dedicated his body and soul to the feet of Lord Hari. 197 Text 198, Tuskarat Vina Viral Dve Sakidimam Vidane Kesan Seed Evadhiranam Labhate Sadhanaratam 198 Translation, as both Sakyantamate friendly feelings, for the Lord aroused of spontaneous and intense longing for such feelings, and Atmanivdana, complete dedication of one's ego and body and soul to the feet of the Lord, are very very rare and difficult. It is only a very few deserving and qualified persons with ever-deepening faith that are found to possess them as results of their spiritual practices. 198 Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami observes that self-dedication, Atmanivdana, is rare only because it is very difficult to dedicate oneself completely to the Lord, but not because it is not rare in its glories, as there is want of intense, personal feelings for the Lord, whereas Sakya is rare both because it is very very difficult to attain and also because of its superb feelings for the Lord irrespective of any scriptural guidance. But if Atmanivdana or self-dedication also was enriched by association of intense feelings for the Lord, then it also becomes rare in both ways. Of these two forms of Atmanivdana or self-dedication, i.e. dedication of one's I and dedication of one's attachment for the body and all that is associated with the body, and such dedication with intense feeling of erection for the Lord, King Bala's Atmanivdana or dedication illustrates the former, i.e. complete self-dedication without however a feeling of intense attachment for the Lord. Sri Jiva further points out the difference between Atmanivdana, self-dedication, and Saranagati or self-surrender. In self-surrender, Saranagati, one considers oneself being under the protection of the Lord, i.e. considers oneself to be completely subservient to the Lord and to be under his protection, while in self-dedication, Atmanivdana, one offers one's body and all attachments related to the body, with or without an intense feeling of intimacy for the Lord. As regards Atmanivdana enriched by intimate feelings for the Lord, one may take the example of King Ambarisa. It is said in the 9th canto, chapter 4, slokas 18-20 of the Bhagavatam, King Ambarisa engaged his mind in the meditation of the lotus-like beautiful feet of Lord Sri Krishna, his faculty of speech in singing the glories of the Lord, his 2 hands in cleansing the temple of the Lord, his ears in listening to the discourses on the divine events of the life of Lord Sri Krishna, his eyes in seeing the temple of Lord Mukunda, his tactile sense in touching the sacred body of the pure devotees of the Lord, his olfactory sense in smelling the sweet odor of the offered tulasi leaves, his tongue in tasting the food etc. offered to the Lord through the process of the revealed syllables, his feet in traveling on foot to the sacred places of pilgrimage associated with the Lord, his head bowed at the feet of Lord Hari, and all his desires employed for being blessed with the dajya or service of the Supreme Lord. The king did not engage his senses for any earthly pleasures. In the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam, the Lord has also described about self-dedication or Atmanivdana to him attended with the feelings of a personal servant. In like manner, in the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, chapter 52, sloka 39, it is stated how Queen Rukmini in Dvaraka dedicated herself to Lord Sri Krishna with the most intimate feelings for the Supreme Lord as her eternal and divine consort. She wrote a letter to the Lord thus, O beloved, O great one, look upon thee as my divine husband and have therefore dedicated myself completely to thee. Do please come to Dvaraka and graciously accept me as thy queen. Similar examples can be multiplied of self-dedication with intimate friendly feelings and affection for the Lord. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out that Sakya discounts all injunctions and prohibitions and shows itself in spontaneous intense intimate feelings for the Lord, while extreme endurance of hunger and thirst is characteristic of self-dedication or Atmanivdana. All this shows that both are extremely rare. The word adhira in the text means those devotees who are advanced and have deep-rooted faith. 198 Text 199, Atha Nija Priyapaharanamadthaya Kadas 117 Yad Yad Ifidadamalok Yak Seti Priyam Manad Tad Tan Nivdayan Mahaya Tad Anant Yakalpate 199 Translation, 50, Offering of one's dear objects. Lord Sri Krishna tells Sri Uddhava in the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam, if objects which are much desired and which are very dear to a person be offered to me, then such gifts bear permanent fruits. 199 Commentary, Sri Mukunda Dasa observes that not only one should offer objects of one's own liking and which are dear to oneself, but one should also offer such things like gunja, a impale shrub bearing red and black berries, and a garland made of the seeds of these red blackberries is called gunjamala, peacock's feathers etc. which are dear to Lord Sri Krishna. 199 Text 200, Atha tad arthkilasestatam, Yathapan kardire lokaki vidiki vapi yakti akriyat mun havi sevnuk leva sd karita bhaktim akata 200 Translation, all endeavors for the sake of Lord Krishna, it is said in the Narada Pancaratra, O great sage. All forms of activities, conventional or Vedic, that are prevalent in society, should be offered to Lord Hari and favorably employed for his service if one should aspire after pure bhakti. 200 Commentary, Srimukunda Dasa Goswami observes that one should not offer those karmas to the Lord, which are not meant for his service or are not acceptable for the Lord's service. 200 Text 201, Atha Savanpada, Yatha Havi Bhakti Vilas Tavas Miti Vadan Vdcd Ayathiva Manasavidan Tatsthanam Ashratastan Vamodate Saranagaya 202 Translation, 52, Next, self-surrender. It is stated in the Harab Hakti Vilasa that one who expresses oneself in the words, Lord, 1 am thine, and also mentally thinks so, and physically takes abode in the Lord's realm, exemplifies true self-surrender in his being. 200 Text 202, $I Narazirn he cat var prapano smi saranat Davadeva Janardana iti yasaranath praptas tar klesid udarami aham 202 il Translation, it is said by the Lord in Enrasinhaparanam, one deliver him from all miseries who, saying O Lord of Lords, O Janardana, one surrender myself unto thee takes refuge in me. 202 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami says that the word sarana has two meanings. Firstly, it means dependence on the Lord as the only protector, and secondly it means taking complete shelter at the feet of the Lord. In the above text, I surrender myself unto thee means Lord, I accept thee as my protector. The Lord delivers such a person from all his afflictions. 202 Text 203, Athatadiandam Savanam told Sayayathsknda Ydidristanikald Gosanga Samani Sprista Vapupavani Raganam Abhivanditan Nirasani Sikadniakatres I Pradid Setividayant Bhagavayan Krishnasya Santrapitan Nyast Takkarain Vimati Faladatasya e Tulasya e Nama 203 il Translation, 53, serving those associated with the Lord, such as Tulasilat is mentioned in the Skanda Puranam, bow down to the Tulasi the very sight of which destroys all sins, the touch of which purifies. Lowly birth, making obeisances to which acts as an antidote to all diseases and sufferings, sprinkling water at whose root removes all fears of death, planting of which makes one devoted to the feet of Sri Krishna, and offering of which at the feet of Sri Krishna gives special muddy, i.e. Prima Bhakti. 203 Text 204 to 205, Tatsya Tatrava Dristasprista Tathadhyata Kinta Namit Studarapit Sevit Nityam Pijid Tulas Subha 204 Navid Tulasm Divya Yebajanti Dine Dine Uga Koti Sahasrani Te Vasanti Hararjiahi 205 L Translation, it is further stated in the Skanda Puranam that he who serves Tulasi daily in the 9 ways, viz. Daily seeing, touching, meditating on, singing the glories of, making obeisances to, listening discourses about, planting and growing 5 leaves of it daily, and otherwise serving it makes Tulasi a bestower of benefits, whereby he attains the fruit of living in the house of Lord Hari for thousands of years. 204-205 Text 206, Athasastrasia $4 Matra Samakutar Hyad Bhakti Pratipadakam 206 Translation, 54, Serving Scriptures. Here scriptures or sastras mean those books, which establish bhakti. 206 Text 207, Yathaskandayas Navani $2 Yesrinvanti Pathanti Siadhanyast Manavalok Disarn Krishna Prasadatai 207 I Translation, blessed are they in this world who, study and listen to Vaisnava literature, and Lord Sri Krishna is pleased with them. 207 Text 2.08, Vaisnavani tu sastrant yarkayanti grihinara sarvappavinir muktabhavani I suravandita 208 I Translation, those who worship Vaisnava scriptures in their homes are freed from all sins and are adored by the gods. 208 Text 2.09, Tasthate Vaisnavam Sastram Likatanyajya Mandir Tatra Narayanodavas Vayam Vasati Endrata 209 Translation, O Narada, in the house in which Vaisnava scriptures are written and then preserved, Lord Narayana himself makes his abode. 209 Text 210, Tatha Srt Bhagavat Dvada Ca 118 Sarva Vedanta Sarahai Sent Rebite Digavatam Ifiyate Tadre Samrita Triptasia Nanayatra Sydd Rated Kvasit 210 2 Translation, in the 12th canto of the Bhagavatam, Sri Sutta Goswami told Sri Saunaka and other saints that Srimad Bhagavatam is the essence of the Vedanta, i.e. Upanishads. One who has been able to quench thirst by drinking its ambrosia nectar shall have no further taste for any other scriptures. 210 Text 211, Atha Matharayatha Adi Ivarahi Mathurdiyaka Paratyajya Yoniatra Kurat Radam Mudho Bitramadisam Sir Mohita Mamam Daya 211 IL Translation, 55, taking residence in Mathura, in the Adi Ivaraha Puranam the Lord said, the unwise who desires to live in any other place of pilgrimage after leaving his residence in Mathura, is led astray by my Maya, i.e. my deluding power, into the labyrinth of worldliness. 211 Text 212, Brahmande ca Trailokyvarti Tirthnam Savant Durlabha Hayo Patanandamate Siddhir Mathura Sparsamatreya 212 I Translation. It is stated in the Brahmanda Puranam that what is extremely difficult of attainment in all the places of pilgrimage in this wide world, is that supramundane bliss-giving fruit, i.e. Prema Bhakt, which is attained by the very touch of Mathura. 212 Text 213, Sruka Samrita Kirtata ca Vadashita Prisksita Gata Sprista Dalarita Sevita ca Mathurabistita and Renam iti Kyatara Paransu na Vistarabhyasayat 213 IL Translation. The Puranas have elaborately described how Mathura offers all the desired ends, with their climax in Prema Bhakti, if one should hear, remember, glorify, desire, see from distance, go near, touch, the dust thereof, accept as one's place of residence, and serve by cleansing the place of Mathura. For fear of volume of the book, they are not mentioned here in detail. 213 Text 214, Atha Vaisnavan am Savanaryatha Padmi Aradhananar Sarvesar Vina Aradhanar Param Tasmat Paratarath Devi Tadiyanath Samarkanam 214 2 Translation, 56, Service of Vaisnavas, in the Padma Puranam Sri Siva addressing Sri Parvati says, O Devi, of the various worships of different gods and goddesses, the worship of Vinu is superior, and even superior to it is the worship of the devotee of Lord Vinu, i.e. Vaisnavas. 214 Text 215, Shritai ca 119 Yat Sivaya Bhagavatal ki Ideastasia Mududvifiad Ratai Raso Bhavastavra 0 Padayer Vyasandrestanad 215 Translation, in the Bhagavatam Sri Vijaya told Maitreya Muni that in the service of the devotees, in whose hearts Lord Madhusudana is ever present, lies the spring of all sin-dispelling profound prema for the feet of the Lord. 215 Text 216, Skanda ca Sankakakrankatanasareza Manjarid Haragopi Kandanali Tango Drista Set Tadagam Kyuta 216 Translation, it is said in the Skanda Puranam, is there any possibility of continuance of any sin if one sees a Vaisnava, whose body is marked with the signs of conch, will, mace, lotus of Lord Vinu, on whose head there is Tulasi Manjari, and whose body is decorated with tilaka, upward Vaisnava marks, painted with Gopi Kandana. 216 Text 217, Pradham ca 120 Yefida Sasmarit Puis da Sadiad Kadyanti Vigrihad Kia Punar Darkanas Barkapada Kokt Sandadabhayo 217 IL Translation, in the first canto of the Bhagavatam King Parikshita, addressing Sri Sutta Goswami, says, what wonder that man will be sanctified by seeing, touching, washing the feet and offering seats to the Vaisnavas, whose very remembrance instantly makes a man pure. 21/Text 218, Adi Praduyemi Bhakta Jana Partha and Amy Bhakta Cate Jana Madbhakyanam Ca Bhaktas Te Bhakta Tamamayahi 218 Translation, in the Adi Puranam Lord Sri Krishna, addressing Arjuna, says, O Partha, those who are devoted to me are not my real devotees, but those who are devoted to my devotees are my true devotees. 218 Text 219, Yavanti Bhagavad Bhaktarangani Kathaitan the Prayastavanti Tad Bhakta Bhaktar API Buddhavija 219 translation, of the different angas of Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti that have been described here, most are recognized by the wise as those related to pure devotees as aspects of pure bhakti. 219 Text 220, Atha Yathavaibhava Mahatsavo, Yathapadmi Yakarati Mahipala Harargahi Mahotsavam Tajyapai Bhavati Nityar Hari Lok Mahotsava 220 translation, 57, celebration or festival about the glories of the Lord, it is mentioned in the Padris Puranam, O King. If one celebrates festivals in the temple of Lord Hari, then such a person's festivals are ever celebrated in the realm of Lord Hari, as a result thereof. 220 Text 221, Atha Yathatro Yatha Padmi Yatha Damodare Bhaktavat Sali Vidito Janatajya Yantadi Iso Masas Valpam AP Urakarika 222 translation, 58, respect for Urjaop Kartika Breda, it is stated in the Padma Puranam, as Lord Damodara is well known as affectionate to his devotees, i.e. the Lord gives greater importance to small things about his own devotees, so also the month of Kartika, which is dear to him, gives one much even for little service and very little spiritual practices during this month. 221 Text 222, Tatrapai Mathirdhyam Viso, Yath Tatrava Bhakim Mutim Hanradated Arsato Niatra 7 Bhaktim 2 Na Dadadi Eva Yato Vajyakari Hari 222 I translation, special efficacy of Kartika Breda in Mathura. It is said in the Padma Puranam that Lord Hari gives enjoyments and liberation, buddhi and muddy, to the devotees who observe Kartika Breda in worshipping the Lord during the month of Kartika anywhere other than Mathura, but does not bestow bhakti because bhakti binds clown the Lord to his devotees. 222 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that the intention of the text here in saying that the Lord does not bestow bhakti because it binds him down to such devotee, is that it does not really cause any unhappiness to the Lord being subordinated to his devotees by the superior power of bhakti. This is intended to establish the excellence of bhakti as distinct from buddhi and muddy, as the last two have no power to make the Lord bound down to those to whom he offers them. Bhakti, which has the potency of subordinating even the Supreme Lord, should not be offered by the Lord to the undeserving. So long as one is not eligible for it, the Lord does not give bhakti. This eligibility lies in the independence of bhakti of any other desire excepting desire for bhakti itself. But even if one is not thus eligible for the blessings of bhakti, such eligibility is easily and immediately attained if one observes Kartika Breda in Mathura, i.e. if Lord Damodara is worshipped in Mathura in the month of Kartika. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out that if one observes Kartika Breda in any place other than Mathura and without any attachment for the Lord, then such a person receives the boons of buddhi and muddy from the Lord, and not bhakti. It is not proper that the Lord should make himself subordinated to one by giving him bhakti when such a person has no attachment for the Lord. It is thus that the Lord does not give them bhakti. But the worship of Lord Damodara in Mathura in the month of Kartika has such spiritual force that one becomes eligible for the Lord's blessing of bhakti. 222 Text 223, SDT Vajast Harar Bhaktir Labyate Kadratik Nare Mayath Urayam Sacred API SII Damdara Savannah 223 translation, it is said in the Padma Puranam that if one serves Lord Damodar in Mathura in the month of Kartika even once, one attains unattainable bhakti with ease. 223 Text 224, Atha $1 Janmadinayathriyatha Babajiatar Yasmin Dine Prasti Iam Devak TVDM Jandrestina Tadinam Berthavakanthakar Tatra Kotsavam Tina Samayak Prapananam Prasadam Kuru Kesava L 224 IL Translation, 50, Celebration of the Advent Day, it is mentioned in the Babajiya Puranam, O Lord Janardana. O Lord of Vakantha tells us about the day when thou hadst manifested thyself in the house of Devi Devaki. We shall celebrate festivals on that day, and thereby, O Kesava, mayest thou be fully pleased with us. 224 Text 225, Athas Sri Mudratarang Hi Isavan Pradayatha Adi Iparain Mana and Masadgrahi Mama Sev Priyasada Bhaktas Tasmay Ipradati via Na2 Mudakatakana 225 Translation, 60, Pleasure in the service of the feet of the Sri Murti, deity in the Adi Iparanam. The Lord says, a person who chants my name and is devoted to my service, should be given bhakti, and it is never proper that I should give him muddy. 225 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here devoted to my service means where Lord's service is considered to be the final end, i.e. where a devotee does not want anything else excepting service of the Lord alone. And muddy here means liberation without bhakti. 225 Text 226, Atha $RT Bhajavatart Hasvado, Yatha Pradham 1 Nigamakulpataragalatafalakyukamukdadam Rita Dravasayodam Pabada Bhagavatare Sambla Yamuhur Aho Razika Bhavai Bhavakta 226 Translation, 61, Next, relishing esoteric meaning of the Bhagavatam, as in the first canto, Sri Vyasa in his full-throated eulogy of the Bhagavatam says, O ye saints who are able to appreciate the super-excellence of the supramundane amour of the Supreme Lord. O ye devotees who are experts in relishing the esoteric mellow sweetness of the particular immaterial love sports of the Supreme Lord. May you all ever drink, even after salvation or moksha, the nectar of the Bhagavatam, which is like a fully ripe fruit of the all-wish yielding we, the Vedas, a fruit which is free from any rind or seed and any such unwholesomeness, and which has been doubly sweetened by being first sung by Sri Sukadeva Goswami, which is full of ambrosial supreme bliss like a liquid drink, and which has come down to the world through the preceptorial order, from the mouth of the Guru to the oral reception of the disciples in succession. 226 Commentary, commenting on the above sloka of the Bhagavatam, Sri Jiva Goswami observes, O blessed souls who are clever in relishing the bliss-giving bhakti rasa. May you all have the opportunity of tasting the sweetness of the Bhagavatam while in this world, even though this Bhagavatam is the ripe fruit of the all-wish yielding Veda tree, which has its roots in the transcendental realm of Vaikuntha, and its twigs and branches have come down to this world with its sweet fruit, Bhagavatam, ripe at its topmost branch. Oh, how blessed are you all! Highly fortunate are you all, because you have tasted a thing which is otherwise absolutely unattainable by men of worldly thinking. Sri Jiva then points out that the Bhagavatam is full of transcendental sentiments to the extent that there is nothing in it. It is like a juicy sweet and ripe fruit which has neither any seed nor any rind, that is to say, the Bhagavatam deals with the bhakti rasa of the Supreme Lord, Bhagavan alone and nothing else. It therefore rejects all other aspects of devotion to any other minor god or goddess. The Bhagavatam is exclusively devoted to the bhakti rasa for Bhagavan alone. It therefore establishes the superiority of Bhagavata rasa over any other consideration. In the 7th chapter of the first canto and in the 7th sloka, Sri Sudha Goswami, addressing Sri Saunaka and other Arsas, says, O Arsas! If any person should listen to this Bhagavatam, one would attain unalloyed bhakti, which destroys all afflictions, fear, infatuation, and death, and be ever devoted to Lord Sri Krishna. Because of this rasasvarupa, in immaterial or aprakrita nature of loving sentiments of bhakti, the Upanishads have described the Supreme Divinity as the personification of rasa, rashvaisa, and again the Upanishads have said that a jiva soul or finite self attains supreme bliss by attaining the supramundane loving sentiments for this Lord. Here also the Upanishads have established the supreme efficacy of rasa. Further commenting on the sloka, Sri Jiva Goswami says that by the use of the word rasika in the text, Sri Vyasa intends to imply that those who have gained an intuitive inclination for the path of bhakti, gained in this life or in previous births, are alone eligible for relishing correctly and genuinely the bhakti rasa of the Bhagavatam. By declaring the Bhagavatam as the ripe fruit of the Vedas, Sri Vyasa contends that the Vedas achieved their maturity in the Bhagavatam, and with reference to the other scriptures, the Bhagavatam has been said to be more sweet, that is, of all the scriptures, the Bhagavatam contains the highest bliss. Again, by comparing the Bhagavatam with Arapi sweet fruit without any rind or seed, Sri Vyasa asserts that there may be some alloy of Mayik Sattvarajas Tamas or Karma Jnana Yoga in other scriptures, but the Bhagavatam alone is completely free from any such alloy. In it there is only Visuddhasattva, i.e. pure CIT or spiritually conscious quality beyond all association of Maya or Nescience. It all comes to this, that the highest bliss and end for all human beings, which is called the fifth object or Pankama Purusartha, i.e. Prema Bhakti, has been established by the Bhagavatam. This Prema Rasa, which is the subject matter of the Bhagavatam, is relished anew at every step, and there is no repetition in the taste of Bhakti Rasa, but it is ever new and ever fresh, and this has been made clear by saying that Bhagavatam is sweet and tasty at every step. Further, by describing Bhagavatam as the ripest fruit of the Veda tree, Bhagavata Rasa had been shown to be the climax of the Vedas. Still further, through this Bhagavata Rasa is ambrosial and supreme in its intrinsic nature. Its super excellence has been shown by stating that it is true a ripe fruit is generally sweet, but its sweetness is enhanced if it be tasted by a succa bird. So also the Bhagavatam is no doubt very sweet in its own normal intrinsic nature, but its excellence has been enhanced by being described by Sri Sukadeva Goswami. The contention is that the supreme excellence of the Bhakti Rasa of the Bhagavatam can be better relished if one listens to it from the mouth of a genuine Parama Bhagavata, i.e. one who is a freed soul and no more under the influences of Maya and sense experiences. Therefore, what to speak of the Bhagavatam being told by Sri Sukadeva Goswami himself, who is the king amongst all freed souls? Such being the contents of the Bhagavatam, so sweet and ambrosial, none will ever get tired of tasting its supramundane or aprakrita mellowness, nor can any other scripture satisfy one in such a way as the Bhagavatam can. The word alaya in the text means till death, or that even after attaining the bliss of moksha or brahmanandam, one should relish the ambrosia of Bhakti Rasa of the Bhagavatam. For in Canto 2, Chapter 1 and Sloka 9, Sri Sukadeva Goswami, full of emotions, himself tells King Parikshita, O king, even though I am completely imbued with impersonal Brahman, have studied the events of the Bhagavatam, being overwhelmingly attracted by the transcendental, adhoksoha, and supramundane, aprakrita, beauty, qualities, and the pastimes of the most sacred famed Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. By this statement, Sri Sukadeva Goswami assures the people that even in future, when there will be an increased number of muttajivas, freed souls, who would drink the nectar thereof, the ever-increasing bliss of the Bhagavatam will never decrease like any other limited earthly object. As there is no end to the waves of an ocean, so also there is no end to the waves of Bhakti Rasa. Though Bhakti is the subject matter of the Bhagavata Rasa, Bhakti is twofold, viz. Bhakti as means send Bhakti as end, sadhana Bhakti leads to Bhava Bhakti, i.e. Prema. For example, in Bhagavatam Canto 12, Chapter 3, Slokas 14 to 15, Sri Sukadeva Goswami tells King Parikshita, King, in order to describe the relative values of dry renunciation, earthly knowledge or cognition and mental emotions, have described to you the lives of those great persons who in this world have earned great name and fame, which ultimately threw them into the jaws of death. All these descriptions are mere verbosity and hollow grandiloquence only, and not spiritual. But one who is desirous of pure bhakti in Lord Sri Krishna should daily and constantly sing and listen to his all evil destroying and pious famed events and pastimes, which are constantly sung by great saints and sages. Thus describing Bhakti Rasa of the Bhagavatam in a general way, Bhakti Rasa of the Bhagavatam is further described in a specific way as sweetened by molten Prema Rasa. Amrita Drava here refers to the immaterial pastimes and love sports of Lord Sri Krishna. Further in Canto 12, Chapter 13, Sloka 11, Sri Sudha Goswami, addressing Sri Saunaka and other 60,000 Arsas, says, this Bhagavatam embedded with renunciation awakening events in the beginning, the middle, and at the end, serves the true denizens of heaven and genuine saints who are established in the impersonal Brahman the Absolute, with the ambrosia of the aprakrita pastimes of Lord Hari. Here the pastimes of Lord Hari, Krishna, have been compared with the nectar, which makes the gods and such saints who have realized the Brahman, the impersonal Absolute, immortal. There is no other way out of the manifold miseries of the people of the world in order to attain real happiness without listening to the Lila Rasa, i.e. sweetness of the pastimes of Lord Hari. This also refers to the mellow sweetness of the events of the life of Lord Sri Krishna. Again in the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 12, Sloka 11, Sri Sukadeva Goswami, addressing King Parikshita says, O King! In this way the cowherd boys of Braja, who must have had heaps of accumulated meritorious deeds in many past births to their credit, played with the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, who is realized as Brahmananda or absolute bliss by the self-same absolutist Lord Sri Krishna, who is the Supreme Master to the highest devotees, and who appeared like a seeming human boy to those who were infatuated by Maya or nescience of ignorance. Therefore these Atmaramas, i.e. the absolutists, are gods, because like the gods of heaven they have drunk the ambrosia and tasted the ambrosial sweetness of the supramundane aprakrita pastimes of Lord Hari, the ambrosia that flowed like a stream from the mouth of the best amongst Atmaramas, the absolutists, i.e. Sri Sukadeva Goswami. The Bhagavatam therefore establishes the highest efficacy of Bhakti Rasa. Again in Canto 12, Chapter 13, Sloka 15, Sri Sutta Goswami, addressing Sri Saunaka and other Arsas, says, Bhagavatam is the cream of the Upanishads, i.e. the Vedanta. One who has once tasted the ambrosial juice of the Bhagavatam shall have no more desire for tasting, i.e. reading any other scripture. Further in Canto 1, Chap 5, Sloka 19 the great sage Narada tells Sri Vyasa, if a devotee of Lord Mukunda even by chance, for any reason, be lowly born, he is never worldly minded like an ordinary Karman, because he does not desire to cease meditating on the amiableness and the beauteous feet of Lord Sri Krishna, whose soul fascinating smile of the lips which are like the pearl beauty of the many-flowered jasmine, has already captivated his heart far ever because he has become powerless being. Intoxicated by drinking the Bhakti Rasa of the Bhagavatam like one under the planetary influence. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that here Sri Vyasadeva describes the beauties of the Bhagavatam after he has already described the majesties of this great scripture. The Veda is like the Kalpataru, the always-yielding tree, and it offers fruits to those who take shelter under it. The Vedas, as a tree, bear fruits, and of all the various fruits that are available from the Veda tree, the Bhagavatam is the most ripe and most sweet fruit of the Veda tree. It also implies, by way of an equivoque, that the Supreme Lord himself is the sole owner of this Bhagavatam, which is the best ripe fruit of the Veda tree. He alone can distribute this Bhagavata fruit to his own devotees. None but the Lord himself can claim any right in the Bhagavata fruit. By mentioning the fruit as ripe, it is signified that the Bhagavata fruit is ripe in the Vedai itself. The Bhagavatam is the most advanced and most mature aspect of the Vedas, which has come down to the world on its own accord like a fully ripe fruit that automatically drops to the ground from the tree without being forced to be brought to the world by anybody. It means that the Bhagavatam, compared to Arapi fruit, is full of sweet taste. Though this fully ripe Bhagavata fruit had spontaneously dropped to the world from the highest branch of the Veda tree, it had not been split, says Sri Chakravarti, into pieces but remained intact and full of juice. How was it possible for this Bhagavata fruit to drop to this world from the highest branch of Lord Narayana without any crack or split or burst, without being mixed up with any or all the triple qualities of Maya? In the beginning it was in the highest branch of Lord Narayana, who after tasting its sweetness gave to the branch of Brahma. From Brahma's mouth it was received by the branch of Narada. Sri Narada conveyed it to Sri Vyasa. From Vyasa branch the Bhagavata fruit was received by Sri Sukadeva Goswami, and being tasted by him, the Bhagavata fruit was made sweeter. From Sri Sukadeva Goswami it was received by Sri Sutta Goswami, and thus in this succession came the Bhagavatam, which is the fruit of the Vedas to this world in its original completeness without any split or pollution. Sri Visvanatha, therefore concludes that should anybody attempt to read the Bhagavatam by one's own individual venture without the gradual medium of the aforesaid preceptorial order and succession in order to relish the Bhakti Rasa of the Bhagavatam, the Bhagavata fruit will be split into pieces and thereby its Bhakti Rasa will be lost. In the text, it is said that this Bhagavata fruit should be drunk. But how can a fruit be drunk? In reply Sri Visvanatha explains that this Bhagavata fruit is an uncommon fruit. It has neither any rind nor any seed, it is a wholly ripe fruit full of Bhakti Rasa, therefore juicy and hence drinkable only, and not to be eaten. The Bhakti rasa of this Bhagavatam should therefore be tasted even after liberation or attainment of moksha or sayujyamati as well as in salokyamati, because the scriptures have stated that even in those stages the glorification of the events and pastimes of the life of the Lord has been mentioned. This Bhakti rasa of the Bhagavatam should be relished repeatedly, because the more it is tasted the sweeter it is relished and it takes newer shapes and shades. Thus Sri Vyasa has exclaimed, "Oh! How wonderful is this Bhagavata rasa! Oh how wonderful! There is nothing to bet compared to it. Oh, no comparison. There is no language to express it. It is always and in every respect inexpressible, matchless, and super excellent." The use of rasika in the text means that only devotees are eligible for Bhagavata rasa, and karmins, i.e. material elevationists and Jainanins, i.e. salvationists or absolutists have not place for it. The unalloyed devotees alone can have awakened attachment for the Lord, jata ratai, and ratai is called sthayi bhava or permanent feeling of relationship with the Lord, which turns into rasa. Such devotees are, therefore, blessed whoever drink the ever-new ambrosia, of the Bhakti rasa of the Bhagavatam. 226 Text 227, Tathad Vishayi Ca 122 Paranafitid Pinerd Qui Automatical Eliagrayat Asetra Jarfi Forkinayatad Hitavan 227 L Translation. So it is said in the second canto, Sri Sukadeva Goswami addressing King Parikshita says, O saintly king! Attamed by culmination in the qualityless impersonal Brahman, but being overwhelmingly attracted by the aprakrita pastimes and love sports of the pure famed Lord Sri Krishna studied this narration of the Bhagavatam. 227 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that one may ask, O Sukadeva! Thou hast been an absolutist from thy very birth, thou hast renounced the world immediately after thou didst see the light of this world and thou didst not know even thy father, the great Vyasa, who had run after thee. How canst thou now say all this? In reply Sri Sukadeva would say, I myself am the proof and witness to the fact that the super excellence of he sweetness of the transcendental, adhoksoha, and supermundane, aprakrita, pastimes and love sports of the Supreme Personal God, Sri Krishna, far excel the bliss in Brahmananda, i.e. bliss in merging into the impersonal absolute, Brahman, because myself was first merged in Brahmananda and it was later that my heart was attracted to Bhakti rasa after listening to the Lila Madhurya of Lord Sri Krishna. 227 Text 228, Atha Sajadhyasayasnid Hasti Bhagavad Bhakti Sangoyatha Pradham 123 Tulayam 11 Pna Svarjaya Nepunarbhavam Bhagavat Sangi Sangajya Martyanda Kimudajifya 228 Translation, 62, Next. Association and company of the devotees of allied mentality and taste, addressing Sri Sudha Goswami, Sri Saunaka and other Arsas said, we cannot but reject any comparison of even a moment's company with those devotees of the Lord who are attached to him, with Svarga, i.e. heaven, or moksha, i.e. salvation, what to speak of the worthless wealth and kingdom of mortal beings. 228 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that even a short time association with those devotees who are constantly in the company of the Supreme Lord and are attached to him, cannot be compared with the fruits of heaven or of moksha. Here in eulogizing the company and association of genuine devotees, the object is to express the desirability of the company of such devotees who belong to their own stature and are of similar mentality. The words of Sri Saunaka and other Arsas may be taken here as an example. The desire or intention for the company of such devotees who belong to the same genus is an instance of upa laksana, i.e. for mutual understanding and reciprocal exchange or spiritual values and attainments by disclosing oneself for another's knowledge. In allowing oneself to be known in such association of devotees of common genus, one need also find out the tenderness and other qualities in those whose company one seeks. One may cite in this connection, says Sri Jiva Goswami, the 57th sloka of the 24th chapters of the 4th canto of the Bhagavatam, where Sri Siva told the Prasitas, the sons of Prasanvarai like this, O princes! One cannot compare even the moment's association of those devotees who are attached to the Supreme Lord with heavenly pleasures or moksha le. Merging of the self in the impersonal absolute. What more can say about the uncertain wealth and kingdom of the mortals? Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti in his comment on this verse observes that Sri Saunika and other Arsis intend to say that it is practically impossible to speak adequately about the efficacy of the company of devotees who are deeply attached to the Supreme Lord. Sadhu Sangha or company of devotees is a valued but rare gem. The company of those who keep the company of the Lord cannot be compared with the transitory fruits of earthly pleasures of karma or the fruits of knowledge, i.e. moksha, and what to speak of the changeable and fleeting pleasures of kingship of the mortals. Because, the seed of the very rare Hari Bhakti sprouts in the heart of a person who keeps the company of true devotees. Therefore, even short company of such devotees, as the cause of bhakti, cannot be compared with the whole fruits of karma and jnana, and the long time company of such devotees which results in bhakti, the fruit of which is prema, does not stand any comparison with karma and jnana at all. In the text tula yama is used in the lot, signifying any possibility, and here it is meant to say that even a short time association of devotees who are attached to the Lord, is the cause of the seed of bhakti which sprouts in the heart of the person who keeps the company of such a devotee and which develops into unalloyed bhakti and results in prema, and hence cannot have any possibility of any comparison in any way with the fruits of karma and jnana, for, can any reasonable man ever compare the vast Himalayas with a mustard? The use of plural here signifies that this view is approved by many, and therefore cannot be easily rejected. In Bhagavatam, IIL. 31.15, Lord Kapiladeva, addressing his own mother Devahuti, says, to talk about the company of women and about those who keep the company of women is to degrade and infamate a person so quickly that nothing else can harm so much. As on the one hand the company of those who keep the company of women in sensual association is described as most ugly and worse than the company of women, so on the other hand the company of those who are attached to the Lord is most wholesome and desirable even than the company of the Lord himself. This is the purpose of the verse and the author, says Sri Chakravarti. 228 Text 229, Havi Bhaktisudhode ca yajya yatsangata pumis mevavasyat sa tadgunas vakulardya etado hymans vayuthyan eva samsrayat 229 L. Translation. In the Harabhakti Sudhodaya it is said that as the qualities of the nearby objects are reflected in the crystal, so also all the qualities of a person whose company one keeps are imbibed by him. So, for the growth of one's community, one should associate with one's own caste. 229 Commentary, commenting on the above, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here the verse under reference was told by King Hiranyakasipu to his son Prahlada. Therefore the intention of King Hiranyakasipu in so addressing his son was that he should not keep the company of those who keep the company of Lord Vishnu who was their enemy. But the author here has cited this reference in its general sense in order to justify his contention, and it should not be taken in its literal sense in the original text. Further, the example cited in the text regarding the reflection of the nearby objects in the crystal is meant to show the fickleness of the qualities. 229 Text 230, Athas Sri and Masamkirtanam, Yathdvida 124 Aitan Nirvidyamanand Makadam Akotobayam Yoginda Enrupanirita Harar Namanu Kirtanat. 230 Translation, 63, Chanting of the Name, as stated in the second canto, Sri Sukadeva Goswami, addressing King Parikshita, unreservedly says, King. The chanting of the name of Lord Hari is the highest means and the list end for all those who have aversion for worldliness and moksha, those who have apathy for heavenly pleasures of earthly pleasures, and for those who have been freed from mundane bondage and freed from fear of death, so it has been said by the previous Acharyas. 230 Commentary, Commentator Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that this book Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu has established bhakti as the supreme means. But here, why is it that of all the 64 angas of bhakti, this particular one, viz. chanting of the name of Lord Hari, has been described as the principal and foremost one? The reason is that of the 64 angas of bhakti, 3 are primary, viz. 1. Listening, 2. Chanting, and 3. Meditating on the Lord, His name, qualities, realm, form, associates, and pastimes. In the Bhagavatam, 111.15, Sri Sukadeva Goswami tells King Parikshita, O yes, scion of King Bharata, one who aspires after eternal fearlessness by realizing the supreme end of human birth, which is all bliss and which removes forever all kinds of fear from the heart, should listen to, sing or chant and meditate upon Lord Hari alone, who is the indweller of all beings, who is all majestic possessing all the six majesties in their fullness, who is the supreme guide of all, and who is the destroyer of all miseries. This is the authority, points out Sri Chakravarti, on the basis of which, Sri Rupa Goswami has enunciated the primary importance of the chanting of the name of Lord Hari over all the 63 other forms of Bhakti. Of these three angas of sadhana bhakti, viz. Sravana, Kirtana, and Smarana, Kirtana, i.e. chanting the name is again primary. Further again, of the chanting of the name, form, qualities, realm, associates, or entourage and pastimes or lila, the chanting of the name is more important. And even in chanting the name of the Lord, Anukirtanam, i.e. constant chanting of the name in accordance with Bhakti of Lord Hari is most important. This Anukirtanam of the name of Lord Hari is independent of any time, clime, space, person, or purity of ingredients of worship in the temple. Not only is the chanting of the name of Lord Hari not disturbed by any such considerations, even the association of intolerant atheists, barbarians, or unholy persons cannot affect the chanting of the name of Lord Hari. Above all, for those who are initiates and those who have attained freedom from bondage and the self-realized, there is nothing more than this supreme good. So it is said that for those who in this world have completely eliminated from their hearts any desire whatsoever, even moksha, those who do hanker after heavenly or earthly pleasures, and those who are self-satisfied in their self-meditation, for all of them, the chanting of the name of God has been prescribed to be the highest means and the highest end. 230 Text 231, Adi Perdni Ca Gid Ca Mama Namdni Vikaran Mama Sunad How Iti Vravami Te Satyam Rido Hantasia Karjuna 231 Translation, in the Adi Puranam Lord Sri Krishna tells Arjuna, Arjuna, one promise you that one who lives by my side by singing my different names, to such a person I sell myself off. 231 Text 232, Pddmeca Yena Janmasa Hasrani Vasudevni Savita Tanmukh Hari and Mdani Sada at Tasthanti Baraya 232 Il Translation, it is said in the Padma Puranam, O Bharata, in his mouth alone the name of Lord Hari ever resides, who has served, worshipped in temple, Lord Vasudeva for thousands of births. 232 Commentary, commenting on the above, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that if one has served Lord Vasudeva for thousands of births, how is it that such a person is repeatedly born? The reason is that for the repeated demands for increase and still more increase of ever-longing anxieties for bhakti of his devotee, the Lord himself desires him to be born again and again. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out that in his tongue alone the name of the Lord will constantly and spontaneously reside, who has acquired absolute faith in the name of the Lord by worshipping Lord Vasudeva for thousands of births in accordance with the injunctions of the scriptures. 232 Text 233, Yastatrava Ca Nama Sintamana Krishnas Kaitanyarasavigrahaparna Sudo Nityamudo Binat Van Nadmanamana 233 Il Translation, it is mentioned in the Padma Puranam. The name Krishna is like the fabulous gem that can grant everything one may aspire after, i.e. the name Krishna is the bestower of all desired ends. The name Krishna is the supreme attractor of unalloyed souls, name is personified consciousness, name is condensified rasa, name is the absolute whole, i.e. unlimited, undefined, and unrestricted by any condition, name is pure, i.e. untouched by the threefold qualities of Maya or nescience, name is eternally free, i.e. beyond Maya, and Mayic influences, and finally, the name of the Supreme Lord Krishna is identical with Krishna himself, i.e. Krishna and his name are identical with one another. 233 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami commenting on the sloka observes that the transcendental name of God is the bestower of all desired ends because name is Krishna, i.e. identical with the transcendental person of Krishna. In the text, Caitanya Bhagraha, Purna, whole, Buddha, pure, Nityamutta, eternally free, all these are qualities of Krishna. Why the name is called Krishna? Because name is non-differentiated from Krishna, hence name is called Krishna, i.e. the absolute reality which is Satchitananda condensified into an aprakrita form, is manifest simultaneously into two bodies, viz. Name of Krishna and Krishna. There has been a detailed and elaborate discussion on this special subject by Sri Jiva Goswami in his Bhagavata Sandarbha. 233 Text 24, Adadalararikyasnanam dadi a babed grahayam indri I 7 mukh hi fwadaus vayam evas furati ada 234 il Translation, for this reason, because the name of Krishna is identical with Krishna who is beyond all human sense experiences, the name, form, qualities, realm, entourage, and pastimes of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna are not approachable by sense experiences, physical or mental. When the tongue and other senses, viz. eyes, ears, mind, etc. are employed in the services of the Lord, then the Lord's name, form, qualities, realm, associates, and pastimes take their own initiative to appear in the reciprocal senses, of the individual thus employed in his services. 234 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that when the tongue and other senses are inclined to serve the Lord of all senses, our Siksa Lord Krishna, then the name etc. appear on their own initiative on those senses which are in a mood to serve the Lord and make them the platforms of their supramundane dances. For example, in the Bhagavatam Canto V, Chapter 14, Sloka 45 Sage Sukha Goswami describes to King Parikshita about the conditions of King Bharata when he was leaving his body of a deer, O king. When Rajarsai, king among saints, Maharaj Bharata was about to leave his body of a deer, prayed aloud, distinctly and clearly, to Lord Narayana Hari. Lord, one bow down at thy feet again and again, who art the Vedic sacrifice itself, who art the giver of all fruits for those who offer Vedic sacrifices, who art the giver of all boons for all religious rituals, who art the living form of Astanga Yoga, whose body is absolute knowledge and who art the Lord of Maya. Again in Bhagavatam Canto 8, Chap 3, Sloka 1, similar things have been said about Gayendra, king of the elephants. Sri Sukadeva addressing King Parikshita says, King. Then that Gayendra thus decided by his own innate intelligence, and concentrating his mind, silently muttered in his heart the best prayers to the Lord which he was accustomed to chant in his previous births. 234 Translators note, as the name, form, qualities, realm, associates, and pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna are identical with him, and as Lord Sri Krishna always reserves the right of not allowing himself to be exposed to human sense experiences, ad hoc soha, it therefore follows that his name, form, etc. cannot be approached by the application of material sense capacities. The material tongue cannot therefore utter or chant the transcendental name of Krishna. The physical eyes cannot see the aprakrita or supramundane beauty of the person of Lord Krishna. The mind cannot conceive transcendental and non-maic innumerable qualities, the physical body cannot reach his realm, body and mind cannot associate with his entourage, nor this mundane mind can ever understand his divine pastimes. It is only in the purified sense purified by turning Godwards, that the name, form, qualities, etc. of the Lord take their own spiritual initiative to condescend to appear on such senses in order to accept their services for the pleasure of the Lord himself. 234 Text 235-7, Atha $7 Mathard Mandale Stidiyatha Padmi Ne Supunyatirtha Sumutir Eva Madhalam Mute Prapthya Harar Bakir Mathurada Labor Ye 235 Trivargata Kamanam Yd Mumuksunika Moksada Bhaktikor Bhaktida Kastam Mathuram Nasrid Buddha 236 Ahomadu Pundhanad Vacant Kagart Yasidinamakam Nibtsna Hara Bhakiprajayat 237 L Translation, 64, Next. To live in Madhura Mandala, as in Padma Puranam, muddy or liberation is the great fruit of living in other sacred places of pilgrimage, but Bhakti in Lord Hari, which is aspired after by the liberated souls themselves, is attainable in Mathura. Here Bhakti refers to Bhakti in the stage of Ratai, i.e. Bhava Bhakt, in its permanent trait of relation, i.e. Sthibhava. 235 Who can be that wise person who will not take shelter in Mathura, which offers Dharma Artha Kama to the pleasure-seeking elevationists, moksha or self-merging in the absolute to the salvationists or absolutists, and bhakti to the aspirants of bhakti? 236 Lo. Blessed is this Madhupuri, Mathura, which is superior to Vaikuntha. If one lives here even for a day, bhakti in Lord Hari awakens in him excellently. 237 Commentary, Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out that here Vaikuntha refers to Lord Krishna's Vaikuntha, which is otherwise called Goloka, because Sri Rupa Goswami, the author, himself has explained in his Laghu Bhagavatamrita that Mathura is superior to Vaikuntha, i.e. Goloka, and that he has further stated that this Goloka is the majestic property of Gokula, refer Laghu Bhagavatamrita, I 277. Goloka has been described in the Brahma Samhita, chapter V, sloka 44, by Brahma as, one bow down at the feet of Lord Govinda, who is the first cause, and who has manifested Haridhamma, Mahisadhamma and Devidhamma in respective gradations below his own realm of Goloka, and who has displayed the scriptures in those realms according to their respective gradation of excellence below the Lord's own realm of Goloka. It is further said that in Goloka, the beautiful damsels of Braja who are the original source of all the supreme Laxmis of Vaikuntha, are the supermundane mistresses. There the supreme self-same Lord Svayambhagavan is the best male. There Sri Govinda is the most beloved, where all trees are Kalpateras, i.e. all trees in Goloka yield all desirable boons and fulfill all aspirations. There the earth is like the fabulous philosopher's stone that grants the denizens whatever they may wish for. Where water is sweeter than ambrosia. Where talk is music and ordinary movement is fascinating dance. There the flute is a dear lady friend, and all shining objects are moons and suns offering the immaterial bliss. Objects revealed there by these luminous entities are consciousness and bliss indeed. Here in Goloka the objects that are tasted and relished by the denizens are also cit and blissful. There the milk that flows from the udder of the cows in plenty at listening to the sweet music of the flute of Lord Krishna forms into a vast sea of milk, Krishna Samudra. Relative time has no place here. Eternal time in Goloka passes like the twinkling of an eye, because the beloved devotees of the Lord are so deeply merged in his services that they know not when time passes. This Goloka is also well known as Svetadvipa, which is the transcendental realm or residence of Lord Govinda, and very rare few love-drunk saints of rare spiritual eminence alone know about this Svetadvipa. Sveta means absolutely pure, and Dvipa means that which is non-associated with others. Svetadvipa is, therefore, Goloka the place of residence of Lord Govinda, and is very rare on earth. Only a few and well-famed saints know this Goloka when they are intoxicated by the elixir of Prema. Refer Brahma Samhita, chapter V sloka 56. As the glories of Mathura are greater, this Goloka has been described to be the wealth of Gokula. In the Patalakanda of the Padma Puranam this Mathurapuri has been described to be superior to the other 6 cities that offer moksha, viz. Kasi, Kanchi, Avantika, Mayapuri, Haridvara, Dvaraka, and Jagannathapuri. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out that in the Brahma Samhita when the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna is described as the divine lover or aprakrita, i.e. supermundane paramour, and the Laxmis of Goloka, i.e. the damsels of Braja as the supramundane mistresses, there is lack of any marriage bond. Even then the climax of Sri Radha and other gopis of Braja must be found to be Lord Krishna's own potencies as belonging to him only, Svakya, and not as belonging to anybody else, Parakya. Indeed there is nothing like Parakya reality in Goloka, there is only just a feeling like that. The gopis feel as if they have a husband at home whom they avoid to associate and stealthily associate with the Lord as if he is the husband of somebody else. In fact, in Goloka there are no 2 males, Sri Krishna is the only male to whom belong all the transcendental properties, himself being the supreme and unchallengeable master and proprietor. The word Parapurasa means both other male and the supreme male. So what is called Parakiya in Goloka is indeed Svaikiya, because everybody and everything there belong to the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna alone. All ordinary trees are all wish-yielding trees, Kalpataru, mere talk is music, water is nectar, all these show the majesties of Goloka. As the glories of Gokula are superior to those of Goloka, Goloka has been described as the wealth of Gokula. In Gokula there is absolute Madhurya, whereas the glories of this absolute Madhurya of Gokula are manifest in Goloka. In Danakli Kaumudi, Sloka 299, Vindhyavasini, daughter of Devaki addressing Devi Nandimikai, says, Dear Sakya, lady friend. The power that the Vedas possess in ascertaining the absolute reality, the power that the Jyotistoma and other Vedic sacrifices have in bearing particular desired boons, the power of washing on sins that the sacred places of pilgrimage possess, the mantras or mystic incantations that possess the power or are adept in bringing into being the impossible, the power that the Vedic rituals possess in conferring sense enjoyments, the power that lies in producing the extraordinary results of Astanga Yoga of great sages, the inconceivable ability of unfolding the all-conscious objects of transcendence by the Antaranga Sakti or internal potency of the Supreme Being, and all the highest qualities that have been said to be the best signer of the spiritual conscious entity, called Vaikantha, and which is the outcome of the Sid potency of the Supreme Godhead. Superior to them all is the innate and glorious potency of Madhura, which is manifest on earth. And again, still superior potencies and more sublime powers are ingrained in Vindavana, which covers an area of 32 square miles. Therefore, O beautiful lady, what purpose can there be of the wealth of even 10 million worlds, for Sri Radha? All this wealth is found even in a small particle of dust of this Vrindavana. In the sloka Sri Rupa Goswami himself describes Goloka as a manifestation of the all-round majesties and wealth of Gokula. The scriptures have always given superior importance and greater sweetness to Gokula over Goloka. Madhurapuri extends over an area of 20 hanas, i.e. 184 square miles. In Madhura Mandala, Gokula and Madhura are two parts. In Lagubhagavatamrita, Sloka 2777, Sri Rupa Goswami shows that all those who are authorities in the scriptures have described Madhura Mandala as divided into two parts, viz. Gokula and Pura. Further, in his Yupadi Samrita, Sri Rupa has said that Madhura is superior to Vaikantha, i.e. Goloka, by virtue of the divine descent or birth of the Lord in Madhura. Superior to Madhura is Vindaranya, Vrindavana, because of the Lord holding his rasa dance. Even superior to Vrindaranya is Govardhana, because the Lord had upheld it with his blessed fingers, and most supreme to even this Govardhana hill is Sri Radhakunda, because here had flown the flood of the nectar of Premarasa, of the Lord of Gokula, Sri Krishna. Therefore, who will be that considerate person who will not serve Sri Radhakunda at the foot of the Govardhana? Here also Vaikantha refers to Gokula only, for no other Vaikantha could be associated with the advent of Lord Sri Krishna. In that case, is it possible that there can be no rasa dance in Gokula? The reply is, of course, that there can be no rasa dance in Gokula with the Svaikiya damsels who are his own. In rasa dance there is a manifestation of the majestic powers of Lord Krishna by simultaneous manifestations of as many Krishnas as the gopis who join the rasa dance, in which extraordinary powers of the Lord are manifest. But in Gokula, there is no such Aisvarya. It is a realm of exclusive Madhurya. It is therefore stated in some places that there can be rasa dance in Dvaraka. There is no place more pleasant than Vindatavi, and with these remarks Lord Mukunda took his friends of Braja and showed them round Vaikantha and ultimately brought them back to Gokula. May that Mukunda protect you all. Here also Vaikantha refers to Goloka only. In Goloka, besides, the pastimes of rasa dance, exchange of gifts, pastimes, etc. of Lord Sir Krishna with his intimate friends and near relatives take place, and even though there are so many other supramundane or aprakrita love sports, the inmates look upon the Lord with a cerebral sense of reserve as their dear master and the Lord of Lords due to the majestic influences of the highest transcendental realm of Goloka. but one misses here that intimate feeling of looking upon the Lord as their dearest child, or the most intimate friend or the most beauteous beloved paramour which is possible in Gokula only. The Madhurya form of Lord Krishna of Gokula Braja was not revealed to the Gopakumara where all other forms of the Aisvarya aspects of Lord Narayana in all his majestic pastimes were manifest before him when he reached Vaikuntha. In the Brad Bhagavatamrita, 2.4.110, by Sri Sanatana Goswami, Sri Gopakumara himself describes Vaikuntha to the Brahmana of Mathura like this: O Brahmana, when reached Vaikuntha Loka and one was very much disappointed and depressed in not being able to meet Madanagopala, Krishna of Braja, the all-knowing Lord Narayana knowing my mental agonies appeared before me as the son of Nanda, and Sri Lakshmi appeared before me as Radha, Dharadavi took the form of Kandravala, and the other Parsadasali associates of Lord Narayana appeared before me as the boys of Braja. But the pleasure that I relish in seeing my beloved Lord sporting with his intimate associates in Braja, that intense happiness, could not feel even when Lord Narayana revealed himself as the son of Nanda. In fact, my mind remained depressed. Lord Narayana would sometimes go in the gardens playing with the cows in order to please me with the cow grazing pastime of my beloved Krishna. Sometimes Lord Narayana as usual would take his seat on the throne in the inner chamber of Vaikuntha being served by Sri Lakshmi, Dharani, Sesa, Garuda and his other attendants. Sometimes he would look like my beloved Krishna of Braja in every respect. Though in that Vaikuntha I could see in close quarters my Lord, yet I never felt completely satisfied, because one would look upon Lord Narayana as the Supreme Lord of all only. One would always be conscious of the fact that one had reached the most unattainable Vaikuntha Dhamma. Such remembrances of the majesties of Vaikuntha being constantly present before my mind, the sense of appreciation of the grandeur of Lord Narayana and Vaikuntha hampered my craving for the unrestricted Madhurya Prema, for the son of Nanda in Gokula Braja. In Brahma Samhita, Chapter V, Sloka 29, Brahma in his prayer to Lord Govinda says, I adore the primordial Lord Govinda who is the supreme cause of all causes, and who is being respectfully served by many beautiful damsels of Braja in many temples of the fabulous gems where all desires are fulfilled the moment one thinks about any, surrounded by hundreds of Kalpataras, and who protects the cows by grazing them in the forests of Braja by bringing them out in the pasture grounds and caressing them. Here also, respectful services indicate majesties of Goloka. Sri Raghunatha Dasa Goswami in his Brajavilasastava, Sloka 5, said, Dva Aravati, where the Lord enjoys the company of Rukmani, Satyabhama and other queens, who make hundreds of Lakshmis pale into insignificance, where brother Balarama and sons and grandsons offer him constant company, is superior to Vaikuntha, and superior even to such Dva Aravati is Madhura where the Lord manifested himself and made his divine descent, and in the center of which Mathura shines the realm of Prema, Braja, in all its supreme fascination and charming glories, and hence superior to Dva Aravati. May constantly serve such Mathura. In this sloka Sri Raghunatha Dasa Goswami depicts Dva Aravati as superior to Vaikuntha and superior to Dva Aravati is Mathura Braja. Those who have attained Prema Bhakti by following the injunctions of Vaidasad Anabhakti in the forms of listening, singing and meditating on Sri Krishna as the Supreme Lord of all, such Muttājivas or liberated souls attain Goloka. It has therefore been said in the Laghu Bhagavatamrita, 1.145, that Sri Krishna lives in all the four places, viz. Braja, Mathura, Dva Aravati, and Goloka. This is well known in the Puranas. The different gradations of the transcendental realm have been shown here, from the highest to the lowest, i.e. Mathura is inferior to Braja, Dva Aravati is inferior to Mathura, and Goloka is inferior to Dva Aravati. Again in the Laghu Bhagavatamrita Sri Rupa Goswami comes to this conclusion on the basis of another sloka of the Padma Puranam where it is stated that when Sri Krishna returned to Braja from Dvaraka, Nanda and other Gopas and Yasoda along with their sons and all relatives got into the celestial cars in their divine forms by the grace of Krishna and attained Vaikuntha Loka, i.e. Goloka. Sri Rupa in his two comments comes to the conclusion that Drona and others who had entered into the bodies of Nanda Yasoda during the divine descent in this world, alone entered into Goloka. But those who were dearer than the dearest, viz. Citrika, Patrika, Raktika, the eternal personal servants of Sri Krishna of Braja, Sridama, Sudama, Suvala, Madhumangala, Ajay, his eternal intimate friends, Nanda, Upananda, Sunanda, Yasoda, Rohini his dearest parents, and Sri Radhika and other damsels of Braja who are his most beloved consorts, with them Sri Krishna ever resides in Braja, thus the superiority of Braja over Goloka is established. At the end of his commentary Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami apologizes to the pure devotees for his disclosing the esoteric meaning of Brajalila, as conceived by the Gaudyas. 237 Text 2.38, Duntboyaviryi Sminsradadayar Stupayakakyatras Valpopai Sambanda Sad Dayam Babajan Man 238 Translation, the last 5, out of the 64 angas of Sadhanavadi Bhaku, viz. 1. Worship of the deity in the temple, 2. Relishing the esoteric bhaktirasa of the Bhagavatam, 3. Association of the company of unalloyed devotees who are of allied mentality in spiritual practices, 4. Chanting the name of Krishna and 5. Residence in Muttaramandala. This angas possess so extraordinary spiritual forces that what to speak of having absolute faith in them, even a short time practice of these 5 arouses bhava, i.e. bhava bhakti in the pure hearts of non-offensive devotees. 238 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here in the text pure hearts or pure thinking means non-commission of any offense to service, name and Vaisnavas. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami observes that the 5 angas of Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti that have been described in Sloka 225 to 237 are stated to be obtainers of Ratai and Prema, i.e. Bhava Bhakti and Prema Bhakti respectively. For example, in Sloka 225 quoted from Adi Puranam, Lord Sri Krishna tells Arjuna, one who constantly chants my name and one who is attached to my services, deserves only bhakti, and it is not proper to bestow muddy on him. Again, in this book, 1.35, attainment of Bhava Bhakti is extremely difficult in 2 ways, viz. Practices of all aspects of sadhana bhakti even over long period without any rusai and asakti, le. Taste and attachment, do not make Bhava Bhakti available, and secondly it is not easily bestowed by Lord Hari. There is an apparent contradiction between the statements of the 2 references quoted above. The fact is that in case the sadhaka, in the stage of preliminary spiritual practices, commits offenses, then only such spiritual practices for hundreds of births will not bestow ratai or prema. But on the other hand, if one is free from any such offenses, then even in spite of not possessing any deep faith, a neutral person by practicing any one of the 5 angas out of the 64 angas of Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti can attain bhava. A neutral person here means an individual who has no strong faith but is fortunate. If this be possible for such an individual to attain bhava bhakti by following any of the above said 5 angas, there is no denying the fact that an individual practicing any of these angas with firm faith and without any offense shall undoubtedly be blessed with ratai and prema. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti opines that for those whose mind and heart are purified of any offense, ratai and prema do not depend on any stage of sraddha, etc. 238 Text 239, Tata Sri Murayatha Smrtim Bank Traya Parasitam Sad Visternadristam Vamsitan Harya Kasasildadam Ajay Valam Kondrakina Govindakam Havitanamita Kesiadrathapakanth Ma Preeksisthas Tava Yadisak Bandhusangasti Ranja 239 2 Translation, Next Sri Murti, O friend. If you have any desire to enjoy any jest in the company of your friends and relatives, then never meet the person of Lord Govinda near Kesi Ghat, on the bank of the Yamuna at Kesi Tirtha where demon Kesi was killed by the Lord, whose face is always fascinatingly singling, whose pasture having 3 bends is forcefully heart-attracting, whose long-drawn eyes are crafty and enchanting, whose soft lips are put on the holes of the flute, and whose head is decorated with the charmingly beautiful tails of peacocks. 239 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that the author Rupa Goswami reminding the previous 5 angas, intends to say by the sweetness of his own description by way of a negative statement that refusal to see the person of Lord Govinda, Govinda Vigraha or Murti, shall only bind one to the bondage of worldly attachments. It is, therefore, most wise to see the beautiful person, Vigraha, of Lord Govinda. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out that in order to establish that even those who have no strong faith and yet practice any one of the last 5 angas out of the 64 angas of Vaidhi Bhakti without any offense can attain Rusai and Prema, i.e. Bhavabhakti and Prema Bhakti, the author Rupa Goswami states in his own charming way of putting things. O friend! By this address, it is established that should a person once see the person of Lord Govinda, he would then be so much charmed by his beauties that such a person will lose all attachments for his worldly friends and relatives. By using Mapriksistha, i.e. do not see Govinda, the non-faith of the seer is shown here. By using an opposite ellipsis, the author Sri Rupa signifies the greater inquisitiveness on the part of a neutral person who takes to spiritual practices for seeing the forbidden beauty of the person of Govinda. That is, when you have come to Vrindavan, you must once see Lord Govinda. Your attachment for your earthly pleasures in the company of your friends and relatives in this world will then fade away into insignificance. The very fact that one has come to Vrindavan bespeaks one's great fortune, and having come to Vrindavana, if one should see Lord Govinda and thereby lose all attachments for worldly relations, this significantly establishes the possibility of awakening of Bhavabhakti in one who will see Lord Govinda's Murti. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that the author Rupa Goswami here again reminds one about the superior excellence and efficacy of the last 5 angas, such as chanting of the name of Lord Krishna, residence in Mathura Mandala, association with devotees of allied mentality, relishing the esoteric meaning of the Bhagavatam, and pleasure in the service the deity of Lord Krishna, over all other 59 angas of faith's bhakti. The author's way of putting the whole thing is indeed wonderful and sweet. 239 Text 240, Sri Bhaitgavatam Yatha Sanknita Sapati Dasamaskandha Padyavalt Nam Varad Karnadvam Pathakatam Deenupravid Bavad Bin Hamho Dimha Parama Subhadan Hanta Dermartha Kaman Yadgar Hanta Sukamayam Amt Moksam Apiaksapanti 240 Translation, Sri Bhagavatam, O ye children! O ye unwise! It appears that the letters of the poems of the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam have just recently become the travelers in the path of your Itsami. Oh alas! It must be for this reason that today you are decrying the great beneficial Dharma, pious deeds bestowing heavenly pleasures, artha, wealth, and kama, all desires for sense enjoyments, and even fi at the delight-giving maksa. 240 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here in this verse Sri Rupa Goswami has praised the Bhagavatam by way of a reproof. In the 2 slokas 239 and 240, the author has used a rhetorical figure, called a prastuta prasamsa. When irrelevant or incidental things are said in connection with any relevant topic, it is called a prastuta prasansa alankara, a rhetorical figure of speech. This alankara is of 5 different forms, viz. 1. To state the causes when the effect is the subject of discussion, i.e. while describing a relevant act, irrelevant causes are discussed. A. To talk of the effects when the causes are to be ascertained. 3. To talk of the genus for the species. 4. To discuss the species when genus is the subject of discussion, and 5. To talk of similar for equals. In these 5 forms of a prastuta prasama alankara or rhetorical figure, the relevant subject is described by relevant figure of speech. According to this cause-effect rhetoric, an ordinary and simple subject is described by a specialized or extraordinary subject or topic. So in this case in slokas 239 and 240, the subjects of Sri Murti and Bhagavatam are of a general character, but the author has ascribed special significance to them. Of all the different deities of Lord Sri Krishna, the deity of Govinda, and of all the different cantos of the Bhagavatam, the 10th canto, have been significantly eulogized and given greater importance. Such particular statements point out the specialties of the subject in question. In sloka 239, by forbidding seeing Lord Govinda on the banks of the Yamuna at Kesi Ghat in order to enjoy the jest in the company of one's friends and relatives in this world. The real purpose is to stress the supreme attractive effect of seeing Lord Govinda. Here, by way of decrying the sight of the Sri Murti of Govinda, the author has praised the same in an excellent way. Again, in Sloka 240, Sri Rupa has simply given supreme importance to the reading of or listening to the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam by addressing such a person a child or unintelligent. In both these slokas, excessive denunciation has only established supreme praise. Idas call it a rhetorical figure of ironical censure or ironical praise where the primary subject is completely ignored. It is called an extreme reproof. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out that here by using dimha, absence of faith is signified, traveler on the path of ears means superficial association, and denunciation of moksha indirectly means awakening of bhava. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that here in this sloka the letters or words only of the Bhagavatam, and not their meaning, have been said to be the travelers in the path of the heirs. If listening to the mere words of the Bhagavatam is so significant, what to speak of knowing their meaning? Oh! Glories of the Bhagavatam! When even the uneducated who cannot understand the meaning of the words of the 10th canto are so much influenced by them, by merely listening to the words only, that they begin to fly at the fruits of Dharma Artha Kama and deny to accept even Brahmananda in moksha. Here, by completely ignoring the primary object of praising the supreme effects of listening to the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam and ironically praising Dharma Artha Kama moksha, the author has beautifully and effectively established his viewpoint in his charming language by using an aprastuta prasamsa rhetoric. In fact, the real motive of the author is that neither Dharma Artha Kama are really bliss-giving nor is moksha truly soul-pleasing. They fade into insignificance when one listens to the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, the result of which is Pankama Purus Artha, which is Krishna Prema. Thus in slokas 239 and 240, Sri Rupa Goswami, while explaining the general angas of Sri Murti and the Bhagavatam, by a figure of speech has given special importance to the Sri Murti of Govinda and the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam. To praise an object by way of reproofing is an aprastuta prasamsa rhetoric, which has been beautifully used by the author in these two verses. 240 Text 241, Krishna Bhaktoyatha Di Gamhobhir Dada Pulake Padalt Mandi Tatana Skalan Nanaya Filio Dadaditapratham Vipatham Api Idrasakaksam Yavan Mama Sa Purasakeo Pi Yapayo Na Jane Kint Tavan Mir Ihe Grihi Nab Hiramade 241 I Translation, Association of the devotees of Krishna. One do not know why my mind does not settle in affairs of the world since that extraordinary and luminous person appealed in the path of my eyes, whose body is drenched in showers of tears, whose hairs are on ends due to horripilation, who is stumbling at every step, whose pond of head is full to the brim overflowing with inconceivable happiness, and whose body is trembling in opposite directions due to some luminous sentiments. 241 Commentary, Sri Jiva points out that when the luminous blue-black beauty of the Supreme Person once appears in the firmament of the heart of an individual, then his whole mental quantum is completely absorbers in that person only, and can no more be engaged in affairs of the world. Sri Mukunda Dasa observes that here appear in the path of the eyes means casual association and not constant relation, meeting with the perform is the cause of attachment, and my mind does not settle in worldly affairs signifies want of sraddha or firm faith, and detachment in the family shows awakening of bhava. 241 Text 242, Namayatha Yadavadi Mama Siddhavana Kenanujadasrutipadam Agasatarunamd Gathapraya Anavakalita Purvam Hantikam Api Avasthantadavadi Dadat Antarmanasam Samayativa 242 IL Translation, Name, ever since the singing and proclaiming the name of Lord Krishna, who is the destroyer of all sins and miseries, in accompaniment of the lute by a devotee, Narada, which soothes the burning desires of the heirs, entered into my ear holes. Alas, one know not how my mind and its reasoning faculties have been completely overwhelmed with a luminous blissfulness, which has made me detached from all worldly objects. 242 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that in this sloka the word siddha means that which soothing the heat of the airs, i.e. the ears which are burning for the desire of listening to the name of the Lord, Vainika, i.e. one who plays on the lute, indirectly refers to Sri Narada, as if not knowing his name, a state of luminous blissfulness hints at prema, and, detachment of the mind refers to renunciation of all worldly obstacles and attainment of mental composure. 242 Text, 243 Tadabhavai Kritikantas Yamalades Tati Nias Footed Anavakatam Dalam Bhikkhu Jat Virefa Vairavati Madhuram Namanditi Amkatham Me Manasi Rame Pi Bhava Kananis Rees Tanatai 243 Translation, Sri Mudara Mandala, this infinitely beauteous Vrindavana looks exquisitely splendid on the banks of the deep blue Kalindi, Yamuna. Her banks are ever sonorous with the humming of black bees who are attracted there by the newly blooming Kadamba, Naukli's blossoms. Know not why the beauty of this Vrindavana develops in my mind an inexpressible sentiment. 243 Commentary, Sri Jiva points out that here an inexpressible sentiment means a particular sentiment in regard to the blessed Lord Syam Sundara Krishna only. Translator's note, here the sonorous humming of the black bees refers indirectly to the heart-attracting music of the flute of Sri Krishna, the blowing new Kadamba blossoms refer to the young damsels of Braja. As the bee are attracted by the blooming Kadambas, so is Krishna attracted to the banks of Yamuna by the beautiful young damsels of Braja. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami explains that an anurvakaniya bhava, i.e. an unspeakable feeling, is aroused at the very sight of the beauty of this Vrindavana, and the bhava or sentiment is aroused in the heart in relation to Sri Krishna as the supreme subject of bhava. In support of the special significance and importance of the last 5 angas of Vaidhi Bhakti, Sri Mukunda Dasa quotes references from the Bhagavatam. As regards, 1. The special importance of Sri Murt, the deity, Sri Sukadeva Goswami addressing King Parikshita says, Bhag. Canto X, Chap 12, Sloka 39. O King. Katanga had enthroned in his heart the image of the Lord, forcibly drawing it within by mental meditation, and was thereby blessed with Bhagavati Gati. Oh dear! What more to speak of Muddy, for him in whose body, Agajara's body, the Lord himself, Krishna, had entered in person. Sri Krishna, following his playmates, entered into the wide open mouth of Aghasura, a demon sent by King Kamsa who wanted to devour the Lord. Regarding, 2. Importance of Bhagavatam, it is said in Canto 1, Chapter 1, Sloka 2 that from this Bhagavatam the highest bliss of all beings can be attained, all the threefold miseries, viz. Physical and mental sufferings, afflictions caused by other beings, and providential mishaps, are completely destroyed, and the supreme knowledge about the absolute reality can be gained without much strain. Therefore when this Bhagavatam, which was discovered by the great sage Sri Narayana, is available, what then is the need of any other scriptures? Indeed, there is no need whatsoever for any scriptures other than the Bhagavatam. The Lord does not allow himself to be bound by one's listening to any other scripture. 3. As regards the company of a devotee as an anga of Vaidhi Bhakti, Vijra addressing Maitreya Muni, Bhag. Canto Il, Chap 7, Sloka 19, says, by serving a pure devotee one is freed from the bondage of worldliness and attains one pointed and profound delight of prema at the feet of Lord Madhusudana. Plus, as regards the supreme efficacy of the chanting of the name of the Lord, it is described in the 24th sloka of the Padyavala in the following manner: the name of Vishnu alone steals all sins, develops piety and attributes, makes one cease from the desires of sense pleasures of heaven, Brahmaloka, etc., creates unalloyed devotion at the feet of the spiritual master, Guru, and enkindles absolute knowledge as the supreme reality. The name burns out the very seed of ignorance of births and deaths, and reaches the climax of establishing one in the supreme person of the Godhead, whom is self-same as completeness knowledge bliss. Commentator Sri Mukunda Dasa further observes, that it has been previously stated in Sloka 212, what is extremely difficult of attainment in all the places of pilgrimage in this wide world is that supramundane bliss-bearing fruit, i.e. prema bhakti, which is attained by the very touch of Mudara. By quoting these references and his own use of figure of Theteric in his own 5 previous slokas, Sri Rupa intends to say that even a short association of these 5 angas or aspects of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti, provided it is free from any sort of offences, can arouse bhava bhakti in such sadhakas, i.e. those engaged in spiritual practices, even though they may not have any strong faith in them. But wherever stress has been laid on firm faith, it is for those who commit any or all the 10 forms of offences to the chanting of the name of the Lord, or any or all the 64 offences in arcana or worship of the deity in a temple. 243 Text 244, Glaukaikapadrathaname santid saktir ttt bite vam tadvasayam kapi yd sahiva praksayat 244 L. Translation: the supramundane entities of the transcendental realm possess such extraordinary powers that they can simultaneously uncover both bhava and the object of bhava, i.e. Lord Sri Krishna. 244 Commentary: Sri Jiva Goswami explains the immaterial or extraordinary objects as the aforesaid 5 angas of sadhana bhakti, viz. company of devotees, Sri Murti, Bhagavatam, name and Mudra Mandala, because these 5 angas possess uncommon powers. For example, the extraordinary powers of the Sri Murti have already been explained from Bhagavatam Canto X, Chap 12, Sloka 39. The inconceivable forces of the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam have already been shown from Bhagavatam Canto I, Chap 1, Sloka 2. The supreme efficacy of the company of devotees has been delineated in Bhagavatam Canto X, Chap 51, Sloka 53 by King Mukyakanda to Lord Sri Krishna thus, O Asi Uddha, O unchangeable Krishna. It is when the time for liberation comes for an individual thus floating in the current of time, of births and deaths, that he or she has the fortune of contacting the company of thy devotees, and it is when one has the association of thy devotees that one attains bhakti for thee, who art the final refuge of genuine devotees and who art the controller of all causes and effects. Regarding the extraordinary powers of the name of God, the Vinudutas, the messengers of Vinu addressing the Yamadutas, the messengers of death, say in Bhagavatam Canto V1, Chap 2, Sloka 10, the uttering or chanting of the name of Vinu is the best atonement for those who committed all sorts of sins, because Lord Vinu considers such a person as his own and desires to protect him in very possible way. Lastly, regarding the great importance of Madhura, Sri Rupa Goswami has described it in Slokas 212 of this chapter of this book. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami raises a question here: how can bhava and the object of bhava, i.e. Lord Krishna, be simultaneously realized? For, as to the objects that leave already been known by previously listening about, then one may realize their qualities afterwards, and then can have feelings for them. But here in Smara, as stated by Sri Rupa Goswami in his previous sloka, from the moment one luminous person, Krishna, became the object of my eyes, from that very moment my mind does not any more get settled in worldly affairs. All these prove that bhava and the object of bhava, Krishna, make their simultaneous appearance in the heart of the individual. How can this be possible? The reply is that the last 5 angas out of the 64 angas of sadhana bhakti possess such extraordinary powers that this can be possible for those who follow all these 5 or any one of them without committing any offense, viz. Arcana aparadha and namaparadha. They possess such inexplicable and transcendental powers that they can arouse both bhava and the object of bhava simultaneously. 244 Text 245, Kesamet Vasid Anganam Yat Kesudram Sritate Phalam Bayar Mukha Pravnitya Itat Kint Mukyam Phyam Rated 245 Translation: that some insignificant fruits of some of the 64 angas have been mentioned in some places. This is only meant to make the earthly-minded people turn, God-wise, and thereby engage them, in the path of bhakti. But the primary fruit of these is ratai, i.e. bhava bhakti for the Supreme Godhead. 245. Commentary: commenting on the above sloka, Sri Jiva Goswami says that it has been described in different places of the Bhagavatam that attainment of bhava in Bhagavan is the primary object of all spiritual practices. For example, in Canto 2, Chap 3, Sloka 10, Sri Sukadeva Goswami tells King Parikshita thus: whether a man is akama, i.e. niskama, a desireless devotee, or one is moksakama, i.e. desirous of self-merging in the absolute or sarvakarma, i.e. desirous of all kinds of sensual enjoyments. One who is truly wise would be intensely devoted to the Lord and serve him with intense devotion for the Lord's pleasures only on his terms. In Canto V, Chap 19, Sloka 26, while describing the glories of Bharavarsa, land of Bharata, the gods of heaven said, prayed by men, the Lord truly gives them all that they pray for. But he does not bestow such things on them that once they have received may not ask for them again, because even though it may not be the wish of the devotees who pray to the Lord for all forms of enjoyments of the senses, the Lord himself makes them taste the ambrosia of his own divine feet, which shall quench forever all thirst for sense-enjoying fruits. In Canto 9, Chapter 4, Slokas 19-20 of the Bhagavatam, Sri Sukadeva Goswami addresses King Parikshita. Maharaja Ambarisa employed his mind in meditating on the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, his tongue in singing the qualities and glories of Sri Krishna, his hands in cleansing the temple of Lord Hari, his ears in listening to the sports of Lord Krishna, his both eyes in seeing the temple of Lord Mukunda, his touch in touching the sacred bodies of the servants of the Lord, his sense of smell, nose, in inhaling the sweet scent of the tulasi leaves offered to the feet of the Lord, his tongue in tasting the food offered to the Lord through the medium of the mantra, his 2 feet in traveling to the sacred places of pilgrimage like Mathura associated with the Lord, his head in bowing down before the feet of the Lord, and all his desires in receiving the servanthood to serve the Lord, for his senses were not employed in sense enjoyments. All these show that bhakti is the supreme purpose of all spiritual practices. Sadhya bhakti, i.e. Bhava bhakti and prema bhakti, which is attainable with ease by following sadhana bhakti, viz. listening to and singing the name, form, qualities, realm, entourage, and pastimes of the Lord by those devotees whose minds are thus inwardly engaged, and which is unattainable by the difficult paths of karma, jnana, and yoga, etc., bears the rare fruit of rati in bhakti, i.e. bhava bhakti. Therefore rati in the Lord is the highest fruit of sadhana bhakti. In this way, though rati is the end of sadhana bhakti, yet as there are distinctive characteristics of the Supreme Lord as Avatari Amsi, one who is the original source of all his avataras or divine descents, himself being the only avatari, as the absolute whole, and the different avataras, divine descents, as parts, amsa, of the whole, so also there are different shades of rati. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami says that the scriptures have stated at places about the insignificant fruits of bhakti in order to create confidence in the minds of the indifferent and earthly-minded peoples and thereby turn them to the way of pure bhakti for the sake of bhakti, that is to say, if people should take the way of bhakti even propelled by the desires of earth or heavenly pleasures, then ever such fruit-desiring mixed or alloyed bhakti becomes a cause of God's grace, and when God's grace is bestowed on one, the desire for non-devotional objects automatically vanishes from the heart of such as one who follows the way of sadhana bhakti. This is the real purpose of the author here. Even when Sakama devotees pray from the Lord for temporary things of the world, the Lord out of his infinite grace offers them opportunities to relish the aprakrita bliss of desireless bhakti at his feet, which removes for all time all antler desires of earth or heaven. 245 Text 246 Samatant Bha Ki Jadnam Bhakti Angatvam Na Karmanam 246 Translation, the pure devotees who are well established in the esoteric concept of the philosophy, morphology, and ontology of bhakti do not agree to accept the various forms of karma, as prescribed for varna and ashrama life, as an anga of bhakti. 246 Commentary. Commenting on the sloka, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that there is no denying the fact that by practice of one pointed or Kevala Bhakti one no doubt attains rati, i.e. Bhava Bhakti. But Sti Jiva observes that there seeing to be a contradiction of this statement by the assertion or Muni Parasara when he says, the Supreme Person of Vishnu is worshipped by those who follow the paths of Bhima, le physical and normal relative duties, as prescribed by the scriptures, according to one's birth, qualities and actions, and ashrama, mental tendencies of an individual for a particular station in life, as prescribed by the scriptures, as unmarried students studying the Vedas, in a sacramental married life, in a life of a renunciation or in the life of absolute detachment as a monk. There is no other way but Varna and Ashrama Dharma to please him. From this statement of Saint Parasara it appears that Varna and Ashrama is an Anga of Bhakti, and that worship of Vinu through the practice of Varna and Ashrama is approved by Parasara. Such an argument of Sri Rupa in this text that practice of Varna and Ashrama is not accepted as an Anga of Bhakti by those who are well versed with the true concept of unalloyed or pure or Uttama Bhakti, and even Parasara himself, who is a pure devotee, does not accept it as such, for Parasara Muni himself has said elsewhere, O Maitreya. Emperor Bharata constantly chanted the name of the Supreme Lord as O Yajanisa, Lord of all Vedic sacrifices. O Asyuddha. O Govinda. O Madhava. O Ananta. O Kesava. O Krishna. O Vinu. O our Siksa. Even in dreams he would not utter anything else. Thereby Parasara supports Sutta or pure Bhakti alone. When Saint Parasara talked about the worship of Lord Vinu through the practice of Varna and Ashrama Dharma, he only referred to those who had no attained any firm faith in pure Bhakti and also to those who were not eligible in the path of unalloyed Bhakti. 246 Text 247, Yathakakadas 125 Tavat Karmi Ikarvita Na Nirvidyata Yaval Mat Kathakravi 6 Sadavi Akrada Yavan Naj 247 Translation, Lord Sri Krishna, addressing Uddhava, says, so long as one does not develop a natural apathy for or renunciation of daily karma, relative secondary duties of Varna and Ashrama life, and so long as one has not attained faith in listening to the events of my life, till then one should follow the paths of Varna and Ashrama. 247 Commentary, commenting on the above verse, Sri Rupa Goswami points out that in the sloka of the Bhagavatam the Lord himself has rejected karma, Varna and Astama, as an Anga of Bhakti. Again, it is said in the Bhagavatam that it is all a waste of labor if the practice of Varna and Ashrama Dharma does not ultimately create Rati in the Supreme Person of Lord Vinu. The true meaning of the above quoted sloka is that if Lord Vinu be worshipped by following the paths of Varis and Ashrama, i.e. if such practice of Varma and Ashrama by an individual be said to be worship of Lord Vinu, then his such practice must be for the pleasure of Vinu only and for nothing else. As such persons have not acquired apathy for the way of karma, they are not considered eligible for the way of pure bhakti. Thus, having Sutta Bhakti or pure devotion in views, Parasara Muni has again said, those moments in life are a sheer waste and loss when Lord Vasudeva's name is not sung. That is a great flaw in life, that itself is the height of infatuation and nescience, and that itself is the greatest error in life. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti explains karma here as daily relative duties in Varna and Ashrama life as according to the injunctions of the scriptures. The Lord himself has said elsewhere, the Srutis and the Smritis are my own orders. One who violates them disobeys my orders, and hence is hostile to me. Even if he be a devotee, he cannot be a Vaisnava. The offense mentioned in this sloka cannot be applicable to a pure devotee, because a pure devotee must have crossed the barriers of karma and jnana. In fact, if one performs karma even after gaining indifference to karma and gaining faith in listening to and singing the glories of the Lord, then in such cases only one has violated the orders of the Lord, and not otherwise. 247 Text 248, Jnana Varajai or Hakabai I Pravzayapa Yogit Sat Prathamam Evadi Nangatvamusatam Teo 248 Translation, it is only in the beginning of entering into the path of bhakti that there is slight, i.e. very little utility of jnana, knowledge, and varajya, asceticism. Therefore it is not correct to say that jnana knowledge and varajya or asceticism are angas of pure bhakti. 248 Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami explains jnana here as knowledge of thou art that is absolute, thou art absolute, and identity between thou and thou, this threefold knowledge or Brahma jnana. So by using is it, slightly useful, Sri Rupa Goswami wants to say that there is some usefulness of discarding this knowledge of identity of the two, viz. The finite self and the infinite self, and there is slight utility of the knowledge of thou art that in the sense that one knows one's own true self, and of that is Brahman knowledge of Brahman as the transcendental person of Bhagavan, In order to tread the path of Bhakti, because there can be no spiritual practices of pure Bhakti unless one possesses a correct conception of the finite self Jivatma, and the infinite self, Paramatma, and the eternal relation between the two. Vairagya or asceticism here refers to stoicism, i.e. a spirit of abnegation of and apathy for all earthly objects with the object of attaining Brahmajnana, i.e. knowledge of self merging in the Brahman. Is it, i.e. slight utility here should be understood in the sense that knowledge of objects which are antagonistic to or unfavorable for the purposes of the pleasures of the Lord and are also obstacles in the path of Bhakti helps one in denouncing them. Vairagya, i.e. detachment from bodily comforts and rejection of attachment for physical and mental enjoyments, which are unfavorable to pure Bhakti, helps one in the beginning of a life of devotion. Because unless one mind is free from absorption of other non-devotional objects one cannot have unadulterated practice of pure Bhakti. Jnana and Vairagya are therefore slightly helpful in the beginning of a life of pure Bhakti by way of detachment from non-devotional influences. When one discards all desires excepting the desire of Bhakti alone, there is no more need Jnana and Vairagya for him. Should one think of Mana and Vairalya even after following the path of Bhakti, one would be cut off from Bhakti itself. Because Bhakti is a constant remembrance of the name, form, qualities, realm, entourage and pastime of the Lord like an incessant stream of honey. Nothing else can find any place in it. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami comments that here Jnana means knowledge of the self, and Vairagya means indifference to everything. In order to enter the path of Bhakti, Mana and Vairagya have a little corner place in the doorway to Bhakti. For example, acceptance of the exotic signs of a Vaisnava, such as garland of tulasi round the neck, the tilaka marks, symbolic temple of Lord Vishnu, on the upper limbs of the body, described in January 2, 84 of Bh.R.S., and surrendering to the feet of the spiritual master etc., the 20 different angas of sadhana bhakti, stated in January 2, 74 of Bh.R.S. But the use of Jnana and Vairagya in the beginning of Bhakti is indeed very insignificant in order just to discard other distracting influences. When desires for other objects are once completely wiped out from the mind of an individual, Jnana and Vairagya have no more any purpose for such a person who has embraced Bhakti both as a means and end. This refers to the eligibility of one in the way of a life of Bhakti. Lord Sri Krishna addressing Uddhava says, one who fortunately possesses faith in me, and one who is not too much attached to worldly objects, i.e. food, sleep, fear and sexual urges, such a person is eligible for Bhakti and the fruit of Bhakti which is prema. Jnana here does not mean, says Mukundadasa, knowledge of identity between that and thou, and Vairagya here does not mean apathy to objects, which are related to the Lord. 248 Text 249, Yadubhi Siddhakathan Yahichu Pradya Sadam Matsukumarasvabhavayam Bhaktas Tadhiturtita 249 Translation, those sadhus, saints, who are well conversant with the true nature of Bhakti say that both these two, jnana and Vairagya, knowledge and asceticism, are often the cause of hardening the heart, whereas Bhakti is tender by nature and is its own cause. Nothing else can be the cause of Bhakti. 249 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami comments that if after one has taken to the way of Bhakti, one should still adhere to Jnana and Vairagya, they would become a hindrance only to Bhakti because they harden the heart in most cases, i.e. because of a desire to enter into useless discussions and arguments in order to find out what is the true concept of truth, and Vairagya by way of practice of endurance of hardships of life, which are rather harsh in nature. But here a doubt may arise, how can it be possible for a gradual development of Bhakti unless there is some support to depend upon? The answer is this, Bhakti alone is the cause of Bhakti, and its gradual development is caused by the previous degree of Bhakti itself. A further doubt may be like this, when progress of Bhakti also depends on efforts of previous degree of Bhakti, can it also not turn out to be hardening the heart? The reply to such a doubt is this, Bhakti by its very nature is tender and delicate, i.e. Bhakti is constantly appreciative and musing on the soul, attracting and supramundane as also sweet beauty, qualities, pastimes at the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. So, one who is desirous of engaging one's heart and the whole mental quantum to be steeped in the depth of the nectar of the all-beauteous Krishna should practice bhakti only. In Bhagavatam Canto 6, Chapter 9, Sloka 49-50 the great devotee Prahlada said in his hymn to Lord Nrsimhadeva, O Uragaya. These three qualities of Maya or Nescience, viz. Sattvarajas tamas, the intellect conscious of its faculties, these 24 principles in creation, the gods and men, the cognitional volitional emotional faculties of the mind, none of these is capable of knowing thee. They are all transitory entities subject to creation and destruction. Knowing this, the wise therefore refrains from refilling the Vedas. One therefore bow at thy feet, O most worshipped. O. None can attain bhakti at thy feet unless one would practice the 6 forms of bhakti, viz. Obeisances to thee, singing thy glories, being engaged in thy services, worshipping thee, remembrance of or meditation on thy pastimes, and listening to the event of thy life. 249 Text 250, Yathataraval 26 Tasman Mad Bhakti Yatajya Yoginovi Mad Manat Nage Nat Naca Verjaya Prayakriya Bhaved Iha 252 Translation, Lord Sri Krishna addressing Uddhava, said, Therefore, O Uddhava, Jnana and Vairagya are not recognized and accepted in most cases as a means to the realization of the highest end by those contemplative saints who are deeply and inwardly engaged in fixing their mind in me and are devoted to me. 250 Commentary, Stimukanda Dasa Goswami points out that here in most cases only justify the statement in the previous sloka. 250 Text 251, Kintu Jidnavariki Adi Sadhyam Bhakti of Siddhyati 251 I Translation, but whatever is attainable by Jnana and Vairagya can truly be realized and gained by Bhakti alone. 251 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami comments that Mutti or liberation, which is the end of Jnana, and Jnana, which is the fruit of Vairagya, are easily attained by Bhakti only. Somyakanda Dasa Goswami says that Eva in Bhakti-ava signifies that there is no need at all of Jnana and Vairagya for achieving Mutti and Jnana respectively, as both are easily attained by Bhakti only. 251 Text 252-3, Yathataraval 27 Yat Karmabhir Yat Tapasajyena Vairagya Tag Ca Yat Yogena Dana Dharmiya Kriobhir Itarar API 252 Sarvamad Bhakti Yogena Mad Bhakto Labhate Njasis Vargapavargya Mad Dimakathayasid Yati Vayachatai 253 I Translation, following the path of my Bhakti, my devotees easily achieve all the fruits which are aspired after by other non-devotees by treading the paths of karma, Vedic ritualism, tapasya, hard penances, jnana, empirical knowledge, vairagya, dry asceticism, astanga yoga, the 8 parts of yoga, viz., yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana and samadhi, dana, charities, and varna-ashrama dharma, relative duties in different stations of life, and all such various methods. Even perchance my devotees have any slight desire for heaven, salvation, and my realm Vaikuntha, they achieve them no doubt. 252-53 Commentary, Sti Jiva Goswami points out that here in the quoted text, practice for otherwise good and Sitarasriya sadhana means Misra Bhakti or Bhakti alloyed with karmayana etc., desiring Salokyamut, liberation by which to attain the realm of the Lord, and Kathansid Yati Vanchati Le if there be slight desire on the part of my devotees, means which may be helpful to them to the cause of Bhakti, because a true devotee does not desire anything which may not be helpful to the cause of Bhakti. For example, Maharaj Citraketu desired an aerial flight, or Sukadeva desired to cut off all worldly ties even while he was in his mother's womb, or Prahlada desired to go to the vicinity of the Lord. In the 6th canto of the Bhagavatam, v. 1.17.3, Sri Sukadeva narrated to King Parksita that in the caves of the Meru Mountains in the North Pole, which is the place fulfillment of various objects of one's desires, Citraketa Maharaj had delighted himself by engaging the wives of the heavenly musicians in singing the glories Lord Hari. In the Brahmavaivarta Puranam Sri Sukadeva thus prayed to Lord Sri Krishna, O Madhava, If one be not bound down to the worldly ties by filthy Maya, which is the strongest fetter to all beings of the world and which is really insurmountable, then only shall leave this womb and come into the world. Be thou then my security for a moment. In the Bhagavatam, Canto 7, Chapter 9 and Sloka 16, the great devotee Prahlada prayed in his hymns to Lord Nrsimhadeva in this manner: O thou benevolent Lord! Thou friend of the fallen! O thou tender-hearted! Bound by my own karma, have been thrown into the midst of these demons who are destroying everything of thy devotees. I am, therefore, extremely afraid of the unbearable and terrible miseries of the will of this world due to its aversion to thee and thy services. O Lord! When wilt thou be pleased with me and call me to the shade of thy lotus feet, which are soothing like the scintillating beams of the million autumnal moons? Stimukandadasa Goswami observes that here other processes of attaining desired fruits means bhakti tinged with karma, jnana, etc. Madhyama here refers to mixed bhakti, which offers salokya samapyasarupyasarsti, the four forms of muddy in Vaikuntha. 252-53 Text 254, Rusam Advahatas Tatra Genasia Bhajani Have Visa Yesugavasto Pi Raga Pravilt Ye 254 IL Translation: should a person attain rusai or taste in the service of Lord Hari, then, all his earthly attachments, however hard, shall soon melt away, in most cases. 254 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that it has previously been stated that vairagya or detachment hardens the heart of a beginner in the path of bhakti, and such vairagya has already been discarded. Does it then follow that sense enjoyments have been prescribed for him? If so, then, attachment for Lord Sri Krishna becomes an impossibility for one whose heart is preoccupied with attachment to worldly objects of sense enjoyments. Can anybody achieve objects which are in the west when one walks to the east? It is not possible. It goes against the teachings of the scriptures. To solve this apparent contradiction, Sri Jiva Goswami explains that the very fact of one's rusai, taste, for bhakti indicates one's non-attachment to earthly or heavenly pleasures, and it therefore becomes unnecessary for him to undergo the heart-hardening hardships of vairagya or asceticism, because in the case of a person who has attained rusai for bhakti, whatever attachments may still be lingering in him, they will spontaneously melt away and will be completely wiped out when bhakti develops in depth and steadiness. Spiritual practices in the way of bhakti not only create detachment for worldly objects, they also awaken jnana, i.e. knowledge of one's own true self and also of the Supreme Lord. In the Bhagavatam Canto 1, Chapter 2 and Sloka / Sri Sudha Goswami addressing sage Saunaka and other Arsas, says, Bhakti Yoga applied to Lord Vasudeva very soon awakens the Atma Jnana and Vairagya, as propounded by the Upanishads, which are far beyond the scope of dry intellectualism. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that in the nature of bhakti there is complete absence of any kind of worldly attachments for worldly objects of sense pleasures, and that the stage of rusai in bhakti, even if there be any such attachments, however little, they melt away very soon. Sri Mukundadasa says that rusai here refers to the sixth stage, starting from sraddha, in the spiritual practices, when worldly attachments begin to melt away. In the next stage of asakti, i.e. attachment for the Lord, all mundane attractions are completely removed from the heart. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that rusai in this sloka means faith or sraddha that is aroused in the head after one has taken to the way of bhakti. Prayavilayate means that even if there be any lingering attachment for worldly pleasures after one has entered the path of bhakti, no great attention need be paid to it, because this lingering attachment for worldliness will be completely removed from the heart when the flower of bhakti will fully bloom. 254 Text 255, Ansaktasya Visayanyathdramyapavajaya Nirbandha Krishna Sambandhi Yukyam Varajyamusaya 255 Translation: when non-attached persons make moderate acceptances of worldly objects and employ them in the services of Sri Krishna, it is called Yadavarajya, i.e. balances detachment. 255 Commentary, commenting on the verse, Sri Jiva Goswami explains the purpose of the author in composing this verse in this particular context. What has previously been implicitly stated as vairagya or detachment, which enables one in following the path of Bhakti, is explicitly defined here. When a devotee who is unattached to worldly objects enjoys them with detachment to the extent of his eager employment of such enjoyments of worldly objects in the services of Lord Sri Krishna, it is called yadavarajya or balanced detachment. That is to say, there need not be wholesale or total rejection of everything of this world, which may be useful for the services of the Lord, nor need there be any desire for earthly objects for one's own sense enjoyments. A true and balanced devotee accepts those objects of the world, which are helpful to Bhakti, and rejects or is detached from such mundane objects, which are unfavorable to the services of the Lord. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that here the author Sri Rupa Goswami define natural detachment as the normal nature of Bhakti. When according to one's eligibility and spiritual capability one accepts objects of enjoyments without being attached to them and at the same time shows eager interest in accepting objects which are associated with Lord Krishna, such as Mahaprasad, food, flower garlands, sandal paste, tulasi, which are offered to the Lord at the time of worship in the temple, such detachment for non-devotional objects of sense enjoyments and attachment for objects which are associated with Sri Krishna is called balanced detachment or yadavarajya. The Lord himself had disclosed it to Sri Uddhava in the Bhagavatam in Canto X1, Chapter 20, Slokas 27-29, persons who have faith in me and are indifferent to the relative duties in life, both permanent and occasional such as are of daily occurrence and are to be performed occasionally in accordance with the directions of the scriptures, and who even knowing fully well the painful consequences of desires of sense enjoyments are not yet able to discard them completely and enjoy them with reluctance, should engage themselves in my service with a strong determination and loving attachment with the belief that by serving me alone they will be able to get rid forever of the terrible and pain-giving consequences of sensual enjoyments of worldly objects. When one is thus engaged in bhakti in me and remembers me constantly, then enter into the darkness of his heart, and all his worldly desires are immediately destroyed as fog vanishes with the rise of the Sunday. 255 Text 256, Prapansakatiya Budhide Hari Sambandhi Vazi Unal Mumuk Subhi Paradi Jo Varajyam Philokathye 256 Translation, when salvationists, those who desire self-merging in the Absolute, discard objects which are associated with Lord Hari mistaking them to be material and earthly, then such detachment or varajya is called falgu, i.e. false and deceptive, i.e. salvationists have apparent detachment for objects of sense enjoyments and at the same time internal attachment for them like the river Falgu which is apparently dry on its bed but has a flow below the surface. 256 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami states that varajya, i.e. detachment which is unhelpful to bhakti is unbalanced or falgu. By such unbalanced detachment the non-devotional people go to the extent of committing offenses to the Lord. It is an offense to refuse to honor food, flower garlands, sandal paste, incense, etc. which have been offered to the Lord, mistaking them to be identical with other material objects of enjoyment. This refusal may be in two different ways: not to ask for such offered objects which though apparently material are essentially made spiritual by the process of being offered to the Transcendental Lord through the medium of mantram or transcendental words, and secondly to refuse to accept even when such spiritual ingredients are given to one by a devotee. Of these two possible ways of offenses, the latter one is more offensive. It has been said so in the scriptures. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami says that varajya or dry detachment which is the cause of hardening the heart is called falgu varajya, i.e. unbalanced and false abnegation. 256 Text 257-8, Praktina Laksanana Eva Bhaktrad Hintasia Ca Angav Sunarast Pinidity Akulakarmanam 257 Ijandna Sydd Hyatmakasid P Varajyajya Ca Falgwana Spastatdratam Punar Api Tad Evadam Narakratam 258 LL Translation, though in the previous definition of Uttama Bhakti, i.e. non-existence of the very tendency for any kind of desire, and Bhakti being completely uncovered by karma, jnana, yoga, etc., it has been completely and clearly and unequivocally established that all forms of Vedic karma or ritualism in the different stations of life do not form any anga of bhakti, Yet for further clarification it has again been said here that adhyatma jnana, i.e. self-annihilating knowledge of the Salvationists, and phagovairagya, i.e. unbalanced and false detachment of elevationists do not form any anga of bhakti. 257-58 Text 259, Jhanasisyad appeared Vararya Bhaktatya Papadiate Vijardvat Uttamatedan Viditasid Ca and Gata 259 Il Translation, Bhakti that is caused through the medium or assistance of wealth, disciples, and others, or they are made an expedient, causes lapses due to the intervening distance, and hence has been denied to be called an anga of Uttama Bhakti. 259 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that in the definition of Uttama Bhakti by Sri Rupa Goswami, when it is said that it is uncovered by karma, jnana, and others, this others includes slackness as well. Therefore, bhakti that is practiced through wealth and disciples, etc. cannot be an anga of bhakti. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that amongst the 64 angas of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti, there is no need of any wealth or disciples for listening to and singing the name and glories of the Lord. But in matters of temple worship, it is impossible for one person to perform all the details of worship at the same time. In such cases where the assistance of wealth and disciples becomes necessary, there will naturally be lapses in the practice of pure or Uttama Bhakti. It does not follow that there must be lapses in every other anga of Uttama Bhakti. 259 Text 260, Visanattivana Vistam Samsrayanti Adhikarina Vivkadan Yato Megam Api Nangatvamusayate 260 Translation, it is said that, the conscious power of discrimination or knowledge that distinguishes good from bad or soul from matter, mind and body, though completely accommodates the various distinctive traits of the different stages of spiritual practices by those who are eligible in the way of bhakti, also, cannot be accepted as an anga of Uttama Bhakti. 260 Text 261, Krishanmuksam Svayamaduti Tamasok Deas Tatha Ityst Vika Na Yudasyad Bhakti Angantarapadita 262 Il Translation, Yama, i.e. restraint of the passions, Saka, i.e. purification of personal defilement, etc. automatically develop in the life of those who come to Sri Krishna. But they also cannot be said to be angas of Uttama Bhakti even though they are inherent in the character of such devotees. 261 Commentary, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that in these three slokas regarding the inclination to Sri Krishna, and Sri Krishna Bhakti it has been shown that though yama, sauna, niyama, etc. spontaneous appear in the lives of those who turn to the way of Krishna Bhakti, they cannot be angas of Uttama Bhakti. This has been unequivocally established. Yamas are of 12 forms. In the Bhagavatam Canto 11, Chapter 19, Sloka 33, Lord Krishna told Sri Uddhava that yamas or restrain of the passions are of 12 forms, viz. 1. Nonviolence, ahimsa, 2. Truth, satya, 3. Non-stealing, asteya, 4. Modesty, 3. 5. Non-saving or non-accumulation, asankhya, 6. Non-association or solitude, asanga, 7. Belief in the existence of God, astikya, 8. Abstinence from sexual intercourse, brahmacarya, 9. Observance of silence, mana, 10. Calmness in the midst of conflicts, sthirya, 11. Forbearance or forgiveness, kasama, and 12. Fearlessness, abhaya. These are the 12 forms of yama. There are again 12 forms of niyama or self-discipline, viz. 1. Physical cleanliness, vihayasaka, 2. Internal cleanliness, antarsaka, 3. Faith or reverence, sraddha, 4. Inaudible uttering of prayers, japa, 5. Religion's austerities or penance, tapas, 6. Vedic sacrifices or ritualisms, homa, 7. Hospitality, atithya, 8. Worship of the Lord, arcana, 9. Pilgrimage, tirtha brahmana, 10. Endeavor to render good to others, parahita sesta, 11. Contentment, tusti, and 12. Service of the spiritual master, Guru Seva. 261 Translator's Note, it is to be noticed here that according to the Bhagavatam, there are 12 forms of yama, and 12 forms of niyama. But according to RSI Patanjali, the following 5 are called yama, viz. 1. Nonviolence, ahimsa, 2. Truth, satya, 3. Non-stealing, asteya, 4. Abstinence from sexual intercourse, brahmacharya, and 5. Vow of non-acceptance of anything from anybody, aparigraha, and the following 5 are called niyama, viz. 1. Purity, sakha, 2. Contentment, santosa, 3. Austere penance, tapas, 4. Study of the Vedas, svadhyaya, and 5. Divine contemplation, svarapranidhana, Vaidhi Patanjali Yoga Sutra, November 30, 31. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out a possible doubt. When it is stated that yama and niyama spontaneously awaken in those who turn to Lord Krishna and Krishna Bhakti, does it then follow that those in whom yama and niyama are lacking are all averse to Lord Krishna and Krishna Bhakti? In reply, Sri Chakravarti makes it explicit by saying that it cannot be concluded that those in whom yama and niyama are lacking must necessarily be averse to Lord Krishna and Krishna Bhakti, but the contention of Sri Rupa Goswami here is that yama and niyama make their spontaneous appearance in the lives of those who have attained nearness of Lord Krishna, completely and perfectly. 261 Text 262, Yath skanda it na hi adboad vidatavamsde gunahavi bhaktau pravridaya natec paratapana 262 Translation. It is stated in the Skanda Puranam that when a certain hunter gave up hunting of wild animals after listening to the advice of sage Narada and engaged himself instead in the service of Lord Hari, a saint present there addressed the fowler and said, "O hunter! It is not really strange on your part to part with hunting and killing of animals, because those who are engaged in the service of Lord Hari do not tyrannize over others." 262 Text 263, Tatrava antasudharbhayasudis tapasantiyadayas tatha ami gund prapadiyanti havrisavabhakamanam 263 Translation. It is said in the Skanda Puranam that physical purity, internal cleanliness, austerity, contentment, and such other qualities themselves seek shelter at the feet of devotees who are desirous of serving Lord Hari. 263 Commentary, Stemukandadasa Goswami points out that adi in Santyadi in the text includes also such qualities as sweet but true words, impartiality, etc. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that those who are completely inclined to and engaged in the service of Lord Hari, to them only do all qualities like inner purity, etc. themselves seek shelter, i.e. such a devotee does not develop these qualities by his spiritual practices, but the qualities automatically appear in their life and character, as if seeking protection under such devotees. 263 Text 264, SD Bhaktir eka Mukhi Dug Asratana Iknji Katha Va Svavasananusarina Nisthita Siddhikrid Bhaves 264 Translation. When according to one's own normal propensities an individual attains firmness in this bhakti, one can achieve the end of sadhana bhakti in bhava bhakti by following any one of the primary angas or its many subordinate angas. 264 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that of the different angas of Vedisdhana bhakti, such as listening, singing, remembering, meditating etc., when one follows primarily any one of them, and the rest are practiced secondarily, then it is called ekanga. But where one follows and practices all the different angas of bhakti as of primary and equal importance, then it is called an ekanga. Both these forms of bhakti are of primary importance, because when there is firmness in observing one or all the angas of bhakti, it leads one to the realization of the final end. 264 Text 265, Tatra Ekangayatha Granthantir 817 Visnosravan Part Kasida Bavad Vayasaka Kirtan Pralada Smarana Tadangri Bajana Lakshmi Prathul Pujain Agratras TV Abhivandane Kapi Patir Dasyi Tha Sakurjuna Sarvasvamanivdane Balir Abhutkias Naptir Isampara 265 Translation, Ekanga Bhakti, as said elsewhere, it has been thus said in the scriptures regarding following any one of the 9 primary forms of bhakti, viz. 1. King Parikshita by listening, Sravanam, to the glories of Lord Vinu. 2. Sri Sukadeva Goswami by singing the qualities of Lord Vinu, Kirtanam. 3. Prince Prahlada in his remembrance, Smaranam. 4. Lakshmi in the service of the feet of the Lord, Pudasavanam. 5. King Parthu in worshipping Lord Vishnu, Arcanum. 6. Akrura in offering hymns or adoration, Vandanam. 7. Hanumana in rendering services to the Lord, Dajyam. 8. Arjuna by his friendship, Sakyam. And 9. Vala Maharajan. Complete self-dedication to the Lord, Atmanivdanam, all of them attained Lord Sri Krishna in the most perfect way. 265 Sanskrita text 266-8, Anakangd, Yathnavamal 28 Savai Manau Kripa Padaravindayar Vakdasi Vakad Hognavari Anakakarau Harar Mandita Marjanatana Krusha Kakdrak Vyudasat Kathode Phi 266 Phi Mukanda _Lingalaya Dark Sentandrako Tad Bitrat Yagaras Spars Nasang Gamagri Aaca Lalpadasara Hasarabhi Kremad Tulaji Razanda Tad Arpa 267 Ipada Haruke Fetrapadanusarpe Siro Hraikapadab Hivandane Kamasi Dazai Na2 Kamakamaya Yathata Masioka Janakray Radio FL 268-2. Translation, Anakanga Bhakti, as in the 9th canto, Sri Sukha Goswami addressing King Parikshita said, Maharaj Ambarisa engaged his own mind in the meditation on the lotus feet of Lord Sri Krishna, his words in singing the glories and qualities of the Lord, his 2 hands in cleansing the temple of Lord Hari and in his other services, his 2 ears in listening to the pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna, his 2 eyes in seeing the image of Lord Mukunda, his temple, Mathura, and other transcendental realms manifest in this world. And the Lord's Vaishnava devotees, Ambarisa engaged his touch in touching the feet and body of the Lord's devotees, his nose in smelling the sweet scent of the tulasi with sandal paste which has added fragrance offered to the Lord, his 2 legs in travelling repeatedly to Mathura, and to the Lord's temples in other places of pilgrimage, his tongue in tasting food that has been offered to the Lord, he engaged his head in bowing down at the feet of Lord Hari and his devotees, and engaged all his desires not in sense enjoyments but in achieving the services of the feet of the Lord. King Ambarisa thus employed all his senses in their proper places so that he might attain desireless bhakti like Prince Prahlada and other devotees of the self-famed Lord Sri Krishna. 266, 267, 268 Text 269, Sastrokyayad Prabalaya Tat 10 Merida Yanvada Vedi Bhaktir Yam Kaiskan Merid Maria Osai 269 Translation, this scriptural Vaidh1 Sadhana Bhakti, which is very strongly guided by the injunctions of the scriptures, is also called Maryadya Marga, or reverential path by some scholars, such as Vallabhacharya. 269 Commentary, Stevis Vanatha Cakravarti observes that if the respect and regard for the directions of the scriptures be strong and dominating, i.e. if scriptural prescriptions guide one to the way of bhakti, then such scriptural respecting bhakti is called Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakt, and Sri Vallabhacharya calls it Marida Marga, i.e. path of scriptural reverence. 269 Raganuga Sadhana Bhakti, Text 2.70, Verdyantam Abhivyakiyam Vrajavitsi Jandasaragut Mi Kamenasrid YDSD Raganugosai 270 Translation, Next, Raganuga Sadhana Bhakti, Bhakti that is distinctly and uniquely and spontaneously manifest in the Brajavasis is called Ragatmika Bhakti, and Bhakti that arises in the wake of this Ragatmika Bhakti is called Raganuga Bhakti. 2/0 Translators Note, Sadhana Bhakti above considered is of 2 varieties Vaidhi Bhakti and Raganuga Bhakti. Vaidhi Bhakti is the devotion that is aroused in an earthly being on acquaintance with prescriptions of the scriptures. It is otherwise, however, with Raganuga Bhakti. Here Bhakti arises in one when one hears, for example, the intimate services of Citrika, Patrika and other eternal servants of Lord Sri Krishna, or the unreserved friendly feelings of Sridama, Sudama, Suvala, Madhumangala, Ajayjavala and other eternal friends of Lord Krishna, or the unbounded parental affection of Nanda, Yasoda and other eternal parents of Lord Krishna, for the divine son Krishna, or the unrestricted attachment and love of Sri Radha and other eternal and transcendental damsels of Braja. For their eternal beloved Sri Krishna, and then a desire to serve Lord Krishna with such sentiments under guidance of either the eternal servants, or eternal friends, or eternal parents or eternal consorts of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna of Braja. Such hearing may awaken in an earthly being a desire for loving and affectionate services of Sri Krishna of a similar nature to that which Citrika, Patrika, or Sridama, Suvala, or Nanda and Yasoda or Sri Radha and other Braja Gopis felt for Krishna. Desire for such love and affection and loving and affectionate services for Krishna arise in an earthly being on hearing about the love for Krishna in Yasoda and other residents of Braja. They are called Ragatmikas, and no individual jiva soul can ever become a Ragatmika. The Ragatmikas in Santaratai, Dajiratai, Sakuratai, Vatsalyaratai and Madhuraratai, such as Citrika Patrika, Sridama Sudama Suvala, Nanda Yasoda, and Sri Radha and others, are all projected wholes of the supreme and original whole Sri Krishna. They are called Asrayavigrahas in relation to the Vasayavagra who is Krishna alone. Therefore all the Ragatmikas belong to the category of absolute divinity and are certainly not individual atmas or finite selves, whereas the Raganuga devotees belong to the category of jiva souls and are eternally in subordination to the Ragatmikas. It is Raganuga Bhakti in the sense that it follows in the wake of the Ragatmikas' spontaneous loving services of the Brajavasis for Lord Krishna. It should be noted here that while Ragatmika Bhakti or spontaneous affection and love for Sri Krishna appertains only to Lord Krishna and his divine associates, such as Nanda, Yasoda, Suvala, or Radha, and others, Raganuga Bhakti or Bhakti that follows in the wake of the divine affection of the eternal order belongs only to earthly beings who may desire a taste of such affection for Sri Krishna when they hear of the divine love in the divine plane. Commenting on the above text, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that the Brajabasai in the text must be taken in the wide sense so as to include trees, plants, creeper, and the animal life of Braja. The idea underlying this is that since there are 5 mukhya or primary forms Bhakti inching Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhura and also the Santa, there must therefore be amongst the eternal associates of Sri Krishna not merely those who represent the first 4 kinds of primary affections, but also associates to represent the Santa associates. Insofar as these primary rati or attachment of relation through accretions of other accessories emerged as rasa or various forms of passionate attachment and affection, they all involve some kind of tremor of the mind, and therefore a question naturally arises as to how such emotional tumult is consistent with the tranquil or undisturbed enjoyment of the Santa state. It is in anticipation of such an objection that it is pointed out that even the Santa state is not without its thrills of delight, as is illustrated in the case of trees, plants, and creepers of Braja that tremble in joy and delight whenever their leaves or branches happen to come in contact with the person of Krishna. The Alankarikas do not, however, all agree about the nature of Santarati. Some consider that the state of tranquil bliss does not merit the name of rasa or aesthetic delight, there being no thrill or tumult of the soul in tranquil and unruffled enjoyment of the bliss that is known itself. Others, however, hold that without a violent wrenching of the mind from all that is earthly and temporal, there cannot be Brahmananda or realization of the delight, which is Brahma, itself. Such violent wrench is itself a proof that Santarati deserves the name of rasa or aesthetic delight. 270 text 2/1 Nagud Vivikritam da Rdgdtm Kosai 27. IL translation, Ragatmika is first described, as Raganuga Bhakti presupposes Ragatmika and follows in its wake. 271 text 2 halves, is Svarasikt Raga Paramavi Stata Bhaves Tanmaya Bhaved Bhakti Sattva Ragatmakitata 272 IL translation, Raga is complete absorption in the deity of one's heart's choice. That absorbing devotion is here described as Ragatmika Bhakti. 272 commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here raga means that hunger and thirst for the beloved, which is the root cause of one's complete absorption in the object of one's liking. Here complete absorption, which is the effect, and the thirst for the beloved, which is of the nature of prema and which is the cause of the absorption in the object of prema, are spoken of as being non-different. Just as, for example, clarified butter, because of its property of prolonging life, is also designated as life itself, so also the cause of absorption, i.e. hunger and thirst for the beloved, is spoken of as if it were the same as the absorption itself. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti holds, however, that there is in the first case absorption in the object of prema, which generates the thirst for more and more prema, expressing itself in stringing together flowers into garlands wherewith to please and serve the beloved. This resulting act as service is Ragatmika Bhakti. If Ragatmika Bhakti is defined thus, then even though following in the wake of Bhakti as Prematrisna or Trisnarapa Prema, i.e. thirsting for the beloved is not possible, yet such a definition will not lead to any logical difficulties. In other words, even if the subject thirst cannot be followed, the parikarya or service in the form of making garlands of flowers in the wake of the Ragatmikas is not beyond the capacity of an individual being in Raganuga Bhakti. 272 Text 2/3, SD Kamarupa Sambandharupa Seti Bhavdvidha 273 Translation, this Ragatmika Bhakti is of two kinds: Kamarupa, i.e. of the form of a passionate desire of enjoying the Lord as one's beloved, and Sambandharupa, i.e. of the form of having a feeling of relationship with the beloved. 273 Commentary. Commenting on this verse, Sri Rupa Goswami points out that Kamarupa here means that because this Ragatmika Bhakti is caused by beauty of an intense passion for association in Madhura Rati, as between the transcendental lover and the transcendental beloved, it is called Kamarupa, i.e. passionate desire for a prakrita or non-earthly love dalliance. This Kamarupa Ragatmika Bhakti has, however, nothing to do with any tendency for mundane lust that is caused by Mayic Rajas quality. Kama or passion here means extremely loving thirst of the Braja Gopis for satisfying all the intense passionate desires of their supreme beloved. In like manner, where relation is the cause of intense desire to satisfy the desires of the Divine Son, or the Divine Friend or the Divine Master in the relationships Vatsalya Sakya and Dajya respectively, such Ragatmika Bhakti is called Sambandharupa. Though there is a relationship in Kamarupa also, yet because of the special nature of this relationship it has been separately stated. For example, when it is said, all are coming, and the king is also coming, the king's coming is no doubt included in all are coming. But in order to state the position of the king, his coming is separately mentioned. Similarly, though in Sambandharupa Bhakti all the different relationships of Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya and Madhura are included, yet in order to show the distinct nature of the relationship in the Madhura Rati, Kamarupa has been separately stated here to divide Ragatmika into Kamarupa and Sambandharupa. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that because a particular passionate form of raga and a particular sense of relationship are the two causes of Ragatmika Bhakti, it is divided into Kamarupa and Sambandharupa respectively, i.e. in Ragatmika Bhakti the Asrayavagrahas, who are the projected wholes of the original whole, the Godhead, are Sri Radhika and other Brajagopis in Madhura Rati, and they are guided by an intense passion to serve the demands of the supramundane desires of the Supreme Beloved, who is the Vasayavagraha or the original whole, the Godhead. Whereas the Asrayavagrahas in Vatsalya, Nanda, Upananda, Yasoda, Rohini and others, the most affectionate parents of the Supreme Lord, in Sakya, Sridhama, Sudama, Suvala, Ajayjavala and others the most intimate friends of the Supreme Lord, and in Dasya, Citrika, Patrika and other the most confidential servants of the Supreme Lord, are guided by an intense sense of relationship with the Lord to serve him. The former is therefore called Kamarupa and the latter as Sambandharupa. Sri Chakravarti explains in the same way as Sri Jiva that though Sambandha or relation exists even in Kamarupa, it is separately stated in order to emphasize its special nature as distinct from the other relationships. Translator's note: LT is necessary to explain here and remind the readers that the subject matter in this context is absolutely different from any mundane affair. Here is a subject in which Sri Rupa Goswami, who is a saint of cent% detachment from mundane sense experiences and completely dedicated to the Supreme Godhead, discusses the intimate relations between the Supreme Godhead and his own self-same projections who are eternally manifest, out of his inconceivable prerogative, for his own causeless pleasures independent of any earthly considerations. if it is not an uncommon supramundane subject dealing with the absolute divine and his free and unrestricted pleasures, the whole thing will degenerate into mere mundane sex affair and lust, which is ugly and unwholesome. The absolute pleasures of the absolute whole, the Godhead, in transcendental love dalliance with himself are absolutely beyond the ken of physico-mental sex associations of earthly beings. In the realm of the all-blissful Lord, he is the only and supreme enjoyer, and everything else is an object of his enjoyments. For his absolute pleasures he takes the prerogative with the help of his own internal potency to project himself out mto second holes in 5 different forms of relationships, viz. Santa, Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhura, to be enjoyed by the predominating moiety. These counter-whole divinities are called Ragatmikas. These Ragatmikas again in the first 4 relationships are guided by a sense of near relationships with the Lord, and they serve him as such. But the Ragatmikas in the 5th form of relationship in the Madhura Rati, as if in between the lover and the beloved, are guided by an intense passionate desire to serve the desires of self-pleasures in the company of his counter-whole Asrayavagrahas. These Ragatmikas who are Kamarupa are of 3 kinds, viz. 1. Those of Samanjasa Rati in Braja, 2. Those of Samanjasa Rati in Dvaraka, and 3. Those of Sadharani Rati in Mathura. Sri Radha and her 8 Sakis, i.e. the 8 projected bodies, have Samartha Rati in which there is complete self-effacement and absolute non-existence of any desire for their personal pleasures in the blessed company of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. All their intense passions are for the absolute satisfaction of the ever-increasing and ever-new demands of the Lord for his own pleasures only. Even when on rare occasions there appear any little effervescence of any form of any desire for personal enjoyments in the company of the person of the Supreme Lord, such effervescence immediately evaporates in their hearts like bubbles of water when they offer themselves completely to the supreme pleasures of the Godhead. The other gopis and manjaris of Samartha Rati in Braja, do not have even such effervescence of any desire whatsoever for their own pleasuring. Their supreme enjoyment lies in making the Lord happy and enjoy his pleasures. But in the Samanjasa Rati of the queens of Dvaraka, there is an equal desire for mutual enjoyments, of themselves, as also of Lord Sri Krishna, while in Mathura in the Sadharani Rati of Kubja she desired to enjoy the person of Lord Sri Krishna. But these are conceptions of Ragatmika Bhakti on the plane of transcendence or aprakrita bhumi, inconceivable by human minds. They sound similar to mundane relations, but are essentially and absolutely non-earthly. Love of the unalloyed soul, freed from the shackles of the gross physical body and the subtle mind cognition emotion volition, for the Godhead is most wholesome, ever fresh, ever increasing and all blissful. Whereas love in the mundane world between any 2 earthly objects, be they man and woman or birds and animals, is unwholesome, perverse, pain-giving, stale, transitory and ugly in the end. One must draw a clear line of demarcation between prema in the transcendental realm and kama in the material and mental worlds. They sound similar, but are not identical. The midday bright sun is not the dense darkness of the midnight of the last day of the dark fortnight. Prema is the brightest sun, kama is the darkest midnight. 273 Text 274-5, Tatha Hi Saptam 129 KDM Dd Vest Badesna Hadyath Baki Esver Mana Avishaya Tad Agam Hitva Bahavas Tad Gatam Gata 274 Gopya Kamad Bayakam Sod Vizak Kaidadeo Enrupa Samband Hadversnayasna Hadya Yam Bhakti Avayam Vibe Ho 275 I Translation. So it is said in the 7th canto, the great sage Narada addressing King Yudhisthira said, as many had attained the highest end, i.e. prema, by devotionally concentrating their mind in the Supreme Godhead, so also did many others achieve moksha whose mind was deeply absorbed in the Lord out of passion or enmity or fear or affection, because the very fact of deep absorption of their mind in the Lord washed away the dirt of their heart caused by enmity or fear. The gopis by their passionate love, King Kamsa out of fear, King Sisupala and the other Sati princes through malice and enmity, the Yadavas through their relationship, you, and the Pandavas, by your affection, and we, Narada and other pure devotees, through bhakti attained the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. 274-275 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that passionate bhakti cannot be said to be Vaidhi bhakti, which is guided by scriptural prescriptions, because such passion for pleasing the Lord arises spontaneously in the heart of a devotee, and is not enforced by the dictation of the scriptures. But in the Bhagavatam Canto 7, Chapter 1, Sloka 25, when Saint Narada tells King Yudhisthira that one should apply one's mind in God either out of I. Enmity, or gi. Devotion, or 3. Fear, or 4. Affection, or y. Out of a sense of relationship, or 6. Through intense passion. The contention of Saint Narada in the use of the word yunjiyat should engage in the Vidhi gender meaning duty bound, is indeed probability and not binding duty or compulsion. Sri Narada further tells King Yudhisthira that King Vina did not belong to any of the above stated categories, as he lacked their deep absorption of mind in the Lord, and therefore King Vina was thrown in hell because of his enmity with Lord Sri Krishna. One should, therefore, engage one's mind in Lord Sri Krishna by any means, says sage Narada in the Bhagavatam Canto 7, Chapter 1, Sloka 32. Here the use of the affix vidhi, compulsion or scriptural duty, in Nivzayat indicates anujana, i.e. simple permission only. King Vina cherished malice and enmity against Lord Sri Krishna, but his mind was not constantly absorbed in the Lord. It was otherwise with Kamsa, whose mind was incessantly turned to Lord Krishna out of fear. King Sisupala and the other Sati princes constantly engaged their mind in Sri Krishna out of intense malice and a feeling of enmity. The Yadavas had their mind fully engaged in Sri Krishna because of their relationship with him. The Pandavas had their mind intensely absorbed in Sri Krishna out of their respectful affection for him, and the Gopis of Braja completely merged their mind in Sri Krishna out of intense passion for the Lord's pleasures. In all these instances, the intense absorption of the mind in the most beloved Lord Sri Krishna is the cause of attaining either prema by Braja Gopis or moksha by Kamsa and Sisupala. But King Vina had no such absorption of his mind in Lord Krishna, and therefore his hatred and malice for the Lord hurled him into hell. The contention of sage Narada is that these 5 classes of persons attained prema or moksha according to their particular sentiments towards the Lord. Those who absorbed their mind in the Lord out of enmity or fear, viz. Sisupala and Kamsa respectively attained moksha, whereas those who concentrated their mind deeply in the Lord out of affection or passion, viz. the Pandavas and the Gopis respectively achieved prema. Of these 5 forms of sentiments towards the Lord which make one's mind completely absorbed in the Lord, enmity and fear are no doubt sinful and offensive. But the intensity of the absorption of their mind in the Godhead destroys the sin and the offense. There is sin or offense in entertaining enmity and fear against the Supreme Lord, but there is no such sin or offense in one's passionate sentiments for the pleasures of the Lord, because it has been said in the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 29, Sloka 13 by Sri Sukadeva Goswami to King Parikshita, if Sisupala could attain moksha and merge himself in the body of Lord Sri Krishna by cherishing hatred and enmity towards him, what more have to tell you, O King, about the Gopis of Braja? They must have attained the Lord and his close company and prema. Thus here kama or passionate desire to please Lord Sri Krishna has been eulogized and given a superior place to the other 4 forms of mental absorption in the Godhead. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that in the text the statement, viz. many attain the highest end, means that they attained a permanent stay at the feet of the Lord in his eternal abode beyond this world of material phenomena. The significance is that Sisupala and Kamsa did not go to hell like King Vina by cherishing enmity and fear against Lord Krishna because they in their previous births met death at the hands of the Lord himself, but had attained, on the other hand, superior enjoyments. Some say that they attained muddy due to their more intense absorption in Sri Krishna than even bhakti, caused by an increased practice, birth after birth, and also because of their blood relation with Lord Sri Krishna. But this is only an argument, holds Sri Mukundadasa, and the real secret is that they attained muddy, like Putana and others, by dint of their being killed by Lord Sri Krishna himself. The natural and spontaneous attachment and passion of the Gopis of Braja for Sri Krishna appeared like a new awakening in their hearts during the Lord's descent on earth, and they attained Sri Krishna and joined his eternal transcendental sports on his disappearance from this world. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti's commentary on this verse is almost the same as that of Sri Jiva, and therefore its translation is not repeated here. 274-275 text 2/6/ Anukolya Vipari Astniti Dvisa Parahatasana Hajya Sakyavat Vadvaidha Bhakti Anuvariat 276 Kim Va Primabhid Yadvanopayaj Trasadhain Baki Yabayam Iti Vyakiam Vadi Bakir Yudniya 1277 Translation, because of their violation of the favorableness to bhakti, hostility and fear are destructive of their own purposes. Affection of the Pandavas for Lord Sri Krishna implies reverential friendliness, and therefore it comes under Vadi Bhakti, or when Prema is only just a means to an end, it has no use here in the attainment of Ragatmika Bhakti, and when it is said, we, Narada and others, attain at Lord Sri Krishna by Bhakti, it clearly indicates Vadi Bhakti as it explicitly refers to scriptural prescription. 276-277 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out, though mention has been made of the different limbs of Bhakti for the attainment of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, viz. Passion, hostility, fear, affection, relation, and Bhakti, why is it that only G.I., Kamarupa and, 2, Sambandharupa have been said to be two aspects of Ragatmika Bhakti? In reply it is explained by Sri Rupa Goswami in these two slokas that fear of Kamsa and hostility of Sisupala, have been denied any place as a limb of Bhakti because of their opposition to the favorableness to the Lord's pleasures. When Sri Narada mentions fear of Kamsa and hostility of Sisupala and other princes, the import is like this: if through intense absorption of their mind in Lord Sri Krishna through fear and hostility, Karma and Sisupala could attain moksha or merge in the body of the Lord, one cannot say what superior end is attainable by following the path of pure Bhakti. That is to say, the highest bliss or prema can be attained through Bhakti. Sri Rupa has used here an argument of fortiori. In the Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 5, Sloka 48, Sri Narada, addressing Vasudeva, not Vasudeva, said, if Sisupala, Pandra and other kings could acquire a form similar to Lord Krishna and enter into his body and also achieve Sayojyamati by constantly looking upon him as their worst enemy even in sleep, dream, or awakened state and thus thinking gazed at him, what more have I to tell you about those who cherish unalloyed, or highest bhakti in him? It is needless to say that they attain a superior stage of Salokyamati over those who gain Sayojyamati by absorption of their mind in the Lord out of fear or hostility. It has therefore been said in the Easter division, second wave, Sloka 3 of this book that Uttama Bhakti of the sadhana type was hinted at by sage Narada in an indirect and roundabout way in the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam, Canto V, Chapter 1, Sloka 26. Sri Narada, addressing King Yudhisthira said, one should concentrate one's mind on Sri Krishna either out of a feeling of enmity or devotion, feet, or affection, or out of a passionate desire for his company and his enjoyments. There is no other way of mental absorption in him. A doubt may arise here: are fear and enmity induced in the category of bhakti? Does it not contradict the definition of uttama bhakti, which must be anakula or favorable to Lord Krishna? Does not the above statement of sage Narada bracket the demons with the devotees? To remove such pertinent doubts, it has been said that Sri Narada told this to King Yudhisthira by way of an indirect figure of speech. The contention of sage Narada here is that when the Lord was so kind as to bless even those who cherished fear and enmity towards him, can there be any such wretched person who would not entertain bhakti for such a gracious Lord? That is to say, one should always have bhakti for Lord Krishna and must not entertain any fear or enmity towards him. In the same way, Sri Narada again says in the 7th canto, it is my positive conviction that the deep absorption in the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna which is possible through fear and enmity against him is not easily attainable through bhakti. The motive of Sri Narada in saying this is that the sentiments of malice or passion have stronger effects on the mind of an individual than the path of scriptural prescription in Vedi Bhakti. There is no doubt, of course, that enmity towards the Lord has been thoroughly condemned as anti-devotional, but here the purpose is to show that the effect of absorption of the mind in the Lord is deeper than that of Vedi Bhakti. Here tanmaya, i.e. being as that means abis tata, i.e. complete absorption in the Godhead. For example, when it is said that a lascivious man sees the whole world full of lustful women, it means that such a man's mind is completely engaged in the thought of lustful women. Again, a question may be raised, here in Sloka 275, fear and enmity or malice, have been denied any place in pure bhakti because they are bereft of favorableness. But why has affection are not been counted in pure ragatmika bhakti? The answer is that though occasionally the affection of the Pandavas for Lord Krishna has been accepted to be pure Sakya, yet mostly their friendship for the Lord was mixed with a touch of reverence and therefore, dominated by Vaidhi Bhakti. When there is dominance of reverence, then such affection has no real use in the way of raga. Though the sneha or affection of the Pandavas appears similar to prema, the nature of prema is not specified here, nor are the functions of the anubhavas of prema, viz. The indications of passion by look or gesture according to the internal feelings, explicit, and therefore it becomes difficult to follow in their wake. Therefore the sneha or affection of the Pandavas hardly indicates the nature of prema, and cannot be accepted as helpful in the practice of raganuga bhakti, i.e. bhakti in the wake of ragatmika bhakti. If on the other hand sneha or affection of the Pandavas for Lord Sri Krishna was accepted as a particular form of prema, it can only end in their sense of relationship, and therefore, at best can be said to be sambandharupa, and not kamarupa bhakti. When sage Narada says, we realized him by bhakti, he adduces it in the ultimate evidence, and so it can come under Vaidhi Bhakti only, because in his previous birth sage Narada had attained Vaidhi Bhakti by serving the great saints. In Sloka 274, the 5 possible forms of means to the attainment of moksha or prema, viz. Passion, fear, malice, affection, and devotion have been described by the absorption of the mind in the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. But out of respect for Sridhara Swami, Sri Rupa Goswami includes the 6th means, sambandha, i.e. relationship in Sloka 275. But truly speaking, Sri Vopadeva explained the Sloka 275, quoted by Sri Rupa from the Bhagavatam, Canto Vil, Chapter 1, Sloka 30, in this way, the Yadavas and the Pandavas attained Lord Sri Krishna through a sense of their affectionate relationship with the Lord, because both were equally related to Sri Krishna, and had equal affection for the Lord. In like manner, Sri Narada mentioned in the Bhagavatam Canto 7, Chapter 1, Sloka 32, about the 5 forms of means for mental absorption in the Lord for the attainment of moksha through fear and malice as in the case of Kamsa and Sisupala, and prema through passion and devotion as in the case of the gopis of Braja, and that King Vina was hurled into hell as he did not have mental absorption in the Lord while cherishing malice and enmity against Lord Krishna. Thus it is unequivocally established that the means of complete mental absorption in the Lord are 5, and not 6. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that in these 2 slokas 276 and 277 Sri Rupa Goswami, having stated the 6 different means as causes of complete mental absorption in the Godhead, goes on further to establish the 2 causes, kama, or passionate form of prema, and sambandha or affectionate relationship, as aspects of ragatmika bhakti and not as causes of any other form of bhakti. As antagonism is caused by fear, it becomes unfavorable or pratikula to bhakti. Sneha, le. Affection, though it is indicative of prema, is guided by a sense of the majesties and glories of the Lord, and so it becomes subservient to Vaidhi Bhakti. But when the relation of prema becomes intensely deep, as in the case of the gopis, then only it becomes ragatmika bhakti. Therefore, the reverential affection of the Pandavas for Lord Sri Krishna cannot be helpful in the path of raganuga bhakti also. Steve Visvanatha Cakravari points out that as sage Narada has adduced bhakti as ultimate evidence to mental absorption in the Lord, such bhakti canon be helpful to raganuga bhakti. In his previous birth Sri Narada received advice on Vaidhi Bhakti only from the saints, as they noticed in him his reverential adoration for the majesties and glories of Lord Narayana. Sri Narada received instructions on Vaidhi Bhakti from the saints when in his previous birth his mother was engaged in serving the saints. 2/6-277 text 2/8 Yat arindam priyandam ca prapyamakam I vodatam tad brahmakrisnayer ichiat kittanarkupamajosa 278 Translation. When it is said that the object of attainment both by the enemies and the dear devotees of the Lord is the same, it means that Sri Krishna and Brahman are identical as in the comparison of the sun with its ray respectively. 278 Commentary, Kamsa and Sisupala, the enemies of Lord Krishna, attained Sayojyamati by merging their bodies in the body of Lord Krishna through absolute mental absorption in Lord Krishna out of fear and malice respectively, i.e. they attained Brahman by merging in the Brahman, whereas the dear devotees of the Lord the Gopis of Braja, and his near relations the Yadavas attained Lord Krishna in Salokyamati through passionate devotion and a sense of affectionate relation. Brahman and Lord Krishna are one as the ray is identical with the Sunday. If one attains the ray, it may be said that one has also attained the sun, because the ray of the sun and the sun are not two different entities. So also, says Sri Rupa Goswami, Brahman is not different from Lord Krishna. So when Kamsa and Sisupala attained Sayojyamati by merging in the Brahman, as all their mental dirt were wiped out by dint of their complete mental absorption in Lord Krishna out of extreme fearfulness and inordinate enmity, and when the Gopis of Braja attained Lord S.N. Krishna through their intensely passionate devotion, and when the Yadavas attained Lord Krishna through their sense and feeling of near relationship with him, all of them are said to have achieved the same object. That is, Lord Sri Krishna was attained by his dear devotees and the qualitless Brahman by his enemies. Indeed, both Krishna and Brahman are not two different entities, but they are one. Here Lord Krishna is compared with the sun, and Brahman with the ray, and both are one. Thus the doubt how can enemies and dear devotees of the Lord attain the same object, is removed by Sri Rupa. In the Brahma Samhita, Chap. V. Sloka 40, the qualityless Brahman has been described as a ray of Lord Sri Krishna. In his hymn to Lord Govinda, Sri Brahma the creator of the 14 worlds, and not Brahman the absolute, says, one bow to that primordial Lord Govinda, the effulgence of whose body is the undivided, unlimited, omnipresent Brahman, whose glories are distinct and greater than all the glories and splendor of the 14 worlds. In the Gita, chapter 14, Sloka 27, addressing Prince Arjuna, Lord Krishna says, am the support or rest of the qualityless and formless Brahman, le. Its existence rests in me. Due to the differences of eligibility of individuals, the same Lord Krishna manifests himself in his eternal and aprakrita or supramundane form, as he is, to his dear devotees, and he appears as the unmanifest, formless Brahman to others. In the particular reference to the Brahma Samhita, Brahman has been described as qualityless, i.e. beyond all the three maic qualities, viz. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, formless, i.e. having no material form, but has a transcendental form of his own peculiar to himself, and as the effulgence or glow of the person of Lord Sri Krishna. As the ray is to the sun, so is Brahman to Lord Krishna. Even the self-contented Arsis, engaged in the contemplation of the formless Brahman, are attracted by the limitless supramundane qualities and the aprakrita, having no material body, but possessing an eternal and all-beautiful body of his own, person of Lord Krishna. This subject has been discussed in minute details in the Bhagavata Sandarbha by Sri Jiva Goswami. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami comments that the use of the word Priyadir, in this sloka refers to the four classes of devotees of Lord Krishna, viz. His servant, his friends, his parents, and his consorts the damsels of Braja. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that though Sri Krishna and Brahman are one, yet the all-beauteous Sri Krishna far excels Brahman in his rasa aspect as the personified and condensed, mellow sweetness. It, therefore, naturally follows that the dear devotees like the gopis who attained Hari as Sri Krishna are far superior to the Lord's enemies who attained him as Brahman. This is what Sri Rupa Goswami means when he says about the identity of the sun and the ray of the sun, i.e. the qualities of the sun are hundredfold superior to and greater than the ray. The contention is that Kamsa and Sisupala, the enemies of Lord Krishna, attained Sayojyamati in Brahman, which is compared with the ray of the sun, through their constant and profound absorption in Lord Sri Krishna out of extreme fear and unbounded malice against him, whereas the dear devotees, the gopis of Braja and the Yadavas of Dvaraka, attain the beauty and bliss of the person of Krishna, who is compared with the sun, through the intense passion of the gopis for the most intimate loving services of all the sense of the Lord for his pleasures alone, and through a sense of affectionate relationship of the Yadavas for Sri Krishna. 278 Text 2/9 Brahmani evalayamaduti perdayina rapave hari kesid perpdp istrapyabasam maj janti tatsuk 279 Translation. The enemies of Lord Hari mostly merge in the Brahman, very rarely some of them, having a glimpse into the sarapya of the Lord, i.e. of equal beauty, are sunk into Brahmananda or non-qualified bliss. 279 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here in this sloka the author again repeats that the enemies of Lord Krishna attain Brahma Sayujyamati only. Non-devotees by treading the paths of karma, Vedic ritualism, tapasya, hard penances, jnana, empirical knowledge, vairagya, dry asceticism, Astanga Yoga, the 8 parts of yoga, viz., yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana and samadhi, dana, charities, and varna ashrama dharma, relative duties in different stations of life, and all such various methods. Even perchance my devotees have any slight desire for heaven, salvation, and my realm Vaikuntha, they achieve them no doubt. 252-53 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here in the quoted text, practice for otherwise good ends itarasriya sadhana means misra bhakti or bhakti alloyed with karmayana etc., desiring salokyamut, liberation by which to attain the realm of the Lord, and kathansid yadi vanchati le if there be slight desire on the part of my devotees, means which may be helpful to them to the cause of bhakti, because a true devotee does not desire anything which may not be helpful to the cause of bhakti. For example, Maharaj Chitraketa desired an aerial flight, or Sukadeva desired to cut off all worldly ties even while he was in his mother's womb, or Prahlada desired to go to the vicinity of the Lord. In the 6th canto of the Bhagavatam, v. 1.17.3, Sri Sukadeva narrated to King Parksita that in the caves of the Meru Mountains in the North Pole, which is the place fulfillment of various objects of one's desires, Chitraketa Maharaj had delighted himself by engaging the wives of the heavenly musicians in singing the glories Lord Hari. In the Brahmavaivarta Puranam Sri Sukadeva thus prayed to Lord Sri Krishna, O Madhava! If one be not bound down to the worldly ties by filthy Maya, which is the strongest fetter to all beings of the world and which is really insurmountable, then only shall leave this womb and come into the world. Be thou then my security for a moment. In the Bhagavatam, Canto 7, Chapter 9 and Sloka 16 the great devotee Prahlada, prayed in his hymns to Lord Nrsimhadeva in this manner, O thou benevolent Lord! Thou friend of the fallen! O thou tender-hearted! Bound by my own karma have been thrown into the midst of these demons who are destroying everything of thy devotees. I am, therefore, extremely afraid of the unbearable and terrible miseries of the will of this world due to its aversion to thee and thy services. O Lord! When wilt thou be pleased with me and call me to the shade of thy lotus feet which are soothing like the simileing beams of the million autumnal moons? Stimukandadasa Goswami observes that here other processes of attaining desired fruits means bhakti tinged with karma, jnana, etc. Madhyama here refers to mixed bhakti which offers salokya samapyasarupyasarsti the 4 forms of muddy in Vaikuntha. 252-53 Text 254, Rusam Advahatas Tatra Genasia Bhajani Havavisa Yesugavasto Pi Raga Praviltye 254 Il Translation. Should a person attain rusai or taste in the service of Lord Hari, then, all his earthly attachments, however hard, shall soon melt away, in most cases. 254 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami points out that it has previously been stated that vairagya or detachment hardens the heart of a beginner in the path of bhakti, and such vairagya has, already been discarded. Does it then follow that sense enjoyments have been prescribed for him? If so, then, attachment for Lord Sri Krishna becomes an impossibility for one whose heart is preoccupied with attachment to worldly objects of sense enjoyments. Can anybody achieve objects which are in the west when one walks to the east? It is not possible. It goes against the teachings of the scriptures. To solve this apparent contradiction, Sri Jiva Goswami explains that the very fact of one's rusai, taste, for bhakti indicates one's non-attachment to earthly or heavenly pleasures, and it therefore becomes unnecessary for him to undergo the heart-hardening hardships of vairagya or asceticism, because in the case of a person who has attained rusai for bhakti, whatever attachments may still be lingering in him, they will spontaneously melt away and will be completely wiped out when bhakti develops in depth and steadiness. Spiritual practices in the way of bhakti not only create detachment for worldly objects, they also awaken jnana, i.e. knowledge of one's own true self and also of the Supreme Lord. In the Bhagavatam Canto 1, Chapter 2 and Sloka / Sri Sudha Goswami addressing sage Saunaka and other Arsas, says, Bhakti Yoga applied to Lord Vasudeva very soon awakens the Atma Jnana and Vairagya, as propounded by the Upanishads, which are far beyond the scope of dry intellectualism. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that in the nature of bhakti there is complete absence of any kind of worldly attachments for worldly objects of sense pleasures, and that the stage of rusai in bhakti, even if there be any such attachments, however little, they melt away very soon. Sri Mukundadasa says that rusai here refers to the sixth stage, starting from sraddha, in the spiritual practices, when worldly attachments begin to melt away. In the next stage of asakti, i.e. attachment for the Lord, all mundane attractions are completely removed from the heart. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that rusai in this sloka means faith or sraddha that is aroused in the head after one has taken to the way of bhakti. Prayavilayate means that even if there be any lingering attachment for worldly pleasures after one has entered the path of bhakti, no great attention need be paid to it because this lingering attachment for worldliness will be completely removed from the heart when the flower of bhakti will fully bloom. 254 Text 255, Ansaktasya Visayanyathdramyapavajaya Nirbandha Krishna Sambandhi Yukyam Varajyamusaya 255 Translation, when non-attached persons make moderate acceptances of worldly objects and employ them in the services of Sri Krishna, it is called Yadavarajya, i.e. balances detachment. 255 Commentary, commenting on the verse Sri Jiva Goswami explains the purpose of the author in composing this verse in this particular context. What has previously been implicitly stated as vairagya or detachment, which enables one in following the path of bhakti, is explicitly defined here. When a devotee who is unattached to worldly objects enjoys them with detachment to the extent of his eager employment of such enjoyments of worldly objects in the services of Lord Sri Krishna, it is called yadavarajya or balanced detachment. That is to say, there need not be wholesale or total rejection of everything of this world, which may be useful for the services of the Lord, nor need there be any desire for earthly objects for one's own sense enjoyments. A true and balanced devotee accepts those objects of the world, which are helpful to bhakti, and rejects or is detached from such mundane objects, which are unfavorable to the services of the Lord. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that here the author Sri Rupa Goswami defined natural detachment as the normal nature of bhakti. When according to one's eligibility and spiritual capability one accepts objects of enjoyments without being attached to them and at the same time shows eager interest in accepting objects which are associated with Lord Krishna, such as Mahaprasad, food, flower garlands, sandal paste, tulasi, which are offered to the Lord at the time of worship in the temple, such detachment for non-devotional objects of sense enjoyments and attachment for objects which are associated with Sri Krishna is called balanced detachment or yadavarajya. The Lord himself had disclosed it to Sri Uddhava in the Bhagavatam in Canto X1, Chapter 20, Slokas 27-29, persons who have faith in me and are indifferent to the relative duties in life, both permanent and occasional such as are of daily occurrence and are to be performed occasionally in accordance with the directions of the scriptures, and who even knowing fully well the painful consequences of desires of sense enjoyments are not yet able to discard them completely and enjoy them with reluctance, should engage themselves in my service with a strong determination and loving attachment, with the belief that by serving me alone they will be able to get rid forever of the terrible and pain-giving consequences of sensual enjoyments of worldly objects. When one is thus engaged in bhakti in me and remembers me constantly, then enter into the darkness of his heart, and all his worldly desires are immediately destroyed as fog vanishes with the rise of the Sunday. 255 Text 256, Prapansakatiya Budhide Hari Sambandhi Vazi Unal Mumuk Subhi Paradi Jo Varajyam Philo Kathye 256 Translation, when salvationists, those who desire self-merging in the Absolute, discard objects which are associated with Lord Hari, mistaking them to be material and earthly, then such detachment or vairagya is called falgu, i.e. false and deceptive, i.e. salvationists have apparent detachment for objects of sense enjoyments and at the same time internal attachment for them, like the river Falgu, which is apparently dry on its bed but has a flow below the surface. 256 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami states that vairagya, i.e. detachment which is unhelpful to bhakti, is unbalanced or falgu. By such unbalanced detachment the non-devotional people go to the extent of committing offenses to the Lord. It is an offense to refuse to honor food, flower garlands, sandal paste, incense, etc. which have been offered to the Lord, mistaking them to be identical with other material objects of enjoyment. This refusal may be in two different ways: not to ask for such offered objects which, though apparently material, are essentially made spiritual by the process of being offered to the Transcendental Lord through the medium of mantram or transcendental words, and secondly to refuse to accept even when such spiritual ingredients are given to one by a devotee. Of these two possible ways of offenses, the latter one is more offensive. It has been said so in the scriptures. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami says that vairagya or dry detachment, which is the cause of hardening the heart, is called falgu vairagya, i.e. unbalanced and false abnegation. 256 Text 257-8, Praktina Laksanana Eva Bhaktradhintasia Ca Angav Sunarast Pinidity Akulakarmanam 257 Ijandna Sydd Hyatmakasid P Varajyajya Ca Falguana Spastatdratam Punar Api Tad Evadam Narakratam 258 LL Translation, though in the previous definition of Uttama Bhakti, i.e. non-existence of the very tendency for any kind of desire, and Bhakti being completely uncovered by karma, jnana, yoga, etc., it has been completely and clearly and unequivocally established that all forms of Vedic karma or ritualism in the different stations of life do not form any anga of bhakti, yet for further clarification it has again been said here that adhyatma jnana, i.e. self-annihilating knowledge of the salvationists, and phego vairagya, i.e. unbalanced and false detachment of elevationists, do not form any anga of bhakti. 257-58 Text 259, Jhanasijyadabhired Vararya Bhaktatya Papadiate Vijardvad Uttamatedan Yditasid Ca and Gata 259 IL Translation, Bhakti that is caused through the medium or assistance of wealth, disciples, and others, or they are made an expedient, causes lapses due to the intervening distance, and hence has been denied to be called an anga of Uttama Bhakti. 259 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that in the definition of Uttama Bhakti by Sri Rupa Goswami, when it is said that it is uncovered by karma, jnana, and others, this others includes slackness as well. Therefore, bhakti that is practiced through wealth and disciples, etc. cannot be an anga of bhakti. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that amongst the 64 angas of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti, there is no need of any wealth or disciples for listening to and singing the name and glories of the Lord. But in matters of temple worship, it is impossible for one person to perform all the details of worship at the same time. In such cases where the assistance of wealth and disciples becomes necessary, there will naturally be lapses in the practice of pure or Uttama Bhakti. It does not follow that there must be lapses in every other anga of Uttama Bhakti. 259 Text 260, Visanattivana Vistam Samsrayanti Adikarina Vivkadan Yato Megam Api Nangatvamusayate 260 Translation, it is said that, the conscious power of discrimination or knowledge that distinguishes good from bad or soul from matter, mind and body, though completely accommodates the various distinctive traits of the different stages of spiritual practices by those who are eligible in the way of Bhakti, also, cannot be accepted as an anga of Uttama Bhakti. 260 Text 261, Krishanmuksam Svayamaduti Tamasakdayas Tatha Ityst Vika Na Yudasyad Bhakti Angantarapadita 262 IL Translation, Yama, i.e. restraint of the passions, Saka, i.e. purification of personal defilement, etc. automatically develop in the life of those who come to Sri Krishna. But they also cannot be said to be angas of Uttama Bhakti even though they are inherent in the character of such devotees. 261 Commentary, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that in these three slokas regarding the inclination to Sri Krishna, and Sri Krishna Bhakti it has been shown that though Yama, Sauna, Niyama, etc. spontaneous appear in the lives of those who turn to the way of Krishna Bhakti, they cannot be angas of Uttama Bhakti. This has been unequivocally established. Yamas are of 12 forms. In the Bhagavatam Canto 11, Chapter 19, Sloka 33, Lord Krishna told Sri Uddhava that yamas or restrain of the passions are of 12 forms, viz. 1. Nonviolence, ahimsa, 2. Truth, satya, 3. Non-stealing, asteya, 4. Modesty, 3. 5. Non-saving or non-accumulation, asankhya, 6. Non-association or solitude, asanga, 7. Belief in the existence of God, astikya, 8. Abstinence from sexual intercourse, brahmakarya, 9. Observance of silence, mana, 10. Calmness in the midst of conflicts, sthirya, 11. Forbearance or forgiveness, kasama, and 12. Fearlessness, abhaya. These are the 12 forms of yama. There are again 12 forms of niyama or self-discipline, viz. 1. Physical cleanliness, vihayasaka, 2. Internal cleanliness, antarsaka, 3. Faith or reverence, sraddha, 4. Inaudible uttering of prayers, japa, 5. Religion's austerities or penance, tapas, 6. Vedic sacrifices or ritualisms, homa, 7. Hospitality, atithya, 8. Worship of the Lord, arcana, 9. Pilgrimage, tirtha brahmana, 10. Endeavor to render good to others, parahita sesta, 11. Contentment, tusti, and 12. Service of the spiritual master, Guru Seva. 261 Translators note, it is to be noticed here that according to the Bhagavatam, there are 12 forms of yama, and 12 forms of niyama. But according to RSI Patanjali, the following 5 are called yama, viz. 1. Nonviolence, ahimsa, 2. Truth, satya, 3. Non-stealing, asteya, 4. Abstinence from sexual intercourse, brahmakarya, and 5. Vow of non-acceptance of anything from anybody, abharagraha, and the following 5 are called niyama, viz. 1. Purity, saka, 2. Contentment, santosa, 3. Austere penance, tapas, 4. Study of the Vedas, svadhyaya, and 5. Divine contemplation, svarapranidhana, Vaidhi Patanjali Yoga Sutra, November 30, 31. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out a possible doubt. When it is stated that yama and niyama spontaneously awaken in those who turn to Lord Krishna and Krishna Bhakti, does it then follow that those in whom yama and niyama are lacking are all averse to Lord Krishna and Krishna Bhakti? In reply, Sri Chakravarti makes it explicit by saying that it cannot be concluded that those in whom yama and niyama are lacking must necessarily be averse to Lord Krishna and Krishna Bhakti, but the contention of Sri Rupa Goswami here is that yama and niyama make their spontaneous appearance in the lives of those who have attained nearness of Lord Krishna, completely and perfectly. 261 Text 262, Yath skanda it na hi adboid vidatavams de gunahavi bhaktau pravridaya natec aparatapana 262 Translation, It is stated in the Skanda Puranam that when a certain hunter gave up hunting of wild animals after listening to the advice of sage Narada and engaged himself instead in the service of Lord Hari, a saint present there addressed the fowler and said, "O hunter! It is not really strange on your part to part with hunting and killing of animals, because those who are engaged in the service of Lord Hari do not tyrannize over others." 262 Text 263, Tatrava antasudharbhayasudis tapasantiadayas tatha ami gund prapadianti havrisavabhakamanam 263 Translation, it is said in the Skanda Puranam that physical purity, internal cleanliness, austerity, contentment, and such other qualities themselves seek shelter at the feet of devotees who are desirous of serving Lord Hari. 263 Commentary, Steemyakanda Goswami points out that adi in Santyadi in the text includes also such qualities as sweet but true words, impartiality, etc. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that those who are completely inclined to and engaged in the service of Lord Hari, to them only do all qualities like inner purity, etc. themselves seek shelter, i.e. such a devotee does not develop these qualities by his spiritual practices, but the qualities automatically appear in their life and character, as if seeking protection under such devotees. 263 Text 264, SD Bhaktir Eka Mukhi Dug Asratana Iknji Katha Vas Vavasananusarina Nisthita Siddhikrit Bhaves 264 Translation, when according to one's own normal propensities an individual attains firmness in this bhakti, one can achieve the end of sadhana bhakti in bhava bhakti by following any one of the primary angas or its many subordinate angas. 264 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that of the different angas of Vedis dana bhakti, such as listening, singing, remembering, meditating etc., when one follows primarily any one of them, and the rest are practiced secondarily, then it is called ekanga. But where one follows and practices all the different angas of bhakti as of primary and equal importance, then it is called an ekanga. Both these forms of bhakti are of primary importance, because when there is firmness in observing one or all the angas of bhakti, it leads one to the realization of the final end. 264 Text 265, Tatra Ekangayatha Granthantir 817 Visnosravan Part Kasida Bavad Vayasaka Kirtan Pralada Smarana Tadangri Bajana Laksmi Prathul Pujane Agratras TV Abhivandane Kapi Patir Dasyi Tha Sakurjuna Sarvasvamanivdane Balir Abhutkias Naptir Isam 265 Translation, Ekanga Bhakti, as said elsewhere, it has been thus said in the scriptures regarding following any one of the 9 primary forms of bhakti, viz. 1. King Parikshita by listening, Sravanam, to the glories of Lord Vinu. 2. Sri Sukadeva Goswami by singing the qualities of Lord Vinu, Kirtanam. 3. Prince Prahlada in his remembrance, Smaranam. 4. Lakshmi in the service of the feet of the Lord, Pudasavanam. 5. King Parthu in worshipping Lord Vishnu, Arcanum. 6. Akrura in offering hymns or adoration, Vandanam. 7. Hanumana in rendering services to the Lord, Dajyam. 8. Arjuna by his friendship, Sakyam, and 9. Vala Maharajan. Complete self-dedication to the Lord, Atmanivdanam, all of them attained Lord Sri Krishna in the most perfect way. 265 Sanskrita Text 266-8, Anakangd, Yathnavamal 28 Savai Manau Kripa Padaravindayar Vakdasi Vakad Hagnavari Anakakarau Harar Mandita Marjanatana Krusha Kakdrak Vyudasat Kathode Phi 266 Phimyakanda Lingalaya Dark Sentandrako Tad Bitra Spars Nasang Gamagri Aaca Lalpadasara Hasarabhi Kremad Tulaji Razanda Tad Arpa 267 Ipada Haruke Fetrapadanusarpe Siro Hraikapadabhivandane Kamasi Dazai Na2 Kamakamaya Yathata Amasio Janakray Radio FL 268-2. Translation, Anakanga Bhakti, as in the 9th canto, Sri Sukha Goswami addressing King Parikshita said, Maharaj Ambarisa engaged his own mind in the meditation on the lotus feet of Lord Sri Krishna, his words in singing the glories and qualities of the Lord, his 2 hands in cleansing the temple of Lord Hari and in his other services, his 2 ears in listening to the pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna, his 2 eyes in seeing the image of Lord Mukunda, his temple, Mathura, and other transcendental realms manifest in this world. And the Lord's Vaishnava devotees, Ambarisa engaged his touch in touching the feet and body of the Lord's devotees, his nose in smelling the sweet scent of the tulasi with sandal paste which has added fragrance offered to the Lord, his 2 legs in travelling repeatedly to Mathura, and to the Lord's temples in other places of pilgrimage, his tongue in tasting food that has been offered to the Lord, he engaged his head in bowing down at the feet of Lord Hari and his devotees, and engaged all his desires not in sense enjoyments but in achieving the services of the feet of the Lord. King Ambarisa thus employed all his senses in their proper places so that he might attain desireless bhakti like Prince Prahlada and other devotees of the self-famed Lord Sri Krishna. -266, 267, 268 Text 269, Sastrokyayad Prabalaya Tat 10 Merida Yanvada Vedi Bhaktir Yam Kaiskan Merid Maria Osai 269 Translation. This scriptural Vaidh1 sadhana bhakti, which is very strongly guided by the injunctions of the scriptures, is also called Maryadya Marga, or reverential path by some scholars, such as Vallabhacharya. 269 Commentary, Sti Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that if the respect and regard for the directions of the scriptures be strong and dominating, i.e. if scriptural prescriptions guide one to the way of bhakti, then such scriptural respecting bhakti is called Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakt, and Sri Vallabhacharya calls it Marida Marga, i.e. path of scriptural reverence. 269 Raganuga Sadhana Bhakti, Text 2.70, Verdyantam Abhivyakiyam Vrajavitsi Jandasaragut Mi Kamenasrid YDSD Raganugosai 270 Translation. Next, Raganuga Sadhana Bhakti, Bhakti that is distinctly and uniquely and spontaneously manifest in the Brajavasis is called Ragatmika Bhakti, and Bhakti that arises in the wake of this Ragatmika Bhakti is called Raganuga Bhakti. -2/0 Translators Note, Sadhana Bhakti above considered is of 2 varieties Vaidhi Bhakti and Raganuga Bhakti. Vaidhi Bhakti is the devotion that is aroused in an earthly being on acquaintance with prescriptions of the scriptures. It is otherwise, however, with Raganuga Bhakti. Here Bhakti arises in one when one hears, for example, the intimate services of Citrika, Patrika and other eternal servants of Lord Sri Krishna, or the unreserved friendly feelings of Sridama, Sudama, Suvala, Madhumangala, Ajayjavala and other eternal friends of Lord Krishna, or the unbounded parental affection of Nanda, Yasoda and other eternal parents of Lord Krishna, for the divine son Krishna, or the unrestricted attachment and love of Sri Radha and other eternal and transcendental damsels of Braja. For their eternal beloved Sri Krishna, and then a desire to serve Lord Krishna with such sentiments under guidance of either the eternal servants, or eternal friends, or eternal parents or eternal consorts of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna of Braja. Such hearing may awaken in an earthly being a desire for loving and affectionate services of Sri Krishna of a similar nature to that which Citrika, Patrika, or Sridama, Suvala, or Nanda and Yasoda or Sri Radha and other Braja Gopis felt for Krishna. Desire for such love and affection and loving and affectionate services for Krishna arise in an earthly being on hearing about the love for Krishna in Yasoda and other residents of Braja. They are called Ragatmikas, and no individual jiva soul can ever become a Ragatmika. The Ragatmikas in Santaratai, Dajiratai, Sakuratai, Vatsalyaratai and Madhuraratai, such as Citrika Patrika, Sridama Sudama Suvala, Nanda Yasoda, and Sri Radha and others, are all projected wholes of the supreme and original whole Sri Krishna. They are called Asrayavigrahas in relation to the Vasayavagri who is Krishna alone. Therefore all the Ragatmikas belong to the category of absolute divinity and are certainly not individual atmas or finite selves, whereas the Raganuga devotees belong to the category of jiva souls and are eternally in subordination to the Ragatmikas. It is Raganuga Bhakti in the sense that it follows in the wake of the Ragatmikas' spontaneous loving services of the Brajavasis for Lord Krishna. It should be noted here that while Ragatmika Bhakti or spontaneous affection and love for Sri Krishna appertains only to Lord Krishna and his divine associates, such as Nanda, Yasoda, Suvala, or Radha, and others, Raganuga Bhakti or Bhakti that follows in the wake of the divine affection of the eternal order belongs only to earthly beings who may desire a taste of such affection for Sri Krishna when they hear of the divine love in the divine plane. Commenting on the above text, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that the Brajabasi in the text must be taken in the wide sense so as to include trees, plants, creeper, and the animal life of Braja. The idea underlying this is that since there are 5 mukhya or primary forms Bhakti inching Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhura and also the Santa, there must therefore be amongst the eternal associates of Sri Krishna not merely those who represent the first 4 kinds of primary affections, but also associates to represent the Santa associates. Insofar as these primary rati or attachment of relation through accretions of other accessories emerged as rasa or various forms of passionate attachment and affection, they all involve some kind of tremor of the mind, and therefore a question naturally arises as to how such emotional tumult is consistent with the tranquil or undisturbed enjoyment of the Santa state. It is in anticipation of such an objection that it is pointed out that even the Santa state is not without its thrills of delight, as is illustrated in the case of trees, plants, and creepers of Braja that tremble in joy and delight whenever their leaves or branches happen to come in contact with the person of Krishna. The Alankarikas do not, however, all agree about the nature of Santa rati. Some consider that the state of tranquil bliss does not merit the name of rasa or aesthetic delight, there being no thrill or tumult of the soul in tranquil and unruffled enjoyment of the bliss that is known itself. Others, however, hold that without a violent wrenching of the mind from all that is earthly and temporal, there cannot be Brahmananda or realization of the delight, which is Brahma, itself. Such violent wrench is itself a proof that Santa rati deserves the name of rasa or aesthetic delight. 270 text 2/1 Nagud Vivikritam da Rdgdtm Kosai 27. IL translation, Ragatmika is first described, as Raganuga Bhakti presupposes Ragatmika and follows in its wake. 271 text 2 halves, is Svarasikt Raga Paramavistata Bhaves Tanmaya Bhaved Bhakti Sattva Ragatmakitata 272 IL translation, Raga is complete absorption in the deity of one's heart's choice. That absorbing devotion is here described as Ragatmika Bhakti. 272 commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here raga means that hunger and thirst for the beloved, which is the root cause of one's complete absorption in the object of one's liking. Here complete absorption, which is the effect, and the thirst for the beloved, which is of the nature of prema and which is the cause of the absorption in the object of prema, are spoken of as being non-different. Just as, for example, clarified butter, because of its property of prolonging life, is also designated as life itself, so also the cause of absorption, i.e. hunger and thirst for the beloved, is spoken of as if it were the same as the absorption itself. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti holds, however, that there is in the first case absorption in the object of prema, which generates the thirst for more and more prema, expressing itself in stringing together flowers into garlands wherewith to please and serve the beloved. This resulting act as service is Ragatmika Bhakti. If Ragatmika Bhakti is defined thus, then even though following in the wake of Bhakti as Prematrisna or Trisnarapa Prema, i.e. thirsting for the beloved is not possible, yet such a definition will not lead to any logical difficulties. In other words, even if the subject thirst cannot be followed, the parikarya or service in the form of making garlands of flowers in the wake of the Ragatmikas is not beyond the capacity of an individual being in Raganuga Bhakti. 272 text 2/3, SD Kamarupa Sambandharupa Seti Bhaved Vidha 273 translation, this Ragatmika Bhakti is of 2 kinds Kamarupa, i.e. of the form of a passionate desire of enjoying the Lord as one's beloved, and Sambandharupa, i.e. of the form of having a feeling of relationship with the beloved. 273 commentary, commenting on this verse Sri Jiva Goswami points out that Kamarupa here means that because this Ragatmika Bhakti is caused by beauty of an intense passion for association in Madhura Rati, as between the transcendental lover and the transcendental beloved, it is called Kamarupa, i.e. passionate desire for a prakrita or non-earthly love dalliance. This Kamarupa Ragatmika Bhakti has, however, nothing to do with any tendency for mundane lust that is caused by maic rajas quality. Kama or passion here means extremely loving thirst of the Braja gopis for satisfying all the intense passionate desires of their supreme beloved. In like manner, where relation is the cause of intense desire to satisfy the desires of the divine son, or the divine friend or the divine master in the relationships Vatsalya Sakya and Dajya respectively, such Ragatmika Bhakti is called Sambandharapa. Though there is a relationship in Kamarupa also, yet because of the special nature of this relationship it has been separately stated. For example, when it is said, all are coming, and the king is also coming, the king's coming is no doubt included in all are coming. But in order to state the position of the king, his coming is separately mentioned. Similarly, though in Sambandharapa Bhakti all the different relationships of Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhura are included, yet in order to show the distinct nature of the relationship in the Madhura Ratai, Kamarupa has been separately stated here to divide Ragatmika into Kamarupa and Sambandharapa. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that because a particular passionate form of raga and a particular sense of relationship are the two causes of Ragatmika Bhakti, it is divided into Kamarupa and Sambandharapa respectively, i.e. in Ragatmika Bhakti the Asrayavagrahas, who are the projected wholes of the original whole, the Godhead, are Sri Radhika and other Brajagopis in Madhura Ratai, and they are guided by an intense passion to serve the demands of the supramundane desires of the Supreme Beloved, who is the Vasayavagraha or the original whole, the Godhead. Whereas the Asrayavagrahas in Vatsalya, Nanda, Upananda, Yasoda, Rohini, and others the most affectionate parents of the Supreme Lord, in Sakya, Sridhama, Sudama, Suvala, Ajayjavala, and others the most intimate friends of the Supreme Lord, and in Dasya, Citrika, Patrika, and other the most confidential servants of the Supreme Lord, are guided by an intense sense of relationship with the Lord to serve him. The former is therefore called Kamarupa and the latter as Sambandharapa. Sri Chakravarti explains in the same way as Sri Jiva that though Sambandha or relation exists even in Kamarupa, it is separately stated in order to emphasize its special nature as distinct from the other relationships. Translator's note: LT is necessary to explain here and remind the readers that the subject matter in this context is absolutely different from any mundane affair. Here is a subject in which Sri Rupa Goswami, who is a saint of cent% detachment from mundane sense experiences and completely dedicated to the Supreme Godhead, discusses the intimate relations between the Supreme Godhead and his own self-same projections who are eternally manifest, out of his inconceivable prerogative, for his own causeless pleasures independent of any earthly considerations. If it is not an uncommon supramundane subject dealing with the absolute divine and his free and unrestricted pleasures, the whole thing will degenerate into mere mundane sex affair and lust, which is ugly and unwholesome. The absolute pleasures of the absolute whole, the Godhead, in transcendental love dalliance with himself are absolutely beyond the ken of physico-mental sex associations of earthly beings. In the realm of the all-blissful Lord, he is the only and supreme enjoyer and everything else is an object of his enjoyments. For his absolute pleasures he takes the prerogative with the help of his own internal potency to project himself out MTO second wholes in 5 different forms of relationships, viz. Santa, Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhura, to be enjoyed by the predominating moiety. These counter-whole divinities are called Ragatmikas. These Ragatmikas again in the first 4 relationships are guided by a sense of near relationships with the Lord, and they serve him as such. But the Ragatmikas in the 5th form of relationship in the Madhura Ratai, as if in between the lover and the beloved, are guided by an intense passionate desire to serve the desires of self-pleasures in the company of his counter-whole Asrayavagrahas. These Ragatmikas who are Kamarupa are of 3 kinds, viz. 1. Those of Samanjasa Ratai in Braja, 2. Those of Samanjasa Ratai in Dvaraka, and 3. Those of Sadharani Ratai in Mathura. Sri Radha and her 8 Sakais, i.e. the 8 projected bodies, have samartha rati in which there is complete self-effacement and absolute non-existence of any desire for their personal pleasures in the blessed company of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. All their intense passions are for the absolute satisfaction of the ever-increasing and ever-new demands of the Lord for his own pleasures only. Even when on rare occasions there appear any little effervescence of any form of any desire for personal enjoyments in the company of the person of the Supreme Lord, such effervescence immediately evaporates in their hearts like bubbles of water when they offer themselves completely to the supreme pleasures of the Godhead. The other gopis and manjaris of Samartha Rati in Braja, do not have even such effervescence of any desire whatsoever for their own pleasuring. Their supreme enjoyment lies in making the Lord happy and enjoy his pleasures. But in the Samanjasa Rati of the queens of Dvaraka, there is an equal desire for mutual enjoyments, of themselves, as also of Lord Sri Krishna, while in Mathura in the Sadharani Rati of Kubja she desired to enjoy the person of Lord Sri Krishna. But these are conceptions of Ragatmika Bhakti on the plane of transcendence or aprakrita bhumi, inconceivable by human minds. They sound similar to mundane relations, but are essentially and absolutely non-earthly. Love of the unalloyed soul, freed from the shackles of the gross physical body and the subtle mind cognition emotion volition, for the Godhead is most wholesome, ever fresh, ever increasing and all blissful. Whereas love in the mundane world between any two earthly objects, be they man and woman or birds and animals, is unwholesome, perverse, pain-giving, stale, transitory and ugly in the end. One must draw a clear line of demarcation between prema in the transcendental realm and kama in the material and mental worlds. They sound similar, but are not identical. The midday bright sun is not the dense darkness of the midnight of the last day of the dark fortnight. Prema is the brightest sun, kama is the darkest midnight. 273 Text 274-5, Tatha Hi Saptam 129 KDM Dd Vest Badesna Hadyath Baki Esver Mana Avishayatad Agam Hitva Bahavas Tad Gatam Gata 274 Gopyakamad Bayakamsod Vizak Kaidadeo Enrupa Samband Hadversnayasna Hadyayam Bhakti Avayam Vibho 275 I Translation. So it is said in the 7th canto, the great sage Narada addressing King Yudhisthira said, as many had attained the highest end, i.e. prema, by devotionally concentrating their mind in the Supreme Godhead, so also did many others achieve moksha whose mind was deeply absorbed in the Lord out of passion or enmity or fear or affection, because the very fact of deep absorption of their mind in the Lord washed away the dirt of their heart caused by enmity or fear. The gopis by their passionate love, King Kamsa out of fear, King Sisupala and the other Sati princes through malice and enmity, the Yadavas through their relationship, you, and the Pandavas, by your affection, and we, Narada and other pure devotees, through bhakti attained the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. 274-275 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that passionate bhakti cannot be said to be Vaidhi bhakti, which is guided by scriptural prescriptions, because such passion for pleasing the Lord arises spontaneously in the heart of a devotee, and is not enforced by the dictation of the scriptures. But in the Bhagavatam Canto 7, Chapter 1, Sloka 25, when Saint Narada tells King Yudhisthira that one should apply one's mind in God either out of I, enmity or gi, devotion or 3, fear or 4, affection or y, out of a sense of relationship or 6, through intense passion. The contention of Saint Narada in the use of the word yunjiat should engage in the vidhi gender meaning duty bound, is indeed probability and not binding duty or compulsion. Sri Narada further tells King Yudhisthira that King Vina did not belong to any of the above stated categories, as he lacked their deep absorption of mind in the Lord, and therefore King Vina was thrown in hell because of his enmity with Lord Sri Krishna. One should, therefore, engage one's mind in Lord Sri Krishna by any means, says sage Narada in the Bhagavatam Canto 7, Chapter 1, Sloka 32. Here the use of the affix vidhi, compulsion or scriptural duty, in Nivzayat indicates anujana, i.e. simple permission only. King Vina cherished malice and enmity against Lord Sri Krishna, but his mind was not constantly absorbed in the Lord. It was otherwise with Kamsa, whose mind was incessantly turned to Lord Krishna out of fear. King Sisupala and the other Sati princes constantly engaged their mind in Sri Krishna out of intense malice and a feeling of enmity. The Yadavas had their mind fully engaged in Sri Krishna because of their relationship with him. The Pandavas had their mind intensely absorbed in Sri Krishna out of their respectful affection for him, and the gopis of Braja completely merged their mind in Sri Krishna out of intense passion for the Lord's pleasures. In all these instances, the intense absorption of the mind in the most beloved Lord Sri Krishna is the cause of attaining either prema by Braja gopis or moksha by Kamsa and Sisupala. But King Vina had no such absorption of his mind in Lord Krishna, and therefore his hatred and malice for the Lord hurled him into hell. The contention of sage Narada is that these 5 classes of persons attained prema or moksha according to their particular sentiments towards the Lord. Those who absorbed their mind in the Lord out of enmity or fear, viz. Sisupala and Kamsa respectively attained moksha, whereas those who concentrated their mind deeply in the Lord out of affection or passion, viz. the Pandavas and the Gopis respectively achieved prema. Of these 5 forms of sentiments towards the Lord which make one's mind completely absorbed in the Lord, enmity and fear are no doubt sinful and offensive. But the intensity of the absorption of their mind in the Godhead destroys the sin and the offense. There is sin or offense in entertaining enmity and fear against the Supreme Lord, but there is no such sin or offense in one's passionate sentiments for the pleasures of the Lord, because it has been said in the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 29, Sloka 13 by Sri Sukadeva Goswami to King Parikshita, if Sisupala could attain moksha and merge himself in the body of Lord Sri Krishna by cherishing hatred and enmity towards him, what more have to tell you, O King, about the gopis of Braja? They must have attained the Lord and his close company and prema. Thus here kama or passionate desire to please Lord Sri Krishna has been eulogized and given a superior place to the other 4 forms of mental absorption in the Godhead. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that in the text the statement, viz. many attain the highest end, means that they attained a permanent stay at the feet of the Lord in his eternal abode beyond this world of material phenomena. The significance is that Sisupala and Kamsa did not go to hell like King Vina by cherishing enmity and fear against Lord Krishna because they in their previous births met death at the hands of the Lord himself, but had attained, on the other hand, superior enjoyments. Some say that they attained muddy due to their more intense absorption in Sri Krishna than even Bhakti, caused by an increased practice, birth after birth, and also because of their blood relation with Lord Sri Krishna. But this is only an argument, holds Sri Mukundadasa, and the real secret is that they attained muddy, like Putana and others, by dint of their being killed by Lord Sri Krishna himself. The natural and spontaneous attachment and passion of the gopis of Braja for Sri Krishna appeared like a new awakening in their hearts during the Lord's descent on earth, and they attained Sri Krishna and joined his eternal transcendental sports on his disappearance from this world. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti's commentary on this verse is almost the same as that of Sri Jiva, and therefore its translation is not repeated here. 274-275 text 2/6/ Anukolya Vipari asked Nididvisa Parahatasana Hajya Sakyavat Vadvaidha Bhakti Anuvariyath 276 Kim Va Primabhid Yatvanopayaj Trasadhain Baki Yavayam Iti Vyakyam Vadi Bakir Udaniya 1277 Translation, because of their violation of the favorableness to bhakti, hostility and fear are destructive of their own purposes. Affection of the Pandavas for Lord Sri Krishna implies reverential friendliness, and therefore it comes under Vadi Bhakti, or when prema is only just a means to an end, it has no use here in the attainment of Ragatmika Bhakti, and when it is said, we, Narada and others, attained Lord Sri Krishna by Bhakti, it clearly indicates Vadi Bhakti as it explicitly refers to scriptural prescription. 276-277 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out, though mention has been made of the different limbs of bhakti for the attainment of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, viz. passion, hostility, fear, affection, relation, and bhakti, why is it that only G.I., Kamarupa and, 2, Sambandharupa have been said to be 2 aspects of Ragatmika Bhakti? In reply, it is explained by Sri Rupa Goswami in these two slokas that fear of Kamsa and hostility of Sisupala have been denied any place as a limb of bhakti because of their opposition to the favorableness to the Lord's pleasures. When Sri Narada mentions fear of Kamsa and hostility of Sisupala and other princes, the import is like this: if through intense absorption of their mind in Lord Sri Krishna through fear and hostility, karma and Sisupala could attain moksha or merge in the body of the Lord, one cannot say what superior end is attainable by following the path of pure bhakti. That is to say, the highest bliss or prema can be attained through bhakti. Sri Rupa has used here an argument of fortiori. In the Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 5, Sloka 48, Sri Narada, addressing Vasudeva, not Vasudeva, said, if Sisupala, Pandra and other kings could acquire a form similar to Lord Krishna and enter into his body and also achieve Saojyamati by constantly looking upon him as their worst enemy even in sleep, dream, or awakened state and thus thinking gazed at him, what more have I to tell you about those who cherish unalloyed, or highest bhakti in him? It is needless to say that they attain a superior stage of Salokyamati over those who gain Saojyamati by absorption of their mind in the Lord out of fear or hostility. It has therefore been said in the Easter division, second wave, Sloka 3 of this book that Uttama Bhakti of the sadhana type was hinted at by sage Narada in an indirect and roundabout way in the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam, Canto V, Chapter 1, Sloka 26. Sri Narada, addressing King Yudhisthira said, one should concentrate one's mind on Sri Krishna either out of a feeling of enmity or devotion, feet, or affection, or out of a passionate desire for his company and his enjoyments. There is no other way of mental absorption in him. A doubt may arise here: are fear and enmity induced in the category of bhakti? Does it not contradict the definition of uttama bhakti, which must be anakula or favorable to Lord Krishna? Does not the above statement of sage Narada bracket the demons with the devotees? To remove such pertinent doubts, it has been said that Sri Narada told this to King Yudhisthira by way of an indirect figure of speech. The contention of sage Narada here is that when the Lord was so kind as to bless even those who cherished fear and enmity towards him, can there be any such wretched person who would not entertain bhakti for such a gracious Lord? That is to say, one should always have bhakti for Lord Krishna and must not entertain any fear or enmity towards him. In the same way, Sri Narada again says in the 7th canto, it is my positive conviction that the deep absorption in the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna which is possible through fear and enmity against him is not easily attainable through bhakti. The motive of Sri Narada in saying this is that the sentiments of malice or passion have stronger effects on the mind of an individual than the path of scriptural prescription in Vedic bhakti. There is no doubt, of course, that enmity towards the Lord has been thoroughly condemned as anti-devotional, but here the purpose is to show that the effect of absorption of the mind in the Lord is deeper than that of Vedic bhakti. Here tanmayata, i.e. being as that means abis tata, i.e. complete absorption in the Godhead. For example, when it is said that a lascivious man sees the whole world full of lustful women, it means that such a man's mind is completely engaged in the thought of lustful women. Again, a question may be raised, here in Sloka 275, fear and enmity or malice, have been denied any place in pure bhakti because they are bereft of favorableness. But why has affection are not been counted in pure ragatmika bhakti? The answer is that though occasionally the affection of the Pandavas for Lord Krishna has been accepted to be pure Sakya, yet mostly their friendship for the Lord was mixed with a touch of reverence and therefore, dominated by Vedic bhakti. When there is dominance of reverence, then such affection has no real use in the way of raga. Though the sneha or affection of the Pandavas appears similar to prema, the nature of prema is not specified here, nor are the functions of the anubhavas of prema, viz. The indications of passion by look or gesture according to the internal feelings, explicit, and therefore it becomes difficult to follow in their wake. Therefore the sneha or affection of the Pandavas hardly indicates the nature of prema, and can be accepted as helpful in the practice of raganuga bhakti, i.e. bhakti in the wake of ragatmika bhakti. If on the other hand sneha or affection of the Pandavas for Lord Sri Krishna was accepted as a particular form of prema, it can only end in their sense of relationship, and therefore, at best can be said to be Sambandharapa, and not Kamarupa Bhakti. When sage Narada says, we realized him by Bhakti, he adduces it in the ultimate evidence, and so it can come under Vaidhi Bhakti only, because in his previous birth sage Narada had attained Vaidhi Bhakti by serving the great saints. In Sloka 274, the 5 possible forms of means to the attainment of moksha or prema, viz. Passion, fear, malice, affection, and devotion have been described by the absorption of the mind in the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. But out of respect for Sridhara Swami, Sri Rupa Goswami includes the 6th means, Sambandha, i.e. relationship in Sloka 275. But truly speaking, Sri Vopadeva explained the Sloka 275, quoted by Sri Rupa from the Bhagavatam, Canto Vil, Chapter 1, Sloka 30, in this way, the Yadavas and the Pandavas attained Lord Sri Krishna through a sense of their affectionate relationship with the Lord, because both were equally related to Sri Krishna, and had equal affection for the Lord. In like manner, Sri Narada mentioned in the Bhagavatam Canto 7, Chapter 1, Sloka 32, about the 5 forms of means for mental absorption in the Lord for the attainment of moksha through fear and malice as in the case of Kamsa and Sisupala, and prema through passion and devotion as in the case of the gopis of Braja, and that King Vina was hurled into hell as he did not have mental absorption in the Lord while cherishing malice and enmity against Lord Krishna. Thus it is unequivocally established that the means of complete mental absorption in the Lord are 5, and not 6. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that in these 2 slokas 276 and 277 Sri Rupa Goswami, having stated the 6 different means as causes of complete mental absorption in the Godhead, goes on further to establish the 2 causes, kama, or passionate form of prema, and sambandha or affectionate relationship, as aspects of ragatmika bhakti and not as causes of any other form of bhakti. As antagonism is caused by fear, it becomes unfavorable or pratikula to bhakti. Sneha, le. Affection, though it is indicative of prema, is guided by a sense of the majesties and glories of the Lord, and so it becomes subservient to Vaidhi Bhakti. But when the relation of prema becomes intensely deep, as in the case of the gopis, then only it becomes ragatmika bhakti. Therefore, the reverential affection of the Pandavas for Lord Sri Krishna cannot be helpful in the path of Raganuga Bhakti also. Steve Visvanatha Cakravari points out that as sage Narada has adduced Bhakti as ultimate evidence to mental absorption in the Lord, such Bhakti canon be helpful to Raganuga Bhakti. In his previous birth Sri Narada received advice, on Vaidhi Bhakti only from the saints, as they noticed in him his reverential adoration for the majesties and glories of Lord Narayana. Sri Narada received instructions on Vaidhi Bhakti from the saints when in his previous birth his mother was engaged in serving the saints. 2/6-277 Text 2/8 Yad arindam prayandam ca prapyamakam I vodatam tad brahmakrisnayer ichyat kittanarkupamajosa 278 Translation, when it is said that the object of attainment both by the enemies and the dear devotees of the Lord is the same, it means that Sri Krishna and Brahman are identical as in the comparison of the sun with its ray respectively. 278 Commentary, Kamsa and Sisupala, the enemies of Lord Krishna, attained Sayujyamati by merging their bodies in the body of Lord Krishna through absolute mental absorption in Lord Krishna out of fear and malice respectively, i.e. they attained Brahman by merging in the Brahman, whereas the dear devotees of the Lord the gopis of Braja, and his near relations the Yadavas attained Lord Krishna in Salokyamati through passionate devotion and a sense of affectionate relation. Brahman and Lord Krishna are one as the ray is identical with the Sunday. If one attains the ray, it may be said that one has also attained the sun, because the ray of the sun and the sun are not 2 different entities. So also, says Sri Rupa Goswami, Brahman is not different from Lord Krishna. So when Kamsa and Sisupala attained Sayujyamati by merging in the Brahman, as all their mental dirt were wiped out by dint of their complete mental absorption in Lord Krishna out of extreme fearfulness and inordinate enmity, and when the gopis of Braja attained Lord S.N. Krishna through their intensely passionate devotion, and when the Yadavas attained Lord Krishna through their sense and feeling of near relationship with him, all of them are said to have achieved the same object. That is, Lord Sri Krishna was attained by his dear devotees and the qualitless Brahman by his enemies. Indeed, both Krishna and Brahman are not two different entities, but they are one. Here Lord Krishna is compared with the sun, and Brahman with the ray, and both are one. Thus the doubt how can enemies and dear devotees of the Lord attain the same object, is removed by Sri Rupa. In the Brahma Samhita, Chap. V. Sloka 40, the qualityless Brahman has been described as a ray of Lord Sri Krishna. In his hymn to Lord Govinda, Sri Brahma, the creator of the 14 worlds, and not Brahman the absolute, says, one bow to that primordial Lord Govinda, the effulgence of whose body is the undivided, unlimited, omnipresent Brahman, whose glories are distinct and greater than all the glories and splendor of the 14 worlds. In the Gita, chapter 14, Sloka 27, addressing Prince Arjuna, Lord Krishna says, am the support or rest of the qualityless and formless Brahman, le. Its existence rests in me. Due to the differences of eligibility of individuals, the same Lord Krishna manifests himself in his eternal and aprakrita or supramundane form, as he is, to his dear devotees, and he appears as the unmanifest, formless Brahman to others. In the particular reference to the Brahma Samhita, Brahman has been described as qualityless, i.e. beyond all the three maic qualities, viz. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, formless, i.e. having no material form, but has a transcendental form of his own peculiar to himself, and as the effulgence or glow of the person of Lord Sri Krishna. As the ray is to the sun, so is Brahman to Lord Krishna. Even the self-contented Arsis, engaged in the contemplation of the formless Brahman, are attracted by the limitless supramundane qualities and the aprakrita, having no material body, but possessing an eternal and all-beautiful body of his own, person of Lord Krishna. This subject has been discussed in minute details in the Bhagavata Sandarbha by Sri Jiva Goswami. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami comments that the use of the word Priyadir, in this sloka refers to the four classes of devotees of Lord Krishna, viz. His servant, his friends, his parents, and his consorts the damsels of Braja. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that though Sri Krishna and Brahman are one, yet the all-beauteous Sri Krishna far excels Brahman in his rasa aspect as the personified and condensed, mellow sweetness. It, therefore, naturally follows that the dear devotees like the gopis who attained Hari as Sri Krishna are far superior to the Lord's enemies who attained him as Brahman. This is what Sri Rupa Goswami means when he says about the identity of the sun and the ray of the sun, i.e. the qualities of the sun are hundredfold superior to and greater than the ray. The contention is that Kamsa and Sisupala, the enemies of Lord Krishna, attained Sayojyamati in Brahman, which is compared with the ray of the sun, through their constant and profound absorption in Lord Sri Krishna out of extreme fear and unbounded malice against him, whereas the dear devotees, the gopis of Braja and the Yadavas of Dvaraka, attain the beauty and bliss of the person of Krishna, who is compared with the sun, through the intense passion of the gopis for the most intimate loving services of all the sense of the Lord for his pleasures alone, and through a sense of affectionate relationship of the Yadavas for Sri Krishna. 278 Text 2/9 Brahmani evil layamaduti perdayina rapave hari kesid perpdp istrapyabasam maj janti tatsuk 279 Translation, the enemies of Lord Hari mostly merge in the Brahman, very rarely some of them, having a glimpse into the sarapya of the Lord, i.e. of equal beauty, are sunk into Brahmananda or non-qualified bliss. 279 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here in this sloka the author again repeats that the enemies of Lord Krishna attain Brahma Sayojyamati only. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that here when Sri Rupa uses Kesid rarely some, of the Lord's enemies, he means to refer to Putana and Pandra and others. 279 Text 280, Tatca Brahmanda Parain Siddha Iokas 2 Tamasa Paryatra Vasanti Hi Siddha Brahmasuk Magna Datya Ca Hadana Hada 280 Translation, it is stated in the Brahmanda Puranam that beyond the Maic world, in the Siddhaloka live the self-realized munis and also those demons who were slain by Lord Hari himself, and they remain merged in Brahmasukha. 280 Commentary, Sri Vivanatha Chakravarti points out that here in this sloka Sri Rupa Goswami cites authority in proof of the statement that the enemies of Lord Hari who were killed by him attained Salokyamati, and later on in sloka 282 he will quote authority in proof of the statement that those enemies of the Lord who cherished fear and malice against him attained Brahmasayojamati, i.e. were merged in the Brahman. 280 Text 281, Ragabandhana Pitam Bhajantuv Rajantyam Avagripadma Sutta Primaripas Tajya Priya Janad 28. 2 Translation, the dear devotees of Lord Hari, Krishna, who serve him out of a certain inexplicable and inordinate raga or intensely passionate attachment, drink forever the nectar of prema of his lotus feet. 281 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here amongst the dear devotees of Lord Krishna, the super excellence of the gopis has been stated. Stimyakanda Dasa Goswami comments that of the 4 classes of dear devotees of the Lord, here the special nature of the gopis has particularly been mentioned, whose love for the Lord far excels all, in Braja, Dvaraka, Mathura, what to speak of in Vaikuntha, in heaven and in the 14 worlds. 281 Text 282, Tatha Hi Sri Dasame 130 Nibhadamaran Mano Kafiadaha Yoga Yajohadi Yan Munaya Upsate Tadareo Payayud Smarit Straya Urajandra Bhaga Bujadadavifiaktadayo Vamapite Same Samadako Iri Sarahasudhau 282 Translation, in the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, chapter 87, and in sloka 23, while offering their hymns to the Supreme Godhead Sri Krishna, the presiding devatas of the Vedas, the Srutas, said, Lord. The munis by concentration of their prana, the 5 vital airs and their mind and by shutting up all their senses against active functioning and by controlling their sensual passions, contemplate in their hearts with a resolute union with the Brahman. The same Brahman has been easily attained by thy enemies by their constant mental absorption in thee out of sheer fear and malice. On the other hand, the ladies, gopis of Braja, attained, out of intensely passionate feelings, nectar of boundless beatitude of thy embrace by thy 2 arms, which are like the serpent king, and we, the Srutas, also achieved the same ambrosia of prema of thy lotus feet, because we also cherished the same feelings and sentiments, thirst for thy embrace, in the wake of the gopis. 282 Commentary, in commenting on this sloka Sri Jiva Goswami compares it with the previous half portion of sloka 279 and sloka 281. By using API twice, Sri Rupa differentiates between the object of attainment by the enemies of the Lord, which is Brahman, and which is meditated upon by the munis, and the prema at the lotus feet of Lord Sri Krishna attained by the Srutas, the presiding devatas of the Vedas, in the wake of the prema attained by the eternal damsels of Braja. The munis only meditate upon the Brahman in their hearts, while the enemies of Lord Krishna attained, the same Brahman through their constant remembrance and complete mental absorption I'm the Lord out of sheer fear and malice. In this sloka the word Sraya the ladies refer to the gopis of Braja alone, because the gopis alone are well known in the scriptures as passionately devoted to Lord Krishna. These gopis attain the nectar of Krishna Prema in his supramundane or unearthly Prema embraces through Ragatmika Bhakti. The Srutas also achieve jin another divine descent of the Lord in the world by receiving the all-spiritual bodies of the gopis without the least tinge of any material association, the same Krishna Prema and the nectar of the embrace of the feet of the Lord through Raganuga Bhakti in the wake of the Ragatmika Bhakti of the Braja gopis, having the same feelings and sentiments of passionate desire for the Lord's pleasures. The esoteric significance and meaning of this sloka can be read in the 10th Tippani or explanatory comment of Vaisnavada Sani. Further, in the Bradvamana Puranam it is well known that the Srutas gained the bodies of gopis, for which they had prayed to the Lord. Bhajanta in sloka 281 though used in a general way, significantly refers to the Srutas. So also Straya the ladies refers to the Kamarupa Braja gopis only, while by am, we refer to the Kamanuga Srutas. Compared with them, it is to be noted that the Yadavas also attained Lord Krishna through their affectionate relationship. Stimukandadasa Goswami observes that here the Srutas meant Sri Radha and other Brajagopis when they mentioned the ladies Straya, because they alone are the eternally dearest damsels and consorts of Lord Krishna. They attain the supreme sweetness of the embrace of the thirst-creating arms of the Lord. And the Srutas say that they also were blessed by similar nectar of the touch of the feet of the beloved, because they had the similar sentiments and feelings for the Lord in subordination to those of the Brajagopis. This was possible for them only when they gained the bodies of gopis when the Lord manifested himself in this world in another kalpa. Stevisvanatha Chakravarti makes a special comment that the munis by dint of their severe self-control, passion control and forced control of their mind and pranas could only meditate upon Brahman in their hearts. They might or might not have attained Brahman and Brahmasayojya, whereas the enemies of Lord Krishna by dint of their complete mental absorption in the Lord and constant remembrance of the Lord, had entered into the same Brahman without any hard penance of the munis. Oh! The glares of the remembrance of the Lord. Translator's note, it is to be remarked here, ounces more by way of caution, that Sri Krishna, who is the absolute divinity, has no material form whatsoever, nor his associates, be they Nitya Siddha or Sadhana Siddha eternally associated with him or had attained him through spiritual practices have any material body. But both the Supreme Godhead and his associates have their CIT or all-conscious transcendental, supramundane, i.e. aprakrita bodies. The body of the Godhead appears similar to, but is completely and essentially different from, any human form or human body. The Supreme Godhead, who is Sri Krishna, is neither human being nor does he possess any human body. He is absolute Cetan, and therefore his form or body is also absolutely Cetan. To the ignorant who is bound by sense experiences, he looks like a human being. To the self-realized, he is the supreme divinity with a divine form peculiar to himself, completely independent of any conception of a body or form of this phenomenal world. He can have no maic body, nor his associates have any maic or phenomenal bodies. So when the scriptures, particularly the Bhagavatam, mention about the Brajagopis, they must not be imagined to be lustful or like the women folk of this world. A man or a woman in his or her physical body can never contact the divine. A soul, either eternally free from maic bondage or freed from earthly bondage by spiritual practices, can alone attain the feet of the Supreme Godhead Sri Krishna. In bondage, none can know him, much less be blessed by his transcendental embraces. While discussing about Ragatmika Bhakti and in its wake Raganuga Bhakti, one must not forget all the previous discussions on unalloyed or Uttama Bhakti, Vaidhi Sadhana Bhaku, and all the different stages of spiritual practices, starting from Sraddha up to Raga and Anuraga, discussed in the introduction. In the use of the word Kama in Kamarupa Bhakti, as stated in explaining the two aspects of Kamarupa and Sambandhara Paragatmika Bhakti, extreme caution is necessary for an ordinary human being who is mostly given to sensuality and mundane pleasures. One should have a certain degree of spiritual eligibility and attainments in order to follow these super-transcendental affairs of Lord's realm, which have absolutely nothing to do with, or in respect of which one must not think in terms of, mundane lust. An immoral man in this world will have his ugly passions aroused whenever he will see a beautiful young lady, but the sight of the same beautiful lady will arouse a respectful feeling for a mother in the heart of a moral person. In the same way, there is a possible danger for ordinary human beings, as they are generally given to bridled or unbridled sensual lust, to imagine something unwholesome when the word Kama is used in Kamarupa Bhakti of the Brajagopis. It has, therefore, been further explained by Sri Rupa Goswami, quoting from authentic scriptures, that the Kamarupa Bhakti of the Gopis is only Premarupa. And there is a world of difference between mundane Kama and transcendental Prema. Kama or animal lust is like the dense and pitch darkness of dead hours of the last day of the dark fortnight, whereas Prema, i.e. Kama of the damsels of the transcendental realm of Braja is bright like the midday summer sun. One need not get excited over the use of the word Kama in spiritual literature. Its true significance has got to be understood in its proper context. As regards the Srutas and their claim for Kamanuga Bhakti in the footsteps of the Kamarupa Bhakti of the Brajagopis, one may wonder how the Vedic scriptures could achieve such kind of bhakti. To make it explicit, one should refer to the various commentaries on this particular sloka quoted here by Sri Rupa, Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 87, Sloka 23. In their hymn to Lord Krishna, the Srutas compared their fortune with the damsels of Braja. How could the Vedas for Srutas usually mean the Vedas attain the bodies of gopis? Here in the Bhagavatam, the prayer of the Srutas means the prayer of the presiding devatas of the Vedas. These presiding deities should be differentiated from the Vedas themselves. Sridhara Swami in his commentary on this sloka explains Bhyam we, the Srutas, as Bhyam Srutyabhamananyo Devata. Sri Viraragavakarya in his comments says Bhyam Vedabhamanano Deva. So it must not be confounded that the Upanishads or the Vedas themselves attained Gopi Deha in the wake of the Braja Gopis and were blessed with Kamanuga Bhakti, but these Srutas are the presiding deities of the Vedas and all the different Upanishads, who had attained Raganuga Bhakti after going through spiritual practices in the wake of Ragatmika Bhakti. How they achieved this is described in the Uttarakandakula of the Bradvamana Puranam. The presiding deities of the Vedas sang the glories of Lord Narayana in Vaikuntha, which covers all the Brahmana and Alokas, and they also sang the glories of the denizens of Vaikuntha. Thus pleased, but without appearing before them, the Lord asked them in an invisible voice, O ye Devas! 1 am pleased with your prayers. Ask for your desired boons, and I shall bestow them on you. The Srutas replied, Lord bless us that we may serve thee in the same way as the gopis of thy eternal realm of Braja serve thee with intensely passionate love and attachment, knowing thee to be the supreme enjoyer of amorous sports and as their most beloved spouse. The Lord replied, most difficult of attainment and most unlikely to occur is your desire. But approve of your most uncommon desire. Go, be you all born as gopis in the Braja which will be manifest in the world of Brahma in the Sarasvata Kalpa. In the created universe of Brahma and in Bharata, my transcendental realm Madhuramandala will be projected by the prerogative of my Yogamaya or internal potency, and there shall make my highest descent as Avatari, the source of all avataras or divine descents, and in Vimdabana in the Madhuramandala you all will attain me in the Rasamandala as your beloved. You will then be supremely contented by achieving me with utmost affection, unfaltering attachment, and in all-comprehensive way through your feeling for me as your most beloved paramour. This conception of paramourhood of divinity is a feeling in the hearts of the highest category of the eternal associates of the Lord. The gopis feel as if they have a husband at home whom they evade in order to have the company of the Lord. Indeed, there is no such existence of a husband of a gopi in the transcendental infinite space, but during every twinkling of the eye a feeling like that creates in the heart of the gopi an exciting passion for the company of the Lord for his unending desires, though he is aptakarna, i.e. self-contented. In the Brajalila of Lord Sri Krishna, his eternal associates and entourage were also manifest with him. When the king comes, he comes accompanied by his retinue. These eternal associates in Madhura Ratai are the Brajagopis who had Kamanugaragatamika Bhakti for the Lord. But the Srutas, i.e. the presiding devatas of the Vedas and the Upanishads, and the Arsas of Dandakaranya who desired to attain the Lord as their beloved, had by spiritual practices of Raganuga Bhakti, attained the body of a gopi and undergone the last trials before they could join their beloved in Rasamandala. None can attain the supreme Godhead as one's beloved spouse or paramount in a prakrita, and this is most vital, loved alliance which is only for the absolute pleasures of the Lord alone with complete self-effacement on the part of the individual. In the realm of absolute perfection of the Godhead, nothing is unwholesome or earthly. To have communion with the beloved spouse, one must go through the fire of self-effacement and cross the Himalayas of earthliness, and swim across the ocean of spiritual practices. Then only a soul can be blessed with the love of the Lord. 282 Text 283, SD Kamaripa Samaga Trisnamya Nayatai Svatam Yad Asiam Krishna Sakuriham Eva Kavalamutyama 283 Translation, Kamarupa in Ragatmika Bhakti. This Premaripa Bhakti is called Kamarupa when the thirst for enjoyment becomes identified with its very nature, because in it all endeavors are noticed to be for the sole enjoyment of Sri Krishna alone. 283 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami comments that here, i.e. desire for sensual enjoyment is absolutely nothing else but prema, which has an intense attachment and love attraction for one supreme object of prema bhakti. This will be clarified ahead in Sloka 28+. The word sa, she, here refers to the well-known prema bhakti, which is called kamarupa, and does not refer to anything else. That premarupa bhakti dissolves the ordinarily known sensual enjoyments kama into prema. The reason why kamarupa bhakti or thirst for supra sensual enjoyment in the company of the Supreme Godhead is transformed into prema is that here all endeavors arising out of the thirst of kama are made for the absolute enjoyment of the absolute Godhead alone and for none else. Stimukandadasa Goswami says that prema bhakti that makes even lusty thirst for the touch of the embraces of the Godhead changed into ragatmika, attains its own nature of prema bhakti, because in it all attempts are seen to be made for the absolute pleasures of the supersensual senses of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that it will be shown ahead that this kama is nothing but one's ragatmika prema for one supreme object of unalloyed devotion. Kama here it only what has previously been stated as prema. This is established by the author Sri Rupa when he says sa, i.e. the well-known prema bhakti in Madhura Ratai alone, which is called kamarupa, and nothing else. But what is the nature of kamarupa bhakti and what is its function? In reply Sri Rupa Goswami explains that premarupa bhakti transforms the thirst for supersensual desires into her own nature of prema, for, it has been observed that in spite of any ripple of thirst for self-enjoyment ever arising in the heart of the damsels of Braja, it is immediately ignored and all their endeavors are changed into prema for the supreme pleasures of Sri Krishna alone. Thus kama is changed into prema. In other words, kamarupa is an exceptionally extraordinary aspect of premarupa bhakti only. 283 Text 284, Iyantavraja virajata stand premavi soyam prapiya kamapai madhuran tat tat kittanidhanat vat kama ityosayat budhai 284 L Translation, this kamarupa bhakti is gloriously manifest in the Braja Gopis alone. Their inexplicable and inconceivable prema of this particular characteristic attains a supreme kind of sweetness, which becomes the cause of the expressions of embraces, kisses, etc. The wise have, therefore, termed this unique prema of the Braja Gopis as kama, because kama itself is gloried in the absolute pleasures of the absolute divinity. 284 Commentary, Stijiva Goswami in his commentary on this sloka points out that Sri Rupa Goswami has shown here how premarupa bhakti is kamarupa in relation to the Braja Gopis. This transcendental love in union is possible only in the Gopis of Braja. In the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 31 Sloka 19, when Sri Krishna suddenly disappeared from the circular dance, Rasamandala, the lovelorn gopis, smitten by the serpent of separation from the beloved, said in tears and mental agonies, O beloved! With utmost care and fear we hold thy soft and tender lotus-like feet on over hard breast lest thy tender feet be hurt and feel pain. How dost thou now roam about in the forests on such rose-like soft feet of thine? Are not thy feet pinched and pained by the sharp and needle-like pointed stones? Ah! All our intelligence fails us and our heads reel even to think of these thy pains, ch life of our lives. In this sloka, purest prema of the gopis has been expressed, which is not tinged in the least by any touch of self-pleasures. Now a question may be raised, kamarupa bhakti must be of the nature of one's own thirst for pleasures in union with the beloved, and it must, therefore, be expressive in actions, and not merely in thoughts. How can such active thirst for self-enjoyment in the union with divine beloved be possible to be dissolved into pure prema, which is completely free from even any thought of one's own pleasures? In reply, Sri Rupa Goswami makes it clear that though kamarupa is expressive in actions, such as embraces, kisses, such actions can be mentally changed into pure prema in the sense may my kamarupa actions, such as embraces, etc. give supreme pleasures to my beloved spouse, Sri Krishna. Such thinking is a mental action. Thus the thirst for love union with the Supreme Beloved, who is the only beloved and none else, finally ends in pure prema, i.e. absolute pleasures of Sri Krishna alone. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami in his comments says that this Kamarupa Bhakti, which is truly Premarupa, finds its expressions in the Brajagopis only. This has very nicely been described in the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 31, Sloka 19. In the Adi Puranam Lord Sri Krishna addressing Sri Arjuna says, O Partha! The gopis who take special care of all limbs of their bodies, considering them to be my properties, are objects of my most esoteric prema, and none else is superior to them. Here also, the prema of the gopis has been described as absolutely free from any thought of their personal pleasures. It is as pure as molten gold, and selfless. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti explains why this pure form of prema bhakti of the gopis has been described by scriptures as Kamarupa. The actions of the prema of the gopis, expressed in the forms of embraces, etc., become the cause of actions of the Supreme Beloved to his intimate devotees, like the gopis, in the forms of embraces, etc. Because of apparent similarities, not identical, of expressions, the Premarupa Bhakti of the Brajagopis has been described as Kamarupa. 284 Text 285-6, Tutsi Tunter Premava Goparamdanam Kama Ity Agamat Pratham 285 Llity Adavadeo Pi Etam Vichadi Bhagavat PNL 286 Translation. Also it is in the Tantra, it is definitely only prema of the damsels of Braja that has derived fame as Kama by usage. 285 It is thus that even Sri Uddhava and such dear devotees of Sri Krishna covet this Krishna prema of the gopis. 286 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out from the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 47, Sloka 58, while commenting on this sloka, that the great devotee Sri Uddhava made his obeisances to the gopis of Braja who were overwhelmingly distressed by the pang of separation from their beloved spouse Paramour Govinda, who had deserted them and had gone away to Mathura. The gopis thus became almost mad, and the functions of all their senses were stopped, and they somehow held on to their life breath, discarded all associations and lived in utter loneliness. Seeing such unthinkable conditions of the gopis, Sri Uddhava said, These damsels of Braja are indeed most fortunate in this world and have made aerial success of their lives here because they have achieved supreme prema in Lord Govinda alone, who is the life of all beings. The salvationists who are afraid of births and deaths in this world, the munis who have attained freedom from earthly bondage, and even we who are fortunate to have attained the company of Lord Sri Krishna, we all aspire after this prema, but we are not eligible for it. What use is there, therefore, of being a Brahmana by birth or by sacred thread ceremony or by Vedic sacrifices, or even being born as Brahma, the creator of this universe? For, those who have attained Krishna prema are superior to all, even if they be born in any inferior caste. Following this line of Sri Uddhava's highest eulogy for the incomparable super-excellence of the Krishna prema of the gopis of Braja over everything else, Sri Rupa Goswami, using the word etam, this Kama of the gopis which is prema, wants to show the course of the nature of exuberance of prema in the Kama of the Braja gopis. His contentions in citing the words of Sri Uddhava from the Bhagavatam is that because the Kama of the Braja gopis is the highest form of prema, therefore even so great devotee like Sri Uddhava or the Salvationists or Jainanins who aspire after moksha or the munis who are freed from earthly bondage, pray for this supreme exuberance of prema, and not really for the Kama aspect of the prema of the Braja gopis which is possible only in Madhura Ratai, and it is only the gopis who are eligible for it. When devotees like Uddhava or Jainanins or Salvationists and munis or elevationists aspire for gopi prema, it does not mean that they pray for the Kantabhava, i.e. the mistresshood of the gopis for the supreme spouse Sri Krishna, but they pray so that they could also be blessed with the intensity of the prema aspect of the gopis, and not their Kanta aspect, because, the Kantabhava would be against the innate and intrinsic nature of the Jainanins or the Dajya Sakyabhava of Uddhava. If the prayer of Uddhava, as cited by Sri Rupa Goswami, would mean equal desire for Kanta prema of the gopis, then it would contradict the conception of the variations of Sthai bhavas, in permanent relationships of dasa, servant, Saka, friend, Pidamata, parents, and Kanta, mistress. Sri Uddhava cannot have Kantabhava of the gopis, but he realizes its supreme excellence over all others. So, Sri Uddhava prayed that he might in his permanent relation with the Lord possess and be blessed with the same exuberance of Prema Bhakti as the gopis had in their Kanta Prema in Kamarupa Prema Bhakti. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that iti here should be understood to mean the process of dissolving the thirst for amorous desires in the arms tile beloved into the absolute pleasures of the beloved only with complete self-effacement of self-pleasures on the part of the gopis, which is the quality of pure prying. 285-286 text 28 Kamaprade Radakin to Kubjayam Eva Samhita 287 translation, but it is accepted by the wise that the rati, attachment in a particular relationship, of Kubja verges on Kama for her own pleasures. 28-7 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami commenting on this sloka points out the reason why Kubja's rati or attachment for the Lord verges on Kama for self-pleasures. It has already been stated in connection with sloka 284 of the text of this book, on the authority of the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 31, Sloka 19 that pure prema of the gopis is not found in Kubja. In fact, according to Bhagavatam Canto X, Chapter 42, Sloka 9, more of supersensual desires for her own pleasures are noticed in Kubja. In this context of Kubja's desires, Sri Sukadeva Goswami said to King Parikshita, touched by the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, Sri Kubja attained exceptional beauty, qualities, and amiability, and these made her overwhelmed with such an intense passion for the company of the Lord that she pulled the hem of the robes of Sri Krishna with a gentle smile and said. According to the statement of Sri Sukadeva, it is quite clear that Kubja had her passionate desires for the person of the Lord alone, and therefore, her loving attachment or rati for the Lord, though much inferior to the pure and self-effacing highest prema of the Braja Gopis, is called partial, as she had also a partial intention for the pleasures of the Lord as well. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that here Kama Priya Rati, i.e. rati which is more of the nature of Kama than prema, means that in this rati there is dominance of self-pleasures over the absolute pleasures of the Supreme Beloved, which latter is found in the case of the damsels of Braja. In Kubja's desires for the pleasures of the Godhead are no doubt there, but there are decidedly greater desires for her own pleasures in the company of Sri Krishna. Here, the passion for one's own pleasures in the direct company of the Supreme Godhead does not contradict the nature and character of rati. It is thus in relation to Kubja only, her rati has been qualified to be verging on Kama. But there is no mistaking whatsoever of prema of the gopis for Kama. Sri Rupa Goswami makes it abundantly clear that the prema of the gopis looks like Kama and is called Kama by the wise. Their Kama is the perfection of the highest form of absolute prema. But this cannot be said of Kubja, her Kama cannot be said to be prema. Her prema is Kama Priya, i.e. verging on Kama. Bhutit is also partially prema, because her Kama is directed to the Supreme Godhead and to none else, and also because there is an amount of desire on her part for the pleasures of the Lord himself as well. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that though there is an abundance of desire for her own pleasures, yet such desires on the part of Kubja centered round the Supreme Godhead Sri Krishna, and therefore it cannot be denied that her rati is at least partial. 287 text 288, Tattva Sambandh Havipa Sambandh Haripa Govinda Patrite Vadi Abhimanita Atropalak Sanata Visatnam Valya Vamata Yadasya Yadnasunyat Vadi Samraj Pradhanya 288 translation, Sambandharipa, the feeling of considering oneself as the parents, etc. of Lord Govinda G. Elm father, Lm mother, Lm friend, Lm servant of Lord Govinda, is called Sambandharipa Bhakti. Previously in Sloka 275 where Ragatmika Bhakti has been described as Kamarupa and Sambandharipa, the Vrsnas, Yadavas, were mentioned, in a generic sense, implying other analogous persons like the gopis of Braja, as possessing Sambandharipa Ragatmika Bhakti. As the feeling of relationship in the hearts of the gopis of Braja, viz. Nanda, Upananda, Yasoda, Rohini, the parents, i.e. possessing parental affection for the Lord, Sridama Sudama Vasudama Suvala, the friends of the Lord possessing friendly attachment for the Lord, Citrika Patrika, and others, the servants possessing almost filial affection for their master, the Lord, is completely free from any sense of awe or reverence and grandeur of Sri Krishna. Unlike the Yadavas, two gopas are cited more prominently in the way of raga or bhava-bhakti, and the Varsnas, Yadavas, were, therefore, previously mentioned in a general way as examples of Sambandhara Paragatmika Bhakti, including of course the gopas. 288 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here the feeling of parenthood, friendhood, or servanthood on the part of the gopas of Braja means the intense attachment and attraction that is aroused in them due to their such relation with Lord Krishna, and the bhakti which is guided by such raga is called Sambandharmpa. In the previous sloka 275, it has been stated that the Varsnas, Yadavas, attained Lord Krishna through this feeling of their relationship with the Supreme Godhead, but the use of Varsnas there was by way of upalaksana, implying the gopas thereby. Such rhetorical language has often been used by the author, which has to be understood. Upalaksana in Sanskrit rhetoric means something that has not been actually expressed, implying something in addition or any similar object where only one is mentioned. It is a synecdoche of a part for the whole, of an individual for the species, etc. It is a language that while establishing oneself, also establishes objects or persons other than oneself. In this present case in Sloka 275, mention of the Varsnas, Yadavas, as examples of those whom attain the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna through a feeling of their relationship with the Lord implies also the Gopas of Braja who are eternally related to Lord Krishna, though not mentioned expressly. Here in the Upalaksana of the Varsnas, the Gopas of Braja are also to be understood according to Ajahatsvarthalaksana or Upadanalaksana. Every word has three faculties, generally giving three different meanings: its etymological, ontological, and symbolical meanings. The power of a word that expresses its natural sense is called abhidha power of a word. For example, when we say this is the Ganga, the meaning is clear and unequivocal. It directly means the particular water current in the particular bed of the river Ganga. In rhetoric, the second power of a word is called laksana, which means an indirect application or secondary significance of a word, one of the three powers of a word. It is defined like this: when the principal and natural meaning of a word is hidden and obstructed, and a second's meaning, connected with the natural meaning, is expressed, then it is called laksana. For example, when it is said, the man live on the Ganga, the natural meaning would be that the man lives on the current of the water of the Ganga, but this is not possible, nor is it meant. Here the principal meaning of the Ganga, being flow of water, is denied, and an implied meaning, the man lives on the bank of the Ganga, is understood by use of such a rhetorical use of language. Such rhetoric is also called Hahatsvarthalaksana, i.e. here the word loses its primary sense but is used in one which is in some way connected with the primary sense. In this example, the man lives on the Ganga, Ganga loses its primary sense and means Gangatata, the bank of the Ganga. The word hahat means abandoning, and skartha means its own meaning. In this instance, the man abandons the Ganga or her flow of water but lives on its bank. In the primary object the Ganga is abandoned, and its secondary meaning associated with the primary one is accepted in bank of the Ganga. There is also an ajahatsvartha laksana, i.e. a kind of laksana in which the primary or original sense of a word, which is used elliptically, does not disappear. For example, when it is said the lancers are coming, it means that the men who hold the lances are coming along with their lances. Here the primary sense of the lancers is not abandoned. It does not mean that men without the lances are coming, but they are coming along with the lances. There is also a third power of a word, called Vyanjana, by virtue of which it suggests or insinuates a sense. For example, in the example, the man lives on the Ganga, according to Abhidha it first means the flow of water of the Ganga on which the man lives as a primary meaning, but this primary meaning is abandoned by Hahatsvarthalaksana, and next, it means on the bank or tata of the Ganga, connected with the primary object Ganga. After this, when the Hahatsvarthalaksana is also rejected, then by Vyanjana power of a word, in the example Ganga, it means that the man lives on the bank of the Ganga because of its coolness and sacredness, etc. Stimukandadasa Goswami says that here the feeling of relationship of the Gopas of Braja is like this: 1 am Lord Govinda's father, am Lord Govinda's mother, I am his friend, or 1 am his servant. Thus their fondling or nourishing of the divine son, or their lashing and rebuking the divine friend or master, are only expressions of their anubhavas, in various express signs of actions of prema. When verses have been cited as examples of those who attain the Lord Sri Krishna through a feeling of relationship with Godhead, the Gopas of Braja are also included thereby by upalaksana, because in the path of raga or intense attachment for the Lord, the Gopas of Braja far excel the Vrishnis, Yadavas. The feeling of relationship with the Lord is barred by a sense of consciousness of the divine majesties of the Lord in the case of the Vrishnis, whereas the same sense of relationship of the Gopas. For the Lord is not tinged in the least with any sense of reverence and awe. They simply hold Sri Krishna as their dearest child or friend or master without any restrictions or hesitations. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that in Sloka 275 of this book, it has been said that the Vrishnis attained Lord Krishna from their feeling of relationship with the Lord. But here in the rhetoric of upalaksana, the Vrishnis include the Gopas of Braja. So in Sloka 288, both Vrishnis and Vallavas, i.e. the Gopas of Braja, are examples of those who attained Lord Krishna through their sense of relationship with him. But because the relation of the Gopas with the Lord far excels in nearness and attachment in the way of raga, the restricted sense of relation of the Vrishnis with the Lord mixed with a sense of reverence and awe, and hence restricted, the Gopas are to be understood by upalaksana in Vrishnis in Sloka 275. The purport is that when in Sloka 275 of this book Sri Narada said that they, the devotees, attained Lord Sri Krishna through devotion, he mentioned it as the last example of those who attained Lord Krishna in the order of Kamat by the Gopis, Baya by Kamsa, Dvisat by Sisupala, Sambandat by the Vrishnis, Snahat by the Pandavas, and lastly Bhaktiya by us, i.e. Sri Narada and others, and therefore it meant Vaidhi Bhakti. But besides this Vaidhi Bhakti, in the way of raga, in Ragatmika Bhakti, as Kamanuga of the Gopis has been mentioned first as superior in the intensity of attachment for the Lord over the Sambandaripa, so also here in the Sambandaripa Bhakti the Gopas should be mentioned first because of their far superior sense of relationship with Lord Krishna than that of the Vrishnis. Though in the text the Vrishnis have been mentioned before the Gopas, Vallabha, it should be read, says Sri Chakravarti, in the reverse order, i.e. the Vallavas first and the Vrishnis next. If this order were not maintained, then it will be wrongly understood as if the Vrishnis are superior to the Gopas because they have been mentioned first. 288 Text 289, Kamasambandra te primam trisvartpaknitya siddhasrayatya nira samayag vikarai 289 Translation, the true nature of the two forms of Kamarupa and Sambandaripa Bhakti is prema only, and they concern themselves with and take shelter in the eternally free associates or entourage of Lord Sri Krishna. They are, therefore, not discussed here in detail. 289 Commentary, Sri Jiva in his commentary points out that here whose nature is prema only means that prema alone is the characteristic and intrinsic nature, i.e. cause of both Kamarupa and Sambandaripa Bhakti. The eternal associates refer to Nanda and other Gopas. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that there are evidently several differences between Kamarupa and Sambandaripa Bhakti, but why have not these differences been stated in this sloka? In answer to such a query, Sri Rupa Goswami says that because prema is the essential nature of both, and as both have their existence in Sri Nanda and others, they are not discussed here in all their details. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami says that prema only is their nature means that prema is their very life. Here Nityasada or eternal associates should include Sri Radhika and other gopis as well as Sri Nanda and other gopas. 289 Text 290, Ragatmakdid Dvavid Hide Dvid Ragnuga Casa Kamanuga Ca Sambandnuga Sati Nigadiyat 290 Translation, as Ragatmika Bhakti is divided into two, viz. Kamarupa and Sambandaripa, and as Raganuga Bhakti follows in the wake of the Ragatmika Bhakti, this Raganuga Bhakti is also said to be of two forms, viz. Kamanuga and Sambandanuga. 290 Text 291, Tattva adhikani ragat mi kaikanisthayav jandayatisa babapte lubdo babed atrata caravan 291 LL Translation, those eligible for Raganuga Bhakti, those who are aspirants for or have eager craving or longing for following in the wake of the feelings and sentiments of the eternal associates of Braja, possessing firm and one-pointed attachment for Ragatmika Bhakti are alone eligible for this Raganuga Bhakti. 291 Commentary, Steemyakandatasa Goswami observes that here by the use of Ekanastha in the Ragatmika, i.e. one-pointed fidelity in the wake of the Ragatmika only, Sri Rupa Goswami excludes those from the eligibility of Raganuga Bhakti who follow the path of Bhakti in the wake of the eternal associates of the Lord in Dvaraka, because, the denizens of Dvaraka have their Bhakti for the Lord somewhat dazed by a sense of awe and reverence due to a conscious realization that their affectionate Lord Krishna is after all the Supreme Godhead. They are, therefore, excluded from the category of Ragatmika Bhakti, and hence those who long for following in their wake are also excluded from Raganuga Bhakti. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that here while defining the characteristics and signs of Raganuga Bhakti, Sri Rupa Goswami indirectly and simultaneously also defines Raganuga Bhakti. Those who possess an intense longing and firm attachment for following in subordination to and in the wake of the bhavas, i.e. feelings and sentiments in stai bhavarati, i.e. permanent attachment in a particular relationship with the Supreme Godhead Sri Krishna, viz. Sri Radha and other gopis in Madhura Rati, Nanda Yasoda and others in Vatsalya Rati, Sridama Sudama and others in Sakya Rati, or Citrikapatrika and others in Dajya Rati for Sri Krishna in Braja alone where there is no thinking about the majesties of the Godhead, but his ambrosial beauties and love only dominate, and where their longing for any of these bhavas is allied to their intrinsic nature, are alone eligible for the way of Raganuga Bhakti. 291 Text 292, Tad Tad Bhavadai Madhuryi Srutai Triadapexade Nirasisaram Na Yutim Ca Tal Labhat Pati Laksanam 292 Translation, if one's intelligence is no more guided by scriptural prescriptions or dependent on any human and favorable reasoning and arguments after listening to the different stai bhavas of the four categories of the eternal associates of the Lord in Braja and also listening to the sweetness of their extraordinary beauties and qualities, then it is considered to be the sign that such craving or intense longing for Raganuga Bhakti has been aroused in one's heart. 292 Commentary, commenting on the sloka Sri Jiva Goswami says that when the sweetness and excellence of the sentiments of Nanda Yasoda and others of Braja towards Sri Krishna are partly listened to from the Bhagavatam, which establishes the concept of the absolute reality, and when from such listening there is also a slight relishing and realization of it, and when the faculty of understanding is no more guided by scriptural injunctions and human reasoning and arguments and is engages in attaining the super-sweetness of the bhavas in the wake of the Ragatmikas of Braja, then such a state of mental attitude of the individual may be said to be the sign of the cause of awakening of a spontaneous and eager longing, which is the sign of Raganuga Bhakti. Srimukandadasa Goswami points out that here the word Tadad Bhavadai refers to the different sentiments and feelings of the different categories of the eternal associates of Lord Sri Krishna in Braja, including Nanda Yasoda and other gopas and gopis, which together with their sweetness, beauties, and qualities satiate all the ever-increasing desires of the aprakrita or supra mundane senses of the all-love Sri Krishna. When these bhavas and functions of the Ragatmika associates of Sri Krishna in Braja are listened to from the Bhagavatam and allied scriptures that deal with the transcendental pastimes of the Lord written by Rasika Bhaktas, i.e. devotees who have dived deep in the ocean of rasa, and when from such listening there is awakened in the heart even for a limited degree a relishing realization of the supreme beauty and sweetness of the bhavas of the eternal gopas and gopis of Braja, the intellectual faculty of such a person is no more bound by scriptural injunctions nor is such a person any more guided by mere human reasoning and favorable arguments. He is now independent of scriptural dogmas and human reasoning, and is guided by a strong longing for those bhavas, their sweetness and unsurprising beauties and qualities, and desires to follow in their wake. Such a state is said to be cause and sign of the awakening of this intense craving for Raganuga Bhakti. In the text, the use of srut definitely stresses the great importance of listening to the Bhagavatam about the bhavas of the eternal associates towards Sri Krishna. No doubt, but craving in self-pleasures in Karmanuga Bhakti may also be aroused from seeing the beautiful and attractive Sri Murti or the symbolic image of Lord Sri Krishna. The special point on which Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti lays stress here is, Laksana or sign of Raganuga Bhakti is used in the sense of inferential knowledge only, because the cause of such carving of longing for Raganuga Bhakti in the wake of Ragmika Bhakti, independent of scriptures and reasoning, can be inferred by knowledge only. Therefore, this sign itself cannot be said to be the nature of the longing as cause of Raganuga Bhakti. The mere fact of non-dependence on scriptures and reasoning does not necessarily establish the nature and characteristic of such a longing. 292 Text 293, Vedha Bhakti Adhikari tu Bhavavir Bhavandvadi Adasastram Tathatar Kamanukulami Pekse 293 Translation, those eligible for Vedi Bhakti must depend on scriptures as well as favorable reasonings and arguments. TLL The flash of bhavas appears in the hearts. 293, Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami in his commentary on this sloka observes that as one eligible for Raganuga Bhakti follows in the footsteps of Ragatmika Bhakti, one's bhakti is limitless, i.e. there is no limit to which Raganuga Bhakti may extend and be practiced. But for one eligible for Vedi Bhakti, is there any such line? In answer to such a question, Sri Rupa Goswami says that a follower of Vedi Bhakti has got to practice it to a limit till bhava appears in his heart. In this connection one may refer to Bhagavatam Canto X1, Chapter 20 and Sloka 31 where Lord Sri Krishna addressing Uddhava says, "My devotees who are free from all passions, who maintain equanimity of outlook everywhere and under all circumstances and who have attained me, who am beyond Maya and Mayic influences, and who have feelings for me with the awakening of bhavas flash of stay bhava in their hearts, such of my exclusive and one-pointed devotees are no longer bound by piety or vice arising out of observance or non-observance, of scriptural prescriptions respectively." Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that in spiritual practices one has got to be guided by scriptural prescriptions and favorable arguments and reasoning so far Vedi Bhakti is concerned till raga is aroused. When such a longing for following in the steps of the eternal associates of the Lord in Braja is awakened in the heart, then such a devotee of Vedi Bhakti no more depends on the scriptures and reasoning. But in Raga Bhakti, because the thirst for following in the wake of the bhavas of the Ragatmikas of Braja is inherent from the very beginning, there is never any dependence on scriptural guidance and favorable arguments and reasoning. Thus it is far superior to Vedi Bhakti. But when there is a longing for a particular bhava or sthai bhava of Braja aroused in the heart of an individual, it becomes necessary that one knows the object of that particular bhava for its attainment. It is therefore necessary that inquiries be made about the scriptures that deal with such an object and the relevant desired bhava in the wake of the eternal associates of the Lord of Braja and also for the knowledge of such practices as described in the scriptures. The point is that Vedi Bhakti is completely guided by scriptural injunctions, reasoning, and favorable arguments, i.e. arguments that help the cause of Vedi Bhakti, whereas the way of raga is trodden through such Vedi or scriptural injunctions which aid or favor a spontaneous longing, aroused after listening to the beauties, qualities, and sweetness of the sentiments of the eternal associates of the Lord in Braja as described by such scriptures. 294 Text 294, Kisnam Smaranjanam Kajya Prestam Nijasamahidam Tat Tat Koth Vadas Sakhurid Vasam Vraj Sada 294 Translation, 1. Who treads the path of Raganuga Bhakti, shall always live in Braja by constantly remembering one's most beloved Krishna and the dearest associates of Sri Krishna of Braja, in following whose bhavas one has a bumming craving for the service of one's most beloved Krishna. 294 Commentary, Sri Jiva observes that here the author Sri Rupa Goswami describes the method of Raganuga Bhakti. If possible, a follower in the path of Raganuga Bhakti should physically live always in Vrindavana and Brajamandala, but should it not be physically possible for such a person to live in Braja for all time, one should at least live here mentally for all time. Stimukandadasa Goswami points out that the author has described in these three slokas the methodical order of Raganuga Bhakti. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti comments that here Pristha, i.e. dearest means one's dearest object of attainment, viz. the adolescent son of Nanda Sri Krishna, and also the dearest one of adolescent Krishna, viz. Sri Radhane Mudararai, Nanda Yasoda in Vatsalya, and so on, for following in the wake of whose bhavas or feelings and sentiments one has developed an eager longing. One should thus live in Vrindavana mentally, if residing there is not physically possible, and constantly meditate upon one's dearest tender-aged Krishna and also the dearest one of such adolescent Krishna, whose feelings and sentiments one has a burning longing for following. 294 Text 295, Sebt Sadhakaripna Siddharipna Kitra Hitad Babalipsuna Karadav Rajalokanusaratan 295 Translation. In this Braja one engaged in spiritual practices under abject subservience to the denizens of Braja with an eager longing for following in the wake of the bhavas, i.e. feelings and sentiments of one's desired dearest one of Sri Krishna, should serve them both, Sri Krishna and his dearest Sri Radha or Sri Nanda Yasoda, as the case may be, both in the stage as a sadhaka, i.e. in the stage of spiritual practices yet in bondage, and also in the stage as a siddha, i.e. even when one has attained the object of such spiritual practices. 295 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami in his commentary on the sloka explains Sadhakarupina as one in the stage of spiritual practices in one's physical body, and Siddharupina as one in one's mentally conceived body within, which is fit for one's desired services to the most beloved Krishna. Tad Bhavalipsu means one who is desirous of attaining the Bhavarati of the particular dearest one of the most beloved Sri Krishna in a particular state I Bhavarat. Brajalokanusarata means the dearest ones of Sri Krishna and also those who are dearest to the dearest ones of Sri Krishna and who are in subordination to the dearest ones of Sri Krishna. Stimukandadasa Goswami points out that as a sadhaka means in the physical body in Braja of elsewhere in the stage of early spiritual practices, and as a siddha means in one's mentally conceived body within, which is fit for the service of one's dearest object of attainment, viz. Krishna, and in such a mental body akin to the body of one in Braja one should live in Braja, longing for the bhava, kamarupa, or sambandharupa, and should consider oneself serving under guidance of the gopa or gopi of Braja as the case may be. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti explains the sloka in this way, Sadhakarupina i.e. as one practicing spiritual ways in one's physical body. Siddharupina, i.e. as one mentally conceiving oneself in the body fit for the services of one's desired object Sri Krishna in accordance with the sentiments and feelings, i.e. Rati, and should serve Sri Krishna under direction of the dearest associate of the beloved Lord, viz. Sri Radha, Sri Lalita, Sri Visakha, and under them Sri Rupa Manjari, Sri Rati Manyari and others, and their subordinates, viz. Sri Sanatana Gosvami, Sti Rupa Gosvami and others. T means that in Siddhatiha, i.e. mentally conceived eternal spiritual body, one should offer mental services of Sri Krishna under guidance and directions of Sri Radha, Sri Lalita and others, and in Sadhakadiha, i.e. in one's physical body practice and follow a spiritual life and serve Sri Krishna in words and deeds under guidance and directions of Sri Rupa and Sri Sanatana, who are also eternal denizens of Braja. This completely refutes the wrong and perverse methods of a modern group of people, whose theory is known as Saramaya theory. They interpret Brajlakanasarata as Sri Radha, Sri Kandраvala and others of Braja, and do not accept Sri Rupa and Sri Sanatapa and others as belonging to Braja. They hold the view that by imitating the gopis of Braja, one in one sadhakadiha, i.e. physical body in the stage of spiritual practices should serve Sri Krishna physically and by words. Therefore, to surrender to the feet of a spiritual master, Gur, observance of Ekadasi, service of Salagrama and Tulasi, etc. are not necessary for a sadhaka, who is to follow the ways of the denizens of Braja, because the gopas and gopis of Braja did not observe them. This wrong and perverse theory developed in the Surma Valley of Assam by a person known as Rupa Kavaraja was discarded by his guru Srimad Hemlata Thakurani. Translator's note, in this particular sloka Sri Rupa Goswami establishes a very important and significant method in the esoteric spiritual practices in Raganuga Bhakti. Unless this method and its true nature and concept as well as interpretation are correctly understood or rightly followed, one may very easily be misled to a wrong path and sheer mental imagination in an unripe stage of spiritual advancement in life. Sadhana bhakti in the stage of spiritual practices in their rudimentary form in utter bondage till the advanced stage of the awakening of an eager longing for the sentiments and feelings, i.e. stai bhavarati for the eternal services of the Supreme Lord Krishna in the wake of the Ragatmika bhakti of the eternal associates of Sri Krishna in Braja in any of the four forms of their permanent relationships, is divided into Vaidhi bhakti and Raganuga bhakti. So long as one is in the fetters of Maya and misidentifies oneself with one's physical body and changeable mind, one must necessarily undergo the rudimentary way of Vaidhi bhakti, controlled and guided by scriptural prescriptions supported by favorable arguments and reasons. Such a spiritual novice, when he makes tangible progress in the long and scripturally controlled path of Vaidhi bhakti, may develop, listening to the Bhagavatam and allied scriptures that deal with the transcendental pastimes of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, a spontaneous and intensely eager craving in his or her heart for being enabled to follow in the footsteps of any of the four categories of the dearest associates of Lord Krishna in Braja in regard to their feelings and applied sentiments to the dearest Sri Krishna, viz. Dajya, as a servant, Sakya, as a friend, Vatsalya, as parents, or Madhura, as consorts. When such a longing for Brajabhava is strongly and genuinely achieved, such an individual is no more bound by the restrictions of scriptural injunctions or human reasoning and arguments. The soul soars in the higher realm of burning feelings for the service of Lord Krishna in subordination to any of the bhavas of the four categories of the eternal associates of the Lord of Braja, which may awaken normally and naturally in the heart without any forced imagination. Such a sadhaka, i.e. one practicing spiritual life, is no more, and cannot be kept any more, restricted by scriptural regulations and mere human reasoning. The soul transcends them all in her spiritual flight in the realm of bhavas, waves of feelings. In this stage, the individual serves by words and deeds the Supreme Lord and his dearest associates like Sri Rupa and Sri Sanatana in the same manner in which they had lived in this world, consonant with the basic directions of the scriptures, by chanting and listening to the name of God and his associates, and by reading and listening to such scriptures like the Bhagavatam that deal with the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna in the company of his dearest associates. While maintaining a normal and restricted life of spiritual practices in body and words, the individual, in whom the intense longing for the bhavas of the Ragatmika eternal associates of the Lord is awakened, conceives mentally in accordance with the genuinely awakened Brajabhava either as that of a Gopi or Nanda Yasoda or Sardama Sudama or Citrika Patrika, a Siddhatiha, a permanent spiritual body, which shall correspond to and be favorable and fit for serving the Lord under guidance of the dearest one of the dearest associate of Lord Krishna, for whose bhava a craving has been aroused in the heart of such an individual so that he or she may engage himself or herself in the services of Lord Krishna and his dearest associate in the particular stai bhava as a servant or as a friend, as a parent or as a maid, and such services are rendered mentally in the siddhatiha or spiritual body so conceived. Thus an individual, whether a man or a woman, in the stage of spiritual practices both in Vaidhi bhakti and Raganuga bhakti in the sadhana stage, must necessarily serve God and his devotees by words and deeds in the physical body by chanting and listening to the name of God, listening to the scriptures and by worshipping in the temple as prescribed by the scriptures. At the same time, outwardly behaving as such, one, in whom an eager longing for Raganuga bhakti in the sadhana stage is awakened, thinks of a permanent and spiritual body within, which must correspond to the particular category of stai bhava for Sri Krishna for which an earnest longing has developed, in the heart as servant or a friend or a father or a maid. In the case of Madhura Rati as eternal maid, the body so conceived is that of a lady. This mentally conceived bhavadiha, i.e. a body of feelings towards the Lord, be it a male body of a servant or a friend or a parent or the female's body of a maid in Raganuga bhakti, has absolutely nothing to do with the physical body of a sadhaka in the stage of Vaidhi bhakti in its rudimentary stages, be it male or female. As already stated, the siddha bhavadiha, i.e. the inner conceived spiritual body of the individual corresponding to one's awakened feelings towards the Lord in the wake of the feelings of any one of the four categories of the eternal associates of Sri Krishna, may be either that of a male or that of a female. The male and female concepts of the soul must be completely differentiated from any conception of male or females in this phenomenal world. The language sounds similar, but the subject is on entirely different planes. In the Caitanya system, Madhura Ratai is the highest form of prema, and an individual soul even in the stages of Raganuga Bhakti in the wake of the Ragatmika Bhakti considers herself as a maid, called Manjari, under guidance of the way of services rendered by the dearest Rupa Manjari and Ratai Manjan and others, who in their turn are subservient to the Lalita Visakha Citra Indurika Kampakalata Ardivnig Tunga Vidyasudhi by the 8 Sakais, who are the counterparts of Sri Radha, who is the counter-whole divinity, Sri Krishna being the beloved of all. They are all engaged in the aprakrita services of their beloved for his absolute pleasures and of none else. There is complete self-effacement on their part as regards their own pleasures in the supreme services of the Lord. Their cent% satisfaction lies in the absolute pleasures of their beloved alone. So, a devotee, an individual soul, in Raganuga Bhakti may have the spiritual body of a male or a female independent of one's physical body in this world. Hence a sadhaka in Raganuga Bhakti may be a man or a woman in this physical world, but does develop the supramundane aprakrita or non-earthly body a gopi called a manjari, if his or her raga or attachment is awakened in the wake of the Braja Gopi. In the same way, an individual may be a woman in the sadhakadiha, but should she develop a longing for the service of Sri Krishna in the wake of Nanda in Vatsalya or Sridama in Sakya, her siddhatiha or spiritual body will be that of a male in the transcendental realm. The physical body in this world can never reach the feet of the Lord, much less join in the Lord's pastimes. It is only in a spiritual siddhatiha, eternal body of pure cit conceived as either a gopi or a gopa, in any one of the 4 sthāyi bhavas that the soul progresses in Raganuga Bhakti. When this happens, the individual then contemplates mentally on the stage of Raganuga Bhakti a spiritual body as a gopis, more technically a manjari, with a particular name, conception of her form and beauty, her particular age, her costumes, her specialized service or seva, her grove or kunya where she receives and serves the divine couple, special bhavas such as madhya or dhira madhya, etc., the special characteristics of her beloved as nayaka. Thus considering one's siddhatiha, as stated by Sri Rupa Goswami in this particular sloka of the text, the individual in Raganuga Bhakti meditates inwardly, looking upon himself on herself as a handmaid of Sri Rupa Manjari, who is the personification of the Rupa, i.e. beauty of Sri Radha, which beauty is, in its turn the projected absolute beauty of the absolute Lord Sri Krishna. Sri Rupa Manjari guides the individual handmaid in the fold of Sri Lalita Sakya, who in her turn engages the handmaid in the specialized services of Sri Radha Krishna, the divine couple. It should, therefore, be understood without any confusion that an individual in the stage of spiritual practices in sadhana bhakti, must undergo the rudimentary spiritual practices of Vaidhi Bhakti under strict guidance of scriptural prescriptions and favorable reasoning and arguments, and not do anything arbitrarily till an earnest craving is aroused in the heart for a particular bhava for Sri Krishna in the wake of any of the 4 categories of his eternal and dearest associates developing into Raganuga sadhana bhakti in subordination to Ragatmika Bhakti. When an individual is thus blessed with the spontaneous awakening of such an intense longing, he lives in 2 worlds at the same time. Physically in this world he or she lives a normal life of spiritual practices under the guidance of injunctions of the scriptures and chants the Lord's name and listens to the glories of the Godhead from the scriptures and saints, and in the mental world he or she lives in an entirely different realm, possessing an aprakrita body similar to any of the 4 classes of sthāyi bhavas of the eternal associates of Sri Krishna, which will be fit to serve the Lord in the particular bhava of either a servant or a friend or a parent or a handmaid. This maidenhood of the individual has nothing to do with the physical body whatsoever. It is sometimes noticed that men with perverse mentality act wrongly, find foolishly in the name of Raganuga Bhakti. For example, if a man has been blessed with a bumming craving for the service of the Lord in the wake of the feelings and sentiments of the Braja Gopis, he will maintain a strict behavior in the physical world and would in his mind conceive a gopi diha, but if any man takes to the imitation of the ways and behavior of a lady and dresses himself like a woman, he must be considered to be a man of perverse mentality and should be kept aloof with the contempt he deserves. The genuine and true awakening of Raganuga Bhakti is not an easy affair, without extraordinary grace of God none can attain it in this physical world. It is therefore, that this caution is given here against wrong imitations. 295 Text 296, Sravanat Kirtandini Vedha Bhakti Udatani Tuyani Afghani Tani Atravijayani Manisibhit 296 Translation, as to the listening, singing, meditating, etc., which are the various angas of Vedi Bhakti and which have previously been described, the wise should know them to be useful in Raganuga Bhakti as well. 296 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observed that the angas, the different aspects, of Vedi Bhakti, such as listening and chanting, etc., which are to be observed in Raganuga Bhakti should be understood to be those angas only which will be congenial to an individual's bhava, in sentiments of relation in sthai bhava in Madhura or Vatsalya or Sakya or Dasari as the case may be. Stimukanda Dasa Goswami says that as regards listening, chanting, meditating, etc., which are described as angas of Vedi Bhakti, a careful selection should be made out of them for finding what may nourish one's particular bhava in Raganuga Bhakti and not hamper it. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that listening and chanting of the name of God which are angas of Vedi Bhakti and which are to be observed in Raganuga Bhakti as well should also include submission to the spiritual master or guru, because without submissions to the guidance of the spiritual master or guru there is no possibility of following in the wake of the denizens of Braja. The wise in whose hearts the flower of Raganuga Bhakti has bloomed should use their wisdom in the selection of those angas of Vedi Bhakti only which will be conducive to the further unfolding of the particular bhava in one's Raganuga Bhakti, and should apply discretion in non-observance of following of such angas of Vedi Bhakti which may be unhelpful, even antagonistic to the progress of Raganuga Bhakti which finds its culmination in Bhava Bhakti and Prema Bhakti. The following are some of the angas of Vedi Bhakti which are unhelpful and antagonistic to Raganuga Bhakti, aham grahopasana, i.e. to consider oneself as non-different from the object of worship at the time of worshipping the deity in the temple, which is an anga of Vedi Bhakti. 2. Mudra, i.e. different modes of intertwining of the fingers during worship. 3. Nyasa, it consigning the pranas the 5 life breaths in the mind. 4. Meditation, on Dvaraka, v. worship of Rukmini and other queens of Dvaraka. Though these have been described in the Agamas as angas of Vedi Bhakti, they ought not to be followed in the path of Raganuga Bhakti, for no serious damage is possible in the way of Raganuga Bhakti even if there be slight negligence and deficiency in the observance of some such angas of Vedi Bhakti. In the Bhagavatam, Canto X1, Chapter 2, Sloka 35, Kavi Yojendra addressestaying kingdom I said, O king. If one should simply go ahead by closing one's eyes in the path of this Bhagavata Dharma, i.e. Prema Dharma, without observing, knowingly or unknowingly, some of the angas of Vedi Bhakti, such a one shall not stumble against any obstacle or be held in default or fall from one's cherished path of Raganuga Bhakti. Lord Sri Krishna said to Sri Uddhava, Uddhava, this Bhakti Dharma has been established personally by me, as the most supreme religion because of its causeless nature beyond the pale of all Mayic attributes. There is no possibility whatsoever of going astray for anyone following this path, even though there be lapses from and strict non-observance of all the rules and regulations of the scriptures. 296 Text 297, Tatra Kamdnuga Bhavasti Rsnd Kamart Panugaman 297 Translation. Next, Kamanuga Bhakti, the thirst that is anugamani, i.e. in the wake of Kamarupa Bhakti is called Kamanuga. 297 Commentary, Sir Jiva Goswami observes that the thirsty bhakti that follows in the wake of Kamarupa Bhakti is called Kamanuga Bhakti. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that a thirst, which follows in the footsteps of Kamarupa Bhakti, is called Kamanuga. It has already been shown previously that in Kamarupa Bhakti there is an action of passionate desires, so also here Trishna of a sadhaka, i.e. one engaged in spiritual practices of Raganuga Bhakti should be understood as action guided by the thirst of passionate desires. It thus follows that the action guided by a thirst of passionate desires which are subservient to and in the wake of, and not in imitation of, the action of the Braja Gopis, derived from the thirst for passionate desires for the absolute pleasures of all the aprakrita senses of their divine beloved, the Godhead, is called Kamanuga Bhakti. Such actions are of two kinds, viz. Mental services in the Bhavabhumi, i.e. transcendental thought world, and services such as are rendered by the physical senses in this phenomenal world. Here a question may be raised: if all the actions of a devotee in the stage of his spiritual practices in the Kamanuga aspect of the Raganuga Bhakti are to be according to the actions of the Braja Gopis, why then do such devotees not offer worship to the sun god as the gopis did? And should a devotee offer such worship to the sun god, it will ill fit in with the very fundamental conception of Uttama Bhakti. Again, why did great devotees and saints like Sri Rupa and Sri Sanatana offer prayers and observe fasting on the Ekadasi day and such other fasting days even though such actions were not performed by the gopis? To refute such arguments, Sri Jiva explains that such questions cannot rise at all because the use of anugamani in the text means anusarani, which means an intelligent following or a purposeful going after, and it certainly does not mean anakarani, le. False imitation. It therefore means pure subordination or subservience and obedience to the favorable ways of the thinking of the gopis. All the actions of the thirst for passionate desires in Kamarupa aspect of Ragatmika Bhakti of the Braja Gopis, which are possible only for them alone and not necessarily to be followed by one in whom the Kamanuga aspect of Raganuga Bhakti has awakened. For example, in the name of the Vedanta Sutras many scholars, following their own reasoning, have claimed their interpretations to be the true meaning of the aphorism. So also those who have tried vainly to imitate the aprakrita actions of the gopis and not intelligently and correctly to follow in tighter footsteps of the aprakrita actions of the gopis to the extent which would help them in their Raganuga Bhakti, should be considered to be treading a mistaken path. 297 Text 298, Samojukt made tat tad bhavukat medi s8 vidha 298 Translation: being desirous of supramundane selfish sex enjoyments and desirous of the bhavas or sentiments of the selfless supramundane sex enjoyments are the two forms of this Kamanuga Bhakti. 298 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami comments that here the first four of Samagama Kamanuga Bhakti, i.e. supramundane sex desires, should be known to be in the wake of Kamapriya Bhakti, explained before, and the selfless desire in the wake of the selfless desires of a Braja Gopi who is the chosen or tutelary deity of a particular handmaid is the second form of Tatad Bhavukatmika Kamanuga Bhakti. This second form should be considered to be the primary Kamanuga Bhakti. In Sloka 282 the Braja Gopis have been cited as examples of Kamarupa Bhakti, while the presiding Devis of the Srutis or Sri Kubja of Mathura have been quoted as examples of Kamapriya Bhakti. Those handmaids who cherish desires in the wake of the desires of the Braja Gopis of Kamarupa Bhakti are known to be following the primary Kamanuga Bhakti, whereas those who follow in the wake of the Kamapriya Bhakti of Kubja are desirous of self-satisfaction in the aprakrita or non-earthly sex association with the Godhead who is beyond all mundane conceptions of physical or mental sexes. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami explains the sloka quite differently. He says that samaga here means the desire which stimulates or arouses Raganuga Bhakti in the wake of a very special manifestation of prema in Nayakabhava of Sri Radha and such other Braja Gopis only, each one of whom is the leader of a group of gopis, i.e. a Yuthsvari, where such a leader gopi cherishes the feelings of a mistress which are caused by their acts of embraces etc., thereby making Sri Krishna, the Supreme Beloved, realize and enjoy his absolute pleasures. Such a desire is called Samaga Kamaya Kamanuga in Raganuga Bhakti, whereas, the longing for the desire in the wake of the desires of Sakabhava of Sri Lalita, Sri Padma and similar other Braja Gopis, i.e. the desire of the Saki of Sri Radha or the Saki of Sri Kandravali whose desires is to facilitate conditions of bringing their respective leader mistress, Sir Radha in the case of Sri Lalita Vizakasitra and others, and S.N. Kandravala in the case of Sri Padma and others, closer to Sri Krishna for their closest union, is called Tatad Bhavukatmika Kamanuga in Ragatmika Bhakti. In the Nayakabhava, the Supreme Mistress Sri Radha finds her highest pleasures in the complete dedication with utter self-effacement for the absolute pleasures of her Supreme Beloved, who is Sri Krishna, the Godhead, here the bliss of the mistresshood lies in the absolute pleasures of the highest divine beloved. But in Sakabhava, the Sakais, who are the projected bodies of the supreme group leader mistress, Nayaka, find their highest pleasures in facilitating the conditions of union between the supreme Nayaka, the beloved, and the supreme Nayaka, the leader mistress. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that Samojukamayi should mean both desire and action provoked by a desire for independent amorous pleasures with the divine beloved in the same way, as is the case with youths very like Sri Radha and Sri Kandravala. Sri Kandrakanti and others are its famous examples in the scriptures. But the desire of a handmaid for relishing the particular bhavas of her chosen tutelary group leader Gopi, where this desire alone is the cause of inciting Kamanuga Bhakti, is called Tatad Bhavakatmaka Kamanuga aspect of Raganuga Bhakti, which should he considered to be superior to the former, and is the primary Kamanuga Bhakti. 298 Text 299, Kelly Tat Paradavati Eva Samojukamayi Bhaves Tad Bhavaknokati Teedsam Bhavamat Hurya Kamada 299 Translation, Kamanuga Bhakti with a purposeful desire for an amorous jest is called Samojukamayi, whereas the cupidity for the pleasantness of the bhavas, i.e. feelings and sentiments, of those Sakagopis of Braja at the aprakrita or supramundane prima sports of Nayaka Krishna and Nayaka Radha the divine couple, is called the Tatad Bhavakatmaka Kamanuga aspect of Raganuga Bhakti. 299 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here by Samaga Sri Rupa Goswami means to refer to the prima union of the Nayaka Nayaka, Sri Radhakrishna only. And, where there is an intensely passionate appreciation of the sweetness of the bhavas, i.e. feelings, arising out of the prima union of the supreme subject-object of prima, and not one's own desire for such prima union with the supreme beloved, Sri Rupa calls it Tad Bhavakatmaka Kamanuga aspect of Raganuga Bhakti. Stimukanda Dasa Goswami comments that the author explains hers what he means by desire for Samaga, and what is desire for the bhava of Samaga in Raganuga Bhakti. Where there is an existence of active amorous jests in the intense longing in the wake of the Kamarupa Ragatmika Bhakti of Sri Radha, for Sri Krishna, it is called Kelly Tat Paradavat Samojukamayi Raganuga Bhakti. It is otherwise called a Nayaka Bhava, i.e. the feelings in the wake of the feelings of a Nayaka who is a leader mistress towards the Nayaka, that is to say, the thirst in the wake of the thirst of Sri Radha's feelings in the supreme pleasures of the highest divine beloved in his prima union with her. This is Nayaka Bhava. Whereas a desire for the sentiments in the wake of the relishing of the sweetness of sentiments of those Braja Gopis who cherish a Sakabhava towards the subject-object, i.e. their pleasures in creating favorable conditions for the prima union of Nayakakrishna and Nayakarada, in which a Saka, lady friend, finds her highest bliss instead of seeking her own, prima union, i.e. a prakrita, or supramundane sports with the beloved himself, is called Tat Bhavakatmaka Kamanuga aspect of Raganuga Bhakti. A Saka is a lady friend of Nayaka, Group E leader mistress Sri Radha, who is the supreme group leader mistress, has 8 such Sakais, viz. Lalita, Visakha, Citra, Indurakar, Kampakalata, Rangadevi, Tungavidya, and Sudevi. Similarly, the group leader mistress Shadravala, who is in the opposite camp, has 8 Sakais, such as Padma, and others. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that here Samaga should be understood in the sense of complete engagement, and the word Kelly in the text should also be understood in the same sense as Samaga. Therefore the active and purposeful engagement in the aprakrita or non-earthly or supramundane prima sports, i.e. divine love dalliance in the realm of transcendence, should be understood by Samagai Kamayi Kamanuga aspect of Raganuga Bhakti. And, the desire or longing for relishing the sweetness of the sweet sentiments or bhavas of the Braja Gopis, who are Sakais of Sri Radha, towards Sri Krishna is called Tat Bhavakatmaka Kamanuga category of Raganuga Bhakti. Translators note, what Sri Rupa Goswami means by these two aspects of Raganuga Bhakti of an individual soul should be very clearly and correctly understood, i.e. I, in the wake of the Nayaka Bhava, and, 2, in the wake of the Saka Bhava. The Nayaka Bhava means the active feelings of Sri Radha as the supreme Nayaka, who is the counter-whole projection the supreme Godhead Sri Krishna, out of his inconceivable prerogative for the supreme Nayaka Sri Krishna, and the Sakabhava means the sentiments of the counter-projected parts of the counter-whole projection of the Godhead called Sakais, for the pleasures of active and purposeful reciprocal purna sports of the divine couple, viz. Nayaka Krishna, and Nayaka Radha. It therefore follows that the original Nayaka Sri Radha alone can have active and purposeful aprakrita, that which is beyond prakriti or mayic phenomena, prima jests with the Supreme Lord, in whose absolute pleasures alone Sri Radha finds her highest pleasures. But in the Sakabhava, the 8 Sakais mentioned above, have no desire whatsoever for any direct union with the Supreme Beloved, even though each one of them is completely competent to be a Nayaka, but they sacrifice their personal pleasures in the direct prima association with the Supreme Nayaka Krishna, engage themselves in creating favorable conditions and circumstances for the prima union of Sri Radha Krishna, the divine couple, in the thought of whose absolute pleasures they relish the highest and best deliciousness of transcendental bliss and pleasures. Neither Nayakabhava nor Sakabhavya is possible for any individual soul, because both belong to the categories of divinity only. But an individual soul in whose heart there is an awakening of Raganuga Bhakti, does not seek it is not in the essential nature of an individual soul prima union with the most beloved, but she finds her highest expression and realizes highest bliss in the longing after relishing the sweetness in the wake of the bhavas and subservient to the pleasures of the Sakais, who derive their supreme pleasures from relishing the absolute sweetness and beauty of the prima pastimes of the Nayakanayaka, the divine lover and the divine belonged. Thus, Nayakabhava is absolutely independent, Sakabhava is subservient to Nayakabhava, and the longing of an individual soul in Raganuga Bhakti can be only in the wake of an incomplete subordination to the Sakabhava, and it is called a Gopi Bhava or Manjari Bhava, which is the highest possible end for an individual soul. Those who dabble in such foolish thoughts of considering themselves to be able to become a Radha or a Saka bring utter ruin to themselves and to those who associate with them. That is a perverse way of thinking of a perverse mind. One should protect oneself against such utterly wrong people. 299 Text 300, Sri Muriam Didihad Prixia Tat Talitlam Nisamaya Tad Babt Kanksino Yesiasta Susadana Tanaya Perdni Sruyate Pddme Pumsamapai Babe Yam 300 Translation, those eligible for the practice of Kamanuga Bhakti, those who aspire after and long for the different sentiments of the Brajadevis after listening about the sports of Lord Krishna or after seeing the beauty of the Sri Murti or portrait of the Lord, are alone eligible for either of the two categories or forms of Kamanuga aspect of Raganuga Bhakti. Even male persons can attain such bhavas, so it is heard in the Panda Puranam. 300 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami explains Sri Murti Madhuram, as the sweetness of the beauty of the image or portrait of Krishna and also that of the image or portrait of the gopis who are his mistresses. Those who are attracted by and have longing for the attainment of the bhavas of the gopis of Braja after seeing the pleasantness of the pastimes of those gopis who are the dearest mistress of Sri Krishna with their most beloved spouse Krishna painted in these portraits, are alone eligible for these two forms of Kamanuga Bhakti. Previously in Sloka 292 listening only was mentioned as a cause of awakening of a desire for the bhavas of the gopis, but here the possibility of such awakening of a craving for Gopi Bhava is said to be even from seeing or gazing at the pastimes of Sri Krishna, and the gopis painted in portraits or in their imagines. The sight of the portrait of the person of Sri Krishna or of his image, i.e. Sri Murti, also depends on one's first listening of the Bhagavatam depicting the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna with his mistresses of Braja who are dearest to him. Further, one may hear about the pastimes of the Lord even without seeing the portrait or image of Lord Krishna. S.N. Mukundadasa Goswami points out then here the author Sri Rupa Goswami shows two different causes of the awakening of the two different forms of longing for the two aspects of Kamanuga category of Raganuga Bhakti, and thereby establishes their eligibility. Those who by looking at the beauty of the portrait of Sri Krishna, and by looking at the charm and beauty of Lord Krishna's Purvaraga for the gopis on seeing the charm and beauty of the gopis only from their portrait, and having realized and relished the sweetness and soul-attracting rasadance and such other pastimes of the Lord painted on portraits, are attracted by them and in whose hearts a longing is aroused for those two aspects of Nayakabhava and 2. Sakabhava, allo eligible for the practice of Samagayakamayi and Tat-Tat-Bhavakatmaka aspects of Kamanuga Bhakti respectively. Translator's note, Krishna's Purvaraga, when prema is aroused in the heart of the beloved for the gopis only on seeing their portraits and without personal contact till then, it is called Purvaraga of the Vasyavigraha of the Alambana of Rasa, explained in the introduction, where we have translated Vasyavigraha as the subject and not as object. The Purvaraga of the Asrayavigraha Sri Radha, i.e. prema of Sri Radha for Lord Krishna is aroused in her heart by hearing the distant music of the flute of the Lord, listening to the name of the Lord from the lips of her Sakhis, or lady friends like Lalita and others, and from looking into the charm of the person of the Lord as painted in a portrait and shown her by her Sakha Citra, etc. Here a doubt may arise, yes, such bhavas may possibly be attained by ladies to achieve Samagayakamayi Kamanuga Bhakti where they have an intense longing for such bhavas, either in the wake of the Nayakabhava or in the wake of the Sakabhava after seeing the charming character of Lord Krishna painted in his portrait, but how can it be possible for any male person? In reply, Sri Rupa Goswami has cited references from the Padma Puranam where it is stated that even for a man a soul encaged in the body of man this form of Kamanuga Bhakti is possible. The fact is that the soul is neither male nor female. No Raganuga Bhakti has anything to do with the physical body of a person male or female. Raganuga Bhakti is aroused in the heart of an individual soul in the wake of the Ragatmika Bhakti of the eternal associates of the Supreme Godhead. Material conceptions of male and female have completely to be washed away from the mind, and a supramundane and transcendental feeling of maidenhood or womanhood in a spiritual sense can awaken in the purified heart of an individual. We have repeatedly cautioned that from similar sounding language one must not be misled into identifying spiritual values with earthly affairs. A gopi is not a mundane lady in a physical body of a woman, nor a gopayasaman in the physical body of a human being. The conceptions of Gopa and Gopi of Braja, the Nayakanayaka relations, or the bride and mistress and spouse are absolutely beyond earthly thinking. They are a prakriti and that makes the whole difference. 300 Text 301-2, Yathapura Maharsaya Sarv Dandakaranya Vasanadrisvaramam Havim Tatva Bhaktamikan Suvigram 302 Te Sarv Stitvam Dbana Samadbyata Ca Gokul Hadim Sampared P Aramanatato Mukad Bavarnavat 302 L Translation, as for example, in the Padma Purana, in olden times when all the Maharsas, great sages, who were living in Dandakaranya in the Dandaka forests, saw the beautiful person of Lord Rama, they desired to enjoy him. They all were therefore, born in Gokula as females and were freed forever from earthly associations of the ocean of the world by attaining the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, Hari, through supramundane sex desires. 301-302 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that the Arsis of Dandakarnya cherished a profound longing for the feelings and sentiments of the dearest mistresses of Lord Krishna, who lived in the neighborhood of Gokula. Thus when they saw beautiful Rama, there flared up in the hearts of these Arsis, who were practicing extremely hard penance, desires in the wake of the sentiments of association of the Braja Gopis for enjoying the person of Lord Krishna, whose charm and beauty far surpassed those of Lord Rama, and who was to manifest himself in the world in near future Dvapara age. These Maharsas also prayed to Lord Rama in their mind that they might be born in Gokula as females where the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna would make his divine descent, i.e. manifest himself in the world in Dvapara so that they might enjoy the Lord's charming person. Owing to their shyness, the Arsis prayed to Lord Rama in their hearts only and did not express anything in spoken words or omen prayers. So Lord Rama also, who is omniscient, blessed them in his mind, like the wish-yielding tree, for the fulfillment of their mental prayer. They were thus born as females of the womb of the gopis in distant Gokula, and somehow reached the famous Gokula of Lord Krishna and gained a prakriti bodies from the Braja Gopis and thus attained Lord Krishna, whose charm and beauty far excel those of Lord Rama. They were therefore able to cross the ocean of the world through their mental resolve for enjoying the person of Sri Krishna as their beloved spouse. LT has further been said about these Arsis in the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 29, Slokas 9-11, before the Rasa dance when Lord Krishna attracted the gopis by playing on his flute. At that times the wives of some of the gopas could not come out of their home to meet the beloved, and had to remain indoors. But these gopa wives who had already been in deep thoughts about their divine beloved, Sri Krishna, now closed their eyes and engaged themselves in an intense remembrance. They in this way gave up their material bodies because of the bumming pang of separation from their beloved and attained non-earthly aprakrita bodies, and in their aprakrita bodies they could embrace the pure CIT body of the bodiless Supreme Godhead Krishna. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that when the Arsas saw Lord Rama, there was aroused in their hearts Krishna Rati, le. Amorous attachment for the supreme object of their devotion, and therefore their hearts were pierced by the flower arrow of unearthly amour. After this, by the grace of Lord Rama, they attained the feelings of females, i.e. desire for enjoying the beloved, and were hence born in Gokula as gopis, and through Kama, i.e. amorous desires, being blessed by Sri Radha and other eternal damsels of Braja, who have no material bodies. These Arsas achieved such an inexplicable and ambrosial attachment for Sri Krishna that they soon gave up their previous material bodies and were blessed with a prakrita or supramundane eternal and all-conscious CIT bodies of gopis, with which they could at last contact the transcendental all-spiritual Sat Cid Ananda person, body, of Lord Krishna, and left this mundane world forever and entered into the eternal realm of Gokula, where they could quench their thirst and relish supreme bliss. The contention of the whole thing is like this: by practicing sadhana bhakti one generally attains prema only, because, in the 19th sloka of the fourth wave of the eastern division of this work, Sri Rupa Goswami will show that sneha, pranaya, etc. See introduction, are only different flashes of prema itself, that is to say, as these are different stages of prema only, and as these different stages of prema are rarely manifest in the sadhakatiha, i.e. in the physical body during the stages of sadhana bhakti, their distinctive characteristics are not discussed here in the context of the raganuga aspect of the sadhana bhakti. So the Arsas had received female bodies in Gokula, but they could not attain Lord Krishna just thereby. It was only after they had been particularly blessed by Lord Krishna himself and by his eternal mistresses, and through attainment of the particular attachment caused by the association of bhavas of Braja, that they ultimately could meet the person of the Lord the Divine Beloved in their aprakrita CIT bodies only. In the Bhagavatam, Canto X1, Chapter 12 Sloka 8, Lord Sri Krishna said to Uddhava, those who received Gopi Deha, i.e. supramundane spiritual body of a Braja Gopi, through Prema, and were then born in Braja and finally liberated from mundane associations through special attachment for me caused by their intense longing in the wake of the association of bhavas of my eternal dearest ones like Sri Radha and others, realized me in Gokula, which is beyond the scope of the limited phenomenal worlds. And, the cows of Braja, Yamala Arjuna and other trees of Braja, deer, Kalia and other serpents, the creepers and plants and all other entities of Braja attained me according to their prema for me. How the gopis of Braja had attained Lord Krishna has been clearly depicted in the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 29, Sloka 9T01-301-302 Text 303, Rivamistamsischurarvanyo vidi madrajanasavate kavalana eva sa tadma ezadvami yat pure 303 I translation, one who aspires after the closest amour with the Divine Beloved and is guided at the same time always by the strict injunctions of the scriptures only in the path of Vaidhi Bhakti attains queen consorthood in Dvaraka. 303 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here ya in the masculine gender is used in a very general sense for both males and females. Therefore, whether one is a male or a female, if one desires to have a longing for a bhava or feeling for a perfect and closest sex association with the Supreme Lord himself in the wake of the feelings of relationship of the queens of Dvaraka, unlike Kubja who had no sense of any relationship with Lord Krishna, and strictly follows scriptural prescriptions of Vaidhi Bhakti without any eager longing for the sentiments of Braja in the wake of the Braja Gopis, and practices the regulated way of meditation even on the beloved of the Braja damsels for the service of Sri Krishna, then tada, i.e. a little late, though not as quickly as is possible in Raganuga Bhakti, one shall attain queenhood in Dvaraka in subservience to the eternal queens, Rukmini, Satyabhama, and others, of the Lord of Dvaraka, and not as handmaids to the eternal and dearest mistresses of the Lord of Prema of Braja, Sri Krishna. What doubt is there, then, that one would definitely attain the association of the queens of Dvaraka who meditate on the Lord in the path of Vaidhi Bhakti? Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that even if one were desirous of perfect premedalliance with the Supreme Lord Krishna, son of Nanda, for the absolute pleasures of the Lord himself, but serve Sri Krishna in the way of Vaidhi Bhakti, guided by scriptures and reasoning and not in the path of Raganuga Bhakti, then such an individual shall achieve in the end kinship only in Mathura or Dvaraka. It means that even if there be a desire for offering absolute pleasures to Sri Krishna in his all-beauteous and all-charming and all-attractive form in Braja as the supreme object of highest prema, it can be achieved only by following the appropriate path of spiritual practices. If there be unevenness between means and end, between sadhana and sadhya, the desired end cannot be achieved, realized, and relished. For example, in the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 16, Sloka 36, while offering their hymns to Lord Krishna, the wives of the serpent Kaliya said, Lord. Even when inconstant Lakshmi of Vaikuntha, the consort of the all-majestic Godhead Narayana, had to sacrifice everything else and engage herself in hard penances for a long time in order to anoint her body with the pollens of the lotus of thy feet, how could this Kaliya, our husband, be eligible for them? By what piety, we know not. The purpose of quoting this sloka here is to emphasize that Lakshmi could not attain the companionship of Sri Krishna of Braja, as she did not follow the correct and appropriate path of subservience to the bhavas or sentiments, of the Braja gopis. It can be further shown from the words of obeisances spoken by Sri Uddhava to the Braja gopis in Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 47, Sloka 58, that it is impossible to possess the bhavas in the wake of the sentiments of prema of the Braja gopis for Lord Krishna, unless one follows the proper path. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that here in this sloka Sri Rupa Goswami wants to clarify that even if one be guided by a longing for a direct pleasure association with Sri Krishna himself, but due to a sense of regard for scriptural injunctions where meditation on Dvaraka, worship of the queens of Dvaraka are prescribed for Vaidhi Bhakti, has to observe them in spite of such observances being opposed to one's Brajabhava, one shall attain the association of the eternal queens Rukmini, Satyabhama and others in Dvaraka only, and shall not attain the realm of Braja Prema in the wake of the Braja gopis. The fact is that those who cherish a longing for Sri Krishna's aprakrita sense pleasures but follow a path of spiritual practices according to such injunctions of the scriptures which are unfavorable to their own Braja bhavas and fully observe Dvarakadhyayana, meditation on Dvaraka, Maisi Puja, worship of the queens, i.e. Lakshmis of Dvaraka and Mathura, etc. without making any discrimination and worship Sri Krishna through the medium of Vaidhi Bhakti, attain a place in the entourage of the queens of Dvaraka. But those who long for relishing the ambrosia of the prema of Sri Sri Radhakrishna and yet at the same time their spiritual practices include such directions of Vaidhi Bhakti as stamping of the name of Krishna on the 12 upper limbs of the physical body etc., shall attain neither Dvaraka as they have no aspiration for serving the Lord of Rukmini, nor shall they attain Radhakrishna in Braja as they do not have any longing for the path of Raga, i.e. Raganuga Bhakti. So it is to be understood that where spiritual practices in Vaidhi Bhakti are caused by a conscious recognition of the majestic dominance of the Lord, then in such an instance in spite of a longing for the prema of Sri Sri Radhakrishna in Braja, one would attain Sri Radhakrishna in Goloka, which is a majestic beauteous part of Vrindavana, and not in the purely all-beauteous Vindavana Premadama itself. Sri Rupa Goswami has described in his Stavamala that Goloka is only a part of Vrindavana. In this way, there is no place anywhere more charming than the forest of Vrinda, Vindavana. In order to make his dear denizens of Braja realize this, Lord Sri Krishna, after showing them Vaikuntha, easily and comfortably brought them back to Gostha. May that Mukunda protect you in every way. Here by Vaikuntha Sri Rupa Goswami means Krishna Vaikuntha, i.e. Goloka only. It has further been stated in the Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 28, Slokas 14-1 that in order to show the superiority of the charm and beauties of Vrindavana, the Gopas and Gopis of Braja were sent by Sri Krishna to Goloka, thus thinking, the most gracious Lord Krishna showed to the Gopas his own realm of Goloka which is beyond the Maic phenomenal world. This Goloka is all-conscious, eternal, unlimited, self-effulgent, and identical with Brahman. The munis can realize it in their state of samadhi, absorbed in deep meditation, when all the influences of the three qualities sattva-rajas tamas of Maya, i.e. the deluding potency of the all-powerful Godhead, are completely destroyed. It was here in Goloka that Saint Akrura had previously his vision of Brahmaloka. Sri Nanda and other Gopas of Braja were taken there, Goloka, by Sri Krishna, and at his instance the Braja Gopis realized this Goloka as Brahmaloka in their deep meditation, and they were then brought back by Sri Krishna to their normal conditions from their state of deep samadhi. Sri Nanda and other Gopas were astonished and highly dazed and pleased to remember having seen Goleka Brahmaloka, and having seen how Sri Krishna is worshipped in Brahmaloka Goloka, by Vedic hymns and lordly gloriousness. This Brahmaloka refers to Goloka only, which is the realm of the Supreme Brahman in his man-like eternal aprakrita form of Sri Krishna, and not Vaikuntha of S.I. Lakshmi, because in Bhagavatam, Canto X, Chapter 28, Sloka 14, Svaloka refers to Sri Krishna's own realm. Therefore, Rama Vaikuntha, which is the majestic realm of Sri Lakshmi Narayana, cannot be Krishnaloka when it is clearly stated that Sri Nanda and other Gopas saw Sri Krishna being worshipped by the Vedas in the Brahmaloka. It is, therefore, clear that Brahmaloka cannot be Vaikunthaloka, but must be Krishnaloka, i.e. Goloka. Again, in the Vaisnavata Sanitika, commentary, Brahmaloka has been identified with Krishnaloka Goloka. The same has been delineated by Sri Rupa in his Laghu Bhagavatamrita Sloka 277 in this manner. The realm of Sri Krishna, known as Goloka, is truly the wealthy property of Gokula, which is too well known as the Premadama for its extraordinary and incomparable attractiveness, charm, eternally ever-progressive ever-fresh beauties and inexplicable ambrosial mellow sweetness of a prakrita or supramundane prema. Goloka is, therefore, Gokula's own property and grandeur, because the scriptures have always described the superior excellence, heart-softening glories, soul-attracting greatness and dignity of Gokula over Goloka. Thus it is said in the Patalakanda, all glories to this Madhupuri which is more glorious than Vaikuntha. If one should spend even only one night here, one is blessed with the highest bhakti in Lord Hari. Vaikuntha in this sloka is explained by Sri Rupa Goswami as Goloka only. 303 Text 304, Tatha ca Mahakarm Agni Putra Matmanas Tapas Stritvamapire Bhartarayaka Jagadyonam Vasudvamajam Vibham 304 Il Translation, so also in the Mahakarma Puranam, the great sons of Agni received femalehood by dint of their hard penances and attained Lord Vasudeva, who is the Absolute, the Unborn and the cause of the universe, as their spouse, i.e. husband. 304 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here hard penances should be understood to be spiritual practices of scriptural prescriptions in the path of Vaidhi Bhakti, and in the wider scope of Vaidhi Bhakti, differences in the sentiments, such as womanhood of the soul and husbandhood of the Lord should also be accepted. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami points out that Mahatma here means those Mahan, i.e. great or superior, Atma, i.e. minds, which are desirous of supersex association with the Supreme Lord for his pleasures only. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that here the use of the word Bharta, i.e. husband, and clearly shows that the sons of Agni attained queenship in Dvaraka. 304 Text 305, Atha Sambandhanuga Sd Sambandhanuga Bhakta Proc Yatsad Piratmani Yopatrite Vadi Sambandhamananara Pandimika 305 Translation, next Sambandhanuga, when one deeply muses on the feelings of relationship of Nanda Yasoda as parents or Sridama Sudama Suvala Madhumangala as friends of Sri Krishna, and ascribes to oneself the same feelings in the wake of the sentiments of Nanda and Yasoda or Sridama and Sudama, viz. Also shall long to nourish and fondle my son Krishna as Nanda or Yasoda, also shall long to play with my friend Krishna like Sridama and Sudama and take him on my shoulder to make him happy, etc., there is aroused a form of bhakti called by the wise as Sambandhanugaraganuga Bhakti, in the wake of the Samhandarapaраgatmika Bhakti. 305 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami explains Patrite Vadi Sambandhan Manjana Aropanatmika as first to contemplate deeply on the parenthood of Nanda Yasoda, or the friendhood of Sridama Sudama Suvalamat Humangala towards Sri Krishna, and then to ascribe such relationship to oneself. 305 Text 306, Lubdhair Vaisalyasakita Bhakta Kdry Advasad Hakivra Yendra Subalatanam Bihavasestadamudraya AA 306 Translation, spiritual practitioners having a craving for Sri Krishna's parenthood or friendhood, should serve Sri Krishna with the neat manner pursuing the sentiments and actions of the king of Braja, Sri Nanda and Suvala and others. 306 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that in this Sambandhanuga path, a spiritual practitioner should serve Sri Krishna in abject dependence, complete obedience and total pursuance of both the sentiments, bhavas and actions of the king of Braja, i.e. Sri Nanda Maharaja, father of Lord Sri Krishna, and Suvala and other friends of Lord Sri Krishna in the sense of relation between father and the divine son or between friend and the divine friend respectively. Such persons should owe allegiance to Nandaraj or Suvalaseka, but must not arrogate to themselves the position of either Nandaraja or Suvalaseka. The feeling of parenthood, etc. can be aroused in two different ways, viz. Independently and by identifying oneself with the parents Nanda Yasoda of Sri Krishna or with his friends like Suvala or Madhumangala. But the second form is not a desirable one, like worshipping divinity by conceiving oneself identical with the object of worships, because Nanda, Yasoda, Suvala, Madhumangala, and other Gopas, as will be shown ahead by Sri Rupa Goswami, are as eternal as Sri Krishna himself. It is, therefore, undesirable to imagine oneself as identical with them. By such undesirable thoughts of arrogating to oneself eternal association with the Supreme Godhead, onto would only throw oneself in the vortex of offences. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that a sadhaka, one engaged in the spiritual practices, should serve Sri Krishna in his aprakrita or spiritual body only in accordance with the anubhavas, i.e. sentiments and actions, and with the mudra, le. neat methods of the sthāyi bhavas, i.e. permanent feelings of relationship of Vatsalya or Sakya of Sri Nandaraj or Suvala Sakya respectively. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti makes his special comments here. If a sadhaka considers himself identical with Suvala and others in Sakya Bhakti, such a person attains Sayojya with Suvala and others, i.e. merges in them. Viewed in Vatsalya Bhakti, should a sadhaka consider himself as king of Braja, i.e. Nandaraja, or the queen of Braja, i.e. Yasoda, such self-conceited self-worshipping person, ahamgraha upasana, will only hasten himself to hell, as this will only create all antagonism to Sri Nanda or Sri Yasoda, the eternal parents of the Supreme Godhead Krishna. Therefore, a spiritual practitioner should serve Sri Krishna in his siddhatiha, spiritual body, only in obedience to the sentiments and actions of Sri Nanda and Sri Suvala and others. There can be no such services in the sadhakadiha, i.e. physical body, in the state of spiritual practices, because Sri Nanda Yasoda, Suvala Madhumangala and others who are the eternal associates of the Supreme Lord as his parents and friends respectively, do not need any spiritual initiation from a spiritual master, guru, prostrated obeisances, observances of Ekadasi fast and other religious vows and austerities, etc., but should sadhaka ignore or refuse to surrender to the guidance of the spiritual master and not observe the other rudimentary forms of bhakti in his physical body, he shall only bring ruin to himself. Therefore, the most revered author Sri Rupa Goswami had already said in January 2, 63 that one commits an offence if one does not observe the different angas of sadhana bhakti. It establishes the binding necessity of observing Ekadasi fast and other essential angas of bhakti, and their non-observance is no doubt an offence. It is therefore stated in the Bhagavatam that in the way of Sambandhanuga Bhakti one should serve Sri Krishna in one's siddhatiha or spiritual body only and follow in wake of the bhavas, i.e. sentiments, and sesta, i.e. actions of Brajendra, king of Braja, Sri Nanda and Sri Suvala. 306 Text 307, Tatha hi sruyatsastv kasit kurapuri stitananda sthanam tatraputratate bajan naradajiapadesna siddho bud vidavardhaka 307 Translation. It is said in the scriptures that one old carpenter of Hastinapur attained Lord Sri Krishna as his son, advised by Sri Narada, by worshipping and serving the image of the son of Nanda, Sri Krishna with deep feeling for him as his son. 30/Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the feeling of parenthood of the Lord can be in two different ways, independently and also by way of considering oneself as identical with Sri Nanda, father of Sri Krishna, and with Suvala, friend of Sri Krishna. Of these two ways of development of parental feeling for the Lord, the first independent form viz., considering oneself as parents of the Lord is helpful and proper for a sadhaka. It is being established by the author by this particular sloka. In the text, the word adisthanam should be understood as the images or portrait of the Lord, siddha should be understood in the same sense. As Lord Krishna took the forms of all the sons and calves of Braja at this time of the stealing of the original sons, friends of Krishna, of the motherly gopis and the calves of the cows of Braja by Brahma, and the elderly gopis and the cows realized thereby Sri Krishna as their own sons and their own calves. In the same manner, there is a story in the Skanda Puranam in the Santatkumara Samhita about a king known as Prabhakara. The king, having no son of his own, did not pray for any mundane son to succeed his kingdom after his death, but decided to perform the coronation ceremony, according to all scriptural rites of Lord Vasudeva, the soul of all souls, the Lord of all the worlds, who is established as the highest divinity by all the Upanishads, and whom he looked upon as his son. The king did not pray for any mundane son from Lord Vasudeva, and therefore the Lord gave him the boon, "One myself will be born as your son." Steve Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that here the author cites examples from the Puranas in order to show the differences in the category of bhakti according to the differences of a sadhaka's sentiments of bhakti. In the text, the expression, "the image of the son of Nanda," refutes any attempt to imitate the sentiments and actions of Nandaraja towards Sri Krishna, because Sri Nanda served directly the person of Sri Krishna and not his image or portrait. But as this personal contact with the Lord is not possible for a sadhaka, one should therefore serve the Lord's image only. It was thus the old carpenter and sadhaka served the image or portrait of Lord Sri Krishna as their son under guidance of great saints like Narada. 307 Text 308, Ativa Narayanavyithastave Pati Putra Sarod by Tratrapatravan Matravad Dharim Yedhi Ayanti Sadadayuktas Tibhyathanamo Nama 308 Translation. So it is said in the Narayanavayahastava, "I make my repeated obeisances to those who look upon Lord Hari as their husband, son, confidant, or boon companion, brother, father and friend." 308 Commentary. Here Sri Jiva comments that in this sloka the word Sarod means an unbiased and impartial benefactor, and Mitra means CO playmate. These two expressions should be differently understood, and the Bhagavatam Canto Li, Chapter 25, Sloka 38, Lord Kapiladeva told his mother Devahuti, "O ye incarnation of peace! Those devotees of mine who are attached to me, and to whom one am as dear as their life, affectionate like a son, confidant as a Saka, advisor as the spiritual master, impartial benefactor as Sarod, and revered as the object of worship, are never denied the eternal pleasures like the denizens of heaven, and my will of time can never crush them." 308 Text 309, Krishna tad bhaktakaranyamatra labhikahituka pusti midriya id kaisadi yamrat ganagosai 309 Translation. The Raganuga Bhakti, of which the only cause is a longing for the attainment of compassion of Sri Krishna and his eternal associates and devotees, is also called as Pusti Marga by some, Vallabha Sampradaya. 309 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami points out that in the way of scriptural prescriptions, it is sometimes found that offering fruits of karma to the Lord opens the door to this inclination for Raganuga Bhakti, but primarily grace of the Lord is the most important thing to depend upon in Raganuga Bhakti. Hence Matra has been as the only cause. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that in Raganuga Bhakti the highest and supreme cause of the awakening of the craving for this path is the grace and compassion of Sri Krishna, and his devotees alone, i.e. itis through the grace of Sri Krishna and his devotees, that a deep and intense longing in the wake of the Ragatmika Bhakti can lies aroused in the heart of an individual. There is no other cause even in the slightest degree. Though it has been said in Sloka 238 that bhavas may awaken in an offenseless heart on looking at the Sri Murti of Sri Krishna, portrait or image of Sri Krishna, but even then a deep longing for the path of Raganuga Bhakti is indeed very rare. Only the grace of the Lord alone can create this longing. 309 Thus ends sadhana bhakti in the second wave of the eastern division of Sri Sri Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. Third wave, Bhava Bhakti 1 Text 1, Atha Bhava Sudasattva Visestimed Premasurid Mused Mayabharusab His Siddhamazrayake Artyasa Bhava Osayate I Translation, when the aforesaid generic character of bhakti, strongly supported by various forms of taste, softens the heart, the reasoning faculty and the whole of the mental quantum, then it is called Bhava Bhakti. The essential nature of Bhava Bhakti is of a particular form of absolute sattva quality which is far beyond and completely different from the Mayic Sattvarajas tamas qualities, and this Bhava Bhakti expresses itself as a ray of the sun of Prema. 1 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami comments on this sloka in detail. It has previously been shown in Sloka 11 of the first wave of the eastern division of this book, while describing and defining the generic character of Uttama Bhakti, that it is of two forms, viz. 1. Sestarupa and Bhavarupa. The general character of Uttama Bhakti is equally applicable to a. Sadhana Bhakti, b. Bhava Bhakti and c. Prema Bhakti, the last developing into Pranaya, Mana, Raga, Anuraga, Bhava, Mahabhava, and its climax in Modana. See Introduction. 1. Sestarupa, in the stage of practicing the rudimentary forms of sadhana bhakti, the senses are engaged in the performance of the different angas, and such endeavors are called Sestarupa Bhakti. This Sestarupa Bhakti is again of two forms: first, as the cause of Bhava Bhakti, and secondly, as effects of Bhava Bhakti le. In the stage of rasa, there are expressive endeavors of Bhava Bhakti with effects of anubhavas, i.e. emotions that follow in the wake of Bhava Bhakti, resulting in the form of laughter, cries, rolling on grounds, etc. Which endeavors sesta are indicative of spiritual passion according to one's internal feelings consistent with one's sthayi bhava or realization of the particular permanent relationship with God. Of these two forms of Sestarupa Bhakti expressed in endeavors, the first as the cause of Bhava Bhakti or Karanarupa has already been described in the second wave on Sadhana Bhakti. And the second form of effects or Karyarupa Sustatmaka Bhava Bhakti resulting in the Anubhavas, as stated above, will be shown in the context of rasa hereafter in the text. 2. Bhavarupa. Bhavarupa Bhakti is again of two forms, viz. a. in the stage of rasa as Sthayarupa and b. in the stage of rasa as Sankararupa. a. Sthayarupa Bhava Bhakti is the steady and permanent sentiment of any of the five primary feelings of relationship with the Lord, viz. Santa, Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhura. b. Sankararupa Bhava Bhakti means the emotions, which enlarge and heighten the sthayi bhava or permanent relation like the waves of a weltering ocean that rise high up and again subside in the ocean itself. In like manner, the Sankari, also called Vyabhikari Bhava, also arises out of sthayi bhava, heightens it and again loses itself in it. Sankari Bhava is the reverse of the sthayi bhava, in which an evanescent feeling strengthens the pervading sentiments of the sthayi bhava. A. Sthayi Bhavarapa Bhava Bhakti is again divided into two forms, viz. I. Premankararapa Bhava, i.e. sprout of Prema, and 2. Prema including Pranaya to Mahabhava. Another name for Bhava is Ratai. This Ratai or Bhava is the first sprout of Prema. Therefore, Bhava Bhakti comprises not only the Prema Ankara, i.e. the sprout of Prema, but also Bhava, Mahabhava, and its climax in Modana, see Introduction. It therefore, follows that Prema Bhakti also comes under Bhava. b. Sankari Bhavarupa Bhava Bhakti, this will be discussed under Rasa. Under such circumstances the various forms and aspects of Bhava Bhakti will be dealt with under Sankari or Vyabhikari Bhava. At present, the general nature of sthayi bhava Prema, and the expressions of Prema including Pranaya. In the category of Ratai and Bhava Bhakti as the sprout of Stai Bhava Prema will be discussed here. Ratai is another term for Bhava. Sri Rupa Goswami in his commentary here goes into details of the text of Sri Rupa. In the text the expression Suddhasattva means, says Sri Jiva, the cognitional faculty of the self-effulgent Svarapasakti or innate potency of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, and it must not be mistaken for the sattva quality of Maya. This has been discussed in minute details in the second part of the Bhagavata Sandarbha and also in the Bhagavata Tippani of the second chapter of the Vaisnavata Sani. Again, in Suddhasattva Vaisa, the addition of Vaisa refers to the most powerful Hladani Sakti of the Svarapa Sakti or innate potency of God. For example, it is said in the Vinu Purana, O thou all-embracing Lord. All the three Hladani, Sambit and Sandhini Saktis i.e. gladdening, cognitional and volitional powers respectively exist in thee alone. Thou art qualityless. None of the three qualities of Maya can touch thee. Thus according to this quotation, the expression Suddhasattva Vaisa in the text should be understood to be that object in which the essence of cognition, Sambit combined with the cream of delight-giving Hladani potency of the Lord exist, i.e. the object in which there is a simultaneous existence of the essence of both Sambit, cognition, and Hladani, bliss, should be understood to be Suddhasattva Vaisa. But what is this cream or essence of both Sambit, cognition, and bliss or delight-giving potency, Hladani? It means the intrinsic motive or inclination of the eternal associates of the Lord, which is of the highest order and which is completely favorable to the desires of the Lord, and which originally exists in the heart of the Lord himself and is conveyed to his eternal associates. This is what is meant by sar or essence or cream. This highest and the most supreme essence and cream of the Sambit or cognitional potency and of the Hladani or delight-giving potency of the Lord will be described ahead as the most supreme expression of the final end of Bhava itself in what is called Modana aspect of Mahabhava, see Introduction. It has been delineated in the Ajay Valanilamani under heading Stai Bhava. This Modana aspect of Mahabhava is possible with Sri Radha and her group alone, and nowhere else. This Krishna's heart-stirring uncommon beauty of the full-blooming blossom of Modana Mahabhava is the dearest and the height of Prema Vilasa or supramundane prima sports of the Hladani potency, Sri Radha, of the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna. Next, Asa in the text refers to the generic character of bhakti which is favorable to the desires of Krishna and the endeavors in relation to Krishna which must be agreeable to the taste of Krishna. Though in the definition of the generic character of bhakti, the endeavor agreeable to the taste of Krishna has been explained in the commentary as including all forms of endeavors like the Sanskrit root kr, yet here this bhakti must not be taken to mean Sestarupa bhakti, but it refers to Bhavarupa bhakti only, because here the object to be established has directly and unequivocally been stated to be Bhava only. Sri Rupa Goswami will describe ahead all aspects of Bhava in Sloka 251 of the fourth wave of the southern division of Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. For example, Bhava is defined as the mental quantum that excites the physical limbs and the sense organs caused by the exciting property, such as dress, perfumes, etc. The vibhavas of alambana and udapana are the motive force behind the relishing of ratai, i.e. bhava or emotions. The cause of relishing of ratai or bhava is called vibhava. One who is the target of arousing emotions or bhavas is called an alambana. Alambana can be both a subject and also an object. When bhava is aroused by the exciting vibhavas manifest in the Visaya, it is called Visaya alambana or subject alambana, and when the vibhavas center round the Israya, it is called Israyalambana or objectalambana. The mental quantum or the motive of the mind here refers to the different kinds of emotions aroused other than the existing feelings. In the Amuri Kosa, bhava has been defined as mind in its altered state or deviated state from the normal conditions of the mind. In spite of such definitions of bhava in the earthly sense, in the spiritual literature it will mean differently. Here asa, bhava does not mean vyabhikari or sankari bhava, which will be depend and described in the next division of the text, because vyabhikari or sankari bhava does not soften the heart and the mental quantum, as bhava does. This bhava bhakti is, therefore, differentiated from vyabhikari bhava and is the germ of prema. Vyabhikari or Sankari bhava has already been explained before. Therefore the purport of the use of Asathi's bhakti refers to the two aspects of bhava bhakti and prema bhakti which are included in the generic character of bhakti as defined by Sri Rupa in the beginning of this book, and not sadhana bhakti, though this also comes under the generic character of bhakti. The true nature of this bhava bhakti is now further clarified. So far Suddhasattva has been explained. Now Sri Jiva explains Atma in Suddhasattva Atma. What is the intrinsic character of this bhava bhakti? 1. Suddhasattva, which is the Sirupasakti or innate potency of Sri Krishna, is the eternal associate of Sri Krishna himself. Because this Suddhasattva exists in the eternal associates or entourage of Lord Krishna, it is also eternal. It exists in the heart, and by appropriating the heart to itself, it becomes one with the heart, being agreeable to Sri Krishna. Such a mental feeling, which is identified with the essence or cream of the cognitional or sambit and delight-giving Hladani aspects of the Svarupasakti or innate potency of Sri Krishna, is here meant by the addition of the word Atma to Suddhasattva Atma. Next, Rushiva, i.e. by the tastes. The different kinds of tastes include a. desire for attainment of Lord Krishna, b. desire for his agreeableness, and c. desire for his friendship, whereby to soften the heart. This bhava is only the germ of prema, which is to be described later on. This has been described by using the expression suryam sosamayabhak, which means bhava is the ray of the sun of prema. Here the word sun signifies the sun, which is very soon to rise, with which prema has been compared. It means that prema appears soon after the awakening of bhava bhakti. Therefore, bhava is the first flash of prema, i.e. bhava is the aurora of prema. This will be explained as sloka 1 of the fourth wave of the Eastern division. The wise call condensed form of bhava as prema. This bhava bhakti feeds at even the pleasures of moksha or brahmananda. It reveals even the Supreme Godhead, and is the giver of limitless bliss, which is aprakrita or non-earthly, and it is the cream of the hladani or delight-giving aspect of the innate potency of Sri Krishna. Such is the nature of the bhava of the eternal associates of the Supreme Lord. This bhava bhakti may also be attained by the people of the mundane world by the grace of Sri Krishna and his associates only, and then such individuals can attain an equal status with the eternal associates. So the bhava bhakti of the people of this world has got to be measured by the criterion of the bhava of the eternal entourage of the Lord himself. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that when sadhana bhakti softens the heart by a special form of taste for the beauty, qualities, pastimes, etc. of Sri Krishna and his associates, caused by the anubhavas, i.e. the emotions which excite the stai bhava, indicating passion by look or gestures, etc., it is called bhava bhakti. So, bhava bhakti is defined here in the context of its functions and effects. The nature of this bhava bhakti is that it decries the pleasures of moksha, le. pleasures arising out of one's merging into the absolute Brahman. It offers to the devotees that which even the Lord himself does not easily confer, i.e. prema. It reveals the Lord himself in the heart of one who possesses it, i.e. bhava bhakti, and as it is the intrinsic character of the innate potency or svarupasakti of Sri Krishna, it is self-effulgent and blissful in nature. When bhava bhakti is compared with the ray of the sun of prema, it means that bhava bhakti can lead one to the stage just before the revelation of the Lord and his prema. It, therefore, follows that sadhana bhakti leads one from the first step of rudimentary spiritual practices to attainment of asakti, i.e. attachment. Bhava bhakti leads one to the stage of spiritual awakening till just before the manifestation of prema bhakti, i.e. bhava bhakti is the precursor of prema bhakti and prema, and therewith the appearance of the Lord himself before the devotee. The first flash of prema is bhava, comments Sri Mukundadasa Goswami. The notable comment that Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti makes on this sloka is that the analogy of bhava bhakti as the ray of the sun of prema should not be accepted in all its aspects, because a ray of the sun does not ultimately become one with the sun, whereas bhava becomes prema in the end. In the first sloka of the fourth chapter of this division of the book, it has been said that the condensed form of bhava is prema. 1 Text 2, Tatha hitunter prenas tu prathamavis the bhava ity abhidayates vikas valpamatrasi ur atras rapule katayatu. L translation, it has been said in the Tantra that the first stage of prema is called bhava. There are partial manifestations of tears, horripilation, paleness, and other sattvika bhavas in Bhava Bhakti. 2 Commentary, both Sri Jiva and Sri Mukundadasa point out that this authority, quoted by Sri Rupa, justifies his statement that bhava is the luster and first stage of prema. 2 Text 3, Sayath Padma Parain Dhidyam Bhagavaya Padantija Yogam Tadat Sadvinyamanatma Sad Radrasi Irab Hudasa 13. 2 Translation, this bhava has been stated in the Padma Pranam. Then the king Ambarisa was full of tears in his eyes, being partially overwhelmed by meditating on the lows like beautiful feet of Lord Hari. 3 Sanskrita text 4,5, Avirbhaya Yamanovartav Rajanti Tats Varitapadam Svayant Prakazarapapi Bidsamand Prakasyavat I 4 Il Vast Utasvaya Masvadas Vanapai Varadas TV Asakrisnadi Karmakas Vatahidit Vampertipadiat L5 I translation, this ratai, i.e. bhava appearing in the mind of the devotee, become one with the whole mental quantum of the devotee, just as fire set to an iron rod makes the whole iron rod look like fire itself, and it itself being self-manifest appears as if it has been made manifest in the heart by the mental faculties. Besides, ratai or bhava is itself enjoyment or object of taste and enjoyment, and yet at the same time it becomes the cause of the devotee's experiencing the bliss of his object of desire, being Sri Krishna, his entourage, and his transcendental pastimes. Plus 5 Commentary. Here in his commentary Sri Jiva Goswami point out the difference between ratai or bhava manifest in the eternal associates of the Supreme Lord and his dear devotees in this world, and ratai used in the mundane sense as feelings used by alankarikas of sense experiences. It has already been explained that the nature of spiritual ratai or bhava is that itis, the cream or essence of the sambit or cognitional potency, and the hladani potency of Lord Krishna alone sudhasattva visatma. In Sloka 4 and 5 Sri Rupa shows the distinctive nature of this ratai as manifest or as it appears in the heart of the dear devotees of the Lord in this world. Sudasalva visatma, i.e. ratai, which is the essence of the cognitional or sambit potency as also of the hladani potency of Sri Krishna simultaneously, is the seed and root and primary nature of bhava. In spite of its being self-manifest or self-effulgent in itself, ratai appear in the heart and in the whole mental quantum of the dear devotees of Sri Krishna in this mundane world as the revealer of Sri Krishna, his entourage, his beauty and form, his name and realm, and his supramundane transcendental pastimes to such devotees in whose mental quantum ratai has made itself manifest. Just as the sun may be said to be illuminator of all entities in this world and hence it is called self-effulgent, so also as ratai reveals Sri Krishna and his associates, it is called self-illuminating. When ratai makes its self-appearance in the mental quantum of a devotee in this material world, and looks like being identical with the mental faculties of the devotee, it is just like fire which permeating through every part of an iron rod, appears like being one with the iron rod, though truly speaking fire does not become one with the iron rod, and so also ratai does not identical with the mind and mental quantum of the devotee. Ratai or bhava only looks as if it has become one with the mental emotions of the individual devotee, and in this state though ratai appears itself like Brahman, it looks like floating in the heart being revealed by the mental faculty, i.e. mind's emotional faculty. As fire is not changed into iron tod, so also ratai does not turn out to be a faculty of the mind of the devotee, they only look identical. In fact, ratai is different from the mind's faculty. Ratai is both cause and effect in different aspect. Ratai or bhava in one aspect as the essence of hladani potency, is itself anandarupa or asvadarupa, i.e. condensified bliss and its taste in itself, and exists as such in the heart of a devotee when it makes its appearance therein, and in another aspect as the essence or cream of the sambit or cognitional potency of Krishna. Ratai causes the devotee to realize the supreme pleasure of attaining the final object of life, i.e. realization of the beatitude of Sri Krishna. His eternal associates, his name, form, and beauty, realm and pastimes, etc. Thus ratai in this sense become the cause of relishing the pleasure or realizing the Lord and his entourage by the devotee in whose heart ratai has appeared. This is the real nature of Ratai or Bhava. The first stage of Ratai is its appearance in the mental quantum of a devotee as the cause of the devotee's experience of relishing the realization of Sri Krishna, his name, form, associates, and pastimes, and this realization by the devotee is the effect or fruit of Ratai in its second aspect. The suffix adi to Sri Krishna should be understood to mean Sri Krishna, his entourage, and his pastimes, etc. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that in these two slokas 4 and 5 of the text, Sri Rupa has shown the inconceivable and extraordinary powers of Ratai or Bhava. The use of the word tu suffix to Ratastasa here distinguishes Ratai in relation to the Supreme Lord from Ratai as used in the mundane or material poetry and literature. In the mundane sense as used by the poetry and literature, Ratai is mental emotion with the touch of sex complex, whereas Ratai in the spiritual context is absolutely different from mental emotions or earthly sex complex. The Ratai for the Lord or Bhagavat Ratai is the essence of all delight-giving potency of the Supreme Lord himself and is itself a Svadarupa or Anandarupa, i.e. bliss and enjoyment, and certainly is not painful owing to the pang of anxieties of a devotee. It is cause and effect in itself. It is the cause of tasting of the sweetness of the name, form, beauty, entourage, and pastimes of Sri Krishna by the devotee in whose mental quantum Ratai makes its own appearance, because without Ratai or Bhava there can be no relishing of the luminousness of the super-excellence of the beauties and pastimes of the Supreme Lord Krishna. It is otherwise with material or earthly Ratai, for example, reading of novels and poetry or any rhetorical compositions may be the cause of mundane or earthly Ratai, which is never possible with Cid Ratai or Bhagavad Ratai, i.e. Ratai or Bhava in relation to God. The spiritual Ratai appears in the heart of a devotee by the grace of Krishna. It is, therefore, self-manifest. But at the same time, though self-manifest, it takes its own initiative to appear in the mental quantum of eligible devotee and allows itself to be looked as identical with the same mental quantum or mental faculties, and appears as if it has been made manifest by such a mental faculty, that is to say, it itself is felt and realized on the mental quantum of the devotee. Such is the nature of Bhagavad Ratai as completely distinct from any mundane or earthly Ratai or attachment in sex relations. +5 Text 6, Stanpinivsna Kisnatad Bhakteostath Prasadanated Hanyanam Bhavudvid Habhijate Audius to Praikas Tatrad Vidya Viralodaya I62 Translation. This Bhava or Ratai appears in the heart's rare and extraordinarily fortunate ones due to either intense ardor for spiritual practices or causeless grace of Krishna and his devotees. But in most cases it is due to the profound application to or earnestness for one's spiritual practices that Bhava, i.e. Ratai, is aroused in the heart. The case of Krishna's grace and that of his devotees is very rare indeed. 6 Commentary. Sri Jiva Goswami points out that in this sloka the causes of the appearance of Bhagavad Ratai, i.e. transcendental Ratai in relation to the Supreme Lord as different from Jada Ratai or material or earthly Ratai, in the hearts of the devotees in this world are ascertained to be viz. I. One's earnest spiritual practices and, 2. Grace of Krishna and his devotees. Due to either of these two causes or both, the Bhagavad Ratai appears in the hearts of those very rare and fortunate devotees who have had the privilege in the early stages of their spiritual practices of being blessed by the association of great saints. In the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, chapter 51, Sloka 53, King Mukyakanda while offering hymns to Sri Krishna said, O ye unborn thus floating in the current of time when one is about to be freed his fetter of earthly bondage, then only one has the rare fortune of being in the association of great saints, and when such association of great saints becomes available, then only Ratai or Bhava Bhakti for thee, who art the ultimate object of all devotees and who art the ordainer of all causes and effects, appears in the heart of such a fortunate one. Again, in the Bhagavatam, Canto V, Chapter 12, Sloka 12, Maharaj Bharat addressing the Rahus said, O Rahus! Knowledge of the reality of the Supreme Lord is not attainable by observing celibacy or living the life of a householder or undergoing hard penances of a life of renunciation or leading the life of a monk, or by worshipping the different gods of water, fire, sun, etc. until one is anointed with the dust of the feet of the great self-realized saints, that is to say, the Lord can be felt and realized only by Bhava Bhakti, i.e. Ratai, which is aroused in the heart by the grace of great saints. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that here the expression, rare and most fortunate, in the text used by way of eulogy. It means that spiritual practices with earnest longing for the attainment of bhava or ratai is the real cause of its appearance in the heart. Prayaka means that which is possible in many instances, and virala means that which is possible in rare instances only. Sti Visvanatha Chakravarti says that Bhagavad Bhava, i.e. ratai, appears in two different ways. First, by attention to one's spiritual practices, i.e. by nistha or firmness in the striving for unfolding of bhakti after cessation of all obstacles and defects that cloud bhakti anartha-nivritti, see introduction. Secondly, by grace of Krishna and his devotee. In support of the second cause, Sri Visvanatha also cites the two references from the Bhagavatam as quoted above by Sri Jiva. Of these two ways of the appearance of ratai in the hearts, the first is rather usual in most cases, while the second cause is most exceptional in rare cases. 6 Text 7, Vaid Hiraganugamarya Bedana Pavikirtaya Dvivida Kalubhavutra Sadhanabhina Vesages 7 Translation, Bhavaratai due to intense spiritual practices. The bhava that appears due to intense practices of Vaidhi Bhakti and Raganuga Bhakti is of two kinds respectively. 7 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that here bhava or ratai that appears due to intense spiritual practices refers to both the two forms of bhava in relation to Vaidha Bhakti as well as Raganuga Bhakti. 7 Text 8, Stanabhina Vesas 2 Tatranispdayan Rusim Hardias Actim Utpati Aradim Samjanayati Asa 8 Translation, Nistha, i.e. firmness in striving for unfolding of bhakti arouses rusai, i.e. taste for bhakti, which creates asakti, i.e. attachment for Lord Ham, and this makes ratai appear in the heart. 8 Text 9, Tatranvaham Krishna Katha Pragayata 13m.1 Anugrahit Bivamanohar Ta 0 Gradade Minupado Vigdavat and Prayakravasi Agamam Dabhavat Ratio. 9I. Translation, first, i.e. sadhana abhinavisa in Vaidhi Bhakti, in the Bhagavatam Sri Narada tells Sri Vyasadeva, dear. There the Arsis used to sing daily the glorious of Lord Krishna, which was the elixir of the ears and heart and mind, and by their grace and compassion used to listen reverentially and with rapt attention to their discourses on the Lord, and this aroused Bhavabhakti in me for Sri Krishna, who is of highest and holy fame. 9 Commentary, commenting on the sloka, Sri Jiva observes that here by their grace and compassion should be understood to mean their girder, according to the injunctions of the scriptures. You also ought to listen to the discourses on Lord Krishna. The expression, elixir of the ears and heart, though it indicates the cause of the appearance of rusai, i.e. taste, also includes sraddha, i.e. faith, even if it is not expressly mentioned in the text. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that here discourses on Lord Krishna should be understood to mean continued discourses or narration on both the majestic and beatific pastimes of Lord Krishna in his all majestic and all beauteous aspects. By their grace refers to one's faith in and reverence for discourse on Lord Krishna. Listen to every word with rapt attention indicates one's profound earnestness in spiritual practices, and elixir of heart and ears expresses one's rusai, taste for spiritual practices. Listening with rapt attention and taste to every word of the discourses on Lord Krishna by the great saints aroused ratai, says Narada, in me caused by attachment for Sri Krishna. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti makes his special comment that though all the different stages of ratai, starting from sraddha till appearance of rusai, i.e. bhavabhakt, should be said to be the cause of ratai, yet, truly speaking, it is only after cessation of all obstacles and defects that cloud bhakti, anartha-nivritti, and soon after this nistha, i.e. firmness in the striving for the unfolding of bhakti, this ardor for spiritual practices has been said to be the immediate cause of the appearance of bhava bhakti or ratai in the heart and mental quantum of the devotee. 9 Text 10, Radi 2 Bhava Ivatra Na 2 Primabhitaya Mama Bhakti Pravartiti Vaxiate Sa Yadagrata 10 Translation, here ratai is used in the sense of bhava bhakti only, and not with reference to prima bhakti. Because, ahead, in Bhag January 5, 28, prima bhakti will be stated by quoting my inclination or propensity for bhakti. 10 Commentary, Sri Jiva comments that the author explains Bhakti in my inclination for Bhakti is stated ahead and quoted from Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chap 5, Sloka 28, as Prema Bhakti. Ratai is the first stage of Prema, and hence Prema Bhakti is superior to Ratai. Therefore, in Bhava, as the ray of the sun of Prema, a distinction has been drawn between Bhava and Prema. 10, Text 11, Yathatatrava 132 Itham Sarai Pravarsi Krtt Harir Visranvatomina Savant Yaso Malam Sankatyamdnan Munibhir Matmabhir Bhakti Pravartat Marajas Tamopat 11 IL Translation, as in the Bhagavatam, Sri Narada addressing Sri Vyasadeva says, in this way by listening very carefully and attentively the pure glories of Lord Hari from the mouth of the great saints, the Arsas, daily in the morning, noon, and evening during the rainy and late autumn seasons, gained inclination for Bhakti that dispels the darkness of Rajas and Tamas qualities of Maya. 11 Text 12, Irtai Ca 188 Sadam Prasigan Mama Virya Sanvid Bhavanti Hrt Kavarazdi and Katha Tapjos and Asv Apavargavart Mani Sradaratir Bhaktir Anukramijyata 12 Translation, also in Canto 3, Lord Kapiladeva addressing his mother Devahuti said, Mother, in the association of saints discourses on me are held, which are indicative of my potencies and which soothe the heart and ears, and if one should listen with delight to such discourses on me one would soon attain Sraddha, i.e. Asakti, attachment for me who am the bestower of Muddy, and there will gradually appear in his heart Ratai, Bhavabhakti and Bhakti, i.e. Prema Bhakti. 12 Commentary, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that discourse from the mouth of saints mean discourses on the Lord by the saints in the presence of such devotees who have reverential faith in Bhakti. The powerful discourses signifies earnest concentration in spiritual practices, because it is by repeated listening to the discourses on the Lord that one gains the knowledge of the Lord's all-powerful divinity. Sraddha here means asakti or attachment for the Lord, and Bhakti here refers to Prema Bhakti. Text 13, Perdni Natyastra Advayos 2 Ratai Bhavayosama Arthataya Hyatradvayam Ikyan Alaksitam 13 Translation, in the Puranas and dramaturgy both Ratai and Bhava have been used in the same sense, here in this Bhakti literature also they are conceived as equivalent to each other. 13 Text 14, Yathapadmi Ithant Manoratam Balakarvat. Enritya Utsuka Hatai Pradid Catdi Sarvamt Ratramivitya 14 LL Translation, 2nd, i.e. Sadhanabhina Vesaja Bhava. Bhava, Ratai, appearing due to an earnest attention to spiritual practices, it is said in the Padma Puranam, thus determined in her mind that damsel, Kandrakanti, being eager for dance with Krishna spent the whole night in dancing before Lord Hari for his pleasures. 14 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami comments that here in this sloka and in the instance of Kandrakanti, the very fact of mental determination for dancing before the Lord for his pleasures is itself Raganuga Bhakti, because at that time the figure of Krishna before her mind aroused in her heart the longing for the way of the eternal damsels of Braja, who were engaged in the dance sport with Sri Krishna, and thus she attained similar feelings in her mind. Kandrakanti herself said, Beloved Krishna is more attached for me than many other damsels, because he is expressing his fondness for me and is dancing with me by embracing my neck. Now a question may be raised, if this quotation be from the original Padma Puranam, how can this claim of Sri Kandrakanti be reconciled with the statements of Sri Krishna himself in the Vrat Gautamaya Tantra? There Sri Krishna says, One myself am the three principles of cause, effect, and all that is beyond cause and effect. So is also my beloved consort Sri Radha, who is identical with these three principles. 1 am beyond Prakriti, i.e. phenomenal nature, and my internal potency Sri Radha is also beyond Prakriti, i.e. beyond the influence of phenomenal objects. Besides, it has further been said in the same Vrat Gautamaya Tantra, the inside out of Sri Radha is completely pervaded by Krishna. She is the supreme goddess. She is the fountain source of all the potencies of the Supreme Godhead. All fortune and prosperity rest in her person, and she is the paragon of all enchantment. From all these it follows that damsel Chandrakanti of Padmapuram is only a glorious manifestation of Sri Radha, who is most famous as the highest and eternal potency or Svarapasakti, including the Sambit and Hladani aspects, i.e. the cognitional and delight-giving powers of Lord Krishna. But Sri Radha herself was graciously pleased with Sri Chandrakanti both during her stages of spiritual practices as well as in her state of final attainment of Sri Krishna, and thus Sri Radha accepted damsel Chandrakanti as her own friend Saki and made all her feelings towards Krishna identical with her own feelings or bhava toward Krishna. It is for this reason that in some places of the scriptures Chandrakanti has been identified with Sri Radha. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami comments that itham in the text refers to the statement of Chandrakanti in the Padma Puranam where she claims to be dearer to Krishna than other damsels of Braja because Sri Krishna has been dancing with her alone by embracing her neck. Thus determined in mind signifies earnestness in spiritual practices. Sadhana Bhinavisa, eager for dance expresses rusai, i.e. taste. For the pleasures of Lord Hari refers to asakti, i.e. attainment. Spent the whole night shows ratai, because here never wasting time avyartha kalitva which is a sign and effect of ratai, is proved, and as longing for the Lord has been aroused in the heart by looking at the charm and beauty of the Sri Murti, i.e. the deity or image of Sri Krishna, here ratai, i.e. Bhavabhakti is samagana which means desirous of pleasure dalliance with the person of the Lord. 14 Text 15, Atha Sri Krishna tad bhakta prasada jazdanana vindyasyo sahasavabhajayat sa bhava Krishna tad bhakta prasada jayat 15 il Translation, next, bhava or ratai due to the causeless grace of Krishna and his devotees, bhava that suddenly appears in the heart of an individual without any spiritual practices is said to be due to the causeless grace of Krishna, and his devotees. 15 Commentary, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami says that here in the sloka sadhana, i.e. spiritual practice refers to that alone which is the cause of the appearance of ratai. Some may have limited spiritual practices but ratai or bhava in their hearts appears by the grace and compassion of the Lord only. 15 Text 16, Atha Dalararti Krishna Prasjaprasiddhavak Kalakadana Hardadeo Hari L 16 Translation, bhava due to Krishna's grace, the grace of Krishna as cause of bhava is threefold, viz. I. Verbal, i.e. Vasika, 2. Darsanadana, i.e. appearing in person, and 2. Harda, i.e. grace manifest in the heart of the devotee. 16 Text 17, Yathanarati Sarvamangalamurdanid Purnandamai Sadadvayendra Tava Mayastu Bhaktiravyabhikarani 17 I Translation, bhava as caused by the verbal grace of Krishna, as in the Naradiya, Lord Krishna said to Narada, O king amongst the twice born. I bless you so that the crest jewel of all benign, ever all blissful, and unalloyed or pure bhakti for me may appear in your heart. 17 Text 18, Yathaskanda adrasta pervam lokya krishnam jangalavasanaviklidyat antared manodrastime and krustumizire 18 Translation, bhava caused by appearance of Krishna in person, as in the Skanda Puranam. It has been described in the Skanda Puranam that the people of the country of Kurajangala were overwhelmed and their hearts softened by suddenly seeing the never-before-seen person of Krishna, and they could not turn their gaze away from the person of Krishna. 18 Commentary, commenting on the sloka, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami says that the people of Kurajangala were not eligible for beholding Sri Krishna as they had no spiritual experiences for such a supreme end, but the Lord himself was graciously pleased to reveal his person before them. Also in Sloka 239 of the second wave of the Easter division of this book, this very bhava has been mentioned by Sri Rupa Goswami when he says, Friend, if you have any desire to enjoy any jest in the company of your friends and relatives then never meet the person of Lord Krishna near Kesi Ghat, on the banks of the Yamuna at Kesi Tirtha where demon Kesi was killed by Sri Krishna, whose face is always fascinatingly smiling, whose long-drawn eyes are crafty and enchanting, whose soft lips are put on the holes of the flute thereby maddening the damsels of Braja, and whose head is decorated with the charmingly beautiful tails of the peacocks. The bhava caused by seeing the deity of Krishna, Sri Murti, or his portrait also apples in the offenseless hearts of very rare and fortunate devotees only. The vision of Vrindavana is an illustration of their fortune and bliss. The statement, their hearts were softened, and they could not turn their gaze away from the person of Krishna shows the supreme difference between the bhava arising out of seeing Krishna appearing in person and the bhava previously said in Sloka 239, caused by seeing the charming deity or portrait of Krishna. The superhuman, extraordinary, and amazing luminousness of the appearance of Krishna in person before his devotees will be explained ahead in Sloka 58 of the third wave of this eastern division of this ocean of Bhakti Rasa, Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. 18 Text 19, Harda Prasiddha Dudare Yasyat Sa Harda Iti Kathyate 19 Translation, Harda, i.e. grace manifest in the heart, the grace that appears in the heart only is called Harda, i.e. pertaining to the heart. 19 Text 20, Yatha Sukha Samitai Mahabhagavato Jataputras te Badarayana Vinapdi Air Upid Pidsnu Bhakidati Erta 20 Il Translation, so it is said in the Sukha Samhita, O Badarayan. A great self-realized saint has been born as your son. Even without any spiritual practices, bhakti at the feet of Lord Vinu, which is hardly attainable by long and persistent spiritual practices, had spontaneously manifested itself in the heart of this your son who he was in his mother's womb. 20 Commentary, Rupa Goswami explains that bhakti which is attainable by undergoing various means of spiritual practices had appeared in the heart of Sukadeva, son of Badarayana Vyasa, without any such means. In this case, other means of sadhana or spiritual practices has been denied, and at the same time the grace of devotees has also not been specifically mentioned. So, by the logic of the remainder, it should be accepted that bhakti appearing in the heart at the son of Badarayana, Sukadeva, was due to the grace of Gad, and that also Harda grace, because bhakti appeared in his heart due to his remembrance of the Lord while still in the womb of his mother. So in this instance, bhakti of Sukadeva could not be caused by either the appearance of the Lord before him or verbal grace of the Lord, it therefore follows that his bhakti was caused by Harda grace. This can be known, says Sri Jiva, from the Brahmavaivarta Puranarm. 20 Text 21, Yatha Saptam 134 Gunair Akan Asankai Iyer Madhimayam Tajya Sikya Ie Vasudev Bhagavati Yajya Nazarjik Rata 122 L Translation, next, bhava caused by the grace of devotees, as in the 7th canto of the Bhagavatam, Narada, the sage amongst the gods, addressing King Yudhisthira said, Prince Prahlada has a natural rati in Lord Vasudeva. Who can determine the number of his innumerable qualities? And yet by these words one am only making a general survey of his greatness. 21 Text 22, Endradajya Prasdena Pralde Sudavid Sand Nisarga Siva Tendira Rati Nazarjik made 22 LL Translation, the noble desire of Prahlada caused by the grace of sage Narada has been said to be Nisarga, i.e. inborn, or innate. Therefore, Rati here, which is innate, has been described as natural rati, Nazarjiki rati. 22 Text 23, Skanda ca ahodhanyo si devars kripadyajya tat kasanat niko pi ut pulako leblubdhako radimusayat 23 il Translation, so it is said in the Skanda Puranam, O Devarsai. Thou art blessed, because it was by thy grace only that this low-born hunter instantaneously attained rati, bhava, in Lord Asi Uttha, Vinu, his body overwhelmed with horripilation. 23 Text 24, Bhakadnambedatasyam Rata Pankavid Hamata Agar Vivisaya Vakyavidtina Entra Prapansaya 24 I Translation, according to the differences in the grades of devotees, this rati is of 5 kinds, which will be discussed threadbare ahead, and hence they are not treated here at length or expounded here. 24 Text 25 to 26, Kasantir Avidradicate Latvam Viraktiram Nasunyata Asd Bandia Samat Kantha and Magain Sadarusha 25 Iasaktis Tad Gundki and Apertis Tad Vasatis Hail Ity Dio Nubhavasi Urjatabite Dabnkur Jane 26 Il Translation, those in whose heart there has been bursting forth of the sprout of bhava shall have in its wake the appearance of the following signs in them without any doubt. Forbearance, ensuring that not a moment is allowed to go in vain, i.e. there is no cessation of bhava in them, indifference to worldly enjoyments, unassumingness, i.e. having no vanity or pride, cherishing positive hopes or firm hopes of receiving the Lord's grace, eager and anxious longing for the beloved Lord, ever relishing the chanting of the name of the Lord, attachment for the praise and eulogy of the glories of the Lord, and love to live in his dwelling place or realm, and others. 25,26 Text 2 / Tatra Kasanta Kasabhahite API Prapt Kasnur Aksubhidat Mat 27 Translation, Forbearanit S sign, to remain placid even when there are causes of chagrin is the sign of Kasanti, i.e. forbearance. 27 Text 28, Yathapradham 135 Ta imopadium pratiyantu vipragunga ca devdryasidam is edvijapasrastaka hakas taxako va dasati alam gayata vinagatha 28 Translation, an example of forbearance in the first canto, King Parikshita addressing the assembled Arsis, saying, prayed, O Brahmins! You and the Ganga Devi are already dedicated to the Supreme Lord. May you accept me as one who has taken shelter in you as your protege. Let the witchcraft, i.e. illusion or the serpent, sent by the Brahmin boy, smite me at ease as it pleases, and I do not mind it. You please sing the glories of Lord Vinu to me. In this instance, though there is positive cause of anxiety as regards sure death, yet King Parikshita remains unperturbed. This is a sign of Kasanti or forbearance in whom the seed of bhava has sprouted. 28 Commentary, Steemyakanda Goswami observes that here va in the text shows indifference to reactions. This example of King Parikshita who had a tamad raga beyond bhava. See Introduction, as an instance of the sprouting of bhava only is quite appropriate, because at this stage the king had attained bhava only and did not reach up to raga. In the same way, it is to be understood that there is gradual blooming of fuller, and fullest bhava in one engaged in spiritual practices while in bondage, in one freed from earthly bondage and in one who is eternally free respectively. 28 Text 29, Atha avyartha kalatvamyatha havibhaktisudhode vagpistavanio manasis smarantajan vanamanto pi anisat na triptabakias ravannetra jald samagramadire harar eva samarpayanti 29 Translation, next, avyartha kalatvam, i.e. not allowing even a moment to go in vain, it said in the Hari Bhaktisu Kodaya that devotees who are not satisfied even after constantly offering hymns to the Lord by words, incessantly remembering him mentally and making prostrated obeisances by the body, devote their whole lives to Lord Hari with tears trickling down. 29 Text 30, Atha virikita viriktirai ndn yardhandm sydd arikakatasvayant L 30 Translation, next virikti, le. Indifference to worldly enjoyment, the natural distaste for the objects of the senses, i.e. dictates of the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and skin for beauty, words, smell, taste and touch respectively, is called virikti, i.e. indifference to objects of worldly enjoyments. 30 Commentary, commenting on the sloka Sri Jiva points out that here distaste and indifference have been used as identical terms because of their invariableness, i.e. wherever there is indifference there is always a distaste for the same object. Translator's note, according to Patanjala philosophy, indifference to worldly enjoyments, i.e. continence, is practiced in 4 different ways, viz. 1. Direct endeavor, 2. Exclusion or indirect method, 3. Existence in the senses, and 3. Complete control. 1. In the first method, endeavor is made directly to check the senses so that they might be engaged in the enjoyment of their respective sense objects. 2. In the second method, by checking the senses from their respective objects the passions that have been controlled are carefully observed so that they do not again get out of control, i.e. the controlled sense desires are kept eliminated from those sense desires which have not yet been brought under control. 3. When the controlled passions cannot any more prevail upon the senses to be engaged in the enjoyments of the respective and reciprocative objects, but continue to create only a curiosity in the heart about those sense enjoyments, it is called the third method of keeping the sense enjoyments confined to the senses only and, 4. Basikaran or complete control of the senses. From enjoyment of worldly objects is there when there is not even any more curiosity about sense enjoyments, i.e. even when earthly or heavenly objects of sense enjoyments are presented before one and yet one is no more tempted by them and feels complete aversion to them, it is the state of complete continence according to Patanjali. When Sri Rupa Goswami speaks about virakti, i.e. indifference to worldly objects, he means the same complete control of sense enjoyment as started by Sri Patanjali. 30 Text 31, Yathapan came 136 Yo Dusti Ajan Darasutan Sutvahyam Hirdi Sparsai Haho Yevava Malavat Uttamaxlikalalasa 31 IL Translation, as in the 5th canto, Sri Sukadeva said, his heart being attracted by the feet of Lord Hari, the sage King Bharata very easily renounced in his full youth his charming wife, sons, friends, and kingdom and all such objects which it is very hard to relinquish, considering them to be as dirty as the excrement. 31 Text 32, Atham Gnasinyat Utrastat Pyamdate Vant Rathadamanasunyata 32 Translation, next, unassumingness, to cherish no pride or vanity in spite of one's eminence and superiority is called unassumingness. 32 Text 33, Yathapadmi Haroradim Vahan Esa Navendrandam Sikamanabhikst Matan Avipur Svapakam API Vandate 133 2 Translation, it is said in the Padma Puranam, King Bhagarata, the crest jewel amongst kings, having achieved Ratai, fond attachment in Lord Hari, used to beg alms from the house's enemies and adore even the low-born dog's flesh-eater. 33 Text 34, Atha asa banda asa bandhi bhagavata prapti samhavana drdhd 34 ll Translation, next, firm hopes, unshaken possibility of the realization of God is called asa bandha i.e. positive hopes. 34 Text 35, Yatha na premed sravanti bhaktir api va yoj thavd vase navo jananam va subhakarma va kied aho saj jatir api asti va hinart had hikasad hake tiva e tath apiakt yamuld sad, he gopi janavalabha vyatha adha matasava man 135 Translation, Srimat Rupa Gosvamipada himself has said, O beloved Lord of the Gopis, one have no prema for thee, nor have any wealth of spiritual practices by way of listening and singing thy name, meditation or contemplation etc., one have none, nor do possess any knowledge about thy divine concept, services of devotees and such other auspicious deeds I have not done, and I do not even possess a high caste for being eligible for offering, worship to thee. Even then, because thou dost meet the needs of those who are humble and insignificant, my unshaken hopes for attaining thee is giving me utmost pain. Alas! What shall one do now? 35 Commentary, commenting on the sloka, Sri Jiva points out that here yoga should be understood in the sense of Astanga yoga, and not Vaisnava yoga which is meditation on Lord Vishnu. In the Yoga Sastra it is called Sagarbha yoga. Jnana here refers to knowledge of Brahman, and Subhakarma means practice of Varna, Ashrama, and Dharma. Sajati means caste which is eligible for Varna, Arama, Dharma. If yoga, i.e. Astanga yoga, knowledge of Brahman, Varna, Ashrama, Dharma are performed in favor of Bhakti, then they can also be causes of God realization. In this connection Sri Jiva Gosvami refers to the 28th sloka of the 3rd chapter of the 3rd canto of the Bhagavatam, and the 54th sloka of the 18th chapter of the Gita, and again the 6th sloka of the 2nd chapter of the 1st canto of the Bhagavatam, and justifies his comment that if such yoga, jnana, and karma be favorable to bhakti, then they also can be causes of the attainment of the Supreme Lord. Further, Sri Jiva explains Mad asa my hopes of Sri Rupa, as my hopes of attaining thee, Krishna, with the desire of my own happiness, and not hopes of attaining Krishna by prema for his pleasures only, because here in this case of self-pleasures is not completely destroyed. Under the circumstances, i.e. when the root of the desire for self-happiness in realizing or attaining Krishna is not destroyed, what shall one do? Thus laments Sri Rupa. And then he finds the solution, O thou beloved of the gopis. You dost meet the needs, all the more, of those who are unworthy. Am such a one, my Lord. So thou wilt transform my desire for my happiness into thy happiness, and thus am cherishing the hope that shall one day attain thee, even though my present hopes are for my own pleasures. All these have been said by Sri Rupa out of his inordinate humbleness of heart, and this is an example of Ratai. Sri Mukundadasa Gosvami observes that though yoga, jnana, or karma, varna ashrama, etc. do not make any part of Bhakti, i.e. though they are not angas of Bhakti, they have been mentioned here as an example of utmost humbleness. O Gopi Hanavalabha. When bereft of even yoga, jnana, karma which are angas of Bhakti, how can one talk of having undergone any spiritual practices of any anga of Bhakti, such as listening to or singing thy name? Thought I have no trace of prema at thy feet, yet my inordinate hope itself in thee is giving me pain, i.e. 1 am feeling the pang from non-attaining thee so far, and also from the continuity of my hopes of thy appearance before me. O beloved! If thou say, how can you attain me because you have no qualification? So, be happy by giving up all hopes of attaining me. Then in reply would say, O merciful! Ch thou compassionate! Thou art ever eager to be kind to the most unworthy. And as there is none more unworthy than myself, my hopes of attaining thee have taken deep roots in my heart. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti makes a little different comment on this sloka. He says that the sign of asabandha in this sloka is hope without any alloy of yoga, jnana, and karma for service of Krishna with prema for his pleasures alone. There can be no second explanation to it, says he, and therefore he does not consider it necessary to elaborate it. 35 Text 36, Atha Samat Kanatha Samat Kanth Nijabistalabite Diaguru Lubdaya 36 Translation, next, anxious longing, the weightier longing for the attainment of the supreme object of one's spiritual desires is called Samat Kantha, i.e. utmost anxieties. 36 Text 3 Atha Krishna Kamamrti Namra Masita by Truvar Upasidam Axtna Paxman Kursvalo Lamanudajiner Nayanator Ardram Mida Jalpat Adam Ram Adharamrat Madakalam Amlana Vamasis Vainsvastsi Mamalokanam Vreja Sisamurtim Jagan Mahanam 37 Il Translation, an example of Samat Kantha, anxious longing. Sri Vilvamangala said in Krishna Karnamritam, my eyes ever crave for seeing the all-world fascinating tender-aged Krishna of Braja, whose pair of dark eyebrows are slightly curved, whose lashes are thick and dense, whose two eyes are always restless in relation to those who are attached to him, whose gentle talk is exceptionally soft, the nectar of whose lips is slightly of a coppery red color due to its touch of his crimson lips, and the inexplicable sweet music of whose faultlessly handsome flute maddens all. 37 Sanskrita Text 38, Atha Namagni Sada Muchyatha Vadnabindu Mirande Ansdri Indivaradia Govinda Tava Madhuda Sarvakandhi Adayati and Mavatam 38 Translation, next, taste for constant chanting of the name of Krishna. A particular damsel, Saki of Braja addressing Krishna says, O Govinda! Today Vala, Radha, shedding tears like the flower honey from her rose-like eyes is singing thy various names with all the more musical voice. 38 Text 39, Tad Gonakian Adsaktayatha Krishna Karnamrit Madhuryad API Madhuran Manmathata Tajya Kim API Kaisoram Kapaliad API Kapalam Sito Vadahavati Hanta Kim Kurma 39 Translation, attachment in discoursing on the glories of the Lord. In the Krishna Karnamrita Sri Vilvamangala said, the love-inspiring Krishna's inexplicable adolescence is sweeter than the sweetest, or Krishna's adolescence is the cause of supramundane cupidity. Oh! That adolescence of Krishna, which is more fickle than the most fickle object, is now stealing my mind and the whole of my mental quantum. Alas! What shall do now? 39 Text 40, Tad Vasatist Hail Priti, Yathapati Avalyam Atrazit Kila Nandasad Masakat Asia Trabhavid Banjanam Bandakadakaro Pi Damab Hirabhud Vado Tra Damadara Itham, Mathudavid of Actravigat Titus at Haram Pibin Nandasrud Harakat at Madhupuram Dhanyas Kavijyanti Aham 40 Translation, love to live in the Lord's realm, as in the Pati Valley. Oh! Where shall be blessed to roam about in the Madhura Mandala when tears of joy will tickle down my breast while drinking with my ears the torrential ambrosia of the words flowing from the mouth of the elderly inhabitants of Madurai who will point out to me, look! Here was the house of the Gopa King Nanda. Here the cart was broken or the demon Sakata was killed by Krishna. Here was Damodara, Krishna, who, even though he cuts asunder the bondage of all, was himself tied with a rope by Yasoda. +0 Text 41, Apica Vyakiant Mas Mitantariaxate Ratai Loxanum Mumuksuprabhiter Timam said Babe Dsd Ratir Na High 141 2 Translation. Besides, something more about Ratai, if the apparently similar sign of the softening of the heart of Ratai be visibly and clearly manifest in the heart of persons who are aspirants of moksha, i.e. self-annihilation in the Brahman, that cannot be said to be sign of true Ratai at all. 41 Commentary. In his commentary on the sloka, Sri Rupa Goswami remarks that the desire for Krishna alone is the sign of Ratai. If there be any degree other than for Krishna alone, then even if the signs of tears, tremor, horripilation, paleness of the color of the body, etc., which follow in the wake of Ratai, are manifest in anybody, one should not misidentify them as signs of true Ratai. The word ca has been used in the sense of to, i.e. but. Therefore, the inner softening of the heart of a genuine devotee, which is the real character of Ratai, if be found in those who are aspirants of moksha, it should not be called Ratai. The reason is they are desirous of merging in the Absolute. It is not good logic to hold that today one will have desire for moksha, and the next day for Ratai in Krishna. They do not go together. Sti Mukunda Das Goswami points out that the true nature of Ratai is the softening of the heart. But if such softening signs were noticed in those who long for objects other than Krishna, then that cannot be said to be real Ratai. +1 Text 42-3, Vimatakalatarya Irya Mutir Api Vimarchate Yd Krishnandadagapi Asu Bha Jad Pyopi Na Diet 42 Sd Buddhi Muddy Comet Vakudam Bhaktim Akurvatam Hirde Samhavat Yesam Katham Bhagavate Rata 43. Translation: the Ratai that is sought by the souls after sacrificing all possible desires, the Ratai which Lord Krishna withholds in great secrecy, is not easily conferred by him even to the devotees who are engaged in spiritual practices. How can there be appearance of such Ratai in the hearts of those who do not practice unalloyed and pure bhakti because of manifold desires for elevation and salvation, and those who are anxious for self-destruction by way of desiring for merging in the absolute Brahman? 42,43 Commentary. Sri Jiva points out that here it is explicitly shown how Ratai cannot appear in the hearts of the aspirants for moksha, and that the signs of tears, horripilation, paleness, etc. manifest in them are no real signs of Ratai. The reason is that they are desirous of the fruits of devotion and salvation, and therefore it is not possible that Ratai in the Lord can awaken in their hearts. The defect in them is that they do not practice unalloyed bhakti, which is completely free from the tinge of furtive karma and dry knowledge. 42,43 Text 44, Kintu Bail Kamat Drakati Taksi Hunati Kasaya Abhijya Ena Subadho Yam Ratiabite Saprakirtata 44 LL Translation. Those who are ignorant about the true nature of Ratai are amazed by the outward signs of Ratai, viz. Tears, horripilation, but those who are well conversant with the true nature of genuine Ratai in Krishna call those signs as only a bas of Ratai, i.e. semblance of Ratai. +4 Commentary. Commenting on this sloka, Sri Mukundasa Goswami holds the view that here signs of Ratai refer to few drops of tears or little horripilation or both simultaneously. +4 Text 45, Pratibhimbas Tathakaya Ratyabased Vidhamatha 45 L Translation. This Ratyabasa, i.e. semblance of Ratai, is of two kinds, viz. Pratibhimba reflection and shadow, or an exact image, and chaya reflected image. 45 Commentary. Sti Mukundada Goswami explains the Pratibhimba and chaya aspects of the semblance of Ratai in this way: the reflection of the full body on a mirror is Pratibhimba, while the partial shadow of that body in rays of the sun is called chaya. So the reflection has been described by these two terms according to its fullness and partial aspect. +5 Text 46, Tatra Pratibhimba Ashramabhastanirvahi Ratai Laksanalaksita Udagud Pavargasakyam Savyant Jakal Pratibhimbaka 46 Translation. Sign of Pratibhimba Ratayabasa, i.e. reflection aspect of the semblance of Ratai, that which easily offers the desired subjects without any strain or endeavor, and where the signs of Ratai, viz. tease, horripilation, trembling, paleness of color, etc., are expressive of a longing for enjoyments or elevation and salvation or moksha, there it is called Pratibimba aspect of the semblance of Rati. +6 Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami observes that the primary nature of Rati is that it is non-qualified, i.e. completely free from any desire for enjoyments or emancipation in the form of self-merging in Brahman, and when Rati is thus qualified, it is called Rati Abhasa or semblance of Rati. This Abhasa or semblance of Rati is caused by an inferior or indirect inclination. Therefore the Abhasa of Rati, Rati Abhasa, has first been ascertained as of two forms of Pratibimba and Chaya, and now the author defines the Pratibimba form. On observing the signs of Rati, i.e. tears and horripilation, which follow in its wake, though one may think it to be Rati, yet if the same semblances of Rati express itself in the pleasure sides of enjoyments and moksha, then it is to be understood to be Pratibimba of Rati Abhasa. To make it more clear, it means that the two qualities of conferring enjoyments and salvation belong to the Supreme Lord Himself, and when taking recourse to these divine qualities one clings to the longing for either enjoyment or salvation or both, and applies them as cause of Rati, which itself is completely free from any desire, and therefore Rati is made defective or alloyed by this imposition into it. It is called Pratibimba semblance of Rati. In spite of all these defects and alloy or pure Rati, this reflection of the semblance of Rati endows one with one's desired object of either enjoyments and pleasures in heaven or moksha without any effort. This shows the great merit of even the reflection of the semblance of Rati, what to speak of genuine Rati in Krishna. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that this Pratibimba Rati Abhasa is powerful enough to bestow moksha on one without one's undergoing the hard penances of sense control, etc. +6 Text 47-8, Devat Sad Bhaktisatgana Kivtanadi Anus Drinam Prayaprasana Manasam Bhagamoksadi Rajanam 47 Kesamite Hirdi Bhavando Pratibimba Yudan Ke Tad Bhakya Hrn Nabhasthajya Tad Samsarga Prabhavah 48 Translation, owing to one's association at any unknown time with pure devotees and due to one's imitation of those pure and unalloyed devotees in their chanting the name of the Lord and singing His glories, such persons are generally happy at heart and are desirous of sense enjoyment or moksha, and amongst such persons who have had the fortune of the association of pure devotees whom they had imitated in regard to the singing the name of the Lord, only a few and rare are fortunate in whose hearts the moon of bhava, which has appeared in the firmament of the hearts of the pure devotees, is reflected. 47-48 Commentary, Sri Rupa Goswami points out here the process of the appearance of Pratibimba Rati Abhasa, i.e. reflection of the semblance of Rati. If persons who are longing for sense enjoyments or for self-merging in the Brahman should perchance have the association of pure devotees, and should they imitate the pure devotees in their chanting of the name of the Lord even with the same craving for elevation or salvation, they are generally happy at heart, and of such elevationists and salvationists, only a few and rare ones may have the luck, in spite of their non-realization of the faults of such desire for earthly enjoyments or self merging in Brahman in relation to Uttama Bhakti or pure devotion, that the moon of bhava which has appeared in the firmament of the heart of pure devotee hearts which are fit for the appearance of the moon of prema is reflected on their hearts, but not true nature of Rati. Here the point is this: there is no possibility of the appearance of the reflection of the semblance of Rati, Pratibimba Rati Abhasa, unless one sings the name of the Lord in imitation of the singing of the name of the Lord by genuine and pure devotees and at the same time cherishes desires for enjoyments and moksha. The Lord alone has the quality of bestowing earthly or heavenly pleasures or moksha. And when one's heart is clouded by the desire for either of these two divine qualities, there can appear in one's heart only the reflection of the semblance of Rati, which is not the true nature of true Rati, which is applied to the absolute pleasures of Krishna alone. Pure Rati alone can attract the Supreme Lord in His fullness, because in pure Rati all the manifold qualities of the Lord are manifest, and it functions for the pleasures of Krishna. Now a question arises: when the moon of bhava of the sky of the heart of a pure devotee is reflected on the heart of one who has ulterior desires other than pure bhakti under circumstances of one's association with such a pure devotee and because of one's imitation of the singing of the name of the Lord by such a pure devotee, why should not this reflection on the heart of such an individual vanish with the disappearance or non-presence of the pure devotee? The reply is that such prativimbarathyabhasa, i.e. reflection of the semblance of rati, becomes permanent in such an individual by long habit that has been developed in the company of the pure devotees. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that the appearance of the semblance of rati in its reflected form is possible only because of the great fortune of the company of pure devotees and by their blessings only in spite of one's longing for enjoyments or moksha and non-desiring for the bhava of the heart of pure devotees. The company of saints is the important factor here. 47,48 Text 49, Athachaya K Sudrako Talamai K Ikal Dukkha Harriet Ratesjod Baves Kim Tat SDDRS Valam Bent 149 IL Translation. Next, Chaya Shadow Ratyabhasa, what is slightly exciting curiosity of inquisitiveness, fickle, remover of the agonies of earthly afflictions and miseries and adopts a very small degree the resemblance of rati, is called Chaya Ratyabhasa, i.e. shadow of the semblance of rati. 49 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here the word Chaya is used in the sense of luster. According to Amara Kosa, Chaya has different meanings, such as, wife of sun god, luster, reflected image, absence of sunshine, etc. Here Kanti, i.e. luster should be understood to mean reflected image. Because Chaya is used here as luster, which is a reflected image, which again has the association of a semblance, it has been called Chaya Ratyabhasa, i.e. shadow semblance of rati. Slighting curiosity means the curiosity about the spiritual singing of the glories of the Lord or chanting of the Lord's name and dancing of devotees in ecstasy, thinking them to be all secular affairs even then, because as light image of the spiritual curiosity or inquisitiveness about rati is reflected here, it is called Chaya or shadow. The shadow of rati, of cause, carries a certain similarity with rati. It is, therefore, fickle, being a shadow of rati, and is not steady like prativimbarathyabhasa, because secular curiosity cannot be steady and strong as desire for sense enjoyments and moksha which are present in prativimbarathyabhasa. In spite of all these limitations, Chaya or shadow ratyabhasa by its intrinsic nature remove earthly miseries. As Chaya or shadow semblance of rati, bhava, is not clouded by the desires of enjoyments and moksha, which are necessary factors in prativimbarathyabhasa or reflected aspect of the semblance of rati, it does not follow that Chaya semblance of rati shall fall short of, or be too narrow to include the generic signs of rati, viz. Tears, horripilation, etc. because curiosity itself is a form of enjoyment. On the other hand, the prativimbarathyabhasa, i.e. the reflected semblance of rati will not be so wide as to include Chaya Ratyabhasa in it, because the insignificant curiosity itself differentiates Chaya Ratyabhasa from prativimbarathyabhasa. +9 Text 50, Hatai pi ayakini yd kaladasa patradai sangamat apdina sangikati esak vakt ajanisi apt kc 850 il Translation. The shadow of this rati appears in some undeserving and less intelligent people also if they concomitantly perform the act of listening and singing which are pleasing to Lord Hari, observe the time of Lord's Advent celebrations and live in Vrindavana and have occasional company of saints or devotees. 50 Commentary, commenting on the sloka Sri Jiva observes that here company or association of the actions that are pleasing to Lord Hari means simultaneous association by even an undeserving person of all the factors viz., of singing and listening to the name of Lord Hari which are pleasing to him together with the company of devotees and observance of Lord's Advent celebrations and pilgrimage to Vrindavana all at the same time. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that anasanjik or accessory should be understood to mean achievement only by dint of good fortune without any preconceived object or aim. Some undeserving and ignorant persons, refer to some amongst those who aspire after enjoyment and liberation. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti explains ignorant as those who are free from any desire for self-merging in the Brahman, i.e. moksha, and bereft of the various anubhavas, such as forbearance, habit of not allowing even a moment to go in vain, ardent attachment for the singing of the name of the Lord, etc. in the wake of rati such ignorant persons. 50 Text 51, Kintu Bajyant Vind N Sa Badvake Api Yudankati Yat Abhi Udayata K Samam Tatra Sydd Uttar Uttaram 151 2 Translation, by the appearance of which there is gradual unfolding of fortune or bliss, that shadow of bhava does not appear in the heart without good luck. 51 Commentary, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that even shadow of bhava explicitly explains that the pratibimbarathyabhasa, i.e. reflection of the semblance of rati, does not appear without a good fortune. It has already been said that the reflection of the semblance of rati, pratibimbarathyabhasa, is caused by fortunate listening to and singing of the name and glories of the Lord. Now, here it is shown that the cause of shadow semblance of rati, chayaratyabhasa, is due to the fortunate association of each one of the actions, which are pleasing to Lord Hari. When previous desires are washed off or burnt and there is full appearance of both pratibimbarathyabhasa and chayaratyabhasa caused by singing the name of Lord Hari, then such a blessed person gradually attains ardent attention and profound attachment for Lord Hari. 51 Text 52, Havi Priyajanas Yiva Prastavaralabhaya Bhavabhadaso Paisa Hast Bhavatvam Upagakati. 52 Translation, even the resemblance of bhava may suddenly develop into bhava if one is immensely blessed by the dear devotees of Lord Hari. 52 Commentary. Commenting on this sloka, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that even, in the text, signifies that even if there be no ardent attention to spiritual practices, one's pratibimbarathyabhasa and chayaratyabhasa may develop into bhava only by exceptional grace of the dear devotees of the Lord. 52 Text 53, Tasmin avaparadhena bhavabhadso pyanutamakramana kasayam nodikata permsasiyatha. 53 Il Translation, if one should commit offense at the feet of such dear devotees of the Lord, then even the best resemblance of bhava slowly disappears from the heart like the full moon on the firmament. 53 Commentary, Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that it is only due to offense committed at the feet of the dear devotees that one's best reflection of bhava fades away, and not because of sense enjoyments. 53 Text 54, Rinka Baitvo Payabhaitvam Diadi Krishna Priest Paradhata Abhasatam Ca Sanakarnatnajiti Yadam Api. 54 2 Translation, besides, if one commits offense at the feet of the most dear devotees of the Lord, then bhava is completely destroyed, or slowly degenerates into its resemblance and ultimately to a lower grade of its category. 54 Commentary, Sri Jiva observes that if offense be committed tat the dear devotees and very dear devotees of the Lord, and if both these two forms of offences be very severe, then they completely destroy bhava in the heart. If the offences be of a medium nature, then that bhava turns into a resemblance of bhava, and if the offences be of a very mild nature, then bhava attains an inferior category. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that dear devotees of Lord Hari and very dear devotees of the self-same Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, who have attained self-realization and Krishna realization by spiritual practices, are devotees of two different categories, and if one should commit severe offences to both the classes of the devotees of Lord Krishna, then bhava, rati, is completely destroyed. But in case of lesser offences, bhava degenerates into abhasa or reflection, and chaya or shadow of bhava, i.e. there arises in the heart desires for the four forms of mati, and if offense were of a very mild nature, bhava, rati, is once formed into a lower grade of rati. That is to say, madhura rati, which is highest, becoming vatsalya rati, vatsalya rati becomes sakya rati, sakya rati becomes dajya rati, and dajya rati becomes santa rati. Sri Visvanatha's comment is almost the same as that of Sri Mukundadasa, and therefore it is not repeated here. 54 Text 55, Gadhasangat Sadayati Mumuksa Suprayasthit Abhit Satmasakint Vabha Yantisabhavatam. 55 Translation, if there be constant and intense attachment for those who are well established in the aspiration for moksha or self-merging in the Brahman, there one's bhava is changed into all reflection and shadow of a resemblance of bhava, and such a person then attains the arrogance of identifying himself with the supreme object of devotion, i.e. the Godhead. 55 Commentary, Sri Jiva observes that Bhajantisabhavatam le. Considering oneself to be the Godhead who is the object of devotion, means to arrogate to oneself the position of the object or devotion who is God himself. It means that such a person then begins to say, Lam God. 1 am Brahman, 1 am the supreme object. that divinity who am now changed into the present form, etc. Sri Mukundadasa says that it means that such a person attains state of mind when he begins to imagine himself as Brahman, attains a feeling, I am the Brahman. Steve Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that well established in the aspiration for moksha means one who has achieved fame in establishing moksha as the highest end by means of twisting the esoteric meaning of the scriptures and by knowledge of the scriptures supported by human reasoning and favorable arguments. Such a person is referred to here. 55 Text 56, Ativa Vattisunavya Kasanam Isvatabavu Yam Enrityadau Mutti Paksaga 56 I Translation. It is, therefore, noticed in some modern devotees that this feeling of LM God of those whom follow the path of moksha is at moments manifest at the time of their dancing etc. in the name of the Lord. 56 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here at moments has been used in an elliptical or general sense, implying at times always, and muddy has been used in the sense of sarapyasarsti samapi muddy and not sayojyamut. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami explains Isvarabhava, i.e. feeling of godhood as attempts like God. As this is an inner feeling, only the wise can always know it, but the average peoples can directly feel it at the time of dancing etc. in the name of God. 56 Text 5 Stanixam Vindyasman Akasmad Bhava Tkasiate Vignastag Tamatrayam Pragbhaftyam Suzadhanam 57 Il Translation. If a sudden appearance of bhava in anybody be seen without noticing any of his attempts for spiritual practices, then it should be understood that the fruits of his carefully undergone spiritual practices in previous births were just hindered by unknown obstacles. 57 Commentary, Sri Jiva observes that it is to be accepted as the cause of the appearance of ratai in one who has not undergone spiritual practices in this life that he must have been blessed by Krishna and his devotees in source previous births, like Vritra and others, and that is why it is noticed in some that there is a sudden awakening of ratai in this life even though they might not have the knowledge of the scriptures. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami commenting on this sloka points out that the fruits of genuine and earnest spiritual practices in previous births, i.e. listening to and singing the name of God with attachment, which is the cause of the appearance of ratai, bhava, which were obstructed due to mild offenses like desires for sense enjoyment, are now suddenly manifest in such a person as ratai on removal of such obstacles. 57 Text 58, Lokatara Kamatkarakarakas Sarvasaktita Yaprathtayan Bhav Bhava Sa2 Krishna Prasagja 58 Translation, Bhava, which possesses superhuman, and extraordinary amazingness and luminosity, which is bestowed of all power and is ever progressive, can be caused by the grace of Krishna alone. 58 Commentary, Sri Jiva points out that previously in Sloka 6 of the third wave of the Eastern Division, it was stated that bhava, ratai, is caused by, 1. ardent attention to spiritual practices, 2. grace of Krishna, and 3. grace of the devotees of Krishna, and here it is stated about the appearance of bhava owing to spiritual practices in previous births. Of these, which is support? In reply, Sri Jiva points out that the author gives highest importance to grace of God as was in the case of Putana and others. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami observes that when spiritual practices are not noticeable, why should it then not be considered to be due to grace of Krishna as in the case of Sri Sukadeva and others? In reply, Sri Mukundadasa points out that bhava that is aroused by the grace of Krishna is extraordinarily amazing and luminous, all-powerful, ever-progressive, and endowed with all such qualities, while bhava that appears from spiritual practices by the individual possesses no such exceptional qualities. 58 Text 59, James Sajadababe Pi Vaganyam Evadrasayate Karita that happy Naswayakritratha Sarvadhivasa 59 Translation. If some kind of worthlessness be noticed in person in whose heart bhava has once appeared, such a person should not be slandered, nor should any malice be cherished against him, because his life has been a complete success, by attaining bhava. 59 Commentary, commenting on this sloka Sri Mukundadasa observes that if a person, in whose heart bhava has made its appearance, is found to cling to some sort of forbidden actions, it is only because Sri Krishna himself desires him thereby to long for it, bhava, all the more. So, If any unwholesomeness be noticed in a person who has been blessed with bhava, it should be considered as extraneous because such a thing has been caused by the will of Krishna himself, and because it is all due to the grace of the Lord, such a person is all successful in life. As an example of this one may refer to Sri Vilvamangala. Sri Krishna made Vilvamangala first attached to Sintamani, a prostitute, and afterwards made him completely sacrifice everything earthly at her instance and absolutely devoted to his own supramundane and transcendental pastimes, and finally he appeared before him in person by drawing him to Vrindavana. Again, though the vice of too much attachment to a fawn in previous birth was all removed, King Bharata was made to be born as a deer again as a Brahmana where he had followed extreme detachment, and thereby the Lord aroused bhava in his heart. 59 Text 60, Yatha Narasimha Bhagavati Ca Hardi Ananya Set, by Tears Malino Pi Virajate Manishya Na Hi Asa Kalasakavakadasit Timiva Parabhavadam Yupadi Kandra 60 Translation. So it is said in the Narasimha Puranam, though the moon is spotted with or humiliated outwardly by dark spots, it is never subdued by darkness, so also though a person who has one-pointed devotion to God, may appear outwardly to be following evil practices, he shines brightly after bringing all others under him, by dint of his inner bhakti at heart. 60 Commentary, Stijiva observed that a person who has profound bhakti at heart may outwardly behave badly, and yet he brings all people under his control and lives in glories. It has been said in the Hayavamsa, people call the dark shadow on the digit of the moon to be a hare's horn. Therefore, though outwardly humiliated by dark spots, the moon never is overshadowed by darkness, she removes darkness. So also it is with a devotee in whose heart bhava has appeared, his outward ill manners do not count, he shines in all glories among men. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami also makes similar comments on this particular sloka. The author Sri Rupa Goswami has used rhetoric, what is called arthantaranayasa, le. A figure of speech involving a support of one idea by another similar idea. In the Alankara Kaustubha, 8th Ray, arthantaranayasa has been defined as, whether of any mutual affinity or of dissimilar characters, when a genus is expressed by a species and a species is expressed by a genus, it is called arthantaranayasa, i.e. supporting one idea by another similar idea. 60 Text 61, Radharanasanasurgasana Pravalataranandapurarapavasam Name Pivamanai Sudama Iokatarapice v 61 I Translation. The nature of this ratai is that it is always full of warmth, i.e. of an uncontrollable nature, and is the current of a very powerful and predominant bliss or delight. Therefore, even though this ratai throws up, i.e. manifests the heat of all forms Sankari bhavas, an evanescent feeling or bhava of a changeable nature as a reverse of the sthayi bhava, which strengthens the pervading sentiments, it is cooler and sweeter than crores of moons. 61 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that because there is an ever-increasing longing for ratai, it is called full of warmth or heat, i.e. of an uncontrolled nature, and because ratai is delight-giving, it is called anandarupa, i.e. blissful by nature. Therefore, Anisa, i.e. from eternity, this ratai is full of warmth by nature and is the current of delight. One thus ends Bhava Bhakti in the third wave of the eastern division of Sri Sri Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. Fourth wave, Prema Bhakti 1 Text 1, Santyan Masranitas Vanio Mantatvata Setikaya Bhava Sa Evas Dudradma Budhai Prema Nigadaya TLL Translation. Next, Prema, when the same bhava, as explained in the previous chapter, is inspissated or deepens to the maximum, softens the heart completely and develops into an exceedingly minus feeling for Sri Krishna and makes the individual extremely attached to Sri Krishna, then the wise redesignate it as Prema. One commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that the positive or direct nature of Prema is its extremely deepened state of bhava, i.e. the deepened state of bhava bhakti is Prema Bhakti, and the other two aspects, viz. complete softening of the heart, and extreme attachment for Krishna, are the two secondary natures of Prema. Sri Mukunda Dasa Goswami observes that the same bhava Prema when it deepens to its maximum. This denseness or inspissated or condensed state of bhava is the primary nature or characteristic or Prema. The difference between bhava and prema is this: bhava softens the heart, but prema softens the heart completely and overwhelmingly. In bhava, the heart is softened by the degree and tastes, i.e. desire for attainment of Sri Krishna, desire for satisfying the desires of Krishna which are agreeable to him, and desires for friendship with him, whereas in prema the heart is most deeply and overwhelmingly softened by an extreme attachment and a feeling of minus for Krishna. Commenting on the sloka, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that the author Sri Rupa Goswami, after describing the signs and nature of bhava, now describes the nature and different signs of prema. When bhava overwhelmingly softens the heart, far exceeding the first stage of heart softening by the appearance of bhava, and when bhava becomes profoundly deep, i.e. the ocean of delight swells far more than the first stage of delight in bhava, and therefore an intense attachment develops for Sri Krishna, then bhava of this nature is called prema. Now a question may be raised: if bhava be the material or foremost cause of prema and bhava itself is transformed into prema, then according to Sankhya theory, bhava should cease to continue, because, according to Sankhya, the maternal cause itself becomes the effect after losing its original causal aspect, and there can be no further continuity of a cause when it ceases to lead to any effect. For example, when molasses is changed into coarse sugar, molasses no more exists. The cause of coarse sugar, which is molasses, is changed into its effect in the form of coarse sugar, and the cause does not continue anymore. Again, when coarse sugar is changed into sugar candy, coarse sugar, which is its cause, no more continues. In the same manner, can it be argued that when bhava develops into prema, it should no more exist and become one with prema? Or, can it be argued that when prema develops into sneha, sneha into mana, mana into pranaya, pranaya into raga, raga into anuraga, anuraga into bhava, and bhava into mahabhava, then in the long run only mahabhava alone should remain? According to Sankhya theory, the cause-effect relation like this: in the beginning there was Prakriti. When Prakriti is stirred, she gives birth to Mahatma, or the intellectual principle, and Prakriti no more continues to exist. Again, when Mahatma, or the intellectual principle, changes to Ahankara, i.e. egoism, Mahatma does not continue anymore. Ahamkara has three forms, viz. Sattvika Ahamkara, Rajasika Ahankara, and Tamasika Ahamkara. When Sattvika Ahankara becomes the presiding deity of the senses, it no more exists. When Rajasika Ahankara changes into 11 senses, Rajasika Ahankara ceases to continue, and when Tamasika Ahankara becomes the subtle Panka Tanmatra, i.e. form, or beauty, taste, smell, touch and sound, then Tamasika Ahankara does not anymore exist separately. And again, when these five subtle Tanmatras become gross Panka Tanmatra, viz. Earth, water, fire, air, and sky respectively, the subtle forms of these do not anymore continue to exist. Now, Sri Visvanatha says that such arguments of Sankhya theory cannot be applicable to bhava prema sneha mana prayaraga anuraga bhava mahabhava, because here rati, bhava, which is the essence of the Hladani Sakti or delight-giving power of Sri Krishna, develop into gradual superiority and eminence in prema, sneha, mana, pranaya, raga, bhava, and mahabhava, see introduction, without losing its previous stage. It is possible because of the inconceivable prerogative and power of Sri Krishna. It therefore follows that with the appearance of a superior aspect of bhava, the previous bhava also continues simultaneously. For example, this supreme prerogative and power of Krishna, which are absolutely impossible for human intellect to understand, can be seen in his eternal lila, i.e. transcendental pastimes in his fivefold relations with his eternal associates. The childhood of Krishna in relation for the parental affection of Nanda and Yasoda does not cease to continue even when by his some supra-extraordinary power Krishna changes into his Paganda body, i.e. the body between the 5th and 10th year of age, and when Krishna's Paganda body becomes Kisor body, i.e. a body in the prime of youth from 10th to 15th year of age, his Paganda body also continues. It means that Krishna's child body, Paganda body, and Kisor body are all eternal, and they are simultaneously manifest in different worlds or planes in accordance with his particular pastimes in the different relationships. When the child body of Krishna in this world changes into Paganda body, the child form moves onto another world where the Lord is manifest. In the same way, when the Paganda body develops into the Kisor body, the Paganda body shifts to another world where the Lord is manifest for specific pastimes in that particular body. As the sun in one part of the universe moves onto another part, so does the Lord's appearance in this world move onto another world according to the needs of his transcendental pastimes. Unlike the sun, the Lord can make himself manifest simultaneously in different planes in his different eternal bodies as child, as Paganda and Kisor. The whole contention of Sri Chakravarti is that in those devotees who are blessed with Rati, Prema, etc., the permanent bhavas stay bhavas, a particular aspect of bhava or its superior excellence in Prema, Sneha, Mana, Pranaya, etc. is sometime found manifest due to the forces of vibhava, i.e. listen to or singing of the particular pastimes of Krishna, and other bhavas remain unmanifest in their hearts. It is often noticed that when anger is manifest in a person, his other vices remain suppressed within, and they make their appearances as occasions or causes arise. In the same way, Prema, etc. appears at times in one according to its cause in bhava, and at other times it remains unmanifest in the heart for want any cause of its outward express science. 1 Text 2, Yath Payakaritra Ananyamamat Vinamamat Prema Sigata Bhaktir Ityosayat Bisma Pralated Havanarade I2L Translation. It is said in the Narada Pankaritra that the attachment which is completely apathetic to other objects and the attachment which it fully drenched in the nectar of Prema and is exclusively directed to Vinu is called Prema Bhakti by Bhisma, Prahlada, Narada, and Uddhava. 2 Text 3, Bhakti Premosayat Bhisma Amkaryatra 2 Sangata Mamat Namamat Vina Varjateti Atra Yojan 3 Translation. When attachment is excluded from everything else and is placed in Krishna alone, such an attachment or deep feeling for Krishna as one's own is termed as Prema by Bhisma and other great sages. The previous sloka should be understood in this sense. 3 Commentary, Stimyakandadasa observes that bhakti in this sloka means bhava bhakti, which soften the heart. The expression exclusive attachment indicates the overwhelming melting of the heart of the devotee by the softening powers of bhava bhakti. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that here the author have explained the statement of the previous sloka of Pankaritra. Bhakti here means bhava bhakti. 3 Text 4, Bhavatho ti prasdatta siddhavrarti sadvidha 4 il Translation. This Prema Bhakti is of two kinds according as its appearance is due to bhava or to Sri Hari's extraordinary grace. 4 Text 5, Tatra Bhavatha Bhaitva Evni Aragnamagn Manyosavaya Arada Parama Utkarsam Bhavata Pankirtata 15 LL Translation. Of these, the sign of Prema arising out of bhava, by constant practice of the inner and esoteric angas or parts or aspect of bhakti, bhava is aroused, and when such bhava achieves excellence, it is called Prema Bhakti arising out of bhava. 5 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that here the expression esoteric angas of bhakti means the anubhavas of bhava bhakti, i.e. listening and chanting about Sri Krishna. 5 Text 6, Tattva Vedhabhavatho, Yathikadas 137. Ivami Vratis Vapriya and Makirat Jatid Nuraj Diatatiya Ake Hasati Atho Roditi Radig Diati Unmitavan Nityati Lokabhaya 6 il Translation. Example of Vedibhavatha Prema Bhakti as in the 11th canto, sage Yajindra, addressing King Nimai, said, thus guided by the scriptural prescription, one who has attained attachment for the Lord and whose heart has been overwhelmed and softened by singing the name of one's dear Lord, ignores all ridicules and praises of others and like Amid. Person laughs aloud, weeps, screams, sings and dances in ecstasy. 6 Commentary, commenting on the Stokes Remukandadasa Goswami points out that the bhava which appears from scriptural directions and prema that is caused by such bhava is called Vedibhavatha Prema Bhakti. The word brata in this sloka signifies scriptural regulations. By singing the name of one's dear Lord, refers to the esoteric and important angas or parts of bhakti, and their application, aroused attachment for the Lord, refers to the appearance of the sentiments of prema caused by the appearance of bhava, overwhelmed with softening of the heart shows complete melting of the heart by bhava, and loud laughter, etc. are expressive of one's intense feeling of mineness for the Lord. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti points out that avambrata refers to the previously stated scriptural injunctions, and it should be understood in the sense of one who is thus engaged in such spiritual practices according to the scriptural prescriptions. Bhava that is caused by such scriptural practices is called Vaidhi Bhava Bhakti. By singing the dear name of the Lord explains the agreeableness of Krishna and is the anubhava of Bhava Bhakti. Sva signifies the Lord who is dear to one, and it therefore expresses one's attachment for the Lord with a feeling of mineness. Anuraga that is already aroused refers to the overwhelmingness of this attachment for the Lord. Radi means loud voice besides weeping, and Lokavahaya should be understood in the sense that the outward expressions like weeping, loud laughing, screaming, etc. are all beyond ordinary human expressions, i.e. such expressions are all supramundane. 6 Text 7,8, Ragnuji Yabi Havathyatha Padmi Na Padim Ramayat Kaidasid Brahmacharyastita Sada Tant Eva Murdim Dhyant. Kandrakantir Varanan 7 LL Sri Kesnagatham Adyant Ramdan Kadbid Alaksandas Munmanvantir Sugd Sf Kisna Priyavartate 8 Translation, example of Prima Bhakt 1 as is aroused from Bhava, which appears from Raganuga Bhakti in the wake of Ragatmika Bhakti. It is said in the Padma Puranam, the beautiful-faced damsel Kandrakanti never desired anybody as her husband, but always maintaining her supreme chastity and sense control by way of brahmacharya or unmarried life, she constantly meditated on the person or portrait of Sri Krishna, and ever singing his glories. She would be beautified with overwhelming expressions of horripilation, and thus she became affectionately attached to the culture of agreeable talks on Sri Krishna, in this very Manvantara. 7,8 Commentary, Sri Jiva points out that she meditated on the person of Krishna shows that Bhava had already appeared in the heart of Kandrakanti. Never desired anybody else as her husband establishes her deep attachment for Krishna, which is the cause of her prima bhakti. Sri Mukundadasa observes that Kandrakanti's observance of brahmacharya and non-desire for anybody else as her husband show her complete indifference to and distaste for sense enjoyments, which is the sign of Bhava. This bhava has been caused by Raganuga Bhakti, because this bhava had appeared from seeing the murti of Krishna, i.e. deity or portrait of Krishna. Meditating on the person of Krishna and singing the glories of Krishna show cultivation of Antaranga Bhakti or highest Bhakti. Meditated on the murti for whom bhava had already been aroused, indicates profound feeling of mineness for Krishna, beautified by extraordinary horripilation refers to the overwhelming and complete softening of the heart. And thus she was drenched in the cultivation of the agreeable discourses on Krishna and attained prima bhakti. 7,8 Text 9, Atha hararati prasdat the hararati prasado yam sangadanatar atmant 9 Translation, next, prima bhakti caused by extraordinary grace of Lord Hari, to offer his personal company is known as extraordinary grace of Lord Hari. 9 Commentary, Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti says that the action on the part of Lord Hari to allow his own company etc. is truly exceptional grace of the Lord, and hence it is called Ida Prasada. 9 Text 10, Yathikadas 138 te nadhadas rudi gandnapsida mahadama avratta pta tapasa matsigan mamupagata 10 Translation, in the 11th canto of the Bhagavatam Lord Krishna addressing Uddhava says, O Uddhava! Maharaja Vala and other great sages did not read the Vedas in order to attain me, nor did they keep the company with such great scholars who were authorities on Vedic studies in order to learn the Vedas in search of me, or they also did not undergo hard penances and other Vedic rituals. But they attained prima bhakti by being in my company who am the greatest of all saints, and thereby were ultimately eligible to attain me. 10 Commentary, the above translation has been rendered on the basis of Sri Jiva's comments. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami points out that they refer to the wives of the Vedic Brahmanas who had all attained prima bhakti due to the company of Krishna and thereby attained him. Even before them, amongst the Daityas and Asuras, Vastra, i.e. Vritrasura and Kayadhava, i.e. son of Kayati, Prahlada, also attained the Lord only by the grace of his company. Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti observes that though the Supreme Lord is absolutely independent, here he mentions himself as one amongst the saints, which is only an expression of the Lord's polite nature. Therefore their prima bhakti should be considered to have been aroused by the grace of the Lord. 10 Text 11, Matmya Jaldna Yuta Ca Kavala Seti Sadvid 3 LL Translation. This prima bhakti is again of two kinds, viz. A. Associated with the knowledge of greatness and majesties, and B. One-pointed, i.e. all beauteous. 11 Commentary, Srimukundadasa Goswami explains Kavala Prema as that prima bhakti, the cause of which is the feeling and experience of the all-beauteousness only of the form, qualities, pastimes etc. of Sri Krishna. Sri Visvanatha says that Kavala Prema should be understood to be prema caused by the knowledge of the all-beauteous form of Krishna, in Madhurya only. 11 Text 12, Atha Adayoyath Payakaratram Dimaya Yukias tu Sudresta Sarvadodhikasnaho Bhaktir iti Praktistha Yasarstayadai Nanayatha 12 Translation, first of the two, i.e. examples of prima bhakti, aroused out of knowledge of the majestic greatness of the Lord. It has been said in the Pancaratra that the affection that is more than everything else, which is firm and is associated with the knowledge of greatness of the Lord is called bhakti, prima bhakti, and with its help one can achieve mutti, and not by any other method. Commentary, commenting on the sloka, Srimukundadasa observes that here sneha or affection means intense or deep bhava, bhakti here means prima bhakti, firm here means completely bound by the feeling of ownness or myness for the Lord, more than everything else means the cause of complete softening of the heart and therefore far superior to all the best things of the world. Taya means by this prima bhakti is attained the four forms of mutti, not the fifth form of mutti, in sayojya or self-merging which has no place in bhakti. Nanayatha means that by this prima bhakti such form of mutti is not desired which seeks one's own pleasures and grandeur. Sri Visvanatha points out that here the sloka of the Pancaratra has been used as an example of both the possibilities of prima bhakti aroused by the bhava bhakti which is mixed by knowledge or nor knowledge of the majesties and glories of the Lord. Knowledge of the majesties means he is God, and this consciousness makes the individual feel diffident to approach the Lord, with unreserved friendly relation. But it is to be noted that if persons with Raganuga Bhakti should possess such knowledge of the Lord in his majestic and glorious aspects, he does not loathe the nearness or the feeling of myness for him. This is called Prema Bhakti with Madhurya Jnana. 12 Text 13, Kavalo, Yathatatrava Managatiravakinna Hara Prema Parapaya Abhisandhi Nirnukya Bhaktir Vina Vasanki 13L Translation, Signs of Kavala or One-Pointed Prema Bhakti. It is said in the Pancaratra that the mental movement inclination towards Lord Hari, which is uninterrupted, desireless, drenched in the nectar of prema, is called bhakti. Lord Hari is overcome by this alone. 13 Commentary, commenting on this sloka Srimukundadasa points out that here bhakti means the intense or deep feeling, Visnu Vasankari means prema, uninterrupted mental turn towards Lord Hari means intense feeling of myness for the Lord, drenched in prema means complex softening of the heart, and desireless means freedom from any seeking of the majesties and glories of Lord Hari. All these prove the one-pointed or Kavala form of prema bhakti. 13 Text 14, Mahimajidna Yukya Syd Vidim Dragnus Drind Raganuas Rashanan 2 Prayasa Kavalo Bhaves 4 Il Translation, as regards the devotees who follow the path of scriptural prescriptions, or Vedi Bhakti, their prema bhakti is aroused by a knowledge of the grandeur and majesties of the Lord, whereas as regards those who walk in the path of Raganuga Bhakti, generally their purna bhakti appears from knowledge of the madhurya or beauteous nature of Krishna. 4. Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami observes that if there be any touch of Vedi Bhakti guided by scriptural injunctions, then there can be no Kavala or exclusive prema bhakti. Srimukundadasa points out that Itis mentioned that when the Vedas and also the Upanishads were born as gopis they had knowledge of the majesties of the Supreme Lord. It is, therefore, stated here in the present sloka as generally or in most cases. Sri Chakravarti says that prayasa, i.e. generally or in most cases has been used to signify that in case a devotee of Raganuga Bhakti possesses any inclination for Arcana Bhakti or Vedi Bhakti, guided by the scriptures, and be likened with Rukmani and others, then such a devotee cannot have Kavala or exclusive or one-pointed prema bhakti. 14 Text 15 to 16, Adasrada tata sadhu sangati bhajanakraya tato navthanivartas yat tatonis tharusas tata 15 l athasactus tate babas tata primabhi udakatis dakand mayam prina praderbabe babes krama 26 Translation, the different stages of the appearance of prema, first srada in faith, next sadhu sangha or association with saints, after that bhajanakraya or spiritual practices, next to it is anarthanivarti, i.e. cessation of all offenses or obstacles, next to it is nistha or firmness, which is followed by rusai or taste, next is asakti or attachment, after this is bhava, and then appears prema. These are the different stages for the appearance of prema in the heart of a person who undergoes spiritual practices. 15,16 Commentary, Sri Jiva Goswami points out that though there are manifold gradations in the appearance of prema, yet here in two slokas one particular gradual stage of development in the appearance of prema, which generally happens, has been mentioned by the author. Ada, first means faith first created by listening to the scriptures in the company of saints. This faith refers to faith in the infallibility of the fundamental teachings of the scriptures regarding God, individual soul, the universe, Maya, and their interrelationship and final conclusion. After the first association of sadhus for creation of faith in the scriptures, there should be a second association of such sadhus for being taught in the practical application of spiritual practices in one's life. Nistha here means one's faithful adherence to an uninterrupted application of spiritual practices. Rusai here means intelligent desire for a spiritual life and its actual appliances. Asakti means a natural attraction for leading a spiritual life. This is how Sri Jiva explains the different stages in the unfolding of prema from the first stage of faith. Sri Mukundadasa Goswami comments that here ada, first, means faith in bhakti in Krishna aroused in the heart by an inexplicable fortune, next is association of sadhus, which means an earnest association with sadhus in order to learn the various methods of spiritual practices to be applied in life, next is bhajanakraya, i.e. practice of a spiritual life, after this, is anarthanivarti, which means destruction of all sins committed either in this birth or in previous births. This is followed by nistha, which means eager and earnest attempts repeatedly made in performing the spiritual injunctions as prescribed by the scriptures. After this, is rusai, i.e. realization of the sweetness of bhakti or attainment of its taste after the very seed of all sins has been completely destroyed, then develops asakti, which means complete engagement of the mind in Lord Hari after complete cessation of avidya, i.e. nescience. This is how the two slokas should be interpreted, says Goswami Mukundadasa. 15,16 Text L/ Dhanyasadyam Nava Prema Yajian Miladi Kata C Antarvanabhir Apiasia Madrasas Chusyujurgam 17 I Translation, blessed is he in whose heart this new and novel prema makes its appearance. Even those who are adroit in the esoteric meaning of the scriptures, fail to understand the manifold shades of sentiments of prema however much they may strive. 1/Text 18, Ativasti Andrada Patkardiryatha Babun Madhari Kivasan Na Veda Suksamatmanatuksam Situ Mahasani Paramdnandaya Piwaya 18-2 Translation, therefore it has been said in the Narada Pankaratra, ch Parvati, consort of Mahisa. One who is intoxicated by the emotions for Lord Hari is drowned in the limitless ocean of bliss and therefore is not aware of one's pleasures or pains. 18 Commentary, commenting on the sloka Sri Jiva Goswami observes that here by quoting the sloka Sri Rupa Goswami the author wants to show that it is not possible even for eminent scholars of the scriptures to understand the fineness, orderly methodology and manifold shades of prema. The purport is this: the wise who are well versed with the exoteric and esoteric concepts of the scriptures have declared attainment of pleasures and removal of all afflictions and pains to be the goal of life. Such scholars of the scriptures can at best understand the outward expressions of pleasures and pains of the devotees who are intoxicated with the elixir of prema, but can never appreciate and understand their inner feelings. The internal happiness and internal agonies of such prema intoxicated supremely fortunate devotees relate to their realization or otherwise of the beloved Lord of their heart. In the Bhagavatam, Canto 3, Chapter 15, Sloka 48, the four sons of Brahma, viz. Sanat Kumar, Sanaka, Sanatana, and Sananda, the four munis, addressing Lord Narayana of Vaikuntha said, Lord, thy fame is pure like a place of pilgrimage and is most worthy of eulogy and to be sung. Those who have taken refuge in such feet of thine and have realized and relished the ambrosia of the discourses on thee, such intelligent and skillful persons do not care for Sayojyamat or moksha, self-merging in Brahman, even if it be offered by thee as thy grace. What more shall we say about the worthlessness of the position of Indra, the king of the gods in heaven, and others who are ever afraid of thy curved side glance? The four munis further said, O Lord, we have committed offense before thy two devotees, Jaya and Vijaya, and for this our offense we deserve to be hurled into hell. But, beloved Lord, as the bee remains merged in drinking honey of the roses in spite of its being pinched by its thorns, so also if the bee of our mind can ever attain pleasures in drinking the sweetest of the beauty of thy lotus-like feet, or as the tulasi without caring for its worth ever shines at thy feet, so also if our tongue be glorified being engaged in singing thy limitless qualities and glories, and if our ears be constantly filled with the music of thy qualities, i.e. we are fortunate to be eternally engaged in singing and listening to thy qualities etc., then let us be born in various ways in hell, we shall have no objector whatsoever to it. This is from Bhagavatam, Canto Eli, Chapter 15, Sloka 49. By quoting these two slokas from the Bhagavatam, the commentator wants to show that it is not easy to understand the inner feelings of devotees whom have attained prima bhakti by the yardstick of the knowledge of the scriptures. In the first sloka, disregard for the pleasures of heaven and moksha has been shown, and in the second sloka, hell, which is full of sufferings and afflictions, has been shown to be welcoming. It is, therefore, difficult to say from any knowledge of the scriptures what is pleasure and what is pain or suffering for a devotee. In the scriptures, heaven and moksha has been described as bliss, and hell has been described to be the abode of all sufferings. None in this world desires sufferings in place of pleasures. So, when the munis prayed to the Lord for the sufferings of hell in preference to the pleasures of heaven, they surely had some hidden hope for an inexplicable bliss. So, the ways of prema are beyond the scope of all scriptural knowledge. 18 Text 19, Prema eva vilasat vad veriliat sadhaksi api atras snedeo beta vivisaya na hi samsita 19 Translation, sneha, pranaya, etc. are different aspect of further flashes and developed shades of prema itself, i.e. different special conditions of prema, and such conditions are also very rarely manifest in devotees who are still in the stage of spiritual practices. They are not, therefore, separately discussed here in this context. 19 Text 20, Srimat Prabhupadam Hoje Sarva Bhagavatamite Vidikitsti Oded Happy Bhakti Siddhantamad Hurai 22 Translation, the most revered Master Srimat Sanatana Goswami has explicitly described this ambrosial sweetness of the philosophy of Bhakti in his Brat Bhagavatamrita, even though this Bhakti philosophy is most abstruse and a mystery. 20 Text 21, Gopalaripasobham Dadat Api Raganathabhavast Vertuzyatu Santantma Prathama Vibhag Sudambuud at 22L Translation, in concluding the chapter Sri Rupa Goswami uses a homonymous language having two different meanings. In one sense the sloka can be translated thus, May Lord Gopala be ever pleased with the Easter division of this ocean of the nectar of Bhakti Gopala, who is the exponent of the feelings and pastimes of Lord Rama, i.e. who is the original source of all the avataras, i.e. divine descents, like Lord Rama and others, or Gopala who like Lord Rama displayed in Kamayavana the pastime of Lord Rama's constructing the bridge over the ocean, Gopala who possesses the eternal body of Sri Krishna. May this Gopala, Krishna be pleased with this eastern division of the ocean of the nectar of Bhakti. And, in the second sense, the translation will be like this, May Sri Sanatana Goswami be ever pleased with this eastern division of the ocean of the nectars of Bhakti. Sanatana Goswami, who is the beauty, i.e. supporter of the wishes of Sri Gopala Bhatta and the author of this book who is known as Rupa, and who is the supporter of the feelings of Sri Raghunathadasa, i.e. the expounder of Krishna Prema, may this Sanatana Gosvamina be satisfied with this eastern division of the ocean of the nectar of Bhakti. Thus ends Prima Bhakti in the fourth wave of the Eastern division of Sri Sri Bhakti Rasamrta Sindhu. Translation completed on the Fkadasi day, Saturday, September 14, 1963.